really like. Comes into the second, slides down, feel like a... Down the face, beautiful.
One right here into the lip.
Buenos dias, good morning, and a very warm welcome to Surf City, El Salvador. Beautiful early morning vision as we pick up delightful views of this surf-blessed stretch of coast. It's the ISA World Junior Championship. The best juniors from all around the world in town, and here to talk you all through this morning's proceedings. Joining myself, Paul Evans. It's time to welcome, for the first time this event, Mitchell Salazar. How you doing, mate?
I'm doing great, Paul. Really stoked to be back here in Surf City, El Salvador. Great waves, as we saw right there, but the most important thing, we're going to crown ISA gold medalists at the end of the event. Really excited to see a few new names in the draw at this event, too.
And this is a place you've been coming to for a while. I can see why you're so fond of it. It's such a beautiful spot, mate.
I think since 2019, I've been here around 8 or 9 times now. A lot of different events, especially during the ISA waiting periods too. And, you know, having the opportunity to see both the U18s and the U16s compete at both podiums, I think is huge too. It offers a diversity of surfing, diversity of waves. And as you can see, great consistency here in the Pacific Ocean too, Paul.
Couple of podiums we're running here. This is a huge event in terms of participation. Some 420 odd surfers from across the world competing, and 2 really distinct venues. We're going to dive into those topics and talk about some of the particularities of these waves as we enjoy a smooth and glassy looking ocean. We had a little bit of wind come up yesterday. Kind of clean in the morning, but right now it's velvety out there, mate.
It looks beautiful, and there's definitely been a pickup in the swell too, which is great. You know, those people that have 3-person heats, probably going to be a bit more selective out there, Paul. But La Bocana, in comparison to El Sunsal, it's a peak, offers up both the right and the left, and there's one of your defending ISA gold medalists there on screen, Hans Odriozola. He's competed here before. He's made a final at La Bocana. I think he's one of the ones to watch in the U18s.
Yeah, absolutely. Part of that really, really strong Spanish team. Good representation from then in the Olympic Games as well, coming up real soon. Of course, there is so much talent from across the world here. We saw glimpses of it yesterday, some statement performances. I mean, it's just the first day of a big event. You can't win the event on the first day.
Right.
You can put your hand up and say, you know, look what we got. We got some serious talent. It's really impressive, some of the performances yesterday.
It's a good point you bring up, though, because you see that a lot on the Championship Tour, in the QS, on the Challengers even, where people stand out in one heat, but they lack consistency throughout the rest of the event. This is definitely a marathon and not a sprint, and as you can see right here, 4 hungry surfers that are looking to get their first gold medal.
All right, we're checking out Heat 28. We'll fire things off for the day. We'll look at Fletcher Kelleher from Australia, taking on Thomas Castillo from Chile, also out in the water, Ming Jianglui from Taipei, Dylan Anibal Garcia from Guatemala. So La Bocana is the venue to the east, and it features, well, some totally rippable, shreddable walls. Yesterday, the lefts were being favored, and we're straight into action here with the Aussie, the goofy Fletcher. And just wetting the rails on that glassy face and swooping through, and really just feeling out the rhythm of this one. 20-minute heat, not a lot of time. And he's found an inside nice and steep here. He'll clip that one. Very nicely done. Right behind him, a little flick from Ming Jianglui on the backhand. He'll stay tight in the pocket here and just wait nice and patiently for this thing to stand up. Just snapping that board. Doesn't want to get in front of it while it goes slopey, and then things get steep pretty quick on the inside. It's a section that there were big points on offer yesterday. It's also sometimes hard to hit. He's doing well here to negotiate this. Not loads of speed for a finish on the inside, but nevertheless, it'll be stoked to open up.
Yeah, it's going to be a good score for Kelleher, and Lou's going to have a decent one on the board. To me, the secret of having success here at La Bocana rather than El Sunsal, Paul, is less is more. You know, there's just too many waves. It's a lot of paddling, and if you get caught inside with one of those cleanup sets, you might be paddling for 6-7 minutes at a time. So out here, wave that looks good you want to be on, especially if you're in a good situation with priority.
Out the back, Castillo having a look, realizes not the wave he's after. And we mentioned this quite a bit yesterday through the broadcast, but these 20 minutes, I mean, like,
it's fast.
It's just, you know, forget maybe an opening exchange, scores come through, and all of a sudden we're like, okay, 5 minutes to go. I mean, it flies by from here in the booth. Imagine being out in the water, though. What's that like when you're competing? And 20 minutes, 4 people in the water, trying to find 2 ways, getting the priority rotation. We'll revisit that. First of all, check out this last replay.
Yeah, so good opening carve right there. Really set up that opening section. And right here, wanted to see him stay a bit closer to the pocket, so maybe draw out the bottom, turn a little bit closer to the whitewater. But in his defense, though, a much slopier wave on this one. Did well just to fit in a few maneuvers, but nothing super critical. So good flow on this one. Nothing major, as I was saying, but the main thing is just getting a wave on the board right here. As he mentioned, 20-minute heats does go by real quick. You don't know if you're going to have a really fast heat or you could have an extremely slow heat out there in terms of the consistency. So smart score there for the surfer from Chinese Taipei.
Absolutely dreamy looking, the drone view from above. Just peaks filling in here, and here goes Fletcher on the rail again. Tightens up that arc and then fades that down in the pocket. Again, just knifing through that. Loads of spray. That's from the speed that he generates.
Smart.
And very nicely done. Unweights and just taps through the lip and making it look easy, polished, composed as well. He's not having to do too much with this board there to make it look really, really good. Castillo behind him on a bomb here. What's he got from behind the section? Clips it. Does really well, actually. And a big face here. That's really nice. Committed hard to the carve. Just left a bit high, and he'll go incomplete on that. But it's bombing, mate.
It is. And the left seems to be a bit more favorable today than I would say it was in previous days leading up to the event, obviously. Yesterday had a little bit of a ripple on the right. There were a lot of waves, though, that were scoreable on the right. I just feel that the paddle back out on the left is much easier today. On the right, you get caught inside. You might even have to do the runaround. You can lose your entire heat right there, Paul. So smart strategy if you're a regular footer. Catch one quick left. If you get a good score, anything above a 5 there, and you want to look at the right, that's acceptable. But as of right now, Kelleher has had the best game plan out of all. He got a quick wave right off of the bat and just immediately backed it up with another good score on the left.
Yeah, he's on his way already here as we watch just this relentless swell, really. I mean, the forecast we're looking at throughout the week, it just doesn't stop here. We're reaching full out into that South Pacific. Obviously, winter in the Southern Hemisphere, and the South Pacific is well known for the power of these long-range swells. But it feels like here, there's just so much swell on offer, so consistent. It's not necessarily a case of picking the eyes out of the forecast. It's like every day it feels like we're going to have waves.
There truly is. I mean, especially La Bocana, it gets every single wave direction. You're going to want northwest, a little bit of east, a little bit of straight west, and then, of course, the south swell, as you were mentioning. And Kelleher does well, a little bit sleepy here through this middle part, but then cleans up with an awesome turn here for the finish, Paul. I really like his style, his pace, and obviously one thing that we're noticing is that he's got experience just surfing this place too. I mean, catches this wave immediately once he makes it back out. Much better start, stronger wrap, and gets a good combo right here. I love the way he set up for this finishing turn. A really nice critical finish too. That was a bully section right there. And you know, Australians, they're no stranger to competing here at the world's biggest stage. And they've had a couple goofy footers in the draw the last few years. Jarvis Earl and Harley Walters have also been doing super well for Australia.
Here goes some backhand work from Min Jiang Nui. Snapper one, that was nice. Kept the speed up. Look at this. He's got a runner here. And tons of speed. And you see that inside section. It goes pretty shallow quick on the boulders there. That one just cupped out. Kind of clipped him in the small of the back. He had some work done prior to that, though. He's already got a smaller number in. He'll get a back up for sure. Possibly improve on that 3 with that last wave. Couple of numbers in for Fletcher, 6.07 to 5.67. Great way to kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, once you make it into double digits in the first few minutes of the heat, you're doing great. 13:45 to go. Lou's going to get his second ride. And both Castillo and Anibal, it seems like Anibal's priority is suspended right here, Paul. He got caught inside by one of those cleanup sets, so he won't reestablish priority once he makes it back out to the primary takeoff zone.
Yeah, some power in the water.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, it's not you wouldn't necessarily describe it as refreshing either.
No,
when you're paddling here, you know about it.
Well, and let's bring up another topic that probably wasn't mentioned that much yesterday because it was a bit smaller. Have these surfers brought a little bit of a larger board too? Because that's something that you're going to need, especially on a lower tide. Most people don't think coming to El Salvador you're going to need a little bit of a step up. An inch or two does matter in a wave like this, though.
Castillo loading up here. Another absolute bomb from him. First section just runs away from him a touch. He's patient, though, waiting at the bottom of the wave. And then a full-bodied carve and snap in the pocket from him. A little foam on the face. Doesn't bother him. Couple of re-entries. And maybe he won't get complete on the last one, but great flow, a ton of speed from that first section. It just maybe just a touch deep, you'd say, with hindsight to really unleash on it, but a beautiful looking wave.
Yeah, and a great opening carve too, so it's going to be one of his top 2 scores. And one thing that I'm noticing a lot, there's a lot of sand right there at La Bocana, which is still calm in this time of the year. We haven't had a major south swell to clean everything up, and this is really going to be the first one where you're going to see that sand shift over and move further west. So that end section is going to be critical, but it's really hard to read too. As you can see right here, you're mentioning just a bit too deep. If he makes it around this opening section, he had one turn to be able to manufacture right there, but unfortunately has to settle for the wrap. It wasn't bad though, but see how much sand you can see right there on that face of the wave? That closeout re-entry was just a bit too tough for him, and it wasn't able to manage the whitewater, Paul.
So just in terms of the geography, this is a place you know real well. You've been coming in for the CT at Punta Roca, so that's a little way down the coast here.
Yeah.
Where are we in relation to that exactly, for people who don't know the coast here?
So the way this country works, you're either heading east or you're heading west.
Yeah.
That'll be a little bit southeast, but I would say around a 15-minute drive at the most.
So many good surfing options on this coast. Finding an option here, the Australian Kelleher. Beautiful carving from him. How's this stuff? Smooth as you like with speed and precision. Banks one off the whitewater and then patient. Doesn't need to overcook it. Everything's dialed in and tuned in, and he's looking really, really sharp.
Yeah, he looks like he's in control of what he's trying to do, and just found his rhythm too. On his 3 waves, he still hasn't fallen, Paul. And he's just in a real good rhythm. Seems like he's very content with his wave selection so far. I'm a huge fan of this kid's style. I mean, look at that drawn out bottom turn, really precise surfing right there. And this second carve is just beautiful, right in the pocket too. Brings it all the way around. And to see a roundhouse cutback out of a 16-year-old isn't something we're used to seeing a lot more nowadays. But rail surfing just never gets old, Paul. Look at that. I mean,
I'm getting ace bucking here.
A little bit, yeah. That's a good call out. Maybe Matt Wilco too. But yeah, he's got that kind of goofy-footed style like Sean Cansdale maybe had a few years before he debuted on the CT. Big fan of Fletcher Kelleher. This should be a big score.
Beautiful surfing from the young Australian, and he'll be enjoying himself out there. It's good when you're getting success from the panel for your surfing, but when you're in quality waves as well. Just a couple of surfers out. We mentioned how tough it is in terms of free surfing practice. He's loving his time here.
Yeah, and the score comes in 7.67, so the best of the heat. Near excellent, Paul, and I mean, I see it. Imagine if he gets a closeout section right here, but it all comes down to the quality of the wave that allows that quality of surfing too, and he's been finding those waves so far, but 3 waves, nothing lower than a 5.67. He's in complete control.
More sets standing up out the back here on this glassy ocean at La Bocana. The Australian at the moment in the ascendancy, very much so. He's just improving every time he stands up. A quality score for him, a high 7. Meanwhile, Castillo, a little wider, a little under. What's he got here? And he'll attack this, and that is, wow, a really ambitious maneuver to take on the lip there. There was loads of amplitude in that turn. Just the bounce undid him.
Yeah, didn't help. I know. That was a gnarly section. I was looking at him paddling in. I was like, basically a closeout, but he saw the one section, and give him credit. I mean, he pulls it, and he's easily getting the 3 that he needs, right? But as of right now, going to get caught inside by this set, so he's going to lose a few minutes out there, Paul.
Just relentless in terms of the consistency. We love it. So Castillo, without priority, sitting a little wider, saw a nugget and took it. Meanwhile, the heat leader has a swing of the arms, realizes that one a touch straight for him, and decides not to go. And yet more, I mean, just we haven't had lulls at all in this one since the get-go. It's been really, really fun to call this first heat of the day. Just kind of sets that energy level, kind of sets the tone, as well as the judging scale, which we talk about a lot, just the rhythm of the ocean. We get these nuances every day. It's really cool to see that. Plenty of energy in the water this morning.
It's awesome. And as you mentioned, you come to certain events and it's usually 2 feet at the most. So you get an event where it's 6 foot plus, you're stoked.
Backhand work from Kelleher. Really nice. Holds the bottom turn and then commits the rail. Loads of spray flying off that surfboard from him. And looking at an inside section here. So the first right-hander of this morning's hostilities. And he's good enough just to clip this a few more times. And again, a little bit of verticality in the last couple of hits. That's rocky in there. Wow, so he's really committing to going right the way to the inside. He's already got a big total. He's, you know, you'd be very surprised if he wasn't making this heat with the numbers he's already got. So he just wants to look after the board in there.
Yeah, and yourself too. Don't injure yourself in the first heat. No need to be able to do that, especially when you're way far out in front. The surfing, dude, is just tremendous. How's that first opening snap? Really love the technique. He comes off of the bottom, and his backhand is almost touching the water when he's coming off of the bottom turn too. That's perfect technique. And a frothy wave here on the inside does very well just to be able to maintain his speed. Love the way he's able to keep that rail in the water the whole time. But it's going to come down to this first combo, Paul. Look at that. Straight up into the lip once again with big carve. And then really just adding the finishing touches here on the inside. But look at how frothy this wave is. And since it's so frothy, you don't really know about your positioning in the lineup. So it can be a bit deceiving in terms of where you are and how shallow it is. Finishes right there. But look at where the rocks are. I mean, right in front of him, and you're kicking out literally in maybe ankle-deep water.
Didn't seem phased at all. Did he finish that turn and just quickly pulled the board into a fade to avoid one boulder? But it's so seamless, the rail work from him. No pumping between maneuvers. It's just rail to rail, just driving that DHD through the turns, and he gets another solid number 707. Drops in, putting on a bit of a clinic here is Fletcher. 14.74, his total. Still just under 6.5 to go. Chasing him down in second. Quite a long way back at the moment. Surfer out of Taipei. Ming Zhangli, here he is. Got priority. He'll try to use it there. And can't get on that one. That wave just kind of flatters to deceive a little bit. Goes soft underneath him. He'll surrender priority. So the chase and pack, of course, two surfers will advance in this side of the round, and then third and fourth. They'll head to repechage. No elimination here. Here's the first wave for Anibal. What's he got? A big meaty section, tries to work it and gets a little bit marooned kind of mid-face as that one stretches away and sends him down to think on. Surf out of Guatemala, not miles back. That's his first wave, but he still only needs 6.73, so it's actually open in this race for second.
Yeah, and you could get that just with one wave too, but he's probably exhausted. I mean, he had suspended priority, got caught inside by a few big sets. He's got a lot of work to do in these next 5 minutes because Lou's up and riding again.
Yeah, here we go, bang. Nice hit from him. Maintains the speed crucially. Almost catches on the bottom turn. Good enough just to flick some spray off the rail and recover well. This is steep. That was really nice. And a great hit from him to finish. That was really, really cool. So just looking really to put a bit of distance there. He's in that second place spot, but he's vulnerable while he's in the threes. And we reckon we'll get an improvement there.
And the Chileans are all mad because he finished that last turn off. And they're like, oh, man, we needed you to fall to have a chance to make it out of this heat. But, you know, Chinese Taipei, a few years now that I've been seeing their team, bringing a full team now for a few years, really stoked to see. They have a very similar wave to this back home where they do the QS event. So I think it's been an awesome transition for them into a competitive scene here in Central America. But most importantly, you can obviously tell that the competitions back home have really paid off. Moves up into second place with a big score and something that's going to cement him there for a little while, Paul.
Yeah, really important number, that one. And just put that bit of distance now, that scoreboard pressure on Castillo, who's chasing a number. It's not a big one, though, really, in the context of his surf. We've already seen 5.67, his number. He's got first priority, the Chilean. There he is, scouring the lineup. And with 4 minutes, it's a really good chance he'll get a set come through, a bit of quality. Just positioning will be crucial for him. He's been on bombs, just a touch deep. And then that one section that he really went out of it. I'll tell you, if he made that one turn, he tried on the inside. He was easy in the fives. So he's definitely got the skills to do that. The Chilean squad watching on, they'll be willing him away. We've got lines approaching. And what a cool first heat to open up things. We're looking at a big day. We're going to run, another 27 heats here today. Let's do it. Let's go.
Yeah, these events are definitely one of those that you look forward to, but at the same time, you're like, how many heats are we going to be working throughout the entire thing? Quite a few, but you give the opportunity to each surfer to surf at least 2 times. It's awesome. You come from different parts of the world. You get to surf an event with world-class surfers, including yourself, and prove yourself as to why you're one of the best juniors in the world, including this guy.
Oh, check Castillo here. Look at this thing stretching out off the bottom into the lip and just slightly overcooks it. And maybe realizing that wave was stretching away and it was kind of one turn and just forcing the issue a bit and going down a little beat, still looking for that number. Meanwhile, the heat leader, Kelleher, looking great in this. That wrap and that board looking super bladey for him as he's just enjoying himself here. And then adding a little variety as he tweaks out the tail for a finish, and he's just enjoying himself, doing some reps here. All right, check out Anibal in white here, working over a left-hander to a little softer section for him as he snaps that board and then regains speed and looking to go for a finish on the inside. Does well to recover that, and he'll finish down. So a complete ride that'll feel real good. His longest wave as well. He's got just a 1.1 locked in. That'll be a score for him. It'll count for sure. He actually needs to go excellent, but it'll just improve his overall position. If he does remain in third or fourth, he'll begin to repechage. He's just familiarizing himself with conditions. All right, another crack of the whip here. Castillo, what's he got from behind? Looking 5, 6, 7. Quick snap from him, and then into the lip with speed. That was nice.
Kick out, though. Kick out, you got time. So gonna improve, no doubt, on the 2.83. I feel like even on the 3.57, he should be improving here, Paul. So gets anything better than that. Has 90 seconds to try to get maybe, what, a high 4, maybe a low 5 now. That's enough time with the consistency that we've seen throughout the heat. One thing, though, Fletcher Kelleher, he's going to be out there with higher priority than you, and so is Lou. So you got to distance yourself from the other two surfers.
If he improves on his high score, he'll bring his requirement down. He's done that exactly as you thought. 4.63, the number. 4.61, the requirement. He basically needs another one of those. So even kind of a mid-ranger, just an in-betweener with a bit of a wall, a little section, 2 turns, even one that will do it. If he can find that, someone that doesn't want that to happen. Surfer out of Chinese Taipei with priority, and he should be thinking, if you're thinking textbook competing, come and find Tomas and get all over him.
Well, and I don't see him right now, and it seems like there's enough distance between those two surfers where he could potentially get a wave here. I mean, he needs a replica of his last wave, and a 4.61, it isn't a huge score. I don't necessarily think you need a set wave to get that score either, Paul, which benefits him. Time is the enemy right now, though. 30 seconds, and you just got to think back to those 2 missed opportunities that he had. The one single major, and then the previous one to the 4.63 where he fell. That wave had opportunity, and it seems like he might have a wave here.
All right, countdown 15 on the clock. He's going to have to try and go. It looks like maybe a softer right might get to him, as we'll pick up Anibal. They'll bring this one in. Final, 5 seconds. All right, here we go. Castillo. And a little slope, and you can see the frustration from him. Just trying to force the issue that way. Just didn't really have the energy.
Yeah, I lost the fins off of the bottom turn 2, and a tough loss right there. But give props to Mingjang Liu. Surfed a great heat. I remember after the first fall, he recovered afterwards and converted with his best 2 scores. But this heat dominated by that kid Kelleher. He's going to go a long way in the comp.
Love that. The El Rolo on the inside to finish. He's enjoying himself out there. And that is how you surf La Bocana. It's absolutely tore this place apart without really having to do too much as well. I reckon he's got loads more in terms of maneuvers as yet to show us, but just carving his way and spraying his way to victory here. Big points total in for him. That'll fill him with confidence, and he'll get a good debrief from his squad. So the first heat of the day is all wrapped up. Beautiful surfing from the Australian. We'll go to a quick commercial break. More live action from El Salvador right after this.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to El Salvador. It's great to have you tuning in, watching some of the very finest juniors from across the world go at it. We'll be awarding medals at the end of a big competition here. Just day 2. Right now we're checking out Will Dean from the USA, Douwe Robroek from Netherlands, Kai Schmitz from Germany. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Mitchell Salazar, and already a smoker of a first heat.
Yeah, and we got another 3 surfers that could easily go a long way in the event too. Couple youngsters though. Robroek, he's competed in multiple divisions here at the ISA, including the longboard event. And Kai Schmitz, he's only 14 years old. Multiple heritages, lives in the Canary Islands, but you know, a Spaniard and a German. And then you have Will Dean from North Carolina out there from the US. This kid's the real deal, Paul. I'm a huge fan of his surfing, competed in the U16s last year, so second-time member of the USA junior team is the kid from the Outer Banks.
So just 3 surfers in the water, touch my elbow room. 2 will remain on this side of the draw. 1 surfer, we head into repechage. That's our format here. So a couple of swings at it for surfers, no instant elimination. As we'll watch the first sets just roll through. We got a small number in for Will, 383 for the American. Locked in early in this. And here we go, here's Schmitz. And this one will run away just on the opening section, and then he'll open up. Quick snap, it's a bit of upper body into that. And then lays back in the pocket, just matching the pace of the wave. And then comes through to this inside section where things will steepen up for him, attacks the lip, does pretty well.
Yep.
And then he'll flick out. Meanwhile, Robroek, backhand attack from him, commits to the bottom turn and does well. And just flying really through this water.
That was nice.
And clips one on the backhand, gets plenty of board through the lip. Bit of authority to that last turn.
Yeah, it was a tough section too, a lot of froth on it, deep bottom turn, and then the angle that he had to use to come out of it too. So it was a solid finisher right there, and Will Dean already has a high 3 on the board as well. Seems like this is the wave where he opened up on. Solid snap right there on the backhand, and he comes from a place in the Outer Banks. A lot of beach breaks, so a lot of water moving around most of the time, but big difference. In the wintertime, you're using a 5-4. This kid Schmitz, huge fan of his style. I mean, you can just see it right there. Good read of the wave. Solid finish right here, too, and just smart things to open up his account, Paul. And then this one, to me, I think if we talk about the critical nature of a single maneuver, I'd have to go with this one at the end. Just the angle that he's using coming out of it, as you can see right there, that was really difficult to do. You know, very comparable to the 3.83 of Will Dean on his opener. So I feel like this is going to be a competitive first opening exchange.
Yeah, really cool to see everyone get a wave. Let's see where this goes with the panel. That one turn, it was a hammer from Will Dean, just a quick one. That's the 3.83. And we saw a couple of combos for our surfer out of Netherlands and from Germany. Of course, Team Germany, they've been really, really strong. That's been one of the major stories the last couple of years. Some real resources going to that team. And, you know, in terms of, obviously, it takes money to spend, but also like human resources to find the right people. Didier Pité, he's working, coaching with Germany, former finalist at Pipe Masters 2001. An incredible tube rider based in Hossegor, southwest France. He's over here working with the Germans, and such a good person to have in your corner. A real kind of cool character.
Yeah.
A real kind of analytical view on surfing, but even on an emotional level as well. I feel like he's really good at kind of tuning in, and it feels like a lot like with coaching. There's a technical aspect, but a lot of it's just managing people and managing personalities.
And there's a balance of being social and also being their coach, right? Where we look at conditions here, 4 to 6 feet, definitely a bit bigger than that on the larger sets out there. Southwest, which is a real good direction for both spots here at El Sonsal and La Bocana. Wind is going to be light all morning. We did have a low tide around an hour and a half ago, 5:55, and a big coefficient in the tide between the low and the high. So 6.4, the high tide, but the water temperature easily in the mid-80s and the air temperature not far from it either, Paul.
Yeah, I mean, it's been kind of like, it's hard kind of not to mention just how warm it is. You kind of get used to it. We're in the AC here. This is great. I mean, our booth is epic here. You step outside, it's just opening the pizza oven door on a summer's day.
That's why I'm wearing trunks. the ocean's right there. Every break that we have, I'm jumping in the water.
Absolutely beautiful. That water's so warm. Yeah, I wouldn't describe it as refreshing.
No.
But, it's dreamy getting it, just like getting in a bath, basically.
It's better than sweating, though, I can tell you that.
We got ice baths as well in the competitors area here. So, you know, a little jump in the ocean, a little dip in the ice
Cool
bath.
Off.
Do some laps of that. I'm all about it. So, numbers in. Surfer out of Netherlands, Robrock 4.67 for him. Kai Schmidt's 3.73. We're pretty tightly poised here. Not loads of spread from the panel, but Robrock's wave, couple of turns. That last one, strong finish. It was. You really see that was one of those waves, kind of tricky to surf.
Yeah.
You really pick up with the speed you have, a bit of power on the wave, and then a few bumps on the face. He did really well to negotiate, kind of join up the dots.
Yeah, and you know, just going back to what you had mentioned with Didier Peter, I've seen his son Sam for
Sammy, yeah,
a
great
good
surfer.
number. Oh, amazing! Had the chance to do the World Juniors for the World Surf League. He competed there this year. I saw him do an incredible air. He dropped an 8 with just the single maneuver. I feel like he's going to attack the QS regionally very well, and I just want to give props to a lot of the Europeans because they went through a moment where on the championship tour they had a close to 10 surfers. It was the Euroforce, and they've gone through a rough patch. You know, since Jeremy's departure, it's really just been down to Leo and Fred on the men's side. You have Joanne DeFay, who's a contender on the championship tour, but outside of that, you don't see many people succeed on the Challenger Series within the regional QS, and it's really cool to see Germany step up. Tim Melter just qualified for the Olympics. Love seeing what Nadia Ostarbe has done for Spain, too. Just a huge amount of surfers from that region, and I feel like it's the region that's most necessary to provide.
Camilla Kemp, also from Germany. She's heading to the Olympics. Andy Crier, Spain as well.
Big fan of his style.
Mixed heritage between France and Spain. He's been over practicing in Tahiti last few weeks. Really, really nice guy. And of course, we know all about the Odriozola Familia as well. And Hans, unbelievable surfer.
What a final last year, too.
Incredible final. His brother has been Challenger Series duty over in Australia. So, yeah, things very much on the up for the Euros. Love to see it. Here goes Will Dean. Out of the USA, he's found a great-looking right-hander here. Wow, how's that wrap? I mean, just the whole rail committed to the water. Another one from him, just searing. Really beautiful surfing from the young American. And he'll finish off as well. Get a completion on that last turn. But that first one just gave it everything.
Dude, and the combo at the beginning was radical. And, you know, North Carolina, they've had 2 World Junior champions before. Ben Bourgeois was a champion in the 90s, and you had Stevie Pittman, I believe, in 2015 in Oceanside. So could see number 3 at the end of the event too. But as I said before, a huge fan of his surfing, and I really think it just comes down to the amount of speed that he carries throughout a single wave. And you saw it right there, especially on the first turn. This kid knows all about speed. Yeah, you know, you just wonder after that first heat, it was just all action, just 7s going down and like bombs all over the place. I just wonder if maybe Will was starting to think, all right, I got a 3, nearly half the heat's gone. Maybe he's starting to think, and then that's the way to respond, right? Yeah. Find yourself a wave, and he absolutely tore that one apart. Beautiful surfing from him. Let's see where that goes with the panel. They've been enjoying the carves. We're looking at a paddle here from Schmitz. Here he goes. Nice looking wave for him. Deep bottom turn, wobbles a touch. Does pretty well to recover. And then on the open face, swooping all the way back, clips the whitewash. And having a look down the line, winding up for something here. What's he got for a finish? Takes on the lip, a little layback jam from him. Very nicely done. While we wait for that score to come in, let's go down and hear from Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, I'm here with Fletcher representing the Irukandjis with Australia. You had a dominant heat out there. Conditions are so beautiful. It was so crowded right before the heat started. Talk to me about how it was being able to just surf with 4 people out.
Oh, it was so good. The whole time we've been leading up to this event, there's been like 60 guys just surfing the main peak, and it's been like hectic. So to have it with 4 guys out and it's pumping, so it's really good, yeah.
And you had 2 solid scores, 2 7s. One came from a left, one came from a right. Talk to me about your strategy out there when you're surfing a peak.
Me and my coach kind of just positioned ourselves in front of a tower down there, and we said, like, whatever the wave is, if it's good and it's offering a good score, then I'm going.
And you surfed in the World Juniors last year in Brazil, which actually was only a few months ago, and you had some really dominant heats there. How are you feeling from a few months ago to your performance that you can expect this year?
Yeah, I'm feeling good. Brazil was fun. It's just not as good as waves as this, but yeah, I think we got a good team this year, and we're all confident, so we're ready to rip in.
Well, good luck and congratulations.
Thank you.
The Aussies ready to rip in. I tell you who else is ripping in. Rachel Tilley did 27 post-heat interviews yesterday.
Yeah. She's going to do another 27 today, too. So, Rachel, we love you.
Mad props to Rachel. She's doing great work down there. And he seems like a real cool customer, Kelleher, doesn't he? He's not getting too excited. All right, here we go with speed. Will Dean, high line, just pumping sections off the bottom, carves one, just whips that board around and keeps it alive in the pocket. Similar wave to his last one, maybe not quite the steepness. He hasn't been able to unleash quite as hard as he did on his previous wave. It was a really good score, but then he finds a much stronger finish, so a bit of verticality, takes on the lip. His numbers in for his previous wave, 717.
Yeah, and that's a solid score. No doubt a keeper, and he should be improving on the 383 right here too, Paul. So 7.5 on the clock. Schmitz gets a backup score right now, a 357, but just considering what Robrock has right now with the 467, he needs to change that. And, you know, we talk about speed, but the element of just power within that first carve, to me, is really what separates him from the other 3s and 4s in this heat. Just an incredible combo to open things up, and a bummer for him that this wave just shouldered off eventually. He would have gotten a closeout reentry, and we're seeing something in the excellent range. And right here, a lot of speed down the line. It's kind of a racer with the slower tide, and comes around the first section. Great carve, and fortunately for him, the big difference on this wave in comparison to the previous, he was able to get vertical at least one time. So took him a little while to get there. As you can see here, had to wait for the double up. Once he did, though, he blasted that thing.
Great finish. Really good from the drone view, and that one bent out to sea, didn't it? It went soft, and at that point you're thinking, all right, well, he's done there. He's going to paddle back out.
Right.
And he's like, no, he's feeling the energy of that wave, and good enough to join those dots up, come through. Really nice finish, the sting in the tail on the inside for him.
It's East Coast mentality, Paul, and I think you probably have the same thing, being originally, you know, from a part of Europe that doesn't necessarily have a good amount of waves or crazy great days either. You surf what you get, and I think having that kind of mentality in an event like this, where you have to surf at least 10 times to get to the final, you need to do whatever you can within those 20 minutes to be able to advance.
Absolutely, just squeezing all potential available from the ocean, any kind of energy. He's matching that. Will Dean will make a long paddle back out. We'll look at that. Pretty much textbook. I'm going to call that an isosceles triangle for geometry fans.
Bringing out the math.
Maybe it's equilateral, one of those. Yeah, it looks beautiful. Look at that. Perfect peak here. La Bocana, just under 6 to go. The American Will Dean with a 717 for his previous to last wave.
Could it be an isosceles, though, if I say so? Because the right is longer than the left?
Okay, yeah, I think you got me there.
Whereas the left, it's shorter, but it usually stands up a bit more in those few sections that it has.
Get the protractor out. We'll have another look at that. We're really enjoying the vision here from El Salvador on a beautiful Sunday morning. It's clean, really light winds, just very light puffing offshores at the moment, a couple of miles per hour, nothing more than that. Really dreamy looking conditions, and that's been reflected in big scores going down. That's how it's all gonna work here. So come to my mathematics, we'll continue on that theme, arithmetic. Maximum of 12 surfers per country.
Yes, sir. Three boys and 3 girls per division. So you have U18, U16. Top 2 waves, as always, is going to count to your highest heat total. Top 2 surfers will be advancing throughout the heat. And with the repecharge format, you do have a second chance to be able to make it through into the main round final. Record participation, Paul, 54 nations, over 440 athletes. And that's just surpassing what we saw 5 months ago in Brazil, too. Couple new nations in there as well. BVI, British Virgin Islands, Latvia. Nice to see them here. Lithuania and Slovakia once again in the house.
And plenty of talent coming back and representing here. We just saw previously under 16 world champ Hans Odriozola from the Basque Country, Zarauts.
Lucas Skinner, dude. That kid is Mark my words, he's going to make it to the CT.
Watched a warm-up wave from him this morning here at Sunzal. Absolutely tore it apart. He's looking really, really good. And you were talking about, you know, maybe that little gap from Europe. It was a couple of years where things were looking pretty tough. That's probably even more so than that from the UK specifically. Right. It's been a little while since there's been a real global talent. Lucas Skinner looks very much legit.
Because out of my generation, I think maybe the only kid that really had success was Luke Dillon. I remember he won a Pro Junior, I think, in the Canaries. Real strong surfer, not super tall, but was always very buff and strong. And I thought he had a good chance on the QS and just was never able to make it past the quarterfinals.
He's still ripping.
Oh,
he's moved more into a coaching role now. He's working with the GB team and offering those insights. Great surfer, really nice guy. You're exactly right. He used to absolutely dominate heats in early rounds.
Right.
But just it never really happened for him. He would get one really good wave and need a second score, that kind of thing. But yeah, incredible surfer. And he's working now, kind of offering those skills and insights back into the setup. Exciting things happening with Team GB. Of course, here we've got four. We've got England, Scotland, Wales, and the Channel Islands. So the different federations represented. Unbelievable the amount of nations competing here.
I know.
Surfers. It's even logistically, there must be someone's good with a spreadsheet here at ISA.
I dropped some boards for Dylan Wilcoxon, competing for Indonesia. I asked TP Jabrick, their manager, how long it took them to get here. 40 hours just to get to this location from Indo.
Kai Schmitz, representing Germany out of Canary Islands. And a big meaty section. He'll know about powerful waves breaking over rocks. Coming from those islands just off the coast of North Africa there, the Macaronesian Islands. And he'll know about surfing a heat as well. He's got a tough heat here, really, with Will Dean. With some strong numbers on the boards. Surfer out of Netherlands on the inside. They're in blue, dealing with a bit of power. And you'll see from the drone him getting pulled back. And it's deceptively powerful here. It looks, you see it kind of smooth and thinking, yeah, this looks mellow. But you see people duck dive and get pinged back towards the rocks. And there's plenty of heft to this swell.
It's almost like Sunset Beach on Oahu, where it doesn't seem super intimidating when you're looking at it. But the amount of power that it has in it, it's deceiving that way. And right now, a minute 40, Will Dean had suspended priority, but he's way out in front, and he's super far on the right. But it's almost best-case scenario right here for Schmitz, that Dowd doesn't even have a chance to get a wave. He might be able to get one here, though.
All right, here we go. Bit of foam on the face, and he'll swoop back to the pocket. Just be a little patient here. This one will stand up for him. Here it goes. Gets steep real quick into the lip.
Ooh, right out.
And does it well, and a nice hair flick as well, just to demonstrate that he rode out of that one. So he knew what was coming there, actually. Really great read on that wave.
And super smart, too. Was only needing a mid-2. And you see right there in the background, Schmitz knows that he was able to complete that turn, and he's probably going to need an advancing score right now. So 55 seconds, needing a 2.63. Should be an easy one for the judges right there, whether he gets it. And if you're Schmitz, you got to be hustling, catch anything you can right here, because there's probably going to be a situation change with 40 seconds.
Yeah, where is he? We're looking at Will Dean. Whereabouts is Kai Schmitz? Can't see him in the lineup right now. Counting down, 35 on the clock. The American looks interested in this one, is he? He'll have a paddle here. Will Dean, he won't find himself in a position to take that wave. Another one behind, possibly a little more clock time. Will run away. Judges are thinking of a number for surfer from Netherlands who took basically an inside, a kind of a reforming wave, and just great read on it. Knew just to be patient, wait, and then it stood up. He knew that section was coming, hammered it. For sure he's going to get the 2 that he requires just for that turn done on the inside, which will mean when that comes through that this guy Kai, now we see him looking for something that won't be forthcoming. We're out of time here. We're all done. So a nice competitive finish to that one. And a great move from Roebuck. Be delighted. Look at this stuff. Wow. Absolute hammer. And another. A real sting in the tail from Will Dean. As we admire the backhands. That one, I'm not sure it'll count. It'll be after the horn. He was already winning the heat, though. And serving a bit of notice of what he's got, Team USA. As you might expect, very, very strong. A bunch of talent. We saw one of the coaches working with them, Courtney Conlog, as we were working in. So some incredible talent in their corner.
Asher Nolan. Ryan Simmons, head coach. They got some talent just within the coaching realm, too.
making sure everything's dialed in for that team, and they'll need to be. This is going to be a hotly contested event right now, just day 2 of a big, big competition. But expect surfers like this guy, Will Dean, to go deep. If he can keep surfing like this, we're enjoying the action that we've seen this morning. We've got more of it coming right after the break.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
This is Surf City, El Salvador World Junior Championships. Team USA with the debrief on the rocks here. And they'll be very delighted with the performance of their young charge, Will Dean. Surfer out of North Carolina on the Atlantic coast. Used to shifty beach breaks. Doing well on the boulders here in the balmy tropical waters of El Salvador. Let's check out Riano Lewis from Trinidad and Tobago. Doing work on a right runner. Couple of clips from him on the inside. And he'll finish quite close to those rocks down there. We've seen commitment from surfers hitting the inside section. And we've seen some dreamy, powerful sections out the back. This will set up our third heat of the day, heat 30. Boys under 18, Spencer Ralston from New Zealand, Nicholas Polishuk from Canada, some heritage from Mexico based over there, spending a lot of time. And Jake Anderson from Switzerland also taking on the surfer. We just saw Lewis, Trinidad and Tobago. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Mitchell Salazar. And another cosmopolitan field in this one.
Yeah, good diversity of nations out there in the water. Rosen, I've seen him before, the Kid of Rips, and actually just had a garage and board sale to fund his travels here for Team New Zealand. So really cool to see Rosen competing here at the ISA Juniors once again. And Anderson here from Switzerland. Kid also rips too.
Jake Anderson on the backhand, realizing that wave. He just kind of set up, didn't he, for his bottom turn and realized that one's running away. Just decided to eject. That wave was coming around that sections. The Pelicans decided to get involved as well. They're doing their morning commutes along the coast here.
OG surfers right there.
Yeah, we don't get them in the Atlantic.
I know.
It's just such a beautiful sight to see them.
We got a couple different things here on the Pacific. The Eva birds, pelicans, but guess what we don't have, Paul? We don't have penguins. So we missed those. It's like Surf's Up was always the one movie that you wanted to see.
Doesn't feel like their kind of weather here,
no.
though, does it? Just, yeah, not their vibe.
Our penguins are pelicans, so they're a little dirtier, a little meaner, but they can fly, though, which is the cool thing.
All right, what do we got here? Looks like Polishuk, the goofy, committed with speed. Great grab, rail carve, beautiful, love that. And does well to recover it. And just adjusts the feet and aims at a section here. And does really, really well. Just to tag that one, bring it down to the flat. Spencer, the Kiwi, bang, nice and vert. Does well, that was tough. And then just too much sort of direction change in too short a space, and he'll go incomplete on that last turn.
It was a nice attempt, though, and Nico should be getting a solid score right here. Love that attack with the first carve, too. I mean, out of somebody in the U16s, U18s, how many have you seen that does a roundy cutback, grabbing the rail to a la Aki? That was really sick, and really nice to see a diversity of maneuvers too, and some creativity with these different maneuvers as well, because it's a wave that, despite it looking really fun and easy, it's tough, and it has a lot of energy in it too, Paul.
Well, taking outstanding performances this morning. We just saw one from the young American who's standing by for a chat with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks, guys. Yeah, congratulations, Will. Representing Team USA, you looked really strong out there. Tell me how you felt in that heat.
I felt pretty good. Always first heat's pretty hard, but felt relaxed and got a couple waves. Felt pretty good.
Well, you only had a couple of threes and about halfway through that heat, and then finally got that 7. And then right after the buzzer actually stood up on a wave and got what would have been probably the best wave of the heat. So looks like you're building that house. How's your confidence feeling going forward?
Yeah, it feels really good. I just want a lot of heats this event, so just one at a time and try to keep surfing good.
You're right. There are a lot of heats this event. So how will you manage that rest in between and that team spirit throughout this week?
Yeah, I'm gonna go to all the teams' heats, cheer them on too, and then drink a lot of water and sleep a lot.
Well, perfect. Anything you'd like to say back to USA?
Yeah, thank you to anyone watching back at home in Outer Banks or in the US. So, thank you.
Well, congratulations, and see you next time. Back to you guys.
Keeping it cruisy, supporting his squad, drinking water. That's important. Stay hydrated.
I already drank my Yeti, and this thing is, what, a liter alone? So first few heats already, you got to drink as much water as you can here, Paul. You're going to sweat it out anyways.
All right, numbers in for Polishuk, the 4 from him. Ralston got a 2.57. We've got 2.17 for Lewis. Small number for Anderson. Just a quick kick out from him. So we've lost 6.5 minutes or so from this one. The ocean just gone a touch quieter. I believe tide filling in. We got a high around midday, is that right?
Yeah, and to me, it's beneficial that we have a higher tide. A low tide, despite it standing up a bit more, it's really tough if you get caught inside. I mean, you're losing most of your heat just by doing that. So higher tide, just more manageable from my perspective. The left just as good as the right on a higher tide, because on the low tide, unless you're really surfing the far right, everything else tends to be a closeout, or it's something that you're really having to catch up to. So I prefer a mid to high tide here personally, but with this angle of the swell and the sand still filling in and shifting over to El Sunsal, we're probably going to be seeing the left be used a lot more than the right, I would say, Paul.
All right, a little spread from the pack here. Everyone's scattering in slightly different directions. There's a little energy pulses in out of the Pacific here. Priority is with Anderson. He's in green. He's second from left as we pick up the drone shot. Here's a paddle from the Kiwi in reds on the backhand and winds in really nice. Whips that first one, foot all the way back on the tail block as he controls that black surfboard and does it really well. Nice aggression there. A good way from him.
I love his style. Reminds me a lot of another Kiwi national, Bill Stearman, has kind of that similar knock-kneed style. And
amazing on the backhand, really.
But just the accentuation of that last turn and diversifying the attack, I thought was very smart. So props to Spencer, should be his best score.
Here goes Lewis. He really wanted that wave. He swung the arms. He got it. What's he got here? This one will just section a little in front of him, and he'll realize he can't unleash on the open face. Anderson, meanwhile, a little abbreviated under the lip snap to readjust his line, and then he'll flick some spray. And he'll get going on the gas down the line, looking for a section nice and steep here. Oh, yes, please. The layback. Talking about things you don't see that much.
Yeah.
We've seen the grab rail carve, and there we just saw the layback on the backhand. How cool.
That was rad. It was so unexpected, too. Like, and that wouldn't have happened without the amount of sand that there is right there either, because that barrel section just ends up closing out. It ain't going to be a huge score, but it was just cool to watch, and it was something really refreshing, Paul.
Won't be loads of points. We'll get mad props from us. We really enjoyed that.
The photo's going to be sick,
One
too.
for the old school.
Yeah.
Everyone watching out there enjoys different kind of things you don't see that much in competition. Really, really cool. But just that natural kind of surfing feel to it. It's not like, it doesn't feel like competing sometimes. You're just watching someone having fun. Love this.
Yeah, it took him a while to get around the section right here, but, you know, once he did, Jake's just such a tall surfer for this age group that, you know, he really needs a steeper section. But look at the adjustment right there. No grab, layback. That is rad. I mean, never really got super fully covered, but that's still pretty sick. And when you talk about a kid under the age of 18 being able to do that too, and And to be able to see somebody else do it and bring it into your own surfing, that's really where you see development throughout the years, Paul.
That's got to be the moment of his trip so far. A little bit of vish as he leans all the way back over the tail of his board, gets some cover on the backhand. 10 minutes to go, so halfway mark in this heat. Scores in for Spencer. It's decent, 6-1-7. Here's a bomb. Polishuk, what's he got? Drives off the bottom high line with an absolute ton of speed. What's he going to do with it? He's covering some acres here. And then into the lip.
Ouch.
And just got that a little wrong. He looked like he had this kind of speed to be able to take on that section, but something what happened?
Well, I think it was the angle that he tried to take to that one too, and he kind of had two different minds going into it. He was probably thinking, okay, I get this one turn, and I have one more sections afterwards. Whereas really what you want to do is to be able to focus on the one maneuver that you're preparing for, right? So a little ahead of himself, still 9 minutes and 20, and the good thing for him is that both Anderson and Lewis don't have anything better than a 2 right now, so he's safe in second. But I'd be saying that Rosen with the 6-1-7, he's going to be adding to his total on his next wave, Paul.
Nicely set up this heat, isn't it? 9 on the clock. Surfers making their way back out. Polishuk with a little bit to do. He's got that 4 on the board. He's vulnerable while he sits with the 1. Anderson, he's not a long way back, is he, as well? He just needs a 2. So expect those scores to change. Lewis as well also just needs a 2. They're sitting on decimals, really small numbers at the moment. We just want more waves to come through and let these guys show what they can do. Of course, just a reminder of the format here. No one's getting eliminated from competition at this stage. We do have repechage. So just to remind everyone how that works. If you end up 3rd or 4th, you go to the repechage round, and then you'll stay there potentially all the way to the final if you go that far.
Yeah, we saw Sally Fitzgibbons, I think it was in 21 here. She lost out in the main round, maybe round 2. She made it all the way from the repechage round to the gold medal. So it's a possibility. It's not ideal, I can tell you that, but it's possible. So we have seen people make it into the main finals afterwards, but it's a lot of work. And then the bad thing about once you're in the repechage, once you make it into those last few days, you're usually having to surf consecutive heats too. So there's really no downtime. You're having to hydrate real quick. So for up to me, I'm obviously trying to stay in the main rounds, but as of right now, some people just don't have another option, Paul.
All right, paddle here. Anderson, what's he got? Nice entry from him. This one a little shouldery. And he gets a bit wrong on the bottom. So the wave just went softer. She was kind of committed, wasn't he? He thought it was steep from the takeoff and then just backed away. Wave disappeared and he was already kind of leaning over that rail, expecting a bit more pushback from the wall. Great looking set on the outside. 7.5. Priority is with the heat leader in red, the Kiwi Ralston. And he might have a look at something out the back. He'll duck dive this first one. Any takers? Lewis looks interested. It's Polishuk that goes. It didn't have priority. This is a great looking wave here. Great wrap. Really, really nice. And again, he'll swing one in the pocket. Polishuk in it looked like that board came close. I think it hit him in the hand though, but that was nasty. He seems fine. And yeah, it looks like it just hit him in the wrist, didn't it? That stings.
Oh, it could break your arm that way. You got to watch out.
And a bomb for Ralston, a bit too much of a bomb actually. That one will rattle off and just run away. And he's caught behind. But think about the work done by Polishuk. The 1 point ride that he was sitting on, that's gone for sure. The Canadian, as the squad watches on, they look a little nervous.
Well, he's not safe right now, but as you said, he will improve on the 1. And another team that has improved a huge amount in the last decade, I would say. You know, Peter de Vries, I would say the Brewweilers started that movement up there in British Columbia. But as of right now, Wheeler Hasberg, Sanoa Olin qualified for the Olympics. And, boy, this kid just has a tremendous style. Super pleasing to watch. And this is actually the 6-1-7 of Rosen, so that's his best. And then Nico, as you said, he didn't have priority. That's why I was surprised. Lewis tried to get into it, and that is an amazing carve right there in the pocket. Wraps it back once again. But look at all the whitewater right here. And unfortunately, when he went up into the lip, his front foot just slipped, and it did seem like it was the left arm that was able to tag the board before it got to his face. So seems like everything's cool with Nico.
Live action there, Ralston. Nice hit from him. Sort of getting physical, squaring up to the wave. Wave had other thoughts about him getting a completion on that one, though. Just bounces him off as he tried to finish.
Isn't it funny, Paul, how people are like, oh, surfing, it's so calm, it's so peaceful. I swear, I come in every time and I feel like I have a new injury every single time, whether your board's hitting you or
There's a lot of sharp bits on the surfboard, aren't there? I mean, the nose seems aggressively sharp for a start. Whose idea was that? Why has he got an arrowhead on the front of our boards? Yeah.
The rails, your fins, you're hitting the water, you're hitting the reef, some rocks. It's like everything's working against you. But that's why surfers are the craziest out of the entire bunch, because we have so many things that could be negative towards you, but there's just such a pleasing thing about it. It makes us come back every single time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And even, you know, competing, there's a certain aspect. Obviously, you want to match yourselves and go up against your rivals and win. But at the same time, just the pure pleasure of surfing. How many times we hear people talk about it's so good just to surf this with a couple of other people out. And it really is like a premium experience to have almost a free run at waves like this one, which has proved again, it's shown us real quality, nice and glassy on the face here this morning, and some good numbers coming through, rewarding some great surfing. At the moment, it's still Kiwi in the lead, Spencer Elson, as we'll check out Jake Anderson now on this running left. Nice looking wave, this one. These mid-range ones do have some nice steep faces. What he's got here will snap and go into that inside. He didn't have tons of speed, and that one got pretty steep pretty quick. Meanwhile, right behind him, here goes Rosen. Pushes out the tail, and this section will drop on him, and he'll have to wait. He's pretty patient, and then he'll get a little run up through here. Oh, it goes up. Just maybe his timing, just a touch off on that wave.
And the speed, as you said, both on Jake's wave and on Spencer's wave, the lack of it right there at the end, it seems like both of them were trying to fit in the 2-for-1 right there, where instead of focusing on just one major at the end, cost them a little bit. But for both Nico and Spencer, that's completely fine because they're still in 1 and 2 respectively. So the real question here, with 3 minutes to go, are both Jake and Riano going to have a chance to get something at least in the 6s to move up into the top 2 spots? Because, you know, historically, Trinidad and Tobago, they haven't been a competitive surfing nation before. Really nice to see them in the last few years develop and bring a stronger team each and every time. Aiden Albada's right there, great surfer. He resides in, you know, Southern California. I see him all the time, and I think over the next few years they're going to have more resources to improve their team and hopefully get them to more events internationally too.
Jason Aparicio, originally from Trinidad. He's doing great work coaching a lot of the French surfers from the Antilles, working with guys like Marco Migno as well.
He was close to making the CT last year.
All right, live action here. Polishuk, really nice wrap from him. And again, as he just sets up, carving really nicely timed.
Wow.
And then that's a great finish from him. So his numbers, let's see where they go. He's got a couple of 4s, and he looks very polished indeed. And he looks like he's really enjoying these running lefts. I mean, why wouldn't you? You're a goofy foot, you're out in the water, it's warm, it's beautiful looking waves. And he's just surfing from strength to strength. A couple of minutes on the clock, Team Canada. Sometimes, if you're really invested, it's much more nervy watching on them being in the water, because you can't do anything, right? You just sit there and watch it all unfold.
It's horrible. It's like an experience of you wanting to be out there with them, and next thing you know, you're probably even more stressed out than your surfer is. So all you can do is really just breathe, and in the end, as a coach too, you try to give them the most vital and essential information as possible while keeping it simple. But once they're out in the water, you got to make them let them make their own decisions, and that's what really stresses you out, because from your perspective, you're like, oh, I should have done this, I should have done that, but you made it, and the whole point is that you are able to bring this experience into other parts of your life too. So it's not just about surfing. It really attributes other elements of your life that you'll eventually use these aspects of competitive surfing and bring good things out of them, Paul.
A move from Polishuk goes to first, 5-4 from him. Judges rewarded those clean carves in the pocket. And first place position, Rosen with that 6, but the 2.97 has left him a little vulnerable. He hasn't been able, a couple of attempts, hasn't really been able to improve the backup number. And that's why we flip-flopped at the top. Those two in the advancing position in terms of staying in this part of the draw. Anderson with a little work to do. That requirement stretched out, 6.37, similar order of magnitude for Riano Luis. He's looking for a 6.97, final 40 seconds in this. Surfers, the good news for them, the ones chasing numbers, they've got priority. Lewis, first priority. He's going to need to try and find a wave. He's going to need to rip it.
Yeah, and Just doesn't seem like there's enough time for one of those sets to roll in here. It seems like Nico might be on the inside, but, you know, Rosen surfed a very smart heat. Wasn't able to really back up the 617, excuse me, as he wanted to. The 297 had the fall at the end, and it was Polachuk who was able to improve on his scores after the first few falls at the beginning of the heat. So great stuff right there from Nico. He's going to take the heat win, Paul.
Yeah, it's been really good value, just improving on the job, hasn't he, throughout this heat. And he will look forward to coming back, bringing that confidence into the next round. We've enjoyed the action being provided from our swell, which has been super consistent, nice and clean as well. Looks dreamy from above as we watch these peaks swing in. It's mainly been the lefts that have been scoring. We've seen some really nice rights go down as well. And we're looking at another really fun day of competition here. Waves are a key ingredient, talented surfers as well. We've got some talent coming in the booth for the call as well. We'll bring in Shannon Hughes and Barton Lynch. We'll be right back after this.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, you know, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission, you know?
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Day 2 of competition. The swell has arrived. It is absolutely firing. I think every surfer, every coach, every staff member here for this year's event is pretty happy with the way things are looking this morning. Shannon Hughes here alongside 88 World Champ Barton Lynch to call the action. And Barton, what a way to wake up. First set starting to come in now as we've got 17 minutes on the clock. We've got a 4.17 on the board for Nesher Monjarez out of Mexico, Jay Phipps of France, Warren Pavi of Barbados, and Nathakron CU out of Thailand goes by 9. So 9 sitting in that white jersey for the Thai team. And we've got a good looking set starting to approach here, Barton, as our surfer in blue is having a paddle. He's already got a 417 on the board. Taking off now on his second wave, opens up into a great looking turn to start. Finds a very challenging section to ride out of on his second turn. Nice and critical. And he'll put a 2-turn combo on the board.
Yeah, beautiful conditions. Consistent swell, waves for everybody, lots of opportunity, the perfect type of conditions for competition. yesterday, opening day, was a great day as well. The wind did come up yesterday, put a little lump and chop and bump on the face of the waves. It didn't really impact the performances of these best young surfers in the world. But today, looking cleaner, glassy conditions here in the morning. And those opening 3 heats, there were some fireworks, so looking forward to a massive day again.
Yeah, it was a great way to kick things off. And to finish off this round 1 for the under 18 boys, we've got 32 heats in total. We're in 31. We've got 1 more heat after this, and then we'll be heading into our under 18 girls division for La Bocana. This little A-frame peak right out in front. We've got a 5.43 that has dropped through for the second wave of Nesher. So within the first 5 minutes, he's the only surfer to catch any waves. He's already got a 9.6 heat total, with that 5.43 being his strongest of the heat so far. And it will set himself up with a great place to work from in comparison to the rest of the field who have yet to take off on their opening wave. Let's take a look at the 417 that we missed during the break.
Drives the cut back. Oh, speedy through the inside. I was about to say, I feel like he doesn't make this last turn given the score. Nice snap out of the top. What a great start to the heat. 2-turn combination there for his opening ride. A 5.43, a 4.17, 9.6 total in the first 5 minutes of the heat. Your opponents haven't caught a wave and you're feeling good.
Frothin', if you're in Nesher's shoes, that's for sure. As we can see, no priority established between these 3 surfers. At this stage, it would be the surfer in white on the inside peak if he's going to take off on the left. Both red and white and green actually deciding to not take off on that next one. We can see a couple more lines coming in just behind, and a little bit of positioning from both Jay and from 9 to get into the zone as we see Jay Phipps for France taking off on his opening ride. Nice wave selection as he draws through that first turn. Cuts a little bit short as he's eyeing down the line to see this wave racing away. Throws it in for a big section, but unsuccessful.
And it's always difficult when you have time to contemplate and you have to wait on the wave, and you start to question when to turn, when to hit it, and you get you get confused in your own head about when and where you're going to turn, and that's what it looked like there for Jay Phipps.
Paddle now for 9 out of Team Thailand. Some flames on his surfboard as he's just racing and flying down the line here into that second wrap. Gets a little caught and he'll kick out.
Love flames on a board. It's like an iconic spray job in surfing, isn't it, the flames?
It really is. Well, we've got 13 minutes on the clock. We've got some scores starting to drop. We've got a 2.93 on the board for Jay. We've got a 2.0 for first of 9. So just those first scores really, or sorry, those first turns being counted. And the flames on the surfboard, been around for a long time, making the comeback here and there.
Oh, they're iconic. The IPA Sting was those boards. I remember seeing Mark Liddell and Buttons Kaliuki-Okalani on the cover of Surfer magazine on the break wall at Ala Moana with flames on their boards, and just always wanted flames on my boards. They're one of those romantic things when you're a kid, when you're looking up to your heroes. And amazing for Nesher from Mexico, he's now in second priority. He's had two rides better than anything else caught, so very powerful position right now. Nearly at the halfway mark as well.
Super dominant surfer out of Puerto Escondido, loves surfing big waves.
9 looking on the inside here.
Here we go with an opportunity.
Set outside, Shannon.
Solid set on the outside. Nice looking shape to this wave on the inside. We'll see if it continues to open up for him as he lays into the first turn. And it's just going to be that one opportunity. Wave shuts down, unfortunately. Warren now up and riding for Barbados. This will be his first ride, so he was pretty patient with wave selection. Got that first wrap. Now setting himself off the bottom, drawing off that bottom turn into nice big wrap, and eyeing up that little foam climb to finish with a lot of speed. Covered a lot of distance on that wave.
That was a freight train at the start. And the unfortunate thing about the freight trains is that you don't... Oh, look at the paddle too. Realizes the urgency in the moment. 8.5 minutes to go, so still, gone. 11.5 still to go, so a lot of time. But great. Look at how far he travelled. Shannon, from where those two surfers are, way up the peak, all the way down the line. But those fast ones don't give you so much opportunity to score points because you're not going up and down and doing the maneuvers, you're racing.
Well, we'll see where the scores land for Warren. That last heat was a tight one. A lot of great opportunities across the board. Rachel Tilley is with the winner.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, Nicholas, congratulations representing Team Canada down here. You were in second for most of that heat, getting the score at the end to go into the lead. However, we were talking that you actually thought you were in the third position.
Yeah, I wasn't really confident with my waves. So, yeah, that's why I thought I was in third position the whole time. So, yeah, I was happy to get that last one. Brought me up to first.
Yeah, well, how does that change your strategy when you're really feeling like you don't just need a score to go into first, but you need a score for your advancing position?
Well, I feel like I was adding a lot of pressure to myself. That's probably why I smacked myself in the arm. But, yeah, it wasn't that bad.
Well, tell me more about that. Your board was coming towards your face, and you put your arm up to block it and ended up smacking your arm with your board.
Yeah, I actually thought I broke my arm for a second. That was pretty painful. But, you know, stuff happens when you're surfing. It's not an easy sport. It's dangerous. So do it at your own risk, guys.
Well, congratulations on that heat win. Is there anything you'd like to say back to your family and friends at home?
Yeah, thanks, Dad, for supporting me and believing in me. Thanks, and gracias a mi mamá, que te quiero mucho. Y Kira, gracias por todo. Saludos a todos de México también. And everyone in Canada watching also. I appreciate it, guys.
Congratulations back to you guys.
Thanks so much. What a great interview from Nick. You know, surfing is a dangerous sport. I like that look straight to the camera.
Yes.
Telling it to those tuning in back home.
It was great to see him sort of, at first he seemed quite down almost, even though he'd won his heat.
Yeah.
And then he sort of started to loosen up through the interview and showed us his brighter side there. Some great surfing. And lucky he didn't break that arm because it was quite a radical wipeout.
Down to 9 minutes on the clock, and we've got a few of those scores in now. A 3-point ride on the board for 9 out of Thailand in the white. We've got a 3.5 now for Warren out of Barbados in the green. So heat sort of being set, looking at things at this stage and with this kind of perspective on things, Barton, it was a very smart move for Nesher out of Mexico to get those early waves on the board.
Yeah, it was incredible. It was strategically smart. And, you know, we've seen a lot of quick starts in our time, but not often are they scores that you will keep all the way through. And that 5.43 is a keeper. The 4.17 by the standard of this heat so far is also a keeper. So he's in a powerful position and he's going to use his first priority.
First priority into his third ride, both already having him in that leading position. Executes that second turn just kind of to transition to keep that speed moving down the line, recognizing how important it is to get that finishing critical section.
Nice, strong stance, and I love the way he uses his upper body and those wraps, the cutbacks, the snaps look really pretty. And again, that may improve on the 4.17. Nice set wave. Pretty short in comparison to Warren Povey's freight train that went all the way down the line of the break, but it came in at 3.5, and that's because so much time was spent going horizontal and not going vertical up and down and creating turns and maneuvers that give you the points, while it was a fantastic wave and most probably the one you would want to catch in a free surf in a heat that was too fast really to get the turns done.
Yeah, in a free surf, you'd just be flying, having so much fun, just gaining some speed, trying to draw a high line.
Exactly.
But heat surfing is so different from that.
Yeah, you've got to pick waves that go at a pace that allow you to get your turns done, the maneuvers done. Having a look here. Beautiful waves. Love that shot there from right in front. Be a very similar angle to what the judges see. And you can see there's right-handers off the other sides of these peaks as well. Most of the surfers choosing to go left at this point in time. But there is the potential for right-handers off the other side. And we saw yesterday afternoon when the wind came up and the wind was blowing into the lefts, the surfers chose to go on the rights, and those rights were clean. So I'm sure we'll see some of them during the day.
Yeah, it was a great decision late in the day. As we take a look now at Warren, goes up for a big blow of the tail, but can't hold on to his positioning.
had to try, and I suppose that was an impact or an influence of that first wave. The first wave, you know, scoring 3.5 after such an incredibly long ride, he went, okay, I'm going to look for some shorter, punchier ones and just hit it as hard as I can. Sometimes you fall, but sometimes you make it, and when you make it, you get the big scores.
9 having a look now. Chasing a 7.29 to take himself into that leading position, but he's holding down in second as he wraps into that first turn. A lot of power and spray flying off of that board as he goes in for the layback, kicks the board out with confidence as well.
Yeah, beautiful turn. Sometimes I feel like there's that opportunity to just pause a little at the end of the wave. You know, you see the surfer do the last turn and then jump immediately. And to me, it almost feels a little incompleted almost because you jump so quickly. And although you've jumped deliberately, I just feel like that in that particular situation there's that opportunity to just stand for a moment, compose, put the full stop at the end of the sentence and then jump through. But I see that a lot. You know, people, I suppose, are in a hurry to get back out.
Under 18 girls getting ready to paddle out. This will be their first round of the event that we'll be seeing hitting the lineup. We'll be tracking through the majority of the heats in their opening round today. We won't quite be able to finish it out because the opening rounds are really large. 32 heats per opening round for each of our 4 divisions, under 16 boys and girls, under 18 boys and girls.
441 surfers from 54 nations in total. And you saw the free surf out there this morning, and the majority of free surf so far, we've heard people talk about it, super crowded. Lucky that, you know, they're open breaks. There's a lot of space, even at Elsenzaal, the right point. There's lots of different places to take off on that wave as there are out here at La Bocana. So although the free surfs are crowded, I think that makes you love your heat even more.
It's so true to finally get to paddle out with only 4 people, where sometimes we'd look as a competitive surfer and be like, 4-person heats. All right, that's a lot to deal with in a heat.
And 20 minutes, not a lot of time.
And 20 minutes as we take a look at the replay here for this last wave of Nesher.
Yeah, it was that beautiful snap. And he drives into the inside, waiting for it to stand up, floats that lip, drops down cleanly, completely. 9. Representing Thailand, drives off the bottom, beautiful wrap, slides the tail a little bit, waits for it to stand up. This layback snaps, really nice. There's that little toy, stands for that second, he goes, I've got it, and then jumps so that he has less distance to paddle and can get out the back as quickly as possible. Does improve to a 4.93 on that one.
Yeah, it puts that, that requirement a little bit smaller to get himself into that leading position, a 3.83 for his last wave. Also, just narrowly increases the requirements on 3rd and 4th as we see a decent sized set approaching. Now we're down to 3 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. This is where it's going to get interesting. Down to the final few minutes. Likely just this single set remaining for everyone. Maybe we'll have one more decent set, you know, kind of around that 30-second mark. But this wave is going to matter. Jay Phipps with a great looking kind of layback drive down the line for that first and second turn. Lots of style coming through from the young surfer representing France. And we'll have a score to drop. That was only his second ride. Opened up with that 2.93.
Yeah, long wait. But, you know, the first wave we didn't really get to see his best surfing. Great to see that one there.
Spends a lot of time traveling around the world for the Phipps family. His dad is Australian, his mom is Welsh, but he was born in France. He spends those colder European months in Victoria in Australia instead. So he's got some great quality waves and opportunity to adventure as we take a look at Warren out of Barbados, throws it up for a big turn. Manages to hold on to that kind of board and that control coming down the face of the wave. Not with a lot of that speed that you'd kind of want to see at this stage, with maybe just a single maneuver to get him a big score.
Yeah, absolutely. And a 3.97's the ask for Jay Phipps. I'm calling he definitely gets that, and we'll send a shout out to his dad, Mark Phippsy, from Victoria. Moved over there to France a long time ago. And young man representing France, Jay Phipps. Sounds Australian, doesn't it, really? And great to see a second-generation surfer ripping it up.
Quite a few of those in the lineup this week.
Yeah, there are, heaps.
A lot of Groms to some of the world's great surfers that have kind of set the tone for generations before. Waiting for scores now to drop through for last of Jay. The score in for last of Warren, a 2.13. So it does add to his heat total, but it doesn't chip away at his requirement. He's chasing that 3.41 as we take a look now at Nesher out of Mexico. He's just been on a real roll throughout this heat. 2 scores in within those first few minutes. Stalls on the inside section here, lines it up for that little lip line finish. Thought he was maybe going to go for the air. Timed out that end very well.
Well, that's got to be the best way for the heat so far, I would say. You know, he had the 5.43 and a 4.17 early. He improved to the 4.93. Got to the top of the priority roster, 30 seconds to go. He drops into that beautiful wave and just surfed it so confidently, so powerfully. And that's going to maybe, I believe that'll eclipse the 5.43 and give him a fantastic heat total for the first round for Mexico. Great performance, dominant, controlling, no mistakes. Done everything he wanted to do and more, most probably.
5 seconds on the clock. Will there be enough time for 9 to get to his feet? Paddling. He is up and riding, I would think, before the buzzer. And he's got a great looking wall in front of him. He wants to make sure, well, now he's actually down in to third as Jay's score has dropped. So this is an important wave. Looking for that end section, flying down the line, gets a little float across the foam and puts on that ending punch. A 4.48 is his requirement to take away second as Jay's last score comes in at a 5.37, the second highest of the heat so far. We've also got a score to lock in for last of Nesher, who will be holding on to that leading position.
Correct.
Question mark more so being on 9 out of Thailand. Is that the 4.48 that he needs to regain second?
There's every chance it is. It was a long ride. I think there were 4 turns in total in the end. Nice layback there at the start. You can see Jay Phipps there kind of lamenting a bit of a slow heat, bit of a slow start, still counting that 2.93. If he doesn't advance, he knows that he's capable of better and just needs to get busy early because that 2.93 isn't a reflection of the quality of surfing, more the 5.37.
That's right. Just, you know, getting that ball rolling a bit quicker would allow him to have been able to try and get rid of that 2.93 as his backup score. Now scores are in for last of Nesher. You nailed it. Highest score of the heat so far, a 6.23 for our heat leader out of Mexico. Holds him in that first place position significantly. Now waiting for the last score for 9, who is a phenomenal surfer coming out of Thailand, and definitely a location that as surfers we should spend more time traveling to. Great coastline, beautiful country, and 9 says there's just so many good waves there that don't get traveled to very often. So it's a great opportunity to get in the lineup more. We've got another score to drop. We'll give you the situation update when we return. More right after this.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
World Junior Surfing Championships. Results in from that last heat. Officially, Team Mexico, Nesher Monjares takes away the win convincingly. And in second, it's the surfer out of Thailand, Nathakran Se Liu, or 9, ends up getting the score on his final wave to just inch out Jay Phipps into third, and Warren Pavey lands in fourth place. So France and Barbados heading into the rapid charge rounds, and Mexico and Thailand advancing through. Out in the lineup now, Spain, Chile, Chinese Taipei, and Guatemala, with Hans Odriozola, the gold medalist from last year's U16s division, now surfing into the under-18s, up against Renato Medina, Chia Chi Yu, and Mark Edward Najera out of Guatemala. So this is going to be a great heat with high expectations on the reigning gold medalist from our under-16s division. He's already opened up and put a 7.5 on the board, Barton.
Living up to the high expectations, an incredible young surfer, leading a European charge here at the ISAs. Spain really showing what they're capable of, and here he is.
Up and riding again. He's already got a 7.5 on the board, opting for the right on this second wave. 2 solid turns to start. Sets it up for the third with a bit of power as that wave just kind of angles back towards him. And he's setting a statement in the under-18s.
Wow, brilliant surfing from the Spanish youngster. As you said, champion there in Rio de Janeiro in the under-16s. Took that world championship home with him to Spain, now in the 18s. His brother is surfing in the Challenger Series as well, so a talented family.
Yeah, making their name around the world. Nice to see Kai getting some heats strung together on the Challenger Series now. And Hans opening up with a huge 7.5, putting the backup score on, now waiting to see the rest of the field. We've already got a single score on the board for Yu Chia Chi out of Chinese Taipei. And no priority established yet between Renato or Mark in those 3rd and 4th place positions, set approaching. As we can see our surfers getting themselves into position. Beautiful looking left. Starting to peel here at La Bocana, and we've got a paddle from Renato. Up and riding as he drives through that opening turn in that top third of the wave. Sets himself up with that bottom turn into the lip line and can't hold on to control.
Famous surfing name, Medina. Goofy footer as well, Renato, so I bet he looks towards Gabriel Medina and takes inspiration from that champion goofy footer.
Well, that last heat was exciting. Out with a quick start, Nesher Monjares for Mexico put his statement down, finished off very strong as well. He's on the side with Rachel.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, Nesher, congratulations. Your happiness and your elation is obvious. Tell me how it felt to win that heat.
Feels good, really good, because, you know, first heat is all the nervous. You need to lose all that nervous, and feels good, yeah, to pass first. And, yeah, it's a lot more heats, but step by step, yeah.
You have your team all around you. Everyone's very excited. How does it feel to be representing Mexico here?
Feels amazing. It's like an honor to me to represent Mexico. All my friends is super funny. We hang out every day, and yeah, I love it.
And I saw you warming up with your coach right before your heat. Is there anything that you do specifically in order before every single heat?
I do different things, but this time I'm working with Mark, this ISA, and feels very, very, very good. So I'm happy, I'm strong, and yeah.
Well, you're looking strong. Congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say back to Mexico?
Saludos a todos mis amigos, a Sasha, Sebas, Alan, a Tewen, a Nahum, a todos que están ahí, a Gael, a todos, a mi mamá, a mi hermanito, y vamos para arriba, viva México, cabrones.
Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Solid performance from Nesher as we take a look at the Guatemalan. Mark up and riding into a frothy section to end with white wave matching the white jersey.
Well, what great energy from Nesher there with his victory. such a positive young man. That board looked like it had done some mileage. I was just looking at those, lots of bumps and lumps on the board, so riding some well-known equipment. Oh, an 817 dropped just before for this young man, Hans Odriozola. That one, well, once you've had an 817 and a 7.5, you most probably lower the intensity or back off a little bit, even unknowingly to yourself. And we saw a couple of losses of control there on that wave, which is very uncharacteristic. But with those two scores already.
Let's take a look at his opening 7.5.
Okay, snaps out of the top. Waits for the next section. Times it beautifully. Wow. Big. Perfectly done backhand re-entry. Here's the 817. 2 turns on the left to start. First carve there. Beautiful. Another wrap there. And then comes around into this closeout section. Lays it back momentarily and cuts out 3 on that. Geez, that backhand re-entry is beautiful too. Here's that last wave into the lip watch here. Oh, the little loss of control out of the bottom. Weight was a little bit back. Didn't kind of drive the front end of the rail, and there was a sort of John inspired carve out of the top. Caught the rail though. Doesn't matter much because his score of 15.67 is most probably enough to hold on to a lead, even though it's early days.
It will be a challenging one for the rest of the field to come back to take the win.
Absolutely.
For sure, with that 15.67 on the board.
So starting really where he finished off in Rio a few months back, really showing signs of why he won there and why he would be one of the favorites here.
Yeah, how exciting was that final as well, just reflecting back on it between him and, 4-person final, but really it was the battle between Hans and Luke Skinner to be able to take away that leading position, with Lucas holding on to the win pretty much until the dying seconds and Hans just pulling it out of the hat. But a really solid performance from both of them, pushing each other and pushing the level of surfing in the under-16s.
Yeah, Lucas Skinner was on fire that event, representing England, Great Britain. He, Ben Skinner, his father, so again a second-generation competitive surfer, and it showed. He was one of the stars all week and maybe peaked a little bit early, and in that final it still looked like he might have held on, but his best was maybe earlier. There's Hans there on the shoulders celebrating his victory.
Yeah, at ISAsurfing, for those of you on Instagram, which would be the majority of our followers and those that are tuning in. Very exciting to see the young 16-year-old be chaired up the beach that day, and just such a cool final to be able to witness. Like you said, Lucas, kind of hitting his stride early within that event, and would have been tough to hold on to that leading position. Hans, though, knew he really needed to up his game in order to take away the win, and that's exactly what he did. As we're taking a look now at Renato Medina up and riding out of Chile, and he's got that 217 on the board so far. This is going to help his situation, starts really building that score line. As we're about halfway through this heat, important moments for everyone to start to find that rhythm, that, kind of repetitive nature of getting a few turns connected together in order to battle for that second place position, as everyone is in a combination situation to take away the lead. And Mark sitting out the back under third priority, with Yu Chia-Chi out of Chinese Taipei sitting with first priority next to his name. So he'll have pick of the lineup.
Always such an advantage. He's having a look at this one. Sometimes the biggest waves aren't the best ones. There's those mid-sized ones that hit the reef beautifully, right or left. But I suppose generally speaking, as we see Hans put his arm in the air there, most probably wanting to hear the scores, and he'll be smiling when he does.
Score in for his last wave with a couple of those little, glitches within it. Just a 6.33. For the rest of the field, they'd be frothing with right now.
Still a very high score, so, that's, for that wave, I feel like he's gained momentum through those first 2 rides, and that third ride sort of piggybacked off that opening momentum and positivity that's around his performance, and an incredible surfer.
A 4.17 drops in for Renato, last of blue, sets him up with that second place position and puts the first kind of real score in the conversation for those bottom 3.
Exactly.
Great opportunity. As we can see, the ocean has just gone quiet. So within a 20-minute heat, we're looking at maybe 3 big opportunities for everybody. a little bit of a kind of quiet lull in between those sets.
We saw in that the previous heat, we commentated too, the first two rides were influential for Mexico, and they held on and put them into a leading position, held on the whole way. Very similar scenario playing itself out here, but with even higher scores and an even higher hurdle to jump for the other three. That 4:17 gets you, really at this point in time, blue, white and green would be considering it's a three-man heat for second place, really, although you'd still be aspiring to win. When you look at the 15.67 total, you go, well, a couple of eights might be hard to match. I might just be surfing for second, and a 4:17 could be very influential.
Putting himself into position, surfer in green. Maybe looking to eye off the left on this wave. He's going to just paddle right over. He can see there's another set coming behind. And we'll see where they're positioned. Hans putting himself into position possibly for the right, with Yu putting himself in position off the left. We'll track with Hans now. Already sitting in a position with a significant lead, starting to just loosen up the back as he goes for another layback. Throws it up into the lip on the finish.
That is the fantastic thing about seeing that 8:17 and 7.5 is that Hans Odriozola is going to go nuts in the back end, and every wave he catches, he's going to, has to go nuts to improve.
Taking a look at Yu on the left, where we tracked with Hans on the right. Couple big carves so far. Just cuts that one short for a moment because he can see what's coming down the line, and putting a lot of power and emphasis into each of these turns. Solid-sized kid with a lot of weight to really move around on the face of a wave.
Great use of priority, fantastic wave selection. So handled the pressure of the priority and the need at this point in time to get a score on the board with 6:45 on the clock. And he wrote, there were a couple of turns there that were pulled short, but in the context of the whole ride, I feel like it's going to be better than that 4:17. It's looking for a 5:34. And if we think to the 6.33 even of Hans Odriozola, that wave there could be the third best wave of the heat perhaps, and put him in a good position for advancement.
Renato looking smooth as he lines up that first turn into the second. He's looking to improve on a 2.17 with those two turns. There we can see Yu paddling out the back. He drops a 4.37 on the board as White kind of goes flying past the screen. So White's going to have another score to drop. He just gets taken out in the end section. And have a look at this set. It might just be enough for Green to put himself back into position, possibly on that third wave within it. So a couple waves going unridden because everyone's caught the waves on that set just before. And this one, as we can see, Hans paddling back into position.
The 4.37 for Taipei felt a little bit like a better wave, and perhaps the shortness of some of those turns really impacted the way the judges assessed the overall ride. There were moments there where if the turn had a little more arc and was a little open, a little more complete, rather than just sort of a flicky hit, that score could have gone to the sixes, I would feel like. The wave itself was definitely a 6 or a 7 in terms of a wave, and we'll get to break that down right here. First turn. See how that even on that snap, it sort of shortened a little bit. This one shortened a little bit too. So there he started to wind up. There was maybe a barrel on that inside. Again, that snap had that shorter arc. So there was some good turns, but then some shorter arcs in there that didn't sort of complete the opportunity in the wave, didn't really maximize the potential of the wave. So really that wave was a 4.37. Potentially it was a 7+ ride, so surf down through the shortness of the arc. There's some good lessons and some good coaching opportunities there for that young man.
Yeah, great analysis, BL, as we can see that next set coming through. So right now, Chinese Taipei sitting in third, chasing a 2.73 to put himself up into that top 2 position. Top 2 advancing through into main round 2. Bottom 2 will be heading into the repechage round.
We love the repechage round and the opportunities that brings. It's a fantastic part of the system. 2 chances for everybody, and as really our goal here is to develop our sport internationally and help the developing nations grow, that the repechage is instrumental in that.
A little bit of positioning out the back. Surfers on the outside deciding to let this one go. Mark swings around into a big section. That was going to be always a bit late.
Well, in his position, you may as well try. You got to turn, chicken salad into you-know-what. A chicken, you know how that one goes. And so you've got to go for it. You've got to try. You've got to, throw your board into the lip and throw caution to the wind to get the scores you're going to need. So the right approach in that situation, not the right result, but you never know if you don't try. So great to see that attack in his performance.
Still 3 minutes remaining on the clock. Plenty of time. We'll see if maybe this set was the last, if there might be another wave, another little set to come through as we get closer to the buzzer. And Yu is going to have a look at this wave. Draws that line after the first carve, sets himself up for the second. He's only chasing a 2.73 right now to put himself back into the advancing position. And unfortunately, just unable to ride out of that finishing maneuver.
He was on his way, wasn't he? When you
right there.
As you said that, I was thinking exactly that, and I was like, oh, well, he's on his way to the score. He could get that score easy with that incompletion, and he's not going to get that score, I would say.
17 years old now. Oh, he just gets the 2.8, so just there. But it only leaves a 3-point requirement on Renato. Now, had he completed that final maneuver, maybe into the 3s,
yeah, for
could have
sure.
put a slightly bigger ask on the board, a little bit more pressure.
And the judges liking the arc that he was getting in that turn, the fact that the first turn came around more than the previous wave, so looked like he learnt the lessons off that first wave and was able to adapt his performance and just ever so slightly get what he needed.
17 years old now. He's been competing in the ISA event since he was 12. His first event was at ISAs in Huntington Beach, and he has really just kind of grown into his own surfing since those early years from when we first witnessed. Like you're mentioning, the judges liking the arc of that first turn, as he just is unable to finish out the final maneuver. Grew up in southern Taiwan with a great surf location, Nanwan, right in front of his house. So started surfing around age 11. Half Taiwanese, half French. And so he's able to kind of split that, kind of upbringing that we're seeing from so many different surfers in the lineup between a couple of different places, but has spent the majority of his life growing up in Chinese Taipei. And we've really seen that surfing nation continue to develop year after year. We've seen some great effort in behind the scenes from their coaches, from Keenan and from Kiki, in the development of their junior squads with hopes for the future. As we can see, one more set approaching. We're into that final minute, Barton.
It's a big set and small scores, even from fourth place, a 4.6. From third for Renato Medina. Here he is up and riding, looking for the 3.01.
Big scoring potential on a wave like this as well. Just no major maneuvers yet. Kind of speeding down the line. He only needs the 3, and that's a missed opportunity.
Yeah, he's not going to get it on that one. And the support crew feel the pain.
Chilean team recognizing the weight of that final moment. It might just work in favor of Chinese Taipei, although Guatemala now with a chance, chasing a 4.60. Big opening wrap, just a bit soft on that first turn. Not really able to find any momentum in this wave. He's not going to get that 3.60, sorry, 4.60. And Hans, just on his victory lap coming in, used his priority on that last wave.
Well, what a great result for Chia Chi. Chinese Taipei holding on to second place. And this young man, he was in the start from the very beginning, and just then he wasn't really paying attention. He was enjoying the fact that his victory ride to the shore and the fact that he won the heat. And then looked down and went, oh no, I've got to get out of here before I lose my fins on my favourite board.
Before a couple of rocks connect with those fins. Huge rock right behind him there. Well, and a very impressive heat from Spain's Hans Odriozola, our reigning gold medalist for the under-16s division for his first time surfing up into the under-18s. Putting together a statement. And even though he's newer to this age division, those 18-year-olds have got to watch their back.
They sure do. He looked very comfortable, very confident, and big things expected from that young man as we move into the future. And we just saw great performance from him right there. Great way to start the event.
Guatemala and Chile will be heading into the rapid charge rounds. They're going to have more opportunities for Mark and for Renato to kind of assess how that heat went, to be able to watch how the conditions change over the next few days. They'll get ready for their rapid charge rounds, possibly to be surfed tomorrow, thinking about kind of where we're at with the main rounds, the opening rounds happening for the under 16 boys at El Sunzal and under 18 girls here at La Bocana today. That'll wrap up round 1 for our under 18 boys. When we return, we will see the first heats for the under 18 girls hitting the lineup for this year's ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. USA, Mexico, Chile, and Latvia in the water when we return.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to a country full of adventure, great waves, great food, volcanoes, everything in between that you could imagine visiting, the jungle, the rainforest. Incredible culture here in El Salvador, and we're pleased to be back once again for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. It's been a few years since 2022 event for these Groms, some of them to be surfing out at this location. As we take a look now at the first waves for the under 18 girls division, Vela Mativ from the USA up and riding, getting a couple carves connected together for her opening wave of this event, and a good looking end section lining up as she just checks and sets it up for a solid finish to get her heat underway.
Been quite a wait. You sit around on that first day and you know you're not surfing to watch all your team mates and members surfing their heats, advancing or not, and then you've got your turn. So comes with some pressure, some responsibility when you're representing your nation. And that was a great, calm, controlled approach to that first wave. Got the completion at the end, never looked rushed, didn't look nervous. It was a really nice way to start your heat.
Get that campaign going as we take a look now at Layla Phillips out of Team Chile into that first big hook, and she'll just get swallowed by that wave. In the water up against Coral Modina from Mexico and Marta Sauka from Latvia. Coral was competing on the longboard team for Team Mexico here just last week for the ISA Longboard World Championships. She made it into the important ends of the round. She's a really fantastic longboarder. She's got beautiful style, a lot of grace and flow within her surfing, and I'm excited to see how she goes now, making that quick transition to surfing a different type of equipment.
And always great to go from a longer board down to a short board, because your short board just feels like a little toy and you're able to throw it around with aggression and ease, and it just feels so good.
Well, a great heat in the last one for the first of Hans Odriozola at this year's World Junior Surfing Championships. Let's check in with him now.
Thanks, guys. Congratulations, Hans. The highest heat total of the entire round. You were the last heat of the entire round, and you put a stamp on that. How does that feel?
It feels amazing. After yesterday watching every single heat and waiting for my heat, I'm happy to go today with better waves and perfect conditions.
Yeah, well, the conditions are beautiful this morning. You're on a peak at La Bocana. What do you make of the waves and competing out here?
Yes, this is probably one of my favorite waves in the world. After 2 years ago, I got fourth here, and I love the wave, and right now I love it too.
Well, continuing to age up, you got fourth 2 years ago. You got the gold medal in the under-16s last year. How do you feel going into this year?
Yes, I know I will try my best and try to make the final again. Let's see how it goes.
Well, you're looking great for it. Is there anything you'd like to say back home?
Muchas gracias a todos los que me estáis viendo, a mi hermano también que está en Australia y sé que me está viendo, un saludo y a por la próxima.
Congratulations, and back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well done to Hans. And excited to see how he fares through the rest of this event in the under-18s. So far, with a solid start.
Yeah, I expect big things every time he takes to the water. Those opening rides kind of just blew us all away. Got the highest score of the round. And as he said, he had to wait through yesterday. But when you wait through yesterday and you saw the wind and the conditions yesterday, you'd be happy to get a morning heat today in these beautiful conditions.
Yeah, we should have clean, good conditions with a little bit more swell today and tomorrow, as that swell is kind of starting to peak and then sort of tapering off for the next few days after that. But here at Surf City El Salvador, the waves just never really stop. Even when it's small, it's still 3 to 5 foot, which is well overhead for the majority of our surfers in this event. And there's still lots of scoring potential. That wind can get a bit challenging like we saw yesterday afternoon. So I'm sure for these young women as well, paddling out in the under-18 girls division, they'd have been frothing to see, kind of to see the announcement of the schedule a few days before the event happened, to find out which heats they would be placed in, and knowing that they'd have some clean conditions this morning. As we take another look, first wave, a 4-point ride for Vela.
First cut back, and there's a second one there. Obviously not a lot of points in what's happened so far. You can see just moving aboard, rail to rail, snaps it there, builds the energy towards the inside, gets the nice last turn in. That's where the majority of the points in the 4 came from, with that last couple of turns, the energy in that. So I expect to see the energy rise to a level of excitement earlier in this next ride from her. The 0.93. Interesting to note that some of these waves, when you look at the size of them, they're double overhead when you're at the bottom.
That's exactly right. As we take a look at Marta representing Latvia, a very first time competing here at the World Junior Championships for the nation. She's the only surfer for her team represented here, and it's really awesome to have her in the mix. And charging, that was a solid sized wave.
It's about to get caught by the whitewater here. Really, each of those whitewaters that hits you is going to be washing you further and further in, and she's going to be hit by quite a few whitewaters as it appears with this big set on the outside. So to get the duck dive here, or to even dive off your board under that whitewater to try and hold your position, would be a good thing to do, because it's going to be a long paddle out, and there's going, we're at 8 minutes gone. There's going to be, a long paddle. She may get back out the back with 6 minutes to go or whatever after this set watches her all the way. And look at the size of this one.
Vela in a great position for it. We saw Coral go down on that last wave. Vela into that first turn, looking down the line to try and race out the section. Can't quite get there. This is one of the bigger sets that we're seeing throughout the morning.
I was going to say, is it pulsing right now? I suppose we've got an incoming high tide to around noon today. So with that incoming tide, you'd imagine that push of the ocean coming in is going to rise the size of the swell, and then maybe that's what we're seeing here, paddling.
Ooh, having a look there for Leia Phipps out of Chile. She's got that 093 for that first takeoff. She loves surfing big waves. Punta de Lobos.
Ooh.
She said her favorite board is her 9.2 gun.
Really?
Charging.
Well.
So she's going to feel really comfortable out here.
Exactly, yeah.
Now it's going to be that wave selection and being able to put a smaller board in the right sections to really get some of those turns.
And you've taken off your full suit, and you're in a bikini or a swimsuit of some sort, because it's, the water's warmer than the land. It's hot out there. And so that's got to feel good. When you take the wetsuit off and it's just so easy to paddle, it feels so energetic.
Couple of small scores on the board. We'll have Leia sitting with that first priority. Coral's already out the back with second priority next to her name. A paddle here for Leia. Can't quite get into it. Does look a little bit kind of slopey right at the top of the wave. Like you almost need a little bit of that chip in with the white water just to get that bit of momentum. But then if you have that, it will send you so fast. So being in the right section to catch these waves is going to be really crucial. As Coral's now up and riding for Team Mexico, has split her time between Baja California Sur and Ontario in Canada. And so she's another one of those kids in the draw that's had that, opportunity to travel a lot growing up, to be, a very good when it comes to speaking different languages, fluent in English, fluent in Spanish, and doing well to represent her country. That was a solid section at the end.
Fluid on the wave too. Beautiful style. You see those nice little body movements that was so. Here we go. Latvia. The first wave ever for the nation here at the ISAs.
Here at the Junior Championships.
Yes, that's right. Yes. Look at this big one for America, for the United States. Snaps out of the top. It's going to be most probably the second best wave of the heat so far. Big wave, big turn. And watch this style and technique here. The back leg, the way it bends in is just beautiful. The way she flows with the upper body. Great technique, great style. And looked like she was dancing with that wave. It was really beautiful surfing.
Taking one more, look at maybe some live action with a heavy section. I think for Coral, that style, a lot of that style comes from the fact that she's often riding longboards.
Yes.
She's often riding that board that's, 9, maybe 9.2, 9.4 in length. It causes her to slow down and really pay attention to the lines that she's drawing.
Yeah.
And it's so nice when surfers at a really young age are introduced to surfing different types of craft. When they're kind of, maybe coming from a community, maybe from a family, but even, the surfers around them, if they're surfing bigger boards, rather than just their competitive short boards that they have to be surfing heats in, can really kind of give that well-rounded approach. And in Coral surfing, that style is just kind of untouchable.
Beautiful. Looks that way on a longboard too.
Bella now up and riding. She's put a 3.5 on the board for her second score. Has her sitting in the lead. Just bogs that kind of bottom turn coming out of it, unfortunately. So she'll have to reset, but she's going to be in a good position to put herself back out there. Coral up and riding again. A little bit farther down the line. As she drives through that first turn, just the single maneuver, and she'll pin drop out of that wave. So she's looking to improve on a 1.37. Leia is sitting with priority, so she's still in that kind of control position for wave selection and has opted not to take off on something that looks like it might close out down the line.
Yeah. Good plan, that. Duck dives the whitewater there. Looking like Layla Phillips from Chile. And Marta from Latvia. 0.093083. 7 minutes on the clock, still plenty of time, but not the start that they would want. This heat has had some consistent big sets though too. So that always adds to the challenge, because here it doesn't sort of break in the one spot. The bigger it gets, the further out it moves, and you can't sit out the back for those rare big sets, because you're going to be out of position for the majority of waves. You've only got 20 minutes. You need 2 good waves, so you need to get going. Here's the numbers for this event: over 440 athletes from 54 nations.
An exceptional turnout for this year's World Junior Championships. Some new nations in the conversation as well. And a record 194 girls in the event, 43% of competitors, which is incredible to see that push for equality. Of course, the ISA since 2017 has offered equal slots for men and women in competition, which is not the case at many other events around the world. So 3 boys allowed on every team, 3 girls allowed on every team per age division, so you get a total of 12 surfers. That wasn't the case in the early days of the ISA. It was often, maybe 4 men on the team, or 4 boys and 2 girls, sometimes even only the single girl, but they made that move in the right direction with that hope of Olympic inclusion. And now we're seeing Vela with a great looking snap. So finding that smaller wave, giving her that opportunity to really loosen up on the turns.
Yeah, absolutely. Looking to improve on the 3.5. The 3.5 was a very big wave. and it was a big snap on a big wave. So the 3.5 will be hard to beat with a single turn on a smaller wave, but it was a little more radical. And I suppose really what we've noticed, or what I've noticed, is the increase over time. So as there's been an increase in women surfers globally, and as the increase in numbers, when I started surfing, it was 1 woman to 50 men. Most probably your local break, Pam Burridge surfed where I surfed, Lane Beachley surfed where I surfed. I grew up with those young girls, but there weren't two, and Tony Sawyer was another professional surfer from our area. So we've always had great women surfers, but it's the number of surfers, female surfers, that wasn't there. And as the numbers of women participating has increased, so has the number of spots to compete. And so surfing, keeping up with the development of the female side of the sport, and the equal prize money at the professional level as well. So a lot of great moves in surfing.
Yeah, incredible to be able to see, and the growth of women surfing around the globe. So many young women getting into the water these days. A lot of kind of learn to surfers as well as they're into their 20s, maybe their 30s, 40s, or 50s, taking up, a new sport that gets them into the ocean, gets them connected with nature. It's such an awesome sport to participate in, even if you're not looking at competition one day, even as a Grom. If you're not one of those kids that's really competitive, it's such a great opportunity to just get in the ocean and have kind of that fun sport that you're a part of, where you don't need to be competitive if you're just going out for free surfs.
Oh, 100%. Surfing's really, not about competition. It's about that engagement with nature and community and friends, and paddling out into the ocean and just enjoying yourself, making yourself physically and mentally healthy. Competition, really in reality for surfing is a very small part of surfing, and very few surfers compete in terms of the general population. But this part of the sport is continuing to grow as well, and Olympic inclusion is a big part to do with that. And especially the acceptance of our sport globally, the understanding of what it is we do and who we are.
3 minutes remaining on the clock. Now, Leia has put herself in kind of a bad position at this stage. She's really comfortable in big waves. She hasn't put herself into a good wave with scoring potential at this stage. She's just got that 0.93 on the board. She's been holding on to priority for a long time, Barton, as well. Now sitting down into that 4th place position, as Marta has gotten herself another ride on the board at 0.23. And we've got Leia finally up and riding. Driving through that first turn, sets herself up off the bottom, hooks under the lip, and she's going to get swallowed. Chasing now a 5.57 because we've got some other scores that have dropped in. Vela out in that leading position for Team USA, improved on that smaller wave. That single turn was rewarded with a 4.33. And then for Coral, she's sitting now with that 3.27 on the board and a 2.77 to back it up. So it's putting those requirements slightly higher in the rest of the field. Leia just dropped in a 2.0, so it's going to help her equation, but she's going to need to get herself back in position with a big set coming, a 4.5 requirement on the board.
Great to see Marta get another wave as well, because it was always going to be a super hard paddle back out. And in my mind, I was wondering whether you would even make it, given the time and the distance you were going to have to paddle and the amount of whitewater you've got to duck dive on the inside. Because once you get pushed right to the inside, it's a long paddle, and that's why we see a lot of people jumping quickly so that they can not have to duck dive so many whitewaters on the way back out, as we see Layla having to do right here.
Just looking to get herself back into position. We can see surfers in the next heat paddling out. So after this heat, or from this heat, we're now going to be running through our girls under 18s division for the rest of the day here at La Bocana. At our other peak, at the other podium, podium number 2, you can click over to watch that broadcast if you're tuning in from ISAsurf.org. It's really easy. It's right there at the top of the screen. You can also click over to listen to the Spanish broadcast. If you're a Spanish speaker or you're learning how to speak Spanish, you want to challenge yourself to see how much you understand. We've got an incredible team, Axel, Kai, and Mateo in the booth there, calling the action in Spanish throughout the entire week. So you've got a few different, actually 4 broadcasts that you can tune into across, or sorry, 3.
Yeah.
4 across the different, kind of events that we're running throughout this week. Have the opportunity to follow through along with the under 16 boys who are surfing at Sunzal today. And with this kind of swell, there's going to be some really substantial waves being ridden on that side. So that's going to be exciting to be able to track through some of those results. But out in the water right now, it's Team USA's Vela Mativ sitting in the leading position with a couple fours on the board. Coral for Team Mexico with that 3.73 and 2.77 has her sitting in second. Now, will we see Leia or Marta get themselves another score on the finish? From what I can see, it looks like just Vela and Coral are sitting out of backline. We also know they're the only two with priority, so it's unlikely that either Leia or Marta were going to be in a position to take off on a wave with that open face out the back for the finish.
Yeah, there's the time up. So this one's done. Dominant performance from Vela and Coral. And I particularly like the style and the approach of Coral. I think there's a lot to watch there, a lot of potential now that she's down on that shortboard.
Yeah, an exciting way to kick things off for the girls under 18s division with the biggest sets that we've seen throughout the morning. Just cleaning
100%.
things up 2 times within that heat right at the start, right about 2/3 of the way through as well. So challenging to kind of reassess positioning given the size of those sets. We'll see how many more of those big sets continue through the day because we're expecting with that push of the tide that it could get pretty solid. We've got more action to come. When we return, Paul Evans alongside Mitch Salazar to call the action. More of our under 18 girls right after this.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador, picking up vision of a brand new heat out in the water. Under 18 girls duking it out, vying for supremacy in some pumping conditions. Beautiful and clean on the face, plenty of power still out in the water as well. We'll pick up Maxima Rezano, Nicaragua, right now on this left, almost pulling in for some vish. She goes out in the face, does a bit of work, little snap to finish. And that'll kick things off for our second heat, the first round of the women. Joining myself, Paul Evans, to talk you through it. Mitchell Salazar, ¿cómo estás?
Buenos días, Paul.
Buenos
Muy bien,
días.
¿Usted?
Really, really good. Loving this.
Oh, see, you've been practicing. You got a couple languages down and dialed.
We got anything to work with there?
We could.
I'm sure you can help me out a bit.
You want to jump into the Spanish booth for a couple heats?
Maybe we'll save that for finals day. Save that for finals. So 20 minutes, 2 top scores. We'll keep surfers in the draw. 3rd and 4th position. They'll be heading to repechage. In the heats, we're having a look at Vera Jariz of Argentina, Fabia Klein from Germany, Constancia Simos from Portugal, Maxima Rezano, who we just saw. Here is Vera. Another goofy with a powerful swoop back into the pocket. Nice and patient here. Strong bottom turn and an even stronger section. Just drains and unloads. She decides to go over rather than attack it. Probably quite a smart move.
Yeah, definitely. And you know, I've known Vera for a few years now. Saw her grow up through the U16s, now in the U18. She's in her final year, so a big opportunity for her to be able to capitalize on a golden chance to compete here in Latin America too, so close to Argentina. As we look at the first year of Constancia, she's very young, comes from a place that isn't super well known in the south of Portugal either. That was a great turn right there, right in the pocket, Paul, so going to be a strong opening score for her. Maxima, she comes from a wave called Popollo. Real good left-hander, reef break that breaks really far outside, holds a lot of swell too, so she's accustomed to a lot of water moving around. sister Conde made the final last year in the same division. So Maxima, she's surfing up right now in the girls U18, and Vera, this is her opener, the 2.37. So just the one carve, really. And as you said, not enough speed here for this last section. So it was smart for her to eject right there.
Am I right in thinking Popoyo's like offshore, like 300 days a year or something crazy like that?
That's Colorado. Yeah,
okay.
yeah, Colorado's, yeah. But Popoyo gets offshore quite a bit too. Wouldn't say maybe 360 days, but probably 300 plus.
Yeah, we'll take those. We'll take those stats. So a couple smaller numbers filling in, but a solid number for the Portuguesa. Constancia 6.83 for her, really, really solid. Just work that left-hander over part of that really strong Portuguese team. Also, Maria Salgado, she'll be coming up in this round as well. Another young surfer. She's out of Santa Cruz in Portugal, but a big push from them. They've been really, really sharp from what we've seen of that strong team representing Argentina right now and just pushing hard. Veda Jariz and goes down there. I like the intent.
Yep, so do I. And at this point of the comp, nothing to lose. 2 people make. You still have the repper chart, so might as well go for things right now. What I will say, though, is that the consistency has not dropped at all, Paul. I mean, super consistent out there. You want to be on the right waves, but being as consistent as it is, sometimes you just got to take the first wave you see.
Wow, Constancia, great wave. How's that line? Just attacking it, holds the bottom turn really strong. She's relatively slight in stature, but good strength, committing the rail and attacking the lip. And the judges have proven time and time again, you do not need to do half a dozen maneuvers here to get points.
So, it's an excellent point, and you know, you want to bring it up as often as possible, because those surfers that haven't competed at this high of a level in this event before, you want to remind them that it's not the quantity of maneuvers, but the quality of them. As we look at Anaí Blanchard and Conde Rezano, finalist last year at this event in the girls U18. She's going to be coming up in the next heat as well. So back-to-back heats for the Rezano sisters. And by the way, congrats to Conde. She's in the Olympics. She's got the universality slot for Team Nicaragua.
How cool is that? Really, really good to see different countries represented. Like, that's exactly the point behind the universality, right? Is representing countries that, you know, we do have a little bit of space in the draw, essentially. So we've got the traditional pathway, and then I think surfers just make their own case. They apply and make their own case for why they should be in.
Yeah,
really cool.
Comes down to certain countries that don't necessarily have a lot of Olympians. El Salvador's one. On the men's side, it went to Brian Perez, which is awesome. He did a training camp there last year at Chopo, and going to be really exciting to see a lot of these young surfers. I mean, to me, this year's Olympics compared to Tokyo 2020, much more competitive. Kali Vast, I think he's a contender for the gold medal. You have Alan Cleland Jr., who was last year's gold medalist here. John, Griffin, Gabe, the who's who, you know?
Yeah, I mean, it's even aside from that talent, just the wave itself as well.
Yes.
You know, just the impact of that before we even look at those like huge, some of the greatest surfers ever. Just the potential of what the wave could do as well. Match that up with the very, very best in the world. Really cool as well to see, you know, Brazil taking 3 surfers on the men, and that's been a slight tweak in format. And I think that it's slightly more fair and kind of representing the talent from that region as well. So yeah, we're not a whole couple of months away from that.
No, and as you said, I think the extra motivation came down to the location too. Tokyo was awesome. It was the first time ever. Nice to see Italo win and Kanoa make the final at home, but having that extra incentive, that extra motivation to compete at a location that very few have, first of all, but most importantly, the fact that it could be pumping 6 to 8 feet, that to me is the most special prize at the mall. You can keep your Olympic gold medal just by having a heat out there. That's a huge win, Paul.
Live action. Here goes Fabina Klein out of Germany. Holds the backhand bottom turn. Holds it pretty well. She deals with a slopey face here, slicing back to the juice. And then that section will just run away from her a touch. It didn't really go on the attack, but nice flow to it. Here's your heat leader from Portugal, Constancia, on a pushy right-hander. And that one just kind of tapering off rather than that running wall. And she decides not more maneuvers to be done. Good looking section here for Veda. What she got. Wow, look at this, standing up. And a nice snap in the pocket, plenty of spray from her. Wow, another really nice turn, but it's tricky. And that was technical surfing from her. That one just getting really steep really late.
Yeah, and you can see right there, just a slap on the top of the board. a little disappointed with that maneuver selection on the second one. Seemed like she needed to use the carve again rather than try to slide the fins. And, you know, she's riding the right equipment. It's a Paisel mixed in with the Mick Fannings, and it seems like opting for a larger fin, much more stable out here at La Bocana, which is really what you need. To me, it comes down to the equipment just as much as the surfing. So future fins, you're either got to be riding John, something that has a lot more speed control. On the FCS side, something that really holds in the pocket. Mix are awesome. I also think Felipe's fins here would also be a good selection, Paul.
Well, equipment is important, performance even more so. Let's go and hear it from the winner of the last heat with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Congratulations, Velo, representing the USA. The conditions are beautiful out there. Some of the biggest sets that we've seen so far have come through. How did that feel out there for you?
Yeah, it was super fun. I got a couple of fun ones, got smoked by a couple, but yeah, I'm stoked with the heat win.
And Team USA had a really dominant performance out here yesterday with the men under 18. Were you able to take some of their inspiration from them to apply out there?
Yeah, they definitely fired me up, like watching them surf, and yeah, I was just super stoked for my heat today.
And tell me about representing Team USA. Surfing in a team aspect is not very common outside of events from ISA, so how are you enjoying being on a team here?
Yeah, it's such an honor representing Team USA. There's so many good surfers, and I'm just stoked to represent.
Oh, well, very good. Congratulations. Is there anything you'd like to say back to home?
Thank you to all my sponsors, my parents, and everyone who supports me.
Congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Rachel. 9.5 minutes on the clock. Our surfer from Portugal in red. Pretty dominant in this, but a daylight 12.16. Healthy numbers for Constancia Simoes. In second place, Veda Hadis from Argentina, who's been attacking. She looks powerful. She looks aggressive. If she connects to that inside section, she's taking on big maneuvers. Yep. She's going to get rewarded heavily.
Yeah, and maybe now if the game plan hasn't worked out in your favor on the lefts, might as well be a good time to look at the rights too, Paul, because you look at Simoes, she's had a healthy balance of both rights and lefts so far. And 17 years of age from Portimao in the southern part of Portugal, near Algarve. You know that coastline very well. It's a part of the country that isn't nearly as represented as it should be. There's great waves, very consistent, but you usually see people from Ericeira or even from Peniche.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, what you've got down there is almost like two oceans, basically. So you've got the west coast, it's not far away, maybe half-hour drive, something like that, and very exposed, the full North Atlantic action. And then just wrapping around, if you get a really big swell or a bit of wind, there's beautiful, clean waves, point breaks, some really fun stuff on the south coast of the Algarve. Just tons of good waves to surf in Portugal. And as we check out our surfer here, really, really nice.
She listened. Is she watching the broadcast from the water? I was like, okay, if it's not working out going left, might as well go right. And she gets her best score here, Paul, 5.07, so some good stuff right there on the backhand.
So we just picked up that replay. She wasted very little time in mixing it up. And that 5, a solid number for her. So staying in contention with Constancia with that, keeping her numbers of that order. She's still chasing down. And we're looking at surfers like Maxima Arizano, the Nicaraguan, with first priority, looking for a second wave, essentially, for her to give her a legit total. Also, Fabina Klein, the German. All right, let's have another look here at Veda.
Yeah, and this is a huge wave, as you pointed out. This came in as a 4.87. Really nice first carve, but she needed to replicate that once again and just pushed a bit too hard. And, you know, the key to really that end section is the amount of speed that you have. It seemed like she just burned off a bit too much on the second bottom turn. The first turn was great, though. Got near a 5-point ride just for the one. Super aggressive when she gets to the lip, too. So for girls U18, that should be a hefty score here, Paul. And more waves coming through. You can see right there just a beautiful peak. And, you know, the right, a great option for these surfers here at La Bocana, too. We saw Kanoe Igarashi make the final a few years ago. He maybe went left once or twice in the event, but he really, you know, made his money over there on the right-hander.
Yeah, two really, really good options to find scores. Here we go. Having a look is blue. We'll just bring you that scoring system. We're just dealing with a little technical glitch there. As soon as we've got them, we'll bring them back to you. At the moment, we're just enjoying the action going down. We saw that first wave ridden by Anaïs Blanchard from Biarritz. And she just lit that thing up. Multiple backhand maneuvers from her. Seen a bit of it on the QS in Europe competing. And that French squad, well, they're always in contention. when it comes to the medal matches around finals day.
Yep.
ISA has been a happy hunting ground for them.
They're competitive too, let me tell you. Both on the men's side, women's side, longboard, the open, and we're going to have the Masters here, by the way, in the month of October too. I feel like they're going to have a stacked team, but they're just always super competitive. And I think the thing that really stands out the most, they're well prepared. So they do most of the work before the event. So once they get here, everything's done.
Really solid coaching staff. Had a little chat with Arnaud Darrigade, an amazing tube rider. Also, Jeff Mallet in the corner too.
Yeah. A former judge. I hadn't seen him in a few years, and I see him on the coaching staff. I'm like, dude, okay, I see you.
Yeah,
cool dude, Jeff.
Plenty of talent. And like a conveyor belt, really just keeps rolling.
Yeah.
They've got plenty of good surfers to choose from to bring into their squad. And once you've kind of made a bit of success, particularly at this level, and you're in those medal matches and you're taking out championships, it's kind of like it's a real incentive there to keep reinvesting and make sure that's a priority. And obviously getting together in QS events and on challenges and doing training camps around that, but coming here with that, bringing the whole team together and really kind of putting that platform together for everybody to vibe off each other and do really well. And that synergy that comes from a team, and it can go a couple of ways. Some people don't like the group energy. It's not how surfers are used to working, but if you can make it happen, great results come.
It changes here, though. You have to be a team player. And, I mean, look at their most successful surfers of all time. I'd have to say both come from one of their territories. Jeremy Flores on the men's side from Reunion, and also Joanne Defay from the same island on the women's side. And, you know, first of all, mainland France is a huge country. They have a massive coastline. But then you look at all the territories, whether in the French Caribbean, in the Pacific, it's a ton of places for great surfers to come from. I mean, just look at Patrick Bevan. He made a good transition over to France. And also Tessa Thyssen. She's a former champion here at this event, too.
Let's go down and hear from another European surfer. Constancia Simoes is standing by for a chat with Rachel.
Thanks so much, guys. Constancia, congratulations. You looked great out there. Tell me how that heat felt.
I'm pretty proud of myself because I, at the first 4 minutes, I did the heat pretty well. So I'm feeling pretty confident. This is a huge boost of confidence, to start this way, and I don't know, to have the whole team supporting you. So I did pretty good surf, and I'm feeling confident and excited for what's coming. The waves are sick, so that's what we hope for.
Yeah, well, a lot of times with first heat of the entire event, you have a lot of jitters and nerves. How do you handle that prior to a heat to keep your mind calm?
I don't know. I think being with the team, we have a pretty supportive team, and we have I don't know how you say it. It's a grit. I don't know. We yell, and I think that's pretty good. It's a Portuguese thing. So I think that's really good, and I also have my really close friends here that support me and help me feeling good with myself. So yeah, I think that's pretty much it.
Yeah, well, standing here next to you, I can feel the energy from your team just coming from them. So that's amazing. How have you been enjoying El Salvador? The waves are beautiful, and the culture too, Surf City.
Yeah, this is amazing. I mean, the hot is pretty too much, but this is it's beautiful, and to be here with these waves. I mean, in Brazil, I didn't do a good contest. We had no rapid chart, so I lost round 3 or round 2. So here I hope to get a better results to do to show my surf, which I think is I'm surfing really well right now. So yeah, that's what we hope for.
Well, it's well said. You look beautiful. Congrats on the first heat win.
Vai Portugal. Love to see that energy from the squad. Just picking up that topic of those European nations, France and Portugal, kind of going at it. That's been the rivalry on the girls' side, the women's side. Portugal in the ascendancy. On the men's and the boys' side, a little bit different. You look at the challengers who's qualified this year. A lot of Portuguese flags on the women's side. On the men's, almost all French, actually.
Yep.
And that rivalry is pushing things along. It's been those two in that conversation for the last, let's say, 5-8 years or so. You mentioned in a previous heat, Spain coming into that now as well in a major, major way. And that's kind of news in Europe. And it is those rivalries that really push everyone and just elevate everything.
It's necessary. You know, without those kind of pushes, without those rivalries, you wouldn't get the kind of performances that you're seeing nowadays. Yolanda Hopkins, Teresa Bonvolo, I would say the two that really stand out the most on the women's side. Big shout out to Kika Veselko, too. She's been doing incredible. And On the men's side, I feel like a lot of the Frenchmen have done super well. I do want to say big props to Caio de Rosola, though. He recently qualified for the Challengers. And taking point, this kid broke his leg maybe a year before that happened, too. So seeing Hans here, the younger brother, gold medalist last year in the U16s, those three countries to me are the benefactor of years and years of them just seeing decay, and now all of a sudden they're on the rise, Paul.
Absolutely on the rise. And another interesting part as well, we're talking about the Olympics, but just the way that's changed things, where before it was everything was kind of a lot related to brands, and it was to do with sponsorships and kind of individual athletes. There's really sort of accessed a bit of funds essentially from national federations and from governments investing and saying, surfing's a healthy lifestyle. We want kids just every day to go out and surf, but at the pinnacle of that, we want them to represent our country on the biggest sporting platform of all at the Olympic Games, and that's something that we've seen. We've seen that investment. It's been really, really incredible, and yeah, I'd love to see it happen. Enjoyable to watch.
I mean, we already have an Olympian in this heat alone. Canda Rezano, she's leading. She has a 7.57 and a 6. Blanchard, she gets the first excellent score we've seen out of the women so far, 8.17, well-deserved. But look at New Zealand. They have a couple surfers heading into the Olympics already. Safi Vere and also Billy Stearman qualified for the second time. But I want to focus on Nina Smilikas and Team Germany, because Tim Melter qualified. You have Camila Kemp. But if it weren't for Dylan Groen, if it weren't for Marlon Lipke, surfing probably wouldn't be on their radar either. And Germany has a ton of funds in terms of the Olympics. So not necessarily the biggest country out of the entire European region, but they also have a huge amount of Olympians in the draw over there in Paris. So 6-point ride just for the one turn for Conde. But boy, I'm telling you, Paul, you got to go and visit some heavy waves just like this one. And you can just see the comfort level right there. Good opening car for Conde on the backhand. And then right here, excellent timing for the second turn. And a lot of froth on the inside for this one. Managed her speed very well, especially coming off of the bottom turn. Wasn't able to get the finish, but she does get her best score. And then this, to me, no doubt, excellent surfing. 8.17 here for Anaï. Just some beautiful stuff. An excellent read and good combination of maneuvers on the backhand, too. So an excellent ride for the French woman to start things off.
Yeah, what a way to kick off a heat. Live action here. Here she goes, Blanchard off the bottom. A little patient. And then just rakes those fins and that rail through the lip line again, tagging it a bit hard. I see the water, the separation as she displaces a bit of that balmy, warm, tropical Pacific juice. So Anaïs Blanchard on the inside down here. And already with a massive number on the board, that 8. She'll add to that. Here's live action. It is the German Smikilas. What's she got for us? That one goes a little wrong for her. Just didn't quite have the down-the-line speed to recover from that turn. But interesting, you know, you talk about Germany and the resources they got as well. Well, they've also got is that diaspora spread around, and there's a bunch of talent based in Portugal and the Canary Islands. And that heritage, you know, that comes into play as well, particularly when you get into the Olympics and think about opportunities. And, you know, there's only so many spots you qualify for your country. You represent somewhere where your heritage is from. Maybe you've grown up surfing somewhere else, but representing Germany, being part of that system, that's been massive for a lot of surfers from Europe.
It has, and you know, having that ability to travel so closely to different parts of Europe too, I think is very opening for a lot of those surfers from that region.
Oh, look at this thing, an absolute bomb. Rezano, how's that turn? Love that. Really aggressive, coiled in the bottom. Another vicious snap, loads of speed. Attacking it, that was sick. And she knows it. 3 great turns there from Candelaria, Rezano, and Nico Agua. Wow.
Yeah, I'm telling you, she's got talent, and I'm seeing a big difference just from 5 months ago in Brazil to right now. She made the final over there, and I remember a couple post-heats that I had with her. She was talking about her confidence and how she didn't necessarily feel that she was one of the best surfers in the event. I feel like now she truly does, and it's just reflecting in her surfing. Needs a 7.54 to retake the lead. I feel like it's going to be, if not the best score of the heat, very close to the 8.17, but just the timing, the precision, and the fact that she's competed here on multiple occasions really add to that element of confidence that she has right now, Paul.
That was so well surfed, and that element as well just kind of kept you guessing of exactly what was coming next. The maneuvers are all distinct and different. Live action speed for Walcott, the Kiwi. And this face is a little flatter. She does well to deal with that. Goes back to the juice now. This one stands up. What she got on the inside, grabs the rail and lays it over on a rail as she rebounds into the white water. She'll lose the balance there and will go down for a tumble. But that'll feel a lot better from her. Getting a wave, getting the speed, flying through the water. And she'll look now with under 6 minutes to try and build from that, take some intel on board. How could I finish better? I want to go complete for sure. How am I going to do that? She's going to need to bring some sharp surfing there because scores really hotting up on the leaderboard here. And impressive numbers. Surfers in 1 and 2, France and Nicaragua, they're ripping.
Yeah, and the other 2 surfers are in a combo situation right now. So needing 2 brand new scores to move up into the top 2 spots. It's not easy to do in the last 5 minutes of the heat, but you know, Walker, she's only 16, so still has a couple full years in this one. Mount Maunganui, where she resides, and actually teaches kids how to surf at this place called Average Joe. So when she's not surfing herself,
sounds like my
likes
kind
to
of
spread.
spot.
Yeah, Average Joe's just somebody that wants to go out there and have fun. In the end, that's the whole point of surfing, right, Paul?
Absolutely.
It's funny that's the first thing you went to. Average Joe's, that's my spot. This was nothing average about this right here, Paul. Great opening carve, the timing, the bottom turn, great technique, always well balanced. That second maneuver was beautiful, and I love how she was able to close that wave out. So nothing repetitious about that wave either. 3 really diverse maneuvers, and drops the best score of the heat right there, Paul, an 8.67. So reflected very well. The size of the wave had a lot to do with it. But that finishing turn right here, the timing was just perfect.
Massive number for her. The finish on the inside. Whitewater on the face doesn't make it any easier. Plenty of speed in this ride here for Blue Walker.
Yeah, and unfortunately for her, the wave never really stood up the way she wanted to. But, you know, there's some elements of her surfing that I think we're going to see in future events and future rounds here at this event too. Nice little grab rail cutty attempt right there. But Walker still needing 2 big scores.
Yeah, let's dive into that a bit. We mentioned earlier the grab rail. Any practical advantages of that? It means you're getting low, right? I mean, it looks cool, but
right.
Well, how does that actually help from a practical point of view with your surfing?
Well, I would say in terms of scoring, it diversifies the maneuver, first of all. It's not something you see. It's not very common anymore. But in terms of speed, it's much easier for you to just simplify the rail surfing without grabbing your rail. Here, you're usually using more speed, but you're losing it when you're coming out of it because you're usually kind of yanking your rail rather than just letting it go if you're not grabbing it. But that adds another element of difficulty, too. So the degree of difficulty of that maneuver much higher than without grabbing the rail.
All right, here goes La Française Blanchard off the bottom on a tricky wave. That will run away from her. Not what she was after to improve the 6.93. It's going to need to be decent to improve on her backup score or indeed her excellent top score. An even better excellent number for Rezano at 8.67. That finishing turn from her, so technical, arrived late. We saw fins and tail liberated through the lip line. Here's a wave for the German Nina Smikilas as she goes down the line with some flow and some style. Doesn't find a section to hit. And you can see just by the projection she gets from kicking out, the push in the wave and the power. Here's Walker, what she got. Another right-hander. She's dialed into this one. That was nice. Good redirection snap off the top. Realizing that wave will run away. And I guess that's really the deal that you got to make. How hard do you do the turn? You go up and do a turn that's going to put you a little behind, and that's what happened there.
It's an excellent point. And, you know, props to both Walker and Nina because they've been trying. It's not for lack of trying that they're in 3rd and 4th respectively, but you're just coming up against 2 surfers that could easily make the final, could be a gold medalist at the end of the event too, and a couple surfers within the draw, one of them in this heat that have already qualified for Paris 24. Cande from Nicaragua, she got the universality spot, and Yang Su Chi from China, still only a teenager. She's going to be heading to Chopo.
That is absolutely incredible. When you think about that country of China and that population tuning into the Olympic Games and they see an athlete from their country. I don't know how much of a household name she is there. It might be the first time they're picking up vision. You know, and you talked about in Japan, the contest over there. People have been aware of a surf competition. You look from the beach and you're seeing waves. Being in the channel in Tahiti, that mountain behind, that West Bowl. I mean, if you hadn't seen surfing before, you're going to be like, what sport is this?
Yes.
Like, it's going to be arrestingly beautiful. Cannot wait for that. And really enjoying that story, the qualification pathway. Of course, right now, we're not qualifying surfers for the Olympic Games. So we're looking at crowning medalists in juniors. But the ISA story, absolutely instrumental in that. The drama that happened in Puerto Rico a short while ago, just to sort of round out those spots. Been a really, really interesting story. And I'm Can't wait for that event to go down. A couple of months away from that.
And you look at that graphic right there, how many people have come through the program here at the ISA, how many of them have been medalists and champion too. Caitlin Simmers is one of them. I'm really excited to see her compete both at the CT event and in Paris. But, you know, I think having to surf so many heats here prepares you for any event that you want. And that's really the game changer when you come to the ISA in comparison to any other event. You know that you're at least guaranteed to surf 2 heats, but if you're really looking to be a champion, there's a minimum of heats that you have to surf in order to get there, Paul.
Corduroy lines filling in here at La Bocana. A redirect from Rosano. She tries to put herself on the left, realizes that first one isn't the wave she's after. She'll just wait that one out. Meanwhile, out the back, Anais off the bottom with power. And up nice, and Vert deals with some chatter, gathers it with the bottom turn, and a little aggressive snap. Slightly more on the face, that one. And she's good enough to find a finish as she navigates through.
Boy, looks good. Sharp eye. Feel like a lot of French surfers have been riding sharp eyes a lot more lately, and seems like she's going to be looking good in the next few rounds, Paulie.
Chris, a great point, actually. Euroglass are producing those boards in France now. So, yeah, place where we get Bradley's, of course, Phipps. We saw Jay Phipps surfing a couple of heats ago in the boys. So that factory producing sharp eye in Europe. And that equipment, well, that's been working really, really well for surfers. It's been, well, it's been a few years now that we've seen that kind of almost that second wind, we'll say, from sharp eye. It's been around a long time, but maybe 8 years ago wasn't go-to equipment. Now it's incredible to see how many surfers are making that work.
Most popular brand in the world right now, I can tell you that. And last 2 world championships have been for sharp eye on the men's side for Felipe.
Well, that has been an absolutely incredible heat. A massive number, 16.24 for Cande Rosano. She's been impressive, the Olympian. Also a nice Blanchard, excellent numbers of her own as well. Been really, really cool to see that go down. We're just going to keep it rolling here. It is absolutely pumping in Surf City, El Salvador. More live action from the World Juniors real soon.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to Surf City. Sunny skies on a Sunday morning. And pumping surf continues to deliver. The action's been red hot, massive numbers dropping in the last heat. And we'll pick up a bomb of a wave for our Japanese surfer, Mirai Ikeda. On the backhand tools, good work done slicing out the back. She comes a cropper on a powerful booming section. Look at these sets coming through, Mitchell. It is absolutely cranking.
it's nonstop, Paulie, and Georgie May right here.
Georgie May Hicks representing England as she flies down the line on a bomb of a wave, and then this one will settle down and she'll wait patiently for a section to hit. Her home break is a lesser-known beach break in England called Canggu. So
really?
Yeah, based in Bali. So she'll know about surfing in warm water in the tropics.
Oh, you threw me off right there. I actually thought there was a wave in England called Canggu, and I was like, okay, now he's got to be joking. It would be cool to have a wave called Canggu close by, though.
Valeria Benitez from Venezuela on the backhand. A steep section arrives really late and hits it hard, but pretty late. And she goes down pretty hard. 16 minutes and a little bit of change remaining in this one. Let's go down and get a debrief from someone who's posted absolutely massive numbers. An Olympian, Candelaria. She's the Rachel.
Thanks so much, guys. Candelaria, congratulations. You looked amazing out there. Talk to me about those 2 high scores you got.
Yeah, honestly, this is my last junior, so I was just focused on, I don't really care about making heats so much as just putting my all into waves, making sure it clicks, practice for, I love this contest and it matters to me, but mainly I just want to like surf my waves well, win or lose, I don't mind. So, but this time I got the win, so sick.
Well, more than that, you got some excellent scores, and it's the type of performance we would expect from an upcoming Olympian. You got the universality spot awarded to you last week. How are you feeling about the Olympics upcoming?
I'm so excited, a little nervous, but you know, when you're nervous and you're excited, it's the same feeling. So I'm just trying to make those nerves into excitement. And this contest is great for me mentally to get in comp mode. I'm so psyched for the Olympics. Yeah, I can't wait for them to come. Counting down the days.
Well, you look beautiful out there. How are you enjoying El Salvador? How are you enjoying the waves here? La Bocana, El Sunzal, all of it?
I come here a lot, like every year, mainly because ISA comes here like every other year. But I love it. I have a really nice spot, Hotel Macoy, and I stay there, and it's the perfect calmness that I need. And then I come and light it up. It worked out this time. Sometimes it doesn't work, but yeah, just happy to be able to put my best surfing out there.
Well, you're showing your experience out there. You've surfed probably more ISAs than anyone else out there. So good luck for the heats coming up. And is there anything you'd like to say back to Nicaragua?
Un saludo al Comité Olímpico de Nicaragua y a toda la gente que esté mirando. Muchas gracias y vuelvo en nada a Nicaragua. Entonces nos vemos ahí.
Good luck and congratulations. Back to you guys.
What a cool interview. You can tell she is just absolutely buzzing still on that Olympic news, right? I mean, we all are from that interview.
Yeah, and I mean, the maturity that I've seen over the last decade of seeing her compete here, excitement and nerves, same thing. You wouldn't see that from somebody that's about to be 18, and just really cool to see her get to a point in her life where she's confident about herself. She's really pleased with her surfing, and you know, I think that's the kind of mentality that you need to have an event that's this long, Paul. You don't want to really look down the line and just be thinking, okay, final or gold medal. It's like, I just want to be stoked with my surfing.
Yeah, really good way of looking at it too. I mean, we're literally a long way away from medal matches here. But aside from that, so much surfing yet to come, and you kind of lose track, lose your focus a little bit, just enjoying your waves, showing your surfing. If you can get into that mode, I mean, that feels like the kind of dream, that flow state for competitors where they don't feel like they're competing, they're just enjoying themselves, trying to perform.
And you look at the champions that we've seen this year on both the Championship Tour, the qualifying series, even the Challengers. They've kind of gotten into a groove within those events where you kind of knew that eventually they were going to be on the podium. Just look at Barry Mamiya and what he was able to do at Pipe. He's probably beaten the best surfer out there in the final with a perfect 10. You know, you look at what Erin Brooks just did. By the way, former ISA gold medalist Erin Brooks in the U16s. She just won back-to-back Challenger Series events. The one last year in Saquarema, and she opened up the year with the win over there at Snapper Rock. So you get into that groove. And by the way, once you make it to finals day, you're probably unbeatable, Paulie.
Absolutely. There's Sunny High from Israel. A quick wave for her, unable to get on the face. Yeah, not just winning that Challenger event, but what about that 10?
Yeah,
forward
ridiculous.
slash kind of 12, 13. That was just insane, that thing. Absolutely incredible. And Erin Brooks, just part of that new generation in the women's, that young generation. If you're a surfer that's been on tour for a while, a veteran, you'd be looking around a little bit nervous.
Yeah.
They're starting to sweat. Let's check out Mirai Ikeda. The backhand from her. She's already shown us some clean lines. That is a great turn. Love that. Smooth. Wow. And just slightly overdoes it. We've seen that happen a bit on this, but I love the way she did no bleeding off of speed from that first turn and then straight into that last maneuver. She looks great.
Yeah, a little straight-legged coming out of the second one, and that's why she lost balance with that whitewater right there at the end. But she's going to get a hefty score just with that one maneuver on the outside. And no stranger to ISA competition. She's been a competitor here at this event for years. And look at the technique off of the bottom, too. I mean, just fully cranks that turn once she gets up into the lip. And right here, she had the right amount of speed, but seat coming out of it, just straight-legged a bit too much. Need to keep those knees down. But I feel like this should be the best score of the heat, if not close to it. Look at the size of the section, too. I mean, for somebody that short of stature, makes that wave look even more imposing.
You couldn't put that first turn any more in the pocket, right? She was right there, the most critical section of the wave. Judges, they love that. Let's see how they pay that off. Mid-eye looking really, really good. That's Georgie May. We're watching in blue from England. She's got a 5 and a 4 locked in already. She's on the prowl on the peak, second priority. So again, it's been a story of two surfers in the ascendancy quite clearly from the opening exchange. Two surfers with chasing work to do. As we've been mentioning, we're not eliminating anybody at this stage. There's still plenty of time in this to get two waves for the likes of Benitez and for Hai, surfers from Venezuela and Israel, respectively. Georgie May Hicks, part of the England squad. We talked a little bit about them, some of the talent they've got. Interesting to see how they can perform out here. Considerably warmer than what they're used to. Well, not for her particular point of view. Of course, hailing from Bali, spending time over there, but overall, I think everyone, no matter where you're from over here, is feeling the heat a bit, though.
Oh, I spoke to the Indo team last night, and they were like, it's so much hotter here. The humidity here gets to you. And, you know, there's no doubt about it that as soon as the rain starts coming down, too, it gets even worse. So hydration is a big part. You stay out of the sun as much as possible. But the most important thing is rest, Paul, especially us as broadcasters. You need to get your rest in order to work a long day. And, you know, for the surfers, I think it's imperative for them to be able to accustom themselves to do these things while they're on the road.
Here goes Ikeda again, full flow from her. Wow, she hangs on there. Yeah. That one just underneath it doubles up, really. The board just kind of going almost the last part of that maneuver. It's kind of an airdrop as it just bottoms out. She does so well to recover. And she looks really, really impressive. The flow from her that she's got down on the board control. She's not seeing loads of arms, body moving around. It's super clean.
Less is more, and Ikeda right here, she's going to take the lead. She only needs a 3-point ride. Great technique, and she's been doing it off of the bottom turn on both times. And look at this wave, a bit smaller in comparison to the last one, but real good shape. Strong carve to start off, and then straight up into the lip. How was that timing, too? She never went fully off of the bottom and was more halfway through. And that was crucial right here for this left here at La Bocana, because that last section really steepens up, and it does so quickly. So she should be moving up into the lead with this last one. Now, once again, her stature always makes these situations look a bit gnarlier than they are, which really adds to the element of surprise to her surfing, too. So 8:20 to go right here. Both Benitez and Sunny, they're going to be needing some scores. And, you know, speaking of Benitez, in her last year competing here at the ISA, she's from Puerto Cabello, right outside of Caracas. Her local break is Los Caracas. Really nice little right-hand point break. Some excellent surfers from Venezuela, too. And to anybody that's been there before, it's a beautiful place. Excellent baseball players. But surfing, no lack of that either.
Yeah, one of those nations we haven't seen loads of surfers from there. There's a guy ripping in Europe a few years back. Justin Mujica,
yeah.
San Margarita Island, I think.
Santa Margarita,
Santa Margarita is where he originally hailed from and learned to surf over there. And then has been based in Portugal for a while. I think he's got a bit of a British heritage as well, if I'm not mistaken. A real good guy, real character.
And he rips.
Absolute ripper.
And he's shredded. You look at him and you're like, you're over the age of 40 now? Like, you look like you're 20. But one of those guys, Magno Martinez, also from there. Longtime competitor from Venezuela, Lolo Bellorin. He's been on the QS for many years. But, you know, nice to see some new talents coming out of that region.
Georgie May Hicks opens up a big wall to work with and tracking back to the juice. Almost losing it over the toes. Does well to hang on. And then that one, she commits to the turn of the re-entry. She get left a little high as the wall just kind of consumed her, really. Second place prior to that, 417. The backup score, how do you think that's going to fare, that number?
When she pulls the last one, there's no doubt that she's improving. Now, maybe yes, maybe no. It's a strong carve and a much larger wave than she had on the 417 too. As look at this set, maybe the largest one we've seen all day, and multiple lines out the back too, Paul.
Bombing as this tide fills in. We've got about 6 feet, around about 2 meters of swing on the tide. Still a couple hours away from the peak of it. And that incoming just helping this energy. There's plenty of energy from the ocean, and it's been furthered by that tide pushing it in. A bomb, a committed paddle from Benitez, unable to get on. You just see that one just kind of wobble before it then drains. And actually, she didn't really want that wave, but a committed effort to try and catch it. She needs to get numbers here, not a lot of quality on the board for her. 6 minutes to go in this, and the surf size is not going to be a problem. The energy from the ocean throughout competition here, it just feels like you don't really even check the forecast that much.
No, you come here, you know that you're going to surf. Like, and that's what I'm saying. This wave specifically breaks year round. So you come here, middle of December, middle of January, it's at least going to be 3 to 4 feet. And, you know, you can bring a diversity of quivers depending on how you want to surf too. Me, I always bring a twin fin, 2+1 setup, just in case. You never know when you're going to go to a smaller point break, just to have fun. But really, a high-performance shortboard is what you're probably going to need for a wave like this, especially on today's occasion, Paul.
And some sunscreen.
just a little bit of that. Luckily for me, I'm pretty tan.
I'll get the hooded long sleeve rash guard.
Yeah.
But yeah.
I could see you wearing a little one of those top hats too, just to keep protected as well.
With the chin strap.
Yeah, one of the kids, the New Zealander kid, wore it yesterday. Yeah.
Generally, that is more of a slightly older dude vibe, but yeah, I love that.
Hey,
I love that.
You got to play to your age, Paul. We ain't no spring chickens anymore, you know.
5 minutes to go in this. Our Japanese surfer, she's looked great value, 11.9 her total out of 20. More lines approaching. And she has got plenty more to come as well. But just the polish from her, the way she's able to be precise and go real tight in the pockets, paid dividends in terms of points from the panel. Georgie May, she's going all right, 5 and a 417. Well, the surfer representing the St. George's Cross of England's. The Three Lions, she's all right. She's second right now. Chasing her down, Valeria Benitez. Bit of work to do, nothing really on the board for her. Here she goes, live action. Nice entry into this wave. Beautiful and glassy on the face. And just overdid it a bit there. A little too long at the bottom.
Yeah.
Didn't need to try and go that vert.
No, but if there's one thing that we can say about Benitez right now is that she's not afraid to go for it. But that's been 2 waves back-to-back where she's tried to overdo it, and unfortunately for her, it's just going to be another one, still needing the 8-point ride to move up into second. A lot of positive things to take if you don't make it out of this round. First of all, I feel confident enough to go on a set wave, be able to do a bottom turn like that. My timing just needs to be worked on a little bit more. Same thing for Sunny. She's just been out of rhythm with those one big sections out there, and that's why both Georgia and Mirai have been able to convert on good waves.
Yeah, Sunny will definitely have the strong support of that strong Israeli squad. They got amazing team unity. They'll be willing her into a wave just to show a little bit more of what she can do. She's got about 3.5 minutes to do that. That vision from the drone we picked up there, just beautiful lines marching in here. It's still pretty crisp and corduroy and dreamy looking. Blue skies at the moment. We talked about the temperature. This is technically the rainy season, right? We're going to get rain here. It's around about these summer months.
Yeah,
June onwards.
Probably a couple weeks removed, but you could potentially get some rain a little earlier or a little later. I wouldn't be surprised that we got some rain during this period, but yeah, it's summer months here. You better watch out because, first of all, it can flood, but I think the most important thing, too, is that if you're not prepared for this level of humidity, it'll catch you off guard real bad.
So we're in the northern hemisphere, right? What are we, 4 or 5 degrees north of the equator, something like that?
Yeah, probably.
So similar latitude to Indonesia, actually, similar kind of thing.
Yeah, but we're closer to the tropics here. So I would say a little closer to the equator. You're getting into some of the hottest parts of the world. You go here on south, Costa Rica, Panama. Those are 2 spots where you don't want to be in the middle of the day without anything on or any water close by. So, yeah, as you said, sunscreen. I'd always bring some hydration packs if you could, too. And one thing that I always tell a lot of kids that I work with when they're coming into the tropics, don't try to go out into your heat without having warmed up either, because you probably want to warm up a little bit more here than you would even at home.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a really good point.
You're in the air conditioning, your back tightens up a little bit, your muscles are tighter. Yeah. You need to be warming up just as much as you would anywhere else.
See these lines marching in here. Under 2 minutes to go in this one. Ikeda still with that lead. decent numbers from her. Last couple of heats, we've seen some really, really impressive surfing. And still the chasing pack, Valeria Benitez, just at a slight marginal improvement. She's still got work to do. She'll need an excellent number.
Yeah,
as does Sunny High. Can't see that happening in the next 90 seconds or so, but the chance to surf this way with just a couple of people out, take on some intel, come back for repechage and see what happens. And it's all quite becalmed at the moment, as everyone aware of their situation, where they are in the heat, the work they've already got done, and also the situation in terms of that clock, as we see surfers responding to a little pulse of energy from the ocean. First priority, your heat leader, Ikeda, the Japanese surfer who's ripped this heat. Here she goes again, so dialed in.
Whoa!
Wow, how's that hanger on the backhand? Beautiful bottom turn, sets up the rooster tail of spray as she goes into the lip. Unfortunately, from her point of view, doesn't get the landing, but she looks really, really good.
She looks locked in right now, and as you said, there's been 2 maneuvers in this heat that she hasn't completed, but she's gone for it on real critical sections right here. And just looking at the rest of the draw, Paul, you know, real tight for that gold medal, I feel, at the end. Once again, as Japan, I feel like they're a strong contender to win things overall. I know Matsuoka was the gold medalist last year in the U18s, and she pulls that. We're probably seeing something in the upper excellent for sure.
Textbook backhand surfing. Absolutely ripping this. Doesn't get the completion. Here's a way for Sunny High as she goes with speed across the face, and this is going to feel loads better from her. The Israeli squad will be loving this action as she rips down to an inside. Still maintaining that speed. Nice steep section for her here. And a couple of redirects from her, and much, much better. A nice long wave, building up that speed through the gears and just gliding with that high line as well. And as a surfer, that's what it's all about. That's what you want to do. You just love that feeling.
Yeah, and it's probably the best feeling when you're just streaming down the line, and you might not do anything, but it feels good when you have that amount of speed. It almost feels like you're driving a Formula 1 car.
Been very impressed by this Japanese surfer, Ikeda.
They got a good team, too.
She looks so good, and I just feel like her numbers there. 6s are decent. She's got 8s in it all day long. That last maneuver that went incomplete couldn't really do a backhand turn with more venom and aggression than that. Let's see what she brings later in the draw. But very impressive indeed. We'll keep rolling here. Well done to our Japanese surfer, also Georgie May from England. We'll be back after a short break with more live action. We're going to bring in Shannon and BL for the call as well. Join us real soon for more live from Surf City.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to firing Surf City, El Salvador. La Bocana is going off, and the under-18 girls are rising to the occasion as we take a look at the opening wave from Alexia Monteiro out of Brazil. She's used to surfing powerful conditions as she's been spending the last few seasons in Hawaii through the winter, getting a good feeling as she's progressing in her surfing talent of what she'll be up against when she one day qualifies for the championship tour, when she starts to surf some of those bigger, heavier waves around the world and getting her reps in at an early age. She's out of Brazil with a 4.33 on the board for her opening, and she's up against 2 other surfers in the water, Costa Rica's Erica Barrera and South Africa's Maxine Kuffman, looking for an opportunity to keep themselves in the top 2. One of those lucky heats in the draw where they only have the 3 surfers. So odds are in your favor to be advancing through in those top 2. And the bottom surfer will be heading into that repecharge round with more opportunities in front of them. Shannon and Barton here to call the action.
And the action is hot and plenty. The waves are so good out there today. El Sunzal is pumping. La Bocana's got lefts and rights. Most of the surfers opting for the lefts. Maxine Kaufman having a look at this one and up and riding.
Up and riding out of the KZN, KwaZulu-Natal region of South Africa. Warm tropical environment that she gets to surf on the daily, looking strong on her backhand to get that first score on the board for the under 18 girls.
It was a lacquer opening ride, bro. We love that word, lacquer, meaning good. The South Africans use it all the time. And she looked great on that opening ride, a 2.83.
Erica.
Yeah, the 4.33. Sorry, I was just going to say that 4.33 was a really beautifully connected ride. It wasn't such a big wave, but the surfing was beautiful. Here's Erica.
Paddling herself into position. Yeah, that first of Alexa, a really nice, kind of smaller wave that had really good shape to it. Some of those big sets that have come through today have really just washed through and been a bit more challenging.
Just looks so flowy between the turns, didn't she?
Exactly that. Erica now up and riding, taking off on a steep drop, and she'll go down. With 15 minutes on the clock, let's take a moment to go down to the beach to catch up with that winner of that last heat, Mirai Ikeda, on fire for Team Japan.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Congratulations. You looked great out there. Getting ready for our heat out there, the conditions are looking really great. There's been some good scores in past heats. What was your strategy going into that heat?
Yeah, it was today wave is really good. I'm happy to win this heat, but yeah, I wanted more good surf.
Well, you've had success out here before. Back in 2022, you got the bronze medal. How are you taking that experience to help you in this event this week?
I really like El Salvador's wave, Bocana and El Sunzal, so I'm really happy to come back here.
Well, congratulations. Would you like to say anything back to Japan?
Yes. 夜中だと思うんですけど、皆さん応援ありがとうございます。ちょっと今のヒートあんまり自分で納得がいってないので、次のヒートは自分の納得がいくサーフィンを出して楽しみます。応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Rach. Well done to Mirai. She has previously found herself in that final conversation. She had the bronze medal here in 2022 in the under 16s division, now graduated up into those under 18s. And she's, you know, kind of listening into Paul and to Mitch on the call for that one. Very close for her, getting towards that excellent range. Finishing off and tightening up a couple little things on those end sections. We'll see her getting there. So I'm sure throughout this event, she's going to be one of those standout surfers for Team Japan.
And Team Japan, inspired by the Olympics being being the host nation for that first Olympic Games, you can see the fire wasn't always that the Japanese were competitively inclined. They've always loved surfing. We didn't really have too many of them on the world tour and that sort of thing. But now we see, the Olympics really fired them up, and they can see the future being a potential world champion coming out of that part of the world at some point in time.
Oh, we would expect it to be very soon. Of course, we've seen that on the World Juniors conversation for world champions. We saw last year's ISA event, Anan Matsuoka getting herself that gold medal. We've seen Amuro Shizuki taking out the World Junior titles on the WSL side as well. And then for both Amuro and for Kanoe Igarashi to walk away medalists at the Tokyo Olympics. How incredible for the nation hosting surfing for the first time on their home turf in Japan to see two of their athletes in the draw rise to the occasion and make it into the medal rounds.
Well, it's incredible, isn't it? You know, straight off the bat. Male and female medals, and that's just going to inspire those future generation of Japanese surfers so much.
Let's take a look at some replays here for the action in our current heat. Alexia getting the best of the opening exchange.
Coming from deep on this one, and you'll see the consistent flow here, off the bottom, off the top, using the rail and driving back beautifully into the pocket. Brazilian women really taking to surfing. Originally it was bodyboarding was the focus for the ladies in Brazil, more and more so now. Onto the surfboards as we see finishing up on the inside. Unfortunately didn't get the closing turn on that one, fell at the end. That really impacted the score. 2.83 for Maxine Kaufman from South Africa. Costa Rica, bit of a slow start here, but sets approaching. First priority with red, second blue.
Green putting herself in position. Maxime just has a little look at that wave, decides not to go. Possibly that set coming out the back behind. As we can see Alexia with her first priority. She's going to paddle over this one, and we'll track with nobody, because nobody gets into it. Looked like they were all going to kind of have a look at that one.
Little straight on the left, little fast to close out. Well left, really.
Yeah, great decision making in the moment. Kind of be in position to look at it. If it looks like it's going to hold open, stick with it. If not, just don't even give that dedicated paddle. Back to that conversation you're mentioning, you know, about the growth now of women's surfing in Brazil. Incredible to see, like you said, kind of historically sticking to bodyboards. We had, you know, the likes of a Silvana Lima really as that standout surfer for that nation with a long time on the championship tour. So many great wins behind her belt. When it comes to the World Junior Championships, though, we don't have any Brazilian women or girls that have taken out those wins in the under 16s and the under 18s. Tatiana Weston Webb did take out 2 wins back in 2013 and 2014, but at that stage, she was still representing Hawaii as her flag instead of Brazil. Made that changeover a few years later. Now Tatiana, of course, flying the Brazilian flag, and they have had Taina Hickel and Luana Silva really as those next 2 in the kind of open divisions that have come out really strong. It would be incredible to see, with the growth and the development of their girls' side of surfing, how much more access that those young girls have in the Brazilian contingency back at home, now coming into an event like this, walk away with a World Junior title, and to see Brazil fill in on the girls' side of the list between the under 18s and the under 16s, which has kind of typically been dominated by Australia and Hawaii, a couple of other nations thrown in there between Japan, Germany, France, and Canada. Now on the men's side, or the boys' side, for the under 18s and the under 16s, we've seen plenty of Brazilians take out the wins, those that have gone on to really great careers as well, like a Jadson Andre, a Wesley Dantes, you know, etc., as well as those young up-and-comers now, like a Ryan Kainalo, who took out a win for Team Brazil last year.
Yep, exactly, and we're watching that evolution across many fronts, aren't we, in many nations, but Brazil... to have a feminine side to the Brazilian Storm, a feminine front in it would be powerful for that nation, and here is one of the leaders of that charge.
Yeah, looking really smooth in her surfing so far. Links it up into the foam for that second turn. That was a challenging section. It didn't really offer her like a clean, you know, space to kind of hit, but she did well to maintain control up until that final moment.
Yeah, it was a wild ride, wasn't it? Yeah. It looked so clean at the start, and then the further it went, the bumpier and lumpier it became a difficult wave. Unfortunately, didn't get the completion. And again, that was a pretty fast-moving wave too. Everything looked like it was happening fast on that one. Good in those early stages to find waves with a nice pace to them, so you can create your rhythm, find your feet, settle into the wax, as they say, and. If you're on too wild a ride early, you just don't get that chance. It's just all happening so fast.
Yeah, I think it was a nice wave for Alexa to start with that 4.33, just to set that pace, to be able to get a couple of turns in, to feel that rail in the face of the wave. You know, again, competing out here for the first time without 400 of her friends in the lineup. And it seems like, you know, kind of loosened her up to then charge on something slightly bigger, to start going, okay, now let's start pushing the surfing. Which she did with those first 2 turns, although it was all a little bit fast and out of control a little bit.
At moments, wasn't it? Talk about pushing the surfing. Silvana Lima, who you mentioned, such a fantastic surfer, so progressive.
It makes me smile so much thinking about it.
Yeah, she was fantastic. She still is a great surfer, but she had that high-performance aerial approach that really was above the rest of her field, you know, but it was something that's hard to find consistency with the airs in competition.
As we take a look at some live action now, Erica off the left for Costa Rica. This is the moment she's been waiting for. Great 2-turn combination so far, putting it all on the line. She's chasing a small score to take that top 2 position away from Maxine. And with surfing like that, I think she'll be right there. She only needs that 2.47.
Yeah, and that was a better paced wave. We talk about, how quickly the wave ran away, and sometimes it doesn't give you time to do the maneuvers because you're just racing along it. That particular wave had that really nice pace, and she was able to get up and down. So great wave selection, utilised the sections well. Oh, this is a big one.
Whoa, solid takeoff. Board in, the perfect position under her feet, but then as she drives around, huge closeout.
Yeah, the rail started quivering, but a good thing because there was no future in that one. So lucky she got out when she did. She's still out the back and no problems, paddles over that one and be in the lineup. Plenty of sets too. One of the great things about El Salvador is the consistency of the waves, isn't it? Some places you go to, call it Southern California, lower trestles, you'll be sitting there for 20 minutes between sets.
Yep.
Here, not that case.
Not quite the case. As we take a look at the replay here from Maxime, unfortunately goes down.
Front foot just slipped off quickly. And see how this wave's got plenty of time for Erica to go up and down in it. Beautiful wave selection. Nice re-entry there. I feel like she's definitely getting that score that she needed. Gets the final snap. Finishes it up. Judges still considering that ride. And here's that big one outside. Too long, too fast. But a good exit to stay in the lineup. And a 5.5 for Alexa drops in as well.
Yeah, for that previous wave. So increasing the score line on those first 2 turns. Big section. Really kind of critical and challenging in the nature of that wave.
And there's some good information there, wasn't it? While it was a wild ride, the critical nature of things was appreciated by the judges. We see Team Canada there.
Coming up in the next heat will be Osha Green for Team Canada. We'll also have surfers from Spain, Netherlands, and El Salvador in heat number 6. We'll be running through heat number 22 on the schedule for today for the girls under 18s main round 1. We won't quite be able to squeeze in those final couple heats. That'll be returning tomorrow to finish out before we head into the next division, wherever that may go. There's 4 of them in this event, so we're going to be kind of chopping and changing and moving surfers to each have the opportunity as well to surf both waves. And especially with the changing of conditions, it's going to be a real test for each of these juniors to who has that well-rounded nature. As we can see surfers warming up for the next heat, just getting that upper body even moving, those shoulders. There's a lot of paddling here to take place as well.
Yes, and there's that symbol of respect to the young lady struck by lightning and passed away here some years ago. Great that she's remembered.
Yeah, an incredible surfer from Team El Salvador. Unfortunately, a lost life, and every time we come back here, it's that remembrance for her and the community and what they have gone through in the lead up to that World Surfing Games.
Yeah, and a pioneer as such, and as El Salvadorian surfing continues to grow and expand and evolve. Great that statue, that memorial's there to remind us all how lucky we are.
Well, out in the water, lucky with a 4.73 on the board for last of Erica Barrera for Costa Rica in blue. Sets her up in that second place position. Maxime drops a 2.83 on the board. That was her opening ride. She's now looking for a 2.28 to take away second. Not really a backup score dividing the two at the moment, so that's where we'll see who's able to kind of inch it out in the final 3.5 minutes.
Well, pressure on both of them, isn't there, in that sense that, you know, the 3.5 minutes to go and you really haven't got a score yet. Maxine needs to get going. She's in second priority. Notice that she's sort of looking at the rights. A natural footer looking to go on the forehand. Definitely feels like there's more open lefts than there is rights today. Seen the majority of the waves ridden going left.
Especially as we're starting to approach that higher tide. It's 10:30 now. We're about an hour and a half off of that high tide.
12:08, I think it was.
And when we were at the end of competition yesterday, around you know, that 3 to 5 o'clock mark when we kind of called it, that's when that tide was draining out again. Those rights were really starting to stand up.
Right, yeah. And the wind blew from the side, didn't it? Look at the lines out the back. Big sets on their way.
Big paddle for the KZN local in Maxine. Up and riding on her backhand, opting to go for the left here, knowing she doesn't need to do a whole lot. She needs to get that completed ride, 2-turn combination. It's going to put that 2.28 likely on the board for her. A huge set. And she's going to get caught on the inside. We'll see if Erica or Alexia are able to put themselves in position. Looks like Erica was just caught on the inside. Alexia, being slightly farther out, takes off deep and drives through that first turn. Cuts it a little short now as she starts to throw a bit more spray and goes in for a heavy section. So hasn't capitalized on those in sections on her last 2 waves, but has been putting all that effort into really securing those first couple of points on the board.
Yeah, it was a critical late takeoff on that one, you know, sort of engulfed in the white water and looked so confident in the heavy water. It would speak to that time spent in Hawaii in the winter months. But solid win, you know, even with 1:30, it feels like she's in that position that she's dominant. There's that right, a nice view of the right-hander that we were talking about. The other ladies caught inside by that big set.
Oh.
Minute to go.
You can see how throaty those closeouts are. There's a full shadow as that wave pitches over. You get caught in the wrong spot there, you're going to lose that board. It'll probably get ripped right out of your hands as we take another look at this one.
There was that confident late drop. Look how much bump and chatter there is on the face, but looks confident on the rail. And just unfortunately going for a little too much there, but at the same time, you're in the lead, you've got 2 scores, your opponents haven't really matched anything you've done, you may as well keep pushing it.
Maxine getting a piece of the action here, finding that first real connection with a couple of turns. She scores a 3-point ride. That takes her up into second for South Africa. Now with 30 seconds on the clock, that set may have worked in her favor, taking off on that first wave, set her up to you know, kind of avoid getting clipped on the head by those bigger sets out back, where Erica was holding first priority, but she got taken out. We do have a score. I can see now dropping in for Erica. She's only needing a 1.10. We're not sure what took place on that wave, but she was able to get something after getting caught inside on that set.
Yeah, knowing that, you know, the 1.1 is such a small score, so much potential. This young lady from Costa Rica, waiting on the judges. The clock is done. It's out of time. These ladies are out of time. Let's see how that last ride also for Erica come in. We don't see that changing much. She'll hold on to her lead. The battle is between second and third.
That's right. So Alexia holding on to that leading position. She's going to have another score to drop. Maybe improvement in some way, but she is sitting on that 4.33 and that 5.5 is her high scores. Well served, well controlled from the beginning of this heat. We've got another score to drop still for Erica Barrera out of Costa Rica. Currently sitting in third, only needing a 1.1. We didn't get eyes on that wave, so we're waiting for the judges to see how it comes through. When we return from the break, we will give you that official update of who advances in second and who will be heading to the repechage between Maxine Kaufman of South Africa and Erica Barrera of Costa Rica. More when we return right after this. Well, we're just going to stick with the action, and the scores are in. Last of Erica Barrera, just a 0.87, not the 1.1 that she needed. My guess, maybe a takeoff in the white water rather than that clean face. Just that little bit of a difference, even with a fall with a decent takeoff, could make the difference between that 1-point ride. So unfortunate for Costa Rica heading into the repechage round. Well done to Maxine Kaufman from South Africa for getting the score on her final wave as well. Finding those couple of turns, finishing it out with a bit of, you know, that confidence as well, giving her that 3-point ride to take the top 2 positions. And a great way to continue on in our round 1. Shannon and Barton here to call the action as we're heading forward into the next round.
Yes, and there's the surfers in this heat. Inara representing Spain, Osia, Canada, Luani from the Netherlands, and Julissa What's ESA? El Salvador, the local host nation.
Julissa is such a beautiful person. I've seen her for so many years now, coming back to El Salvador year after year. It's been exciting to see her, continue to kind of sharpen her competitive skills, but also to just be that constant shining joy here. Every time you walk down to the beach, she's a great person to have a catch up with. That'll be Julissa Moody out of El Salvador. She's in the white jersey up against Enara Palacios from Spain, Osha Green from Canada, and Loen van Dijk from the Netherlands. All out in the lineup looking for their first waves. A little quiet. We did have a big set at the finish of that last heat. So it's likely that maybe this one little wave will break on the inside, and we could have a lull for a couple minutes before this heat can really kick things off.
Yeah, there's most probably, 50 metres between where the biggest sets break and those in-between waves break. So you pretty much know you're going to position for the in-betweens because the sets, you can't bank on them coming for sure, for certain. So you'll be sitting a little in, which means you pretty much guarantee you're going to wear a few. And you're going to have to duck dive a few, to get through and hopefully not get pushed too far to the inside. Next heat, getting ready.
For Team Colombia, Francesca Arevalo. She'll be up against Hawaii, Peru, and Barbados. And of course, a lot of these teams mostly coming with a great coaching staff behind them as well. Those coaches getting here bright and early, as the kids are out there having their morning surfs. Every single one of them, I think, was hair wet by the end of about 7 o'clock this morning. I could hear even the beach announcers at El Sunzal clearing the lineup as they wanted to start the heat, and there were still kids out there, and there was the kind of mention of, all right, if you guys aren't going to be respectful of getting out of the lineup in time, there's the potential for some penalties to be handed out. So keeping that in mind for all those coaches, reminding the kids, get out of the lineup as soon as they start clearing it about 15 minutes before first heat of the day takes place. But for each of those coaches, it's a great opportunity getting here early and watching through the day because they're going to have 12 different surfers surfing between the podiums, maybe 6 per day because of the divisions, to be able to start watching and timing some of those sets and giving that information to their surfers before paddling out, going, all right, the set came at the end of the last heat. You might have, 1 or 2 within yours. Maybe the following heat after this gets a little bit more of a pulse in it as well.
Yeah, may have a slow start, be aware of that, get ready to move early. So always, it's such a strategic sport. When you are, you consider most other sports that are held in a stationary, consistent, stable environment. Surfing held in the ocean that is consistently changing. The tide's always moving, the wind's always different, the swells are always different, and so it takes so much knowledge and intel to be able to manipulate that opportunity. Late drop here, the start of the heat for El Salvador.
El Salvador, Julissa up and riding, taking off deep in the section and into that first opening turn. Great looking snap, puts it up into the lip line as well here at La Bocana. Oh, she was so close to making that turn.
Difficult when all that white water converges, comes together. It's near impossible to stay on your feet. Here we go, surfers paddling, drone angle, red on the inside, up and riding.
Using her inside position here before priorities established for Enara out of Spain. Into that first top turn, driving hard off the bottom into that sort of horizontal wrap. Back into the section, but it's so frothy.
Disappointing there, really. You saw that wave peel off. There was another couple of turns in that, and really 20 minutes. We've nearly had 5 minutes go already. You really want to, on your first opening 2 rides, it's judged on your best 2 waves, you want to complete them. You want to get to the end of them. You want to maximize that opportunity, which takes the pressure off you.
Yeah, it certainly does, especially if you want to get those scores into that, 6-point plus range. We've got a set approaching as we're down to 15 minutes on the clock. And this could give some opportunity to Osha or to Luna as we see Osha putting herself into position. She'll be on the inside position and slightly farther out. So we'll see her take off on this wave. For Team Canada, Osha's also had some great heats in her time here at the World Junior Championships through the years. Into 2 smooth turns to start things off with. Goes big on the end section. That board will slip out and away from her feet. And so we'll have scores to come through first of Osha, first of Julissa as well. Let's go down to the beach, though, to catch up with Brazil's Alexia Monteiro after a great first heat.
Yeah, congratulations, Alexia. That was a great opening heat for you. It's starting to get a little bit bumpy. The wind is starting to pick up. Does that change your strategy going into the heat?
Yes, I'm very happy to pass my heat in the first place. The first heat is always like nervous more, but yeah, it's bumping right now, but it's really good. Like my strategy was just be patient and trying to get better, and the left is really good, so I focus on it, and I'm so happy to pass the heat. It's just a starting of the competition, and yeah, so happy to be here in El Salvador and with great waves.
Well, you said the first heat always comes with a little bit of nerves. Tell me a little bit about how you manage those nerves and keep calm.
Yes, it's like I was training the whole week, like super hard, you know, to be more confident and more patient in the heat. So I'm prepared for the heat, but yeah, it's always nervous because it's the first heat. It's your opening to the event. This event is so important to me because it's the Mundial, and with Team Brazil, it's like we won, the past year. So we won this competition again. So yeah, I'm very happy.
So what is the team atmosphere like? How are you guys supporting each other, and what are you guys doing after the events each night?
Yes, the Team Brazil is always like a family, you know. We support a lot our friends and the athlete, you know, and we are like so great this year. And yeah, after the heat, we just are like friends, you know, so we play in the hotel and surfing more.
That's a perfect recipe to have fun and for success. Is there a message you'd like to send home to Brazil?
Yes, obrigada a todo mundo que está torcendo do Brasil. O time Brasil está muito forte, estou muito feliz de ter passado a minha bateria. Oi mãe, oi pai, a gente passou a primeira e agora vamos para as próximas e seja o que Deus quiser.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Well spoken from Alexia. They're staying at Casa de Mar, which is right on the point at El Sunzal, and each morning, each evening, you know, the dinner kind of zone is just packed because Team Brazil is large. It's a full team of 12 Groms. They've also got a great coaching and managing staff behind them. Having their team meetings and debriefings at the end of the day as well is a great opportunity for them to kind of look at some heats, assess some strategy, look at some of those big scores as well, and look towards some improvement moving forward. So I feel like coming into this event, they're going to be pretty tough to beat as the reigning gold medalists.
And that young lady felt like a champion. The way she able to converse in not her first language, her English was fantastic, and the energy that she exuded, it was full of stoke and full of that type of feeling like this young lady has got a big future ahead of her. So congrats on the win. Looking forward to watching her in the rest of the event. And that next heat looks like a good one too. So Brianna Barthelmess from Peru, she is an incredible young goofy footer. It'd be great to watch her in that next heat.
Yeah, excited to see her up against Francesca Arevalo from Colombia, Ava Banfield from Barbados, and that was Malia Lima for Hawaii putting on the red jersey. As we take a look now at Loon, up and riding for the Netherlands, just a quick in and out for her. That'll be her first wave on the board, so at least she can shake it off now.
Yeah, well, you go to fourth priority, which means you end up going on the hunt a little bit, which also could be a good thing.
Inara now up and riding. She opened with a 2.9. Great looking start for that first turn. Just gets a bit fast. Challenging on your backhand, I might guess. Barton, like thinking of kind of having that approach with those big sections and all that speed to keep that weight maybe centered. Well,
yeah, and you leaning over because you want to get that bottom turn in. If when you lean over, it hits a bit of chop and the board sort of hops or jumps underneath your feet, you lose contact with the water, lose contact with the wave and your board, and that never ends good. The 5.33 for Canada, the opening ride, with two beautiful snaps. They were smooth, they were controlled, they were clean. It wasn't radical. Then into the last turn, she just threw the tail and you were like, whoa. So judges really appreciating how mature and clean the surfing was. Big set approaching. Look at the one behind.
Whoa, solid size set. 15-year-old Osha sitting in that leading position from Tofino.
Paddling for her life to get under this one.
Paddling as hard as she can. to get herself. She just gets clipped by the top, but she may have been able to duck dive under it. Yep, looks like they're all in a great position. And a 4.17 now drops in for last of Inara. So a big score for that opening turn. Sets her up into that leading position for Spain. She's going to have a long paddle to get back out into, get out to backline once again, as we can see Team Canada down there with the flags. These sets are really, really big. They're breaking, and like you said, you know, here it breaks so deep, but it's risky to sit out there waiting because you could miss a lot of great scoring potential on the inside.
Absolutely, and they may not be the better shaped waves. Here's an in-betweener having a look. Julissa for El Salvador, 2.5 on that first wave. 4.17, so the judges appreciating the size there for red, Inara from Spain, the size of the wave, the size of the maneuver in that first section.
Let's take another look here at this 5.33 for Osha.
Drives off the bottom, beautiful style. Watch that throw of the arms at the end of the turn. That front arm lifts, really stylish. And here she just throws the tail and you go, wow. Things were looking so smooth and so controlled, and then just showed how radical she can get.
Driving into that first section. She's also got some flames on her surfboard.
Purple flames, you don't see that every day. Comes through the inside, watch this, late to the lip, and you see the way that board, how loose that board is, the way it just spun. 4.17 here, first turn, nice snapping turn. Here's where that, see that loss of control. We saw the fins from here, the board quivering underneath her feet. Unfortunate wipeout, but the judges appreciating that first turn, tight to the pocket, and here, speed wobbles, so to speak. If you skateboard, you understand what that is. Never fun.
I've got a few scars from having some speed wobbles during my days.
Oh, me too.
Bombing a big hill, and you know, sometimes you're just like, oh, this is going to be fine. This is not going to be fine.
And
about
once
0.5 seconds later.
Yeah, you're in. You can't get out. There's no escape, you know. It's a terrifying situation.
There's no
on a
escape
skateboard.
between you and the air dividing you and the asphalt, that's for sure.
And I would rather have the speed wobbles and fall on water.
I did read that in one of the bios. I can't remember who it was yesterday, but you know, so many of these kids are skating. I mean, this is it's such a great, it's the best kind of thing to be able to just be on a board. You know, we were talking about it yesterday as well. Skating, snowboarding, anything that keeps that piece of timber connected to your feet, whether it's out in the lineup or, you know, on land. And one of the guys had said in his bio how much he loves skating, but he likes surfing more because you don't fall and hit the asphalt. You're just falling on water. As we take a look at Julissa, great opening snap to start. Straight up into the lip, makes the air drop, and she finds one more opportunity. I think this end section is going to offer a little bit more for her. She's going to stick with it well, gets those 4 turns together. One of them being quite critical with that airdrop as a second.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to compare that to the 4.17 or the 5.33, which were much bigger waves, shorter in context of what was achieved. She's got 4 turns there. The last 2 were quite small on the shoulder of the wave, but as you said, that re-entry into the lip was powerful. At a moment, I thought she'd slipped off the back, but she was just getting so low and compressing so much to absorb the impact on the drop. She did that well. Looking for a 2.84, and I dare say she'll be a good chance of getting that score and going into an advancing position. Still only one wave for the Canadian.
That's right, and the 5.33 and that 4.17 are going to be a really good kind of benchmark for those two to be sitting on as their high scores for Spain and Canada, needing just to improve their backup scores, or even for Canada to get a backup score on the board. There you can see Inara for Team Spain in the red, waving her arms. That's just to signal to the beach announcers that now that they have a lull, she can hear the information and process it. I mean, sometimes even if you can hear things, there's too much happening in the water to really process what's being said, and you need to be able to kind of click out of that to focus on the fact that you're paddling to make it through a set or whatever. Great for those surfers to be able to have that little bit of communication. Just get a little refresher update from the beach announcers.
You need that, everything to calm down and stop for that moment so you can breathe and compose yourself. And there's the score. Look at that, up into the lead, the local.
A 4.73 for the local out of El Salvador. Julissa sets herself up into that first place position. Inara down into second, now needs a 3.07. That puts her in more of a danger situation because Osha Green only needs a 1.74 to take away that second place position. She's sitting with the highest single score of the heat, and she's been quite selective on her wave so far, having only the one. On the inside section, Julissa going for this one off the left on the paddle back out, just locking herself into another ride, trying to build on the 2.5 that she has behind her. And then for Loen van Dijk out of the Netherlands, she has a big requirement in front of her, hasn't really been able to find the kind of that rhythm early in the heat that she would have been looking for, Barton.
Yeah, a bit slower this heat, and you suggested it may be that way given all of the sets in the previous heat. Definitely turned out that way, heading towards the high tide in about an hour and a half still, so still some water to move in. 3:27, the last for El Salvador. That's good, keeps improving. And a 3:84, the ask for second place. That's not easy. The 1:74, much easier. That 5:33 is a powerful score. Imagine with the completion, could have been heading towards sevens for Team Canada.
And for Loen out of the Netherlands, her family lived in Morocco for a while. That's where she learned how to surf and said she became absolutely addicted, which is no surprise given the quality of waves in that country.
Well, no matter what the waves are like, getting addicted's easy to surfing. It's one of
So
those
true.
things. Once you're in, it's like the mafia, mate. Once you're in, you can't get out. You know, because it's more than a sport. It's a lifestyle. It's a culture. It becomes such a part of the way you think and the way you live. What becomes important, and yeah, it's a good addiction. Maybe the best addiction, the only addiction, maybe worth having.
And an addiction that's led her to making it onto the team for Team Holland. Now up and riding. She was needing this wave to really get this campaign started. Locks into that second turn. Setting it up for the third. This wave's going to have a little bit more in front of her as well. Doesn't quite find the finishing maneuver, but those three turns together, a smaller size wave, it's going to at least put her back onto the scoreboard.
Oh, 100%. And she looked comfortable on the backhand, which would make sense because we know there's some fantastic right-hand point breaks in Morocco. So that was a confidence booster. It's a shame it's so late in the heat. 2.73 comes in there.
Chips away. She's only needing a 4.34 requirement now. She does those same turns on a bigger wave. Yeah. She's right there.
Time's the enemy, isn't it, at this point in time for the Netherlands and for Canada. Still on only one ride for Oshia Green. You can see she's got first priority. She's starting to move in because she recognises with a minute and a half, no sitting out the back waiting for a set. And if a big set came, her goal would be to get the first wave of that set or an early something before the set, because where they're sitting now, they more than likely would get caught inside by a bigger set. Will Canada, Oshia Green, will she get a second wave? Second place here, looking to build on her 2.9.
Ooh, not a big score she needs to improve on. Kind of a slopey takeoff. Squares it off the bottom into that first turn. Beautiful. Finds the finish as well.
Shame it was so short, that wave, if it had stayed open, because those backhand re-entries are great.
Looks like there might be an opportunity here for Osha. We could see her paddling herself over into position. Both women out in the lineup with a quick kick to their paddle. And Julissa is now into this one, locking in on her forehand and setting it up, that kind of, check turn to start things off with. Driving hard off the bottom, goes into a big finish. That was a great way for her to end that wave. Looking to improve on a 3.27. Now the situation's changed a bit. A 3.93 dropped in for Lasta Venara for that single turn. Judges loved it. It sent her up into the lead. Julissa now needing a 3.37 to put herself back into first. And that requirement now closer to the threes than the twos for Osha.
And 10 seconds to go. And all the other surfers getting waves, but Osha can't find one. Here she goes.
Up and riding before the buzzer on the left. And out the back, we can see another surfer having a look there. Osha's still on her feet. We'll have to get another look at that one to see exactly what she was able to get done, but we know it would have been at least a single maneuver. She's chasing right now a 2.67. It looked like maybe Loen was also going to paddle into that last wave. It may have been just a little bit late for her, given that Osha stood up with about 2 seconds on the clock.
Yes.
For Loen, it could have been, a second after the buzzer started sounding. So waiting for scores to lock in now. At the moment, Julissa has regained the leading position with a 5.23 For her last wave, that in section, a bit gnarly. The judges loved the look of Barton.
And it guarantees El Salvador's advancement and continuation in the main round.
Yeah, absolutely unbelievable. What a finish. And for, for each of these young women to get those opportunities on the final few seconds, some quiet moments throughout this heat, which left Osha with only that single score on the board. She then picked up a 0.5. She's now chasing a 2.77 as the requirement has just inched kind of farther forward by 0.2, 0.3, wave by wave, as Julissa and Anara have swapped back and forth between first and second.
And the time being taken by the judges would suggest there's a chance it's a score of consequence that could influence it. If it wasn't, they'd just throw the one out or whatever and we'd be done. But the fact that it's still being considered proves that, we can see the teammates consoling each other. Here's oh, she gets the score. She makes this right.
That's a great looking turn.
Yeah, I think she gets the score.
Stays super low to make sure she gets the ride out of it. And there it is, a 3.93 for last of Canada. Stood up 2 seconds before the buzzer, and she moves into second. That was a great scale as well, because we've seen the judges rewarding that similar kind of mid-range 3 to mid-range 4 for those single turns, which have been really solid, as we can now celebrate El Salvador taking out a heat win, Canada in second, and for Spain and the Netherlands, great efforts out there. Great way to reset and head into the repechage round.
And for Loon, disappointed with the fourth place. You could see her teammates consoling her. It looked like she was quite emotional there at the water's edge, and the coaches, staff giving her big hugs, and to tell you're all in it together. And that's the wonderful thing about this event and the ISA. All of the events that they run is that team spirit being brought into surfing.
Well, we're going to stick with the action, as we've already got surfers in the lineup ready to go, and we've got one just swimming to get underneath this wave. Caught a little bit on the inside there. Out in the water, Hawaii, Peru, Colombia, and Barbados. Top 2 surfers will be heading through the main round, bottom 2 heading to the repechage round, with Malia Lima for Hawaii, Brianna Barthelmes from Peru, Francesca Arevalo from Colombia, and Ava Banfield out of Barbados. No scores yet on the board. Everyone just looking to put themselves in position.
Brianna Barthelmes, she won the best wave in my event Blast-Off this year, a 10-point ride in the Opens.
What was the wave like?
So one of them left points in Peru where she did a gazillion amazing turns and got a 10-point ride in the Opens. So she's a real talent. We sent her a GoPro camera for her efforts, and I'm excited to watch her surf. Malia Lima from Hawaii, powerful young lady as well. Colombia, and then Ava Banfield. Daniel Banfield, I believe, is her brother. He's a great goofy footer, represents Barbados as well, so it's going to be great to see her surf. All these ladies ready for action, but things have slowed down. Well, maybe right out the back there we can see some lines. Things were a little slower in that last heat.
Yeah, it certainly was, and it made it a little bit complicated, really relying on those final buzzer beater moments to see the situations change.
Yeah, and as coaching staff, you'd be reiterating the importance of the start. The quicker the start, the better. Make sure you get your first 2 scoring rides, you complete the rides, and you get them in that first 10 minutes would be the ideal strategy. And then you've got the back 10 minutes to improve on what you've created in the first half.
Would you say even then opting to go maybe on one of those mid-size or smaller waves for the sake of getting that early score on the board rather than waiting out those big sets?
100%. Yeah, I think that's definitely the go. It would depend on the individual and what they are best suited to, but ordinarily the mid-sized ones, there's more of them, and they definitely give you a lot of opportunity to do your turns.
Malia up into the lip for that first turn. Just a single maneuver, but she's going to put a score on the board.
And the minute I saw her stand up, I went, oh, that's right, I remember Malia from Rio de Janeiro. Powerful young lady, natural footer. One turn there, but a great turn.
Yeah, set herself up in a great position for that one. So she'll have a score to drop through. We do have a big set coming. It's nice, we can kind of see those lines from certain angles, but it also kind of showcases when we have that angle kind of like this one that's more from the ground level, how challenging it can be at this break to really see those kind of defined lines coming way out the back.
And I suppose it would speak to a coaching staff member having the opportunity to sit high. Here we go.
Brianna up and riding on her forehand. The Peruvian opting into the left.
That's the way to go for it. There was no other chance on that one to score points, so you may as well chance it and go into the lip.
Just throw it up. We see the world's best doing that, sometimes going in completely blind, like, I don't know if I'm going to make this, and the board stays stuck to their feet. Just putting that effort in is an exciting thing for us to watch as fans of the sport as well.
Oh, we love that. You know, it's all about the commitment. There's no, you know, it's one thing I always say, you can't half participate in surfing. You can't do it part-time. You can't, you know, it's one of those things that you need to be absorbed in it to do it well, and it needs to be a religious activity in a sense where you're consistently going to the beach on a daily basis, getting in the water, experiencing different conditions, because as a competitor you will come across all sorts of different stuff and you may never get exactly what you want. You need to be able to adapt.
Malia adapting very well at the start of that heat. 5.17 drops in for that single turn.
Big turn on a big closeout. Judges loved it. Here we go. Drops in on the replay into the lip. Powerful, and you know, great signs there for Malia. You would go, okay, I just got a 5 for that. Give me an open one, I get 2 or 3, I could be heading towards a perfect score.
Be exciting to see a couple of those perfect scores handed out this week. We've got the quality of waves, we've got the quality of surfers.
Yep.
And speaking of the quality of surfers, that last heat was wild, and it was El Salvador that came out on top with Julissa Moody. A huge win for the local contingency. She's with Rachel Tilley.
Julissa, congratulations. That was a well-surfed heat. It's great to see you here on the winner's board. Tell me about how you feel from that heat.
Julissa, qué bueno verte aquí. Decime, ¿cómo te sientes ahorita?
Pues me siento súper feliz, contenta de haber pasado mi heat. Espero dar lo mejor en la segunda ronda. No es todo mi nivel y espero demostrarlo en esta competencia.
She feels super happy, she's overwhelmed, and she hopes that this is not the best that she's going to perform. There's more.
And what does it mean to be here in front of El Salvador, your country, competing with your home?
¿Qué significa estar para ti compitiendo aquí en tu casa, El Salvador?
Pues para mí significa muchísimo, es mi país, mis olas, es el paraíso de las olas acá en El Salvador, entonces me siento súper contenta y todos los salvadoreños se sientan orgullosos de mí y de que pueda llegar a poner en alto la bandera de El Salvador.
That she feels so happy, it means a lot to her. This is El Salvador, this is the paradise of waves, and she can be here representing her country and her, you know, her people who support her in person.
Well, you can see the energy around you. Everyone's so excited for you, very proud of you. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish to El Salvador and your family and friends?
Se siente la energía, todo el mundo está aquí contigo alrededor. ¿Nos puedes decir un mensaje en castellano, en español, para todos tus fans?
Que muchísimas gracias por todo el apoyo que me han estado dando. Me siento súper contenta de poder representarlos a ustedes, El Salvador, a todas las personas salvadoreñas. Vamos con todo y a darle a la siguiente ronda. ¡Yoo!
Oh, that was great. Stoked, looking to do even better in the next round. She's already walked away with a heat win, Barton.
Oh, I just love that energy. I didn't understand a word, but it just felt so good. And you can see the joy. We could hear the shouts and the cheers of the national team members and the supporters from El Salvador screaming and hooting and yelling for her because it was a great performance.
Yeah, really exceptional performance and picking off some of those waves even on the paddle back out that made the difference for her, you know, adapting to her heat strategy as it was all unfolding.
I suppose there was an element of local knowledge on display because she kept catching waves, kept creating opportunity. Oshia Green, for example, had that best wave of the heat on her opening ride and didn't get another wave until, you know, a few seconds before the end. So she definitely did great to be able to continue catching waves, continue to build her scores and take the win.
There you can see where our judges are located for La Bocana. Big, giant priority screen and a clock up there. So those surfers at any stage, if they want to kind of check on things or they hear something and they're not sure if they heard it correctly, they can always just swing back and look at that. They obviously won't know their scores, but at least they'll know how the heat is unfolding when it comes to time. As we take a look at Malia just flying down the line, she did that on a wave during the interview as well, opting to try and find another right on her forehand. Just a 0.83 for that previous one, something similar likely to come through for this one. But the 5.17 has set her up really well. Talking about getting that early start and how crucial it is, we're looking at 2 surfers who haven't yet caught a wave as we're down to 11 minutes. And even for Brianna out of Peru, just that 1 point right on the board.
May as well be 3 surfers who haven't caught a wave, really, and there's only the 1 wave of consequence in the heat so far. That last wave of Malia Lima's was also a fast little runner, and she just pulled out the back, so that's not going to be much of a score either. But when you watch Malia on a wave, you see the presence that she has, the size and power that she brings to this environment. These are big, open-faced, powerful waves. I feel like her performance and her style of surfing just suits this down to the ground.
Yeah, certainly does.
And you can see how far away she is. She's more or less surfing a different peak over on those rights.
Putting herself far away from the pack. Sitting under 3rd priority, but at this stage it just wouldn't even be a thought because she's at a completely different peak than the rest of the crew. Has a little look there off the left, decides not to go. Coming out of the west side of Kauai, have you spent much time there?
I have. Well, in Kauai I have, but not for a couple of decades. Back in the days of competing on the ASP World Tour, I would go to Kauai. The events would end, I'd spend Christmas on Oahu, and then I'd go and spend the month of January normally on Kauai and spend months at a time and just absolutely love it over there. It's a great spot. And I would love to spend more time back there, but haven't been for quite a while.
So many incredible surfers coming out of that little island in the Pacific.
Incredible. Well, you take Hawaii, the group of islands. Look at Maui. You could say the same thing about every one of the main islands, and even the big island as well. Well, it's not so known for its surf. There's incredible talent that comes out of there.
Francesca, there on screen for Colombia. She hasn't caught her opening ride yet, same as Ava Banfield out of Barbados. Both of them being a little bit more patient with their wave selection. Down to halfway through this heat. Now, a good reminder kind of to be able to settle the nerves, because even I'm getting a little bit nervous without them having a ride, is that it just takes 2 to make it through. Can get 2 waves easily within 9 minutes.
Yeah, 5 minutes, you're still a chance at 2, aren't you? When you get down to 2 or 3, it's going to be a difficult assignment. But so there's still a lot of time. But what happens is the nerves build, the pressure builds. When you're sitting there, and I've been in this situation, and you're looking back to your coaching staff, and they're on the beach, and you can feel them, you see them squirming
Everyone's
on the beach.
a bit squirmy. You're squirmy in the water, they're squirmy on land.
And you just want to wave, you just want to surf. So, focusing at the start and owning the start, I coach that. That's all you can control. That's all you can know is the start. And if you can manage and control the start, that's really... here's a 5.17 for Brianna, dropping in as well.
All right, so great to see Brianna putting a score on the board. And now it's going to be that battle between Brianna and Malia, who's going to take away that leading position. Brianna, at the moment, though they have equal high scores, has the higher second score, so that puts her just above in the heat total. And Malia putting herself back in position. As we're down to 8 minutes on the clock. Both surfers from Barbados and Colombia under that 16-year-old bracket, 14 years old for Francesca, 15 years old for Ava. They're both going to be surfing between both divisions. So they would have had heats yesterday at El Sunzal. This will be their second heat of the event, but first at La Bocana. And it's a wildly different playing field to what Sunzal is.
Yeah, and the other thing that's different today is the direction of the wind. We had the wind come up yesterday, but it was from completely the opposite direction. Today's wind's blowing in the other way, which will make the faces of the lefts a little cleaner, while the rights that we've seen Malia on have had that bump and lump, and that's the reason why.
It's so true. And yesterday, the direction of the wind, as we see if anyone's able to get into this one. Decent sized wave breaking in front of Francesca. She's got to duck dive very deep to get through something like that. it's kind of nice if you're in that section just close enough as that wave and lip maybe even lands on your feet that it can still just push you through that, through the back of that wave. Malia goes in for a huge hook underneath a very meaty looking lip, and she'll go down. So she struggled to put a completed backup score on the board. A couple of just kind of, you know, attempts without being able to ride out of anything. She's only looking for a small score. She gets a 143 for that effort on a big looking turn. So successful bottom turn takeoff, falls in the kind of that top turn under the lip. She goes back into lead, Brianna down into second. And still for Francesca and Ava looking for their first waves. But like you were saying, with that change of the wind at El Sunzal, yesterday the wind direction was kind of that little bit of like offshore, cross shore. It was really quite perfect. The way that the wave kind of hooks around.
Yeah.
Where today, the wind direction is also going to be blowing straight up the face at Sunzal. So it's going to make it a little bit more challenging, less clean, as we see Milla Brown for Australia getting ready to paddle out.
Yeah, yesterday's wind was like a southwester, and today is from the southeast. So, you know, completely different wind directions. It's going to be interesting, you know, to see how the teams adapt to that. Yesterday afternoon we saw the right-handers here at La Bocana were clean, but today with that wind coming into them, let's have a look at how the face of this one looks.
Paddle for Malia, unable to get into it. Barton, I love the fact that you just whipped out a compass in the booth.
How's the old multi-tool phone, you know?
So impressive of you to think about that. All right, let's take a look exactly where's that wind coming from. Compass will tell us. Francesca with a paddle. She's unable to get into it, unfortunately. Now you can feel that sort of anxiety building out in the lineup as
it's been building for ages for them. Like, just get one, catch one. But it seems like where they are sitting has been a little wide of where the action has been most of the time. Malia has put herself right where the majority of the action has been. She's had quite a lot of opportunity already in this heat. Got the 1-4-3 for the last, which kind of, you know, boosted her position. 4 rides for her, 2 for Brianna from Peru. And then green and white, not a ride yet. 4.5 minutes on the clock.
Time ticking down. It's got a few little shady spots for the competitors to hang out in this week, which is really nice considering that it's going to be 9-10 days worth of shore time. Brianna up and riding. She's got that 517 on the board. Gets that first turn, now eyeing it up for the second. Does very well to place that ending turn and get the combination on the board.
That was professional. She understood the importance of a completion there, and she didn't. You could see her hold back and control it and deliberately manage that situation to get the completion, understanding, you know, she improves on the one, and you would, you know, we'll see her most probably go into the lead now, but hold on,
Malia
is the heat leader.
Hooking it up, throwing a lot of spray off that first turn. Times it well for the second, almost. So the 2-turn combination of Brianna versus the power out of that first turn for Malia.
Yeah, and then the incompletion after that. Here we go. Up and riding in the green. Going for Francesca, going for some kind of crazy aerial maneuver out of the top of that wave.
She's going to put a score on the board. That's a great thing coming down to the last 3 minutes on the clock. It's not going to be a great score because she's not going to, you know, have those completed maneuvers, but just try and shake off the fact that we've got some big sets coming through. Start to get that campaign underway. It's a big ask for her now, at least a 5.15 to put herself into an advancing position. That sets up Ava with the official first priority next to her name. At this stage, just for the sake of confidence and you know, moving into the next round, you just hope she gets herself into a ride as we take another look at this from Brianna.
First turn, great, critical, right? And watch the deliberate waiting patiently and sees that little moment, just guides it up there ever so delicately, gets the completion. I want to compare it to this. You talked about this first turn, drops down, bottom turns. Nice snap in the pocket. It was most probably, out of the 3 maneuvers, most probably the best maneuver of the 3.
And taking a look at the first wave for Francesca. Great looking takeoff.
Well, you're in the position she's in. You may as well get crazy with it.
Yeah, just go big. She needs a big score to advance through. Now we got a 4.57 that's dropped in for Brianna for Peru. Takes her into the lead. Now waiting to see where the judges will go with that last wave of Malia, needing a 4.57 to move into first.
Great coaching opportunity, really. One aggressive turn, tight to the pocket, and a fall, compared to two more conservative horizontal turns, but still getting up into the pocket for the 4.57 from Brianna. Plenty of years left in the under-18s for Brianna. She's, I believe she's about 12 years old, so she's still got plenty of time in this division. Having a look at that one.
A couple of really young surfers that are surfing between a couple of divisions. 1 minute, 15 seconds on the clock. Still waiting for that last of Malia.
And if you would go with sort of traditional judgment, you would imagine that Malia's may come in higher than the 4.57 just based on the critical nature of that first turn. Oh, you!
Brianna just throwing the fins out as she comes through the inside.
I like that. She's in the, you know, she knows she's in the lead. She's got to improve. You may as well have a go. And the more you do that in these earlier rounds, the more comfortable you'll be when you need to do it in a later round. Here's the score. It's in.
4.87. It is just better than that of the two-turn combination from Brianna. So great kind of, note from the judges to those coaches, to those surfers out in the lineup. And Malia will take away the lead with just 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Brianna into second. Both with significant first and second places, though, at this stage. Huge requirements on the board for both Francesca and for Ava. We still haven't seen Ava get herself into a wave. She's had a couple paddles as she's down into that second priority now out of first.
I feel for Ava because I understand the situation she is in. In a Masters event in Rio de Janeiro, the last time I ever competed, I had a heat where I scored 0. Oh. I did not catch a wave. So I sympathise. Happens to all of us at some point in time. Well, maybe not all of us, just a rare few who get the chance to surf a heat, but unfortunately don't get a wave. So I understand how she feels in this moment, but the repechage round is that opportunity to go again.
That's right, and surfing between two divisions for both Francesca and for Ava, already surfing in their under 16s. They're gonna have plenty more heats throughout today. Malia Lima taking the win for Team Hawaii after an impressive battle between her and Brianna. Malia kind of getting that early start, controlling the entire heat, and then Brianna scratching back through on the finish. We'll go to a quick break. When we return, Mitchell Salazar and Paul Evans on the call.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to the World Junior Surfing Championships, coming at you live from El Salvador. Surf City is the venue. As we pick up beautiful vision from above, and we'll check out a new quartet hitting the water. Miller Brown from Australia, Raipoe Chapelier, Tahiti, Myanmar Soto, from Puerto Rico, Cristel Clarivel Rivera from Guatemala. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Mitchell Salazar, and another exciting heat, mate.
Yeah, international one too, Paul. Tahiti, Australia, Puerto Rico. beautiful island in the Caribbean where we were a few months ago for the World Surfing Games, and Guatemala just a few hours north from here in El Salvador. Seems like Soto up and riding.
Quick in and out for her. Had a look at her left. It seems to be still providing dividends in terms of points for our surfers. Looking to get that quick start. Didn't happen for her on that occasion. A little bit of wind ruffling through. Hasn't seemed to hinder the scoring potential overly. There's still some great rides out there. Let's go and hear from someone who locked a couple of good scores in the last one, standing by for a chat with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. Congratulations on your heat win. It's getting increasingly tricky out there. How did you handle that?
Just was trying to stick to the rights and just figured it out. The second wave of the set is better, I come to find out. But yeah, I was just trying to stay on the rights personally. Yeah.
And it's the first heat of the event. We have a long event ahead of us. How do you keep those nerves calm going into the very first day?
Just see the waves that they're good and just psych instead of get nervous. Personally, that's what I do. Yeah.
And the boys from Hawaii had a successful day yesterday. Were you able to watch some of their heats here at La Bocana and get some inspiration from them?
Personally, we were on Sunzal side supporting the girls, but I was watching the replays, and the boys did really good, and was just seeing what they're doing to get their scores pretty much, yeah.
Well, you can spend the day now relaxing and basking in your heat win. Tell me a little bit about what has been your favorite team activity outside of surfing here in El Salvador?
Team bonding, playing cards, honestly, pretty fun. But yeah, just relaxing in the AC too, just in the AC within the room. It's nice. Yeah.
The AC feels amazing here. It's so hot. Is there anything you'd like to say back to Hawaii?
Thank you, Mom. Thank you to my friends. And yeah, I love you guys. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Rachel. Well done. Malia, looking good. Looking relaxed as well. Team bonding, that's important.
It is, and you know, coming from Hawaii, a lot of people from different parts of the islands too. So Malia, she comes from the beautiful island of Kauai. Great surfers from that small island, obviously. Andy, Bruce, two of the biggest names, but also, believe it or not, Sebastian Zietz and his nephews competed in this event before. Zoe will be coming up in just a few heats here in the girls U18 now. But you know, for how small that island is and how many great surfers they have produced, I'd say per capita, maybe the best island on the world, Paulie.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good call, a fair shout. So much surf talent from there. Love seeing these generational stories keep going as well. That seems like we're seeing these secondary, third generations of pro surfers.
Right.
Really, really cool. You recognize these names that kind of stand out. You look at the heat draw and delve into the backstory a bit and find out it's that talent is obviously a lot literally coursing through the veins in terms of genetic talent as well. And why wouldn't you want to be a high-level surfer and pursue a career traveling around the world, competing, surfing, making friends, watching Myanmar Soto with a really late entry to that one. Too late, just goes down the avalanche prone. Unable to unlock. She'll have to continue to be patient. Here's Miller Brown, the Aussie. What she got for us off the bottom. Very nice. Clicks it. Whoa.
Wow.
Wow, so looking really loose there. That's a tricky turn to do. We've seen so many surfers arrive late to that section and go down, but she stuck it.
Especially with the tide coming up too, much more difficult to be able to manage all that backwash and the reverb that's coming off the rocks. And consider too what we've brought up earlier today, Paul. A lot of sand concentration right there on the left, so to be able to manage and time that turn, nothing easy about it. And it all starts with the bottom turn right here. You can just tell that based off of her technique and a read of the wave, Team Australia, they've been here for a couple of days now, and they've really put a lot of emphasis on the finishing maneuver right here.
Also like the idea of not waiting too long, go for something big and booming out the back and clean. Like, it doesn't matter, there's water on the face, there's a section to be hit. And
exactly.
She was good enough to identify that.
Why wait? I think it's a perfect point, and you see it a lot with the people that are on the very top of the championship tour as well.
All right, we've seen a lot of this go in this heat. We've seen some really late takeoffs and surfers going down hard. By contrast, the 6 in for Miller Brown. So a great start for her as she watches carnage all around her, really, with surfers just getting pinged from takeoff. Down for a little underwater inspection. Everyone's recovered and making their way back out. We talked about the power. It packs a punch, this joint.
It does, and it's a deep bottom, too. You won't make it there unless you're actually really trying, so it's one of those waves that can hold you down for a long time. Luckily for us, we have Chuck Davey and the rest of the ski patrol out there at both locations, by the way. some of the best in the business, guys that dedicate their lives to water safety and travel all around the world, but multiple times here yet at El Salvador. And it really comes down to the events that we've had here, Paul. So multiple ISA events, you have the Championship Tour event, you've had the longboard event at several of these locations. Really cool to see them get more adept and intuitive when it comes to these different places. Big part of professional surfing events. You're only as good as the people that are there to help you.
Yeah, absolutely. And the sort of, you know, the leaps and bounds, the big strides that have been made in water safety in recent years, particularly in the big wave arena, but not just in that. People getting really, really skilled with that equipment, such a vital piece, a component in ensuring the safety. There's the point that you just mentioned, the 7th major event, 6 years here. So, and that's a lot of it to El Salvador just stepping up, said, you know what, we want to support surfing, we want to invite the world's best here and show our riches that we have and what we've got in terms of surf and the beautiful scenery and all of that stuff, and just vibes overall as well. It's hard to really put kind of a context on that, but even like you coming in, you see the cops there, they're in uniform, they're hot, they're sweating, and they're all stoked and smiley and happy to see you. Yeah,
I mean, which one of them have you seen that's like got something other than a grin on their face? You know, they're all happy. Big change comes down to, you know, the people that are in office. They really looked at surfing and ecotourism as something that was going to bring in a lot of investment opportunities from outside of town, but they've really, really put in a lot of effort to benefit the people from the country too. There's actually a few laws here in place where you can only buy certain lands and certain lots unless you're from this area. So really cool to see that being preserved, Paul.
Miamar Soto, some down the line speed. But never really been able to go up into the lip on that one. She'll have to be patient to think on out the back. Chapelier, Tation having a look, realizing that's not the wave she's after. There's one behind it, though. She might be interested in this. She's got priority. She's at the apex of the peak. Good-looking wave coming here, potentially. And coming from that part of our French Polynesia, she'll know a lot about dealing with power out in the water. That one will slip underneath her, though. So other than Miller Brown, it's been a quiet start to this one.
It has, and, you know, speaking of Tahiti, a lot of people think that they only have these awesome reef breaks and heavy water waves. There's a wave that resembles this a lot over there in Papara. And,
Beach
you know,
break.
it's a beach break, but also with cobblestone bottoms. You know, it changes a lot depending on the angle of the swell too, and it can hold size.
That's where a lot of the surfers from there go and train for qualifying for Challenger Series, and there's pumping waves at beautiful reef passes. And their friends are going out in boats with their lunch and surfing beautiful waves, getting drained, and they're like, you know what, we're going to go and grind it out and do 3 to the beach at Papara.
And they've had incredible success here at the ISA too. Hirateri Natufa, he's been a 2-time gold medalist here in the Open. And as always, you can join us online, Paul, at ISA Surfing on all of our major platforms, isasurf.org, to watch all the Comp 2. Kohai Fierro right there, representing Tahiti, speaking of the French Polynesian. Sister Vahine, she's also been on a tear lately, had a good result over there at the first Challenger of the season. It's just such a beautiful area, that one of French Polynesia. They've had great competitors throughout the year. Alan Ryu is also a huge part of why they've been successful on the open side. And of course, as always, the 3 R's, Paulie: recycle, reduce, and reuse. So keep your trash in place. That's also a big part of why this spot in Central America has been so successful. They've really put a lot of effort into conservation.
Keeping it clean, keeping the ocean blue. We're looking now at a little bit of a moderate winds, a little sea breeze coming in. Nothing particularly untoward, a slight bit of texture ruffling the lip line, but still really, really fun conditions. It can handle the wind, this place. Another one of the reasons why it's such a good Connex venue, as we'll watch some lines stack in and head towards our surfers. It is the T-shirt, surfer in blue, with that priority still. She decided not to use it on the last set, and she's been having to wait pretty patiently. We're all the way down to just 9 minutes to go, so over half the heat gone. And the only legit score from this has been the Australian Brown. A 7-point ride. That was one turn. It was a really good one. A backhand hit. Here goes Haipoi, but she got the goofy on her left, patient, and then goes a little mid-face, bringing it down to the inside, and too late into that. It's an ambitious maneuver, and she goes down.
A nice try, though. At least we're seeing something that'll improve on the 0.2. So in comparison to both Soto and Rivera right now, she's in a much better spot. If there's one thing to look out of it that's positive, you know, Paul, but all in all, it comes down to the one turn of Miller Brown. That 6-point ride, easily one of the best maneuvers we've seen all day long, really committed. And with first priority now, it seems like she is looking right, though. And with this angle of the wind, it seems like the right is actually the one that's a little bit dirtier than the left. So I am surprised to see her try to opt for that one.
Yeah, a certain amount of sort of tactical stuff coming into it. You think, all right, I'm going to go out and try and get one on the left, and maybe I'll see the right. There's different situations in heats according to where you are and what your scoreline is, and a lot more tactics involved with surfing. Stuff that we're sort of figuring out the more with broadcast particularly, and we're kind of diving in with the coaches and we're listening in to the sort of stuff they're saying. It may be easy to think you just go out there and just kind of surf waves as they come, a bit like how when you go for a free surf, but it is pretty tactical. I just wonder, particularly with these youngsters and the relative lack of experience, and the coaches in their corner just kind of dialing them in, letting them know. I think on the senior tours, it's the surfers don't need too much information about waves. Maybe there's like a little bit of info there, just kind of eyes on the water, previous heats. But at this level, it'll be invaluable for these surfers to take that on. And taking that advice from an elder, someone they really respect, kind of takes a little bit of that worry out of their mind as a competitor.
It should. And going back to your point about generational surfing, doesn't necessarily have to be within the family. Look at a lot of the coaches. Courtney was a multiple-time medalist here at the ISA, and she's working with the United States team. But look at Team Australia. They've always had incredible athletes, but also their coaching staff, I'd have to say, is one of the best in the world. Bea Durbridge, longtime member of their coaching staff. You have Jay Bottle Thompson, who's been working for Surfing Australia too. Adam Robertson, finalist at Bells. He's working and running, actually, Surfing Victoria now. So having those people in your corner, people that have been there and done that, as you said, just that little whisper of advice, it goes a long way, not only within the event, but within your career.
Really cool to see top surfers giving back, putting it into the next generation of talent. We're looking at one there from Australia. Miller Brown, she's got the lead in this. That's 6, the real moment of quality in this. Been a tough heat so far, and it will continue to be so as we watch Myanmar Soto with just a quick in and out there. Small decimal numbers for her. We're still waiting to give a ride to Cristel Clavel Rivera, surfer from Guatemala, the neighboring country to the west of us here. I just had a brief stop there on the way. My plane touched down. I didn't realise it kind of wasn't necessarily on the board pass, but yeah, we touched down, let some people off. I like what I saw of it though.
It's the city of Guatemala is beautiful. They have some good waves over there too. A lot of beach breaks, but the food's awesome. A lot of cultural history, and remember, this part of Mesoamerica, this culture's been going on for a long time. So there's a lot to see outside of just surfing too within these neighboring countries. I know you're a big fan of coffee too, Paulie.
Yep.
Great coffee in Guatemala, by the way.
I mean, coffee and bird watching are ticking a lot of boxes for me. Incredible, this part of the world for birding.
Yeah.
I mean, like, everyone knows about Costa Rica, is like really well known for that. I didn't know so much about El Salvador. I've been kind of like geeking out a bit on that. Brought my binoculars.
Yeah.
The jungle comes right down to the ocean here. You've only really got to take a couple of trails up and, yeah, get right into the action. I'm looking forward to a bit of that. I'm not sure, but do we get lay days in the ISA? I'm not sure we do. I'll have to get up early in the morning to do my twitching, to do my birding.
We might have to take an afternoon off. Maybe if we get off, you know, around 2, 3-ish, we could probably take a couple hours before the sunset to explore a little bit. But vegetation here is huge, too. I mean, you go to different parts of the country, you go up further up into the mountains. Coffee there grows like crazy, but also avocados are amazing here, too. So season's coming up where we have a lot of humidity coming. Mangoes, one thing. Coconuts here are amazing too. And there's a couple of different fruits that you find here in Central America that you won't find anywhere else.
Stickering up Costa Rica. So each of our competitors in the event, they have the official competitor sticker, flying the national flag as well on the board, just reminding them exactly what they're representing when they're out there in the water.
It's a requirement too. You need to have, I think, your team sticker, the ISA sticker, and it always has to be on the top third of the board. Yeah.
And the facilities for our surface here, absolutely top-notch. Papaya restaurant bringing us delicious food, refreshing drinks. We've got ice baths as well. Obviously, the full medical contingent taking care of surfers' need if and when they need it. That's refreshing on a warm day.
I had not seen that, and that looks pretty cool. I feel like on my next break, I'm going to have to go and do that. It does feel, just by looking at it, that it is cold. So a drastic change going into the ocean that is in the low 80s in terms of the temperature into something as cool as that, Paul.
Okay, here's Miller Brown. What she got for us? Already got that 6 locked in. She's got a small backup, though. She'll look to wash that off here. And clips the first one. Had to kind of adjust on that turn. The wave went real soft. She did well not to get hung up, actually. She'll improve for sure on the backup. A little snap on the inside. And again, very nice. So, knew that she had a strong wave and a bit of a lead, but did not want to sit there with under 3 with a decimal on the board. And that's gone. She'll improve.
Yeah, and this has really been a low-scoring affair so far, Paul. 2.5 to go. Brown's going to get her back up right here. It shouldn't be a huge number, though. But Kelleher right here needs to get to work and improve on that one, because Soto and Rivera, they're only needing small scores right now. So with first priority, if you're Kelleher, you need to be looking at one of these waves in the next 2 minutes and improve on that low-scoring one.
Yeah, I mean, there's a strong case to come inside and just find something. There's tiny numbers required. Yeah. Surfers in 3rd and 4th. 184 for Soto, 267 for Rivera. Those are nothing numbers unless we get an improvement from this.
Oh, that's a paddle, though.
Didn't like that one. It stretched out. Good call to not go, but the call to actually paddle and commit means priority flips. A chance for Rivera. She's in white. Meanwhile, Soto having a paddle as well. And that one will just slip underneath. So the field here just maybe struggling a bit with that rising tide. It's not such an obvious lineup for them at the moment.
No, and, you know, we're at a point of the day now where it's 11:30 local time. Much hotter out there. Your wax tends to melt quite a bit when you're paddling out. To me personally, I always try to bring a little small piece of wax in my board shorts and be able to wax back up once I'm actually in the water. But as of right now, it just seems like that little bit of wind, too, has been causing some difficulties for these surfers because, as you saw right there, Soto, her entry angles into the waves were always a little bit odd. Same thing for Kelleher. She hasn't gotten anything better than 167, Paul.
And the numbers in for Miller Brown, a 5-point ride for her. That's legit. There's a total 11 points. She is streets ahead right now. Final minute of this. Let's hope we get some more action in this one. It's not been a lot to get too excited about other than the fine work of the Australian in red, Miller Brown. A good, convincing lead from her. She left it a while to get the backup score, but was good enough. I just thought the beginning of that wave, that first turn, the wave really softened up. There's a bit of chop on the face. It kind of ate into her speed. She did so well to recover that and then just showed really how good she is at adjusting. Got that inside and turned up. Didn't look like a 5-point ride at the initial section of that wave, and that's the sort of quality that you need sometimes. You've got to kind of adjust what you're trying to do and just get it done.
But as you said, a good decision to go with priority and try to better a score that you didn't have on the board either.
Oh, here we go. Okay, wow. So attack on the lip from Kelleher. She'll throw that one away. We saw a quick wave from Soto as well. I'm not sure that'll do too much damage to the scoreboard anywhere, and we'll remain where we were as we'll count this one out. Final seconds of their heats, and we'll be all wrapped up here. And the judges will assign numbers, but they'll be tiny ones. I'm not sure Soto got the number required. I don't think Kelleher got an improvement either. So it'll be well done to Miller Brown, who didn't get a load of waves herself, actually. She's got the 6 and the 5. Other than that, not a lot of surfing in that one. A tough heat in terms of the tide, but a job well done from Miller Brown. And we'll keep on rolling with the action here from Surf City, El Salvador. It's the World Juniors 2024. We'll bring in a brand new heat of 4 surfers. On the other side of the break, stay tuned.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. a right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave, and there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to live coverage. The ISA World Junior Surf City El Salvador plays host Podium 1, our principal venue right now, La Bocana. As we'll send a brand new heat out there as we get close to the full power of the midday sun here. Power from the Pacific Ocean. Well, that's been consistent throughout today, and a big day of competition yesterday as well. Right now, Heat 9, Aisha Hato from Brazil to Maya Murphy, Costa Rica, Maya Potgita from South Africa as well. Just 3 surfers here, so a little more elbow room, and that's pretty good. Just what we saw the ocean do, maybe slow down a bit.
Right.
A bit more opportunity for these 3.
Yeah, we're about 30 minutes away from the peak high tide, 6.4 feet the high tide, so a drastic difference between the low and the high here within the area. But another thing too, and which is a good element for us, the wind isn't supposed to pick up more than this throughout the afternoon, so it's going to be huge for the surfers. It's going to be nice and clean to finish off the day.
It's Hato, the Brazilian. Backhand attack from her. That was really nicely done already. Some real quality.
Whoa.
And again, yes, please. Gets the fins out. Bang, tags it again. Banks off the whitewater. A little slide on that. Makes it look cool. A little grimace from her at the end. That's not a reflection of the sentiment, because I reckon she'll be feeling good.
she should be. It's going to be one of the best scores we've seen in the last few heats, and should be a big number given the standards as we look at the conditions right there. So the wind did pick up from the southeast. It isn't the best direction here, Paul, but luckily for us, it shouldn't get any stronger than this. And the tide, once again, about 30 minutes away from that, 6.4 feet. So a big difference of around 6 feet between the low and the high tide. That's massive. And if you know that you're already surfing at a certain point of the day, you should be preparing for that.
All right, 17 minutes and 15 seconds on the clock. Let's go down and hear from a happy Australian winner of the last heat standing by for a chat with Rachel.
Thanks so much, guys. Miller, congratulations representing Australia. You did them proud, winning that heat. It's getting so difficult out there, though. The scoring, it was a really low scoring heat. How did you manage that to find 2 decent scores out there?
I was kind of lining up with, there's this little river, and lining up with that, there's the odd left, so I kind of just had to hold my position and hopefully get a wave.
And when the wind is picking up and you're watching the heats prior to yours and you're seeing the wind, you're seeing it get trickier, how do you manage that in your mind to just stay confident and comfortable?
Yeah, just got to always back yourself and just, no matter what, try to do your team proud and have fun.
And talking about your team, how has that atmosphere been? Have you felt that support? Have you guys been having fun?
It's been so much fun. Team Oz is the sickest crew, and yeah, we're all just cheering on each other, and it's such good support.
And El Salvador is beautiful. We get to surf at La Bocana and El Sunzal. How have you been enjoying these waves and your time outside of the water?
Oh, it's so nice. I came here a week early so I could just surf and have fun, and yeah, the waves are so dreamy, and yeah.
Well, if you've been here for at least 2 weeks now at this point, how many pupusas would you say you've eaten?
Oh, that many. Yeah, so good.
Well, would you like to say anything back to Australia?
Yeah, just thanks Team Oz for all your support, and Peter Reese and Dan and Maddie and Kia, just all you guys are legends, and thanks heaps.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations, and back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. Well done, Miller Brown. She's got a 6 squad. She's
Yeah.
happy. She's enjoying her time here. She's ripping.
No, and I love the way it's such a difference between listening to you, somebody from the U.S., and then an Aussie where they don't even pronounce the river. I find it so funny and so cool that throughout the entirety of the globe, you can speak one language, but it can be spoken in so many different ways. It's so cool having a surfing event where you have many different nations, and you get to see that too.
Yeah, bringing those different flavors, really, really cool. Yeah, maybe in the old days, it used to be even that in the surfing a little bit. Their styles were maybe more like certain styles you can associate with the region. It feels like a bit more global now. Everyone's watching videos of everyone online. Someone gets a wave on one side of the world, people are watching it in the other. So a little bit more universality, but maybe even back in the day, there were little sort of regional surfing styles going, almost like accents out of the water.
I'd say so. As we look at Kenya Lopez right there from Spain, she's going to be coming up in the next heat. I mean, look at the Cooley generation. Joel, Dingo, Mick. Those guys had a certain style of surf, right? You look at the generation from the U.S. right now that made it to the championship tour. Just between Kate Matson, Crosby, Griffin, Cole Hausman, there's a certain style of surfing within those guys, right? And it happens, too. We saw it with the Brazilian Storm, and I think right now we're going to start seeing that reflect a bit more in terms of competitive surfing, Paul.
Good number in for Aisha Rata, the Brazilian, 7.83, and well deserved. She ripped that first wave. Judges enjoying it. Late takeoff for the South African. Doesn't get into that one, actually. She had a paddle. The wave just kind of consumed her from behind. So unable to get on, but how good does that feel? First wave, you saw a tricky heat that last one. She would have been well aware that the scores had gone south. How good does it feel to get a 7.83?
The best feeling ever when you start a heat, anything better than a 5 is one of the best things ever. And I remember personally there was a heat that I lost needing, I think it was a low 5. I needed a 5.25, I think. I had 3 waves in a row. It was a 5.2, a 5.1, and a 5.
Judges hated you. Why do they hate you so much?
One of them's actually working the event. I remember I had a conversation with him. But
you still got beef, or you guys are good now?
We're good, but it's to that point where you start a heat with the 7.83 already, Paul, and you calm yourself down so much. There's no difference between what you felt before the heat and after a wave like that.
On the inside there, Potgieter from South Africa, just collecting herself, gathering. There's a bit of paddling involved in punching through and get it back out. We mentioned the power. Waves have come close to the shore with that high water, so less physical distance to paddle from the low tide this morning when the apex of this peak was way outside, as we see a purposeful paddle from Aisha Rata from Brazil, the heat leader. Looking for a second score. She knows that that wave and that drone view really just showing that kind of straight hand of that closeout. That's why she wasn't interested in it. Didn't even give it a sideways look, really. But she is on the prowl, and she looks ominous dangerous.
Yeah, and she comes from a region where you're mostly surfing beach breaks, you know, in a predominant fashion too, but every now and then, especially within Rio, you do get a couple certain point breaks or a sand bottom that works as a point break, Paul. So you can just see that beach break style. She's got the mentality of always looking down the line, but her pacing on that 7.83 was very impressive. And I want to say big props to ISAsurfing and everything they've done throughout the years with the new generation of surfers from Brazil. They look incredible, including this young lady coming out of that region too. It's perfect technique. Not every day you see a carbon-based board in this tropical water either. Great combo. Really like the way she releases the fins, as you were saying when you called it, and a strong finish too, but the pacing once again was really what elevated that score into near excellent surfing.
Yeah, brilliant surfing from Aisha there. Really enjoyed that. Yeah, tell you what, the black board, that's punchy. You're begging your wax to melt there, aren't you? Wow.
Yeah, it's not the best combo, and they do make carbon boards. I know Dark Arts in San Diego, they make carbon boards with a lighter glass on top and with a different color polish, so that won't happen in a situation like this. But black on black is a big deal. I mean, that thing will melt real quick.
More sets filling in outside. Our drone will fly over the peak here at La Bocana as we watch the heat leader. She was interested in the right. She had a look at it and then realized that one was going to run away. Didn't want to go it. Now she's got the outboard motor going, kicking the legs to try and get position on the left, which I don't believe she'll do. She'll have to dip under here. And you can just see a bit more crumble on that deeper water and that takeoff section. The touch of wind as well. Just asking a few more questions of our surfers in terms of wave selection.
Yeah, and this wave will do that. I've seen people surf a 3-4 minute heat out here. You know, it's like that conveyor belt left where you can get a little ripple outside and it'll take you right back into the spot. The right's a whole different story, though. That's a wave that you need to commit to from the get-go. If you feel like the right's your option out there, that's something you need to be looking from the beginning of the heat.
All right, here it goes, Aisha.
Ooh.
And not the wave she waited patiently for. The entry looked good. She's kind of looking down the line and then just lost it on the bottom turn, basically, just disconnected. She'll go down to think on. It's got that 7.83 there. That's a massive number. Just really trying to back that up at this stage. Just a tiny number. 0.5 will drop in, but she'll get, when she gets a section, she'll get a legitimate score sooner rather than later. Still waiting for a move from Murphy and Potgieter.
Yeah, in Costa Rica, they've also had great success here at the ISA level. You know, the last time we had an Olympic qualifier here at La Bocana, Leilani McGonigal from Costa Rica, she qualified. Leon Glatzer, he competes for Germany, but he resides in Pavone, same place. So really accustomed to, first of all, the weather, but a wave that is super similar to those that resemble home. So it's an incredible venue. A lot of them actually drive here, too, because of the proximity of the location. It's a 40-minute flight, too, if you want to get here quick and back.
Yeah, so many options in this part of the world, different countries as well. And if you're not super familiar, I haven't spent any time over here at all, really, before. I didn't quite realize exactly the lay of the land, the geography. It's been really interesting to see it play out. Always kind of in my mind's eye, you think, this part of this Central America, you think it's kind of facing west. We're almost just facing straight south, right? The little narrow bit of land between North and South America, at this point, it's almost like kind of horizontal.
Yeah.
Which is why the waves are so good, because it's fully facing into the swell.
Yeah. No, it's an excellent point, and that's why certain parts of the country here, you get north swells in the wintertime that are just as good, if not even better for certain locations, too. Couple of undiscovered gems here, especially beach breaks here in El Salvador. I know I shouldn't be talking about it.
I love it. So many good options we're just discovering. Discovering a left-hander here and some scoring potential is Tamaya Murphy. You know, the chops get the better of her, though. She's over the handlebars and down. And her continued frustrations as she turns around and sees an absolute macker of a set unload.
Yeah, that's
outside.
a monster.
She's got some duck diving to do here. And this will take a bit out of you as well.
Yeah, it will. Fatigue's one thing, too, but it brings your confidence down like nothing else. And you have a bad heat already, and then everything else is just going against you in terms of your wave selection. Now you get a set on the head. With 8 minutes to go, though, pay attention to the beach announcer and realize that, first of all, you're still in second, Paul, but most importantly, the person that's in third doesn't have anything remotely close to what the person in first has. So there's always a possibility of making that out of the heat, and I think that's where composure at a young age is crucial for the people that are looking to compete for those gold medals at the end of the week.
Maya just having a little look there. She is in third. She does not need much to change that, get into a position to avoid repechage, stay in the draw here. It's a tiny number for her with 7.5. Let's see where this goes wave-wise in terms of the remaining time that's left in this heat. There's our formats. So 4 divisions, 3 boys and girls, 12 surfers. And obviously we're pretty familiar with the top 2 waves. And how about that participation? We saw on the drone view there was a flyby of the flags. Will be a full quiz on that, mate. We'll get our drone pilot to fly by. I want you to name all of those. By now, I think you should know them. I've been coming here a while.
I probably know around 20 maybe, but
okay.
Outside of that, it's going to be pretty hard.
So this is what we're looking at in terms of our running order. It's May the 5th today, second day of competition. We're running stuff basically sunrise to sunset, 7 to 5 thereabouts. 2 podiums, El Sonzala, Bocana. And then May the 12th, the medal matches, the closing ceremony as well. Let's not forget the Aloha party at Sunset Plaza.
Yeah, that should be fun.
All right.
And the schedule so far, Paulie? Already ran the World Surfing Games. Epic finish, by the way. Gabe getting the extra slot for Brazil. Longboard Championship, and of course, the event that we're in right now here. Don't forget about the SUP event in Denmark. That'll be sick.
Beautiful part of the world. Let's have a look at Aisha. Here she goes, a heat leader. Great turn from her over the section. And then throwing spray on the inside. So there's a backup number for sure. She'll improve on a low number. Don't think she'll attack 7, but she's going to get a more sort of mid-range kind of effort for that. Low mid-range probably, and it'll just really kind of put this. Well, she was always going to make it through just with the 7.83. It looked like the way this has gone, but that'll make it even more significant in terms of her total. Let's see what she did.
And really good adaptability on this one too, Paul. Slides the fins right there, throws the tail out a little bit. And unfortunately for her, the wave shoulders off, but was able to get a combo on the first 2 maneuvers. And that comes down to somebody who realizes where they're at in the heat, has the lead, but doesn't have a backup yet. So at a critical point where you just want to get that second score on the board, and now the next 5.5 minutes, you can just kind of cruise along and let second place be decided between the other 2 surfers. Real smart surfing right there by Hato.
Yeah, and you think if the other 2 surfers, that was a smaller wave that Aisha got. So you're thinking particularly Maya. You're in third, you need almost nothing. You need a tiny score. Try and identify one of those smaller ways, just unlock something to stand up, get to your feet. You know, you need less than a 1, something of that order. Just ask a question of the judges. You won't score by sitting there, sitting in the lineup without catching a wave. Let's see if she goes about finding that little opportunity, possibly trying to get away a little bit, paddling to the left of your shots. But it's been all about the woman from Brazil, Aisha Rato at the moment. 7.83 and 5.17 for her. And that we talked about the teams, and we've been talking about how strong some of them are. Brazil, another one, obviously, Puerto Rico, going all the way with massive success, but such a strong squad and amazing unity as well. Even just watching them prep for the opening ceremony here a couple of days ago, they really bring that kind of solidarity and that squad mentality. It's something that we've seen from them, even as in a non-organized format, just when they're competing, but right here when they're wearing the colors, they're flying the flag, it means so much to them.
They're very proud, great athletes. I mean, you look at their athletics, basketball, volleyball, soccer, obviously the most dominant out of all those, but look at what they've done within martial arts too. And I think it just comes down to their passion and what they have in their culture. I'm a huge fan of going down there on both vacation, but also for events. And I think having those people on the beach impulse them, that's what led to their gold medal victory as a team last year when we were there for the juniors. Hayan Kainalo, he was the gold medalist in the U18s, but I feel as a team, what was lacking on their side was the women. And they brought a full team of girls now. They've really realized that that was their weak point. And now a full roster with 6 great women, 3 in each division. This is really a moment to capitalize and maintain yourself within the 4 or 5 top teams in the world.
Yeah, it's a great point. And we're watching the continued rise of the girls in this event from Brazil with the performance here. That's 7.83 right from the get-go.
Well, and let me pose it to you this way. You've been covering the sport for more than 20 years. Outside of Jacqueline Silva, Silvana Lima, how big was the gap between those 2 surfers within a generation and Tati and Lulu now?
Yeah, and the huge anomaly about that is no one really could offer much of an explanation as to why that was. Really hard to sort of put a pin in it. Sometimes you just get talent that comes through, and you know, you just get those quirks where even in team sports you get a generation at the same time, but no one was ever really able to kind of identify exactly why that was. It did seem strange. Maybe there was that particular period with the events that were running in Brazil back in the early 2000s. There's a lot of qualifying events. At one stage it was actually possible to qualify without really leaving Brazil. There were that many events there. There's that one year in particular, and some of the names that did actually step up that year. Less so with the women. They weren't always the same qualifying events. There was that argument, but other than that, it was quite hard to identify why. But as soon as you do get someone and you get that role model and you get that pathway and someone be the inspiration, it feels like very natural that you're going to get more and more of that younger talent being discovered. And it feels like that's what's happening with the girls from Brazil.
It only takes one. I mean, look at what Gabe's done. 3 World Championships on the WSL side, multiple ISA gold medals now, 1 in the junior, 1 in the open. But most importantly, look at the catalyst that it proved to every other nation around the world, too. So smaller nations, it can happen to them, too. And I feel like it's just a matter of time where we're seeing more surfers from the African region, Europe obviously being one of them, too. And I think Asia is the one that's probably going to grow the most out of that.
Yeah, incredible potential from some parts of the world that you just haven't generally associated with surfing, particularly at the professional level. Really cool thing about being here and just seeing how buzzing and vibrant and alive surfing is and how much it means. I mean, I walked past the Romanian team earlier and just seeing them. Obviously, you know, in that particular case, they've been spending a lot of time in Brazil, but it's just really cool seeing these stories unfold and seeing whereabouts different parts of the world and how important it is to surf for them and come and represent your country here, fly the flag. I mean, anyone that's done sport at any level, if you've got the national uniform on, you see the flag of the country, it just elevates something to a whole nother level. You can tell how much it means.
There's a different sense of pride, first of all, but I think the most important thing, you're representing not only yourself, but those that have represented you before, and that's huge. You know, the hardworking people of the nation that you represent. That to me is the coolest factor about competing here at the ISA. Team format, you get to surf for everybody else, including yourself too, and maybe get a gold medal out of it.
Quick wave for Maya, not what she wanted though. Just couldn't find a section.
She doesn't need much though, Paul. 0.54. Just needs to do a little widget and she's going to get that.
tiny requirement for her. You think you're so close to getting that as soon as you get to your feet, but I think she's going to be unable. We'll count down here. 15 seconds, your heat lead up. The Brazilian, the Goofy. She's got a nice looking left hit. Deals with some bumps. She covers some ground. Nice layback from her. Just jams it in the pocket. Bang! Into the lip. And she'll go down right on the landing with that particular turn. Maybe she'll threaten a 5 with the opening maneuver. If not, it'll be academic anyway. She's on 13 points. She's way, way ahead of the pack, and she'll be through the next rounds.
I like what I'm seeing from her, too. Not afraid to go for the big sections, realized that she was in a 3-person heat and had selection of waves there. Maybe a lot of people would have gone on ball.
A dominant performance from the Brazilian. She'll paddle in, make her way over the boulders, and come in for a debrief with her team. We'll get a quick commercial break. When we come back, we'll keep rolling. More live action from Surf City. We'll be right back.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to El Salvador. The World Juniors out in the water. Second day of competition. Let's have a look at Fabi Salmeron from right here in El Salvador, taking on Kenia Lopez from Spain. Also Bailey Brown from Canada. Zoe Zietz representing the Netherlands. Heat number 10 of round 1. It's the under 18 girls right now. We're running double podiums. And this is La Bocana that our attention is focused on. There is a button that you can hit. Podium 2. There are cameras on La Sunzal. You can check out what's going on down there. But right now, myself, Paul Evans, and Mitchell Salazar, we're enjoying what we're seeing, mate.
Oh, yeah, I am. And another great heat. You have the local surfer, Salmeron, as you were mentioning. Lopez comes from a heavy squad that Spain brought. Again, Bailey Coco Brown, she resides on Maui but represents Canada. And Zoe Zietz, longtime competitor here at the ISA now. She's been looking great all event long.
Yeah, and I wanted to ask you, maybe a couple of heats have slowed up. We've seen maybe one surfer kind of dominate, but the score's generally going down. Obviously, everyone's keeping an eye on what's going out in the water. Does that change anything? Does that kind of creep in? Does that affect your preparation? Obviously, you'd love to go out and smash 2 8s, but do people maybe change their approach a bit?
Well, it should identify where the best waves are. And right now we're almost at the peak high tide. It should tell you where to sit and what not to do, especially with those people that are getting the 7s or the 8s.
I guess as well, if you're maybe someone that's not a favorite, not expecting to go all the way and take out a medal here and you're a bit nervous, seeing some of these lower numbers go through, the flip side is it might open things up and you go, hey, you know what?
100%.
This is leveling the playing field right now.
100%, but you know, if you do have a coach, if you have a supporting system within your crew, that person should be telling you what you need to hear, though. maintain your expectations high, but be realistic. And I always think it's better to be a little bit honest than to try to, you know, sugarcoat things a little bit too much, because then in the end, they don't get the results that they desire. And who's the bad guy there, Paul? The surfer or the person that was telling them that? So
yeah, it's a great point.
You want to be as honest as possible, but make sure that you're giving them enough confidence to go out there and get the job done.
Guess what? Bomb's approaching. A big one out the back. We'll clean everyone up here, breaking way, way outside. We've got some duck diver to deal with before we get into too much action. We've had just a quick wave from Salvador. It's a 0.67 for her. And that powerful white water will grab hold of our competitors a bit, sweep them towards shore. And then that water will run in, make its way through the cobbles, and then at some point filter back out. Hopefully you can find yourself a little bit of a rip, little corner. Squeak your way back out, find yourself a bit of mojo with this lineup. Get a wave going. So many times we've seen people grab stuff as they're paddling back out and find that rhythm with these kind of shifty peak conditions. Here goes Zoe Zeitz on an absolute bomb, and that one will rattle away. She was looking down the line. She had some speed, pump from the takeoff. The wave just a bit too quick. And while we wait for that score to drop in, let's go and hear from a solid performance from Aisha out of Brazil. She's standing by Rachel.
Thanks so much, guys. Aisha, congratulations. You look beautiful out there. The waves are getting harder to have great wave selection, something that you were able to manage. What was it in your strategy that helped you pick the right waves out there?
Parabéns. As ondas estão ficando difíceis de escolher, né? Qual foi a sua estratégia que te ajudou a escolher as melhores ondas?
Bom, muito obrigada. Estou muito feliz de avançar mais uma bateria. As ondas estão bem difíceis, mas graças a Deus deu tudo certo e consegui encontrar umas ondinhas ali e consegui me classificar para a próxima fase.
I'm very happy, grateful to make my hit. The waves are hard, but I choose to be in the right spot and lucky that I found a good wave.
And is there anything prior to your heat that you normally always do, like listen to a song or a certain workout, something before every heat that maybe you do, or do you keep it loose?
Tem alguma coisa que você faz normalmente antes da bateria, escutar música, respirar, alguma coisa que você prepara você para a bateria?
Sim, eu gosto bastante de ouvir música e conversar também com Deus.
She likes to listen music and have a conversation with God.
And you're on a team that's defending gold medal champions. Does that bring you confidence or does that add pressure? How do you deal with that?
Você está no time que está defendendo o título mundial. Isso é uma pressão ou você se sente confiante?
Bom, eu me sinto bem confiante, assim. Eu tenho certeza que a gente está com tudo e a gente vai defender esse título muito bem.
Ela se sente confiante e tem certeza que vai defender esse título muito bem. Ela é uma atleta campeã mundial o ano passado.
Is there anything you'd like to say in Portuguese back to Brazil?
Tem alguma coisa que você quer falar em português pro Brasil?
Queria agradecer a todo mundo, a torcida toda do Brasil, e agradecer a minha mãe, a minha família, meus irmãos, que está todo mundo assistindo lá de casa, lá no Brasil.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. Muito parabéns, Aisha. And a good, solid performance from her. Look forward to seeing her later in the rounds in this one. Under 13 minutes to go and a lot of quality to bring in terms of the scoreboards. No real damage done thus far, and surfers having to make adjustments right now, trying to find themselves opportunity. It was dreamy and glassy early on. We look at these big triangles coming through with the lower tide right now. A little bit of ruffle from the wind and a different lineup, and all about being a surfer, basically adjusting with the ocean. Everything is in play.
Yeah. Welcome to your after-school surf session, Paul. This is what you're gonna be seeing when you get home from school, and you only have maybe an hour and a half, an hour to surf. And right now, Lopez 317. It's a decent score to keep as your backup right now.
Those are the best ones, though. You've got all day, you kind of check it like, yeah, maybe that other, don't know.
Right.
Like, when you just, this is your window, let's go. All right, into action here, a bomb for Zeitz. That was nice. That was a tricky section to do. She did well to negotiate that. She covered so much ground with the bottom turn.
When you're a kid and you don't have any other option but to take the bus, walk, or your parents are driving you to your spot, you're surfing, it is how it is. And there's many times where it's way, way worse than anything we've seen throughout the event so far. So you come to a comp, you know that you're at least surfing twice in each division.
Yeah.
You get waves like this, you're as stoked as you could possibly be.
I reckon as an adult, the lunch break surf, if you got work, you got like an hour and a half, it's like you're not worried about what's the best tide or what the wind is. You're like, I'm surfing now or I ain't surfing. So you're so stoked. It's actually way better than when you got like all day and you really want to try and nail it. You don't want to miss out. It's what someone you know going to kind of score somewhere a little better. And you end up kind of tying yourself up in knots a little bit. We've all done that.
Yeah, I'm one of those people who likes to keep to myself, too. I don't really tell anybody when I'm going surfing and stuff. I got my own little peak. I got an hour to surf, and I'm doing whatever I want. So this is kind of the perfect location to be able to do that. There's so many different peaks here at La Bocana that you can choose from. One a bit deeper, closer to the hotel that we're staying, which is really fun. But obviously the main peak being the one in front of the podium where the surfers are at right now, that's the most consistent. And it's the one with the highest level of quality too, Paul.
All right, 10 minutes 40 to go in this. Score for the Spaniard, Lopez 317 for her. She's in red. And we'll wait for a number to drop in.
Yeah, just the 1-2 for Zoe.
1-2 for Zoe. So the judges deeming that incomplete, I guess, that maneuver?
Yeah, it was a bit odd, the way she came out of it. But, you know, if it would have gone a little higher, would it have been maybe a 2, low 3 at the most, you know? So you're seeing something that could easily be manufactured if you really wanted to ride out of it cleanly, but I think overall that's a wave that you want to replace regardless. Halfway through the heat though, Paul, and as I was saying, Lopez, that 317 is going to go a long way. Could easily be your backup at the end of the heat. You want to make sure you're on a wave within the next few minutes though, because Bailey Coco Brown, only 12 years old. She made her heat yesterday in the U16s. Same thing for Zoe Zeitz. Both of them are surfing up, and they're doing double podiums this week, so you got a lot of hungry surfers out there in the lineup.
That's really impressive, surfing in 2 divisions. We talked about the heat, we talked about the power of the waves as well, and how much it takes out of you. Even just that mental kind of toll of those nerves. It's almost more tiring than physical exertion is when you have that pressure on you. I mean, everyone's going to be feeling it a bit, no matter how confident they seem. And it does take it a bit out of you. And yeah, I mean, hey, hats off to anyone out there doing double duty, representing their country in 2 divisions. Here goes the Spaniard once again, Lopez. And a little under the lip. Snap down. Just a line adjustment, really. It doesn't really get hold of it massively on that particular occasion. It will count for her, though. That's the second wave, and it will be a score. 9 on the clock. And these numbers, you can almost sort of multiply them by a factor of 10, because 3 in the conditions that we've had right now, it feels much more weighty. That's actually, there's even a reasonable chance she'll hang on to that at the end of the heat. And could be an advancing number, even.
No doubt.
Here goes Bailey Brown, a good left here. Great looking wave for her. Off the bottom, and then slices one off the top, throwing a bit of spray, and gets the completion too. That's going to feel better from her. She's waited patiently, over half their heat gone, and you get yourself a wave. That's the first part of the question. You don't do a maneuver, and you finish the ride, crucial.
Yeah, and at least on the board now, 8.5 to go, so at a crucial point of the heat to be able to get a score. It's 2.1, so based off of Zoe's 2 1s, that's easily something that you want to be seeing at a Coco Brown. Only 12, though. I mean, let's digest that. She would still have 6 full years to compete in this division. That's just incredible for her to be able to be in a position close to even advancing right now.
Incredible seeing some of the youngsters go at this. She's enjoying herself here, representing her country of Canada right now at La Bocana. Of course, double podiums running here. And let's take a flyby of our second podium, El Sunzal. So a very different kind of wave. You can see this is a point break. We're looking at heat 11 of round 1 out in the water right now. This is the under 16 boys. So first heat from them, from this division in the water. Look at those lines, Mitchell.
Looks incredible. And I'm still looking at my left over there in the corner too, Paul. That's, you know, my spot. You can see a lot of white water. This is a wave that demands a lot of physicality out of you too. So physical exertion is going to be a major factor at the end of the week. Got to know how to pace yourself. Really long strides just to be able to make it back out, and no ski assistance with the 4-person heat. So this is going to be crucial for those people that are looking for the medal.
Looking at the surfer out of Peru right now in red, ripping this one over. Good rhythm to his surfing. And this one, he'll just hug that pocket. You can see that line of white water, some of that foam on the face, just helping this one to kind of break in front of him. And he belts it really good. Little finner to finish. Yes, please, right underneath the noses of the judges and the crowd as well. I love it.
Yeah, Adrián de Osma from Peru right there. Great kid coming out of that South American region. And, you know, like to see a lot of the U16 boys really step up, too. We've seen a lot of them already age out and make it into the U18s, have major success outside of the ISAs as well. And got to go back.
Paddle. Yeah. He's got paddle back 20 minutes in the heat. That's an absolute quad burner of a ride right there. He still had enough in the legs to get that turn on the finish. That's impressive.
Look, El Sunsal, your strategy is very clear. If you get 2 waves within the first 15 minutes, you're doing great. If you get 3 waves in 20 minutes,
you're showing off.
That's an excellent heat right there. So the anatomy of the wave here at El Sunsal, the impact zone, that's where you don't want to be, getting caught inside. The lip line, not as strong as at La Bocana, but it does offer up a really good pocket. You do need to be coming from behind the wave, though, inside the whitewater. A lot of shoulder to this wave, and you do not want to be on the flats. But as you can see, a lot of open face on this wave in comparison to La Bocana, Paul.
That's the anatomy of the wave fit, and as we saw from that view, surfers able to use that long wave and just really squeeze the juice out of the power. There's push behind the wave. The whitewater, there's plenty of roll and push behind it, and it's going to take a lot of not only sort of surfing now to identify the parts of the wave where you're going to keep your speed, but the physical strength as well, the endurance to do it, get all the way to the inside. You breathe in, you feel it, and then you got to paddle all the way back out as well. The nerves going too. That'll be a factor for sure. 20-minute heats for these young surfers. It is very sporty indeed. Big sort of change in the sort of way from the outside peak. We saw a couple of solid, like 6 to 8 footers this morning, and then you got this kind of like head high, almost shoulder high thing running all the way to the inside. So really different, almost kind of 2 waves rolled into one. Let's flip back to podium number 1, La Bocana. That's where our attention is focused. Heat number 10 of the under-18 girls. And right now, still the Spaniard, Kenia Lopez. She's in red. She's got a 3:17, a 2:93. Good enough for first right now. Under 4.5 minutes remaining. Zoe Zietz from Netherlands. Smaller numbers for her. Good enough to hold down second right now. It's not a big ask for the likes of Bailey Brown and Fabiola Salmeron.
It seems like somebody having a look here. Zoe on the right.
All right, here we go. Good drive from her. And a nice carve, just snaps that one out, stays in the pocket, bang, that's good. We could well be looking at the best wave of the heat so far. Woo! Throws out the tail, I like it. She won't get a completion there. Let's see how the judges score the opening maneuvers. First snap was really nice and critical.
Yeah, and looking for something close to a 5 to move up in the first. It's got to be right around there. No doubt the best wave of the heat, though. Nice combo on the forehand for Zietz. And coming out of Kauai, both her and Bailey Brown. Bailey resides on the island of Maui. So surfers coming from the Hawaiian Islands have had a lot of success. I mean, just going back to the longboard event a few weeks ago, Kai Salas and then Honolua Bloomfield won here at El Sunsal. See right there, really nice wrap in the pocket, into the lip, throws the tail a bit more on that second one, and then pushes a bit too hard for how that section was right there at the end. But even Eve Wong, she won the U18 girls a few years ago here at La Bocana. Just a lot of energy, and it's the same thing. The connection to the Pacific Ocean resembles a lot of those locations that you're going to see in the Polynesias too.
Under 3 minutes to go in this. Wait for the score to drop for Zoe. She makes her way back out here. Heat number 10 of round 1. So the formats of our 4 divisions will keep mixing it up in terms of the venues, but our focus for broadcast will remain, for the time being, at La Bocana. That's where we are right now. And that drone view really gives you an idea of the kind of geography here and how close together these waves are. And just 2 jewels in the crown of El Salvadorian surfing. This is Surf City, and it's called that for good reason. This is Zoe Zietz, who didn't waste any time at all, really, trying to get another wave.
That was smart.
Number hasn't dropped in. She doesn't care. She's going again.
Yeah, and based off of the 1.2 that she's going to have as her backup, that's really smart. You get something in the 2s at least. Solidify your position in second, and probably going to take the lead with this last combination of waves too. So 2 minutes ago for both Bailey Brown and Fabiola Salmeron, they're going to need something at least in the 4s to be able to move up into the top 2.
Coming at you live from Surf City, El Salvador, El Tunco, name of this town, La Bocana, the name of the break. And this gets lively in the evenings, mate.
It does. It does.
There's some energy down here.
Some good restaurants around the area.
Bit of musica.
Yeah. Yeah, you got Papaya right there, hotel and restaurant that's been supplying the food for the entire staff. But this location right here kind of goes off a little bit during the nighttime. You don't want to be over there on a weekend when it's busy. Might get a little chippy over the weekend here, Paulie. But what I will say is that you find people from different parts of the world in this location. A lot of Europeans been traveling here the last few years too.
Final minute approaching fast in this. Good number for Zoe Zeitz, 6.17 and a 3.5. So her 2 scores, as you thought, Mitch. She replaces those in very quick succession. Goes to first. That 6, a real flash of quality on that right-hander. So that means the Spaniard Lopez goes to second. She'll advance and stay in the draw here. If she maintains that position, Bailey Brown can hunt her down. If she gets a 4 and get out of repechage. Salmeron looking for 5.27. Not seen a lot of interest from her so far in this one. Final 30 seconds.
And it's been 3 heats in a row now, Paul, where second place is advanced with, you know, less than 7 points as her heat total.
All right, here goes Lopez. She was in second prior to that. Looks like she'll stay there. Don't think she'll move up. No major maneuvers committed to on that particular wave. Here's your heat leader, Zeitz. So she'll have a paddle and realize that one's not going to let her on. And we'll probably close this thing out as we are. And just thinking of that right and that left in quick succession from Zoe. And she just backed herself, just read the ocean. Didn't get too caught up in scores or situations, stuff like that. Just surf the waves as they come to you. Take each section as it comes. And a strong, solid performance from her. Building momentum. Building that momentum, taking it through to the next round as the heat leader. Out of Kauai, representing the Netherlands. Zoe Zeitz, good value for the win here. It's been another fun heat, slightly tougher conditions, still some good performances. We'll take a quick commercial break. We'll keep rolling with the action. When we come back, we'll bring in Shannon and Barton for the call. Stay tuned.
There's a right time for everything. A time to learn. Right time to try. Right time to fall. There's a time for it. Like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
And we're back, tracking through the under-18 girls division, first heats of the event for each of these surfers hitting the lineup, unless they're doing kind of that double duty for their teams and surfing in the under-16s as well, which would mean they'd be surfing up an age division out here at Bocana today. And we've seen some really great performances throughout, our opening round for the under-18s. Some of those surfers walking through the top 2 positions, having found a solid score, and really tight battles for 3rd and 4th throughout. As we take a look now at the current heat in the water, Hawaii, Peru, Uruguay, and Barbados in the lineup. And we've got Vahidi, Inso, Urpi, Torres, Olivia, Roel and Amy Godson in the water. Barton and Shannon here in the booth to call the action from the land from our air-conditioned little tower at the top of the contest zone here at El Sunzal, but we've been really enjoying the waves that we've gotten to see at La Bocana today.
Absolutely. There's been great waves at both venues, 2 days in a row now. A little bit of a sea breeze blown up at the moment. Not too bad though, conditions still clean. Vahiti Inzo is an absolute champion of the future. She's an incredible young surfer. Get to see quite a lot of her in Hawaii, and can't wait to see her in this heat up against Peru, Uruguay and Barbados. Here we go, looking, paddling, early starts, you know, at a premium that sets up the rest of your heat. We've seen people getting down into the last 5 minutes without having ridden a wave. So, you know, getting the early start, all important. Here goes Hawaii up and riding.
Here we go, Vahiti into her first wave, hooks it up in for her opening turn. She'll kick out. That was impressive that she was able to get around and whip that board up, because that first section just shut down in front of her.
Yeah, there are a couple of little catches of the rail that shed some speed and made things a little more difficult maybe than they needed to be on that wave. And perhaps some of the bump from that sea breeze I was mentioning have something to do with it. You see right there the wave catches. There was a little catch as she came off the bottom, hit a bit of chop into the lip, so that sort of slowed the projection down, but in a way it might have helped because it wasn't as critical as it could have been, but still opening ride and a decent score to get started.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of scores in that kind of mid-range 3 to mid-range 4 point side of things, going for those single maneuvers.
Yeah.
Especially when there's a little bit of size to those sections, and they are quite critical as we've got a next set starting to come through now. Looks like our surfer in blue, Erpi, sitting in that inside position for Peru. She's going to be a little too deep, as is Amy Godson. We'll see if Olivia Roel will be able to make the takeoff. She turned to spin, but that wave looked like it broke right on her back.
I don't know if anyone would have been able to make that takeoff. It was super late, and you just saw, oh, here's a late one as well. Easier in.
A little bit easier in, and Erpi is onto her feet, but just gets caught at the bottom of the wave. 15 minutes on the clock. We got a 5-point ride on the board for Vahiti to start things off, and a paddle now for Amy Godson. So that set, 3 surfers having a look at it, everyone going down on takeoff. We'll let everybody reset in the water, and while we do that, let's go down to the beach to check in with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, Shannon. Congratulations. As we're seeing out there in this heat and your heat, it's getting so tricky at the moment. And it was a slow heat for everyone in your heat. And in the last 5 minutes, you were able to switch that around and put some solid scores on the board. What do you say in your mind to keep that composure?
I was kind of like, okay, there's tons of waves out here. Just got to find the right one. And I knew that there were a lot of lefts, but I did see a few rights coming through, and I was kind of just reminding myself, like, there's gonna be a wave coming. You'll eventually get one.
Yeah, absolutely, and you did. You were able to pull it together. And how is working with your team, getting prepared, having your country and your teammates around you in this event?
It's really nice, like all the support. I like to be like alone before my heat and focused, but it's really nice when I get to come in and they're all cheering for me.
Yeah, well, they were sitting right in front of our booth, and we could see them all cheering so loud. They were so excited for you. It's a great atmosphere to be a part of. Now, is there anything that you'd like to say back home?
Dankjewel voor het kijken. Hi, Dad. Hi, Ollie. Hi, Oma.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, and see you next heat.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well done to Zoe. And that patience paying off. Waiting for the right wave to come through. Worked in her favor. Ended up with that 6-point ride as her high score in the heat. And locked herself in with a heat win for her opening round.
And her interview made me aware of that self-dialogue that you have as a competitor, as a surfer, that really is such a great personal development tool. You're in these situations that are pressure-filled, and she's a young girl in a pressure-filled situation, and having those conversations with yourself, learning how to calm yourself down, learning how to be patient, not be impulsive. So valuable, the whole surfing experience. Zoe did a great performance. Great to see her get the win.
Amy goes down over the falls on the next wave. We've got some small scores across the board aside from Vahidi Inso out of Hawaii. She opened up with that 5. She's now improved to a 6-point ride that we got to just sit back and enjoy as we were listening to that interview with Zoe. So Vahiti showing her experience, coming out on top with 2 big scores to start things off with. Unfortunately, it's been the positioning on takeoff for Amy, Erpy, and Olivia that's been a hard one.
100%. We've seen those late takeoffs and even, you know, the wave selection too fast, too walled up. It takes, got to really study that wave as it's coming to you. Erpy up and riding.
All right, in a much better position off takeoff. Drives hard off the bottom, comes into that top turn. And what could she have done differently there?
Well, that was a great example. If the lip's not coming down and you drive up towards the top of the wave and you mistime it, you'll just keep going out the back of the wave. Normally, you're trying to time your ascent up the wave face so that when you get there, the lip's pitching over. It naturally brings you back down. So it looked like there was just so much momentum out of the bottom turn and speed out of it, which is a great sign, but just needed to react quicker, get onto the back foot as you're approaching the top of the lip and pivot the board around and make sure you get back down.
Important things to kind of make those adjustments, especially surfing at new breaks, getting to know that lineup specifically. Some of these waves have had that kind of lip line coming over really dramatically, right? It's been quite big, quite heavy, challenging to even hold on to that board as it hits it. Other waves that have been a little bit slopier and softer kind of in their nature.
Mm-hmm.
Down to 10 minutes remaining, or just over 10 minutes remaining on the clock. And it is currently 12:27 p.m. So we'd be just past that high tide. Seeming like it's been a little bit slow the last couple of heats, still with some of those big sets kind of coming and cleaning everyone up. But it will be exciting to see how this place starts to shape up as the tide drains. There's a little bit less water over these cobblestones.
And we saw a very similar thing about an hour earlier yesterday with the tide around 11. Yesterday morning it slowed down, and I suppose as the water fills up, it gets deeper on the reef. The waves tend to not break outside. They don't peak as much and feel the reef so far out. They end up coming in and straightening up. So wave selection becomes more important. If it's got too much of a wall, like a straight wall, it's going to just close out. And so you've got to look for the taper in the wall, pick those waves effectively to try and get some space to do your turns.
Really important, but challenging when you end up in one of those heats where it's going to be a little bit more of those closeouts, waves breaking a little bit farther in as you're describing.
And while the wave selection is the most important thing, and the quality of the wave determines the quality of the performance you're allowed to do or able to do, at the same time, all of the surfers are in the water at the exact same time. So they have the exact same opportunities, and it ends up being the surfer's knowledge and understanding of the ocean and the energy of that moment that creates those opportunities. So it's a very fair playing field while it's a very sort of unpredictable environment they're playing in.
It's so true. It is an extremely fair playing field. Everyone has to work out what's going to happen in those 20 minutes. Everyone needs to be able to feel the ocean, to be able to read the waves. As we see Erpy out of Peru up and riding on her backhand, goes in for that quick snap, kind of had the adjustment, was looking down the left, decided to go to the right instead.
And again, that wave selection was critical. That wave, I imagine if she had a choice again, she most probably go, well, I'll wait, rather than, get caught inside and wear some sets on the head and get washed in and 5 minutes have gone by the time I get back to the lineup. So wave selection mistake there, you would imagine. Still, she's in second place, and third and fourth really haven't pressured her in any way. So while we see her in the bottom corner of the screen there, duck diving that wave, she's got a bit of a paddle to get back out the back. The pressure isn't on too hard. But Amy and Olivia, 8 minutes, 25 seconds to go. They need to get going themselves and find those tapered walls, get some length of ride, get their groove on, and put some scores on the board that will threaten Peru.
That's right. They've got that ability. They were able to qualify for their national teams. I mean, talking about the qualification process, Barton, it's intense for every nation. Doesn't matter if you're coming in as one of those higher seeded nations like Brazil, being the reigning gold medalists as the team, they'd be coming in as the highest seeded team for the event, or some of those that are really kind of at the lower end of the seeding. The qualification process for these teams is going to have its own journey in the lead up to an event like this.
100%, Shannon. The qualifying for your team is an achievement in itself. Particularly for those, big nations, as you said, Brazil, because they won in Rio de Janeiro. They're the defending champions of the team medal at the World Juniors. They go into this event as #1 seed. And in theory, as #1 seed, your heat should be easier because you're at the top of the tree. But, there's a very diverse, wide field of talent here, and people come from all sorts of places and upset those big nations. Vahiti paddling.
Having a paddle, unable to get into it, still sitting in that leading position off the 5 and the 6, the only 2 waves she's taken off on at this stage in the heat, and they've both been waves of consequence. Most countries having a national championship that would be their qualifiers for the World Championships. As we take a look at Vahiti again with a paddle there, so they would have had at some stage in the last maybe 6 months in the lead up or the first half of this year, 2024, you'd have likely your 2024 national champion, 2nd place, 3rd place in that event. Maybe going down the line if for some reason someone couldn't make it for this trip specifically, maybe they're competing on the Challenger Series or they've got other events that they're also surfing in as a young up-and-comer that's already kind of hitting that global stage. But, to be able to make it onto that out of maybe those state trials or something into nationals in the first place, thinking of, really local regional stuff. Graduating from that to your national event, then making it into finals day at your national titles.
Yeah.
Walking away with a win or a 2nd or a 3rd place, and then knowing that out of that result specifically, you're going to be heading to the World Championships. You got some time to prepare for in the coming months.
Yeah, I mean, I reflect on my days as a junior, and you had your Northern Beaches. I was from the Northern Beaches of Sydney. You had your Northern Beaches titles. Then you may have had a Sydney-wide titles, into the state titles, into the national titles, and you've gone through all of these tiers or the pathway to qualify for the nationals, and then you've got to come in those top 3 places to qualify to get to here. So it's a long path, and by the time you've gone through all of that, you're well prepared for this experience.
We've got a lot of surfers that are returning. They've been medalists now at the World Championships. And they have each had that pathway, to getting onto their teams and then big performances at an event like this. For some nations, looking at, performances like that of the surfers, we can see on screen there from Tahiti, from the US, from France, etc. Maybe those surfers have gained themselves a spot on the team again because they got a medal. See that occasionally where it's like, all right, you won the event, you're guaranteed a spot onto the team again next year, kind of regardless of how things go at nationals. So it's great to kind of see behind the scenes everything that's going on. Of course, for this week, we've got a record number of female participation, 194 girls in the draw, which has been great to see. More and more young girls around the world stepping up, filling out these, these open spots across the rosters this week, and to be able to see the level and talent rising as we're taking a look at the heats today in our under 18 girls division.
Yeah, Vahiti Enzo, remember that name, peoples. It's a great event, and by the time you get to this stage of competition, we've got kids, 12, 13, 14 years of age, years left in the under 16s.
Amy Godson now up and riding for Barbados. This is the wave she's been waiting for, only chasing a 2.93. Goes in for that first hook, sets it up for that second turn as well. Nice composure as she comes in for a 3rd, and she's looking to put on a clean finish. This wave had such a nice wall to it. It's going to continue to taper and offer more for her. Great wave selection.
Incredible wave selection. Beautiful flow and rhythm with the wave. It was important that she didn't fall. Here's Vahiti.
Vahiti up and riding, driving down the line, just patiently setting it up here for the Honolulu local. She wraps it back into the pocket, sets it up for another dynamic forehand turn.
Seriously.
Throws so much speed and power into that last one.
The cleanliness of the rail of the board, how sharp and crisp her surfing is really on another level, you know, compared to a lot of the people in the field. She has an incredible future in front of her. 6 and a 5 on the board. That'll most probably, well, I feel like that 5's gone with that performance on that wave.
And we would expect from that performance out of Amy Godson, the 14-year-old from Barbados, that she will be jumping up into that second place position.
It was a beautifully surfed wave. It didn't need to be overcooked. She needed to finish it because now she has enough time to get a second ride as we see this replay. Watch this turn. Drives up, pulls it around. It's love that extension at the end. Oh, whips the tail around. Really putting everything she has there, and that last turn was beautiful. Jumps off because she sees how shallow the rocks were right in front of her. So really it was a complete turn, but for personal safety reasons decided to eject, and that was just beautiful surfing. I love that the end of those turns and how she really pushes it out on the back foot and stomps the fins, and it really puts a exclamation mark on her surfing.
Erpy now up and riding for Peru. Sets herself up for that first big turn. And she's only looking for a 182. She has now found herself down in the third position. Great combination of turns as she comes through to the inside. Small requirements still dividing second from the rest of the pack. Last of Amy Godson was a 3.67, sets her up into second.
Yeah, the 3.67, to me, I'm thinking of the 2.33 and the other rides. I did feel like that could have been a higher score. Amy's just dropped down because Erpy just dropped a 3.33.
3.33, but the requirement on Amy still below that 2-point range. She's got the time to get herself a backup score. Just needs to get out deep enough to gain that priority, be back in that conversation as Team Hawaii is feeling a little bit, you know, they're feeling pretty relaxed right now. Vahiti's put together an incredible performance within this heat. We're still waiting for her last score, but you can already see, you know, the team starting to shift their focus
just
a little bit.
Relax a little.
Relax a little bit, and they're going to have more moments,
yeah.
Surfers paddling out today, where they're going to have to turn it right back on.
Yes, absolutely. And the interesting thing about Vahiti is that she has done what she wanted to do. She sat deeper than everyone every time. She has just been on her own program, almost like she's just out there free surfing.
Paddle now for Olivia, getting her campaign started, but just not enough time to really loosen up out in the water. She'll have another opportunity in the rapid charge rounds as she's got a big requirement sitting in front of her now.
Yeah, a little bit of a wave selection issue there as well. Looked like that one closed out really quickly. And, you know, one of those old sayings is that the best surfers get the best waves. You're on the best waves. You don't have to do as much because you can position yourself perfectly and the wave makes you look good. And so it takes a lot of pressure off if you've got good wave selection and you're on the right waves. Then you kind of really, it's an easier road to a big score that way than being on a lesser quality wave and having to somehow surf it through your performance into a decent score.
So true. Well said, as this is exactly what's played out in this heat. Vahiti increases her lead on the finish with a 7.83 to improve on a 6-point ride and takes herself into a near 14-point heat total for the win for Team Hawaii. Peru through in second, and we'll see Barbados and Uruguay sending their surfers into the rapid charge round. More action when we return.
Of the goal in the beginning.
I ask myself what just happened. It's real.
Athletes need to reach that gold medal.
I'm a mission enough.
I think everything's possible.
It's not over.
Consulta emociones. Lista de blete más internet residencial de 50 megas hasta 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta a nosotros. Siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action. Team Hawaii just took out the win in that last heat with a great performance from Vahidi. Only took off on 3 waves, got herself a 5 to start, a 6 for the backup, or the improvement, and then into a 7.83 on the finish. So great performance. We'll be hearing from her shortly as she's now just clawing her way up the rocks. This high tide conditions makes it a little bit more challenging maybe, although you get that nice opportunity to just ride in and not have to walk through so many cobblestones. Climbing up the kind of shore break sections a little bit more challenging. Australia, Tahiti, and Puerto Rico up against Guatemala for this heat out in the lineup with Izzy Campbell, Kylie Simon, Olivia Cruz, and Darine Gabriela Ramirez. It is Darine, not Darlene, out in the lineup with an I in there instead. And we'll see her looking to get a big score on the board for Team Guatemala.
Absolutely. And in that last heat, we did not see the best of Vahidi Enzo. She's capable of better than that. So the 5 to the 6 to the 7.83 was perfectly surfed. All she needed to do at this point in time, maybe more than she needed to do, but there is so much more that she is capable of. So watch out. She'll be someone, a name we'll have to watch in terms of future Olympic Games.
She certainly will be one of those that will continue to grow strength by strength, and a name that we're going to keep close attention to throughout this event.
This week as well, yes.
As one of those potential medalists, maybe even a gold medal. As we can see the girls sitting out in the water for heat number 12 for the round. We're going to be running through 22 heats out of this opening round for our under 18 girls. We'll have 2 left in that, heat 23 and 24, that will have to be surfed tomorrow just due to time by the end of the day. And we're about halfway through our day of competition now. As we can see a set approaching, no waves ridden yet for our 4 surfers out in the lineup. And a big cleanup set again, just kind of catching everybody out. Looks like Izzy Campbell maybe in the best position as she's still a little bit wide in that red jersey and might be able to avoid getting kind of sucked out of position a little bit.
Yeah, sea spray from the big set. Wind blowing from the opposite direction, really. You can see it's sort of blowing offshore on that wave, but that's more the power of the wave as it comes over. Side off, side on right now. And Australia, Tahiti, Puerto Rico, Guatemala.
16 minutes on the clock, no waves ridden yet in the current heat, so let's take the opportunity to catch up with Vahidi Enzo out of Hawaii.
Thanks so much, guys. Vahidi representing Hawaii, an amazing job out there. That is the definition of building a house, improving score on score. Tell me how you felt with that heat.
I was, to be honest, a little nervous going into it. This is my second year being here, and I just wanted to keep on having fun. And, the waves are so good today. They were so beautiful this morning, and I was like, oh my God, and the lefts were perfect. So I just wanted to go out, get the first heat jitters out, which I had quite a few out there. So just catch some waves. I felt good.
Well, as you said, the conditions looked a lot different this morning to how they have in the past days. But from now to this morning looks a lot different as well. How do you adapt throughout the day? Do you sit and watch heat on heat, or do you take a break and come back? What does your day when you have a heat in the afternoon look like?
Well, this morning was glassy and perfect and so dreamy you could think of, and then I knew the wind was going to come on, and to be honest, I was freaking out. I had like 5 boards. I was deciding on which one. I honestly didn't know what I was doing up there. I was just like, oh, okay, just grab this board and go out. So, I don't know, kind of just luck. I just grabbed the board and went out.
Well, tell me more about your equipment then. What are the things that felt good on this board, and what was the reason that you chose this one?
Well, I got a whole new batch from Lost Mayhem, and I've been working with Matt for like a year now, and he got me this whole quiver right before El Salvador, and every single board feels so good. I knew if I picked any board, it would feel good, so it was just, trusting in him, and every board has been amazing since, so just, trust.
Well, it looks like you have trust in your equipment because you were able to get the job done out there. Is there anything you'd like to say back to Hawaii?
Aloha to my friends and family. Mahalo for watching, and hopefully, we can take the medal back to Hawaii again.
Well, you did everyone proud. Congratulations and good luck for the next one.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well spoken from Vahidi, looking like she's just in the zone. You know, she's feeling relaxed, comfortable. Equipment's working well for her.
Yeah, but the confusion's an interesting point, isn't it? Because, you know, a 5-board quiver and you're looking at the boards, you're like, which one do I ride? Do I step up because it's, you know, there's a little bit of size and power here? In the end, you just got to grab one and go. That's what she said she did, and it definitely worked. And as I said at the end of that heat, we haven't seen the best of her. That was a, you know, average performance by her standards of surfing, and it's always good when you win your heats and you know you can do better and you've got more in the tank. No use putting it all out there in the first round.
We've got a 1.87 on the board now for Darian out of Guatemala, and a big takeoff for Olivia Cruz. Goes down for Puerto Rico, unfortunately. Another score that's just dropped in on the board from Kaili Simon out of Tahiti is a 4.67. And we can see the situation just kind of changing around as our surfer in green is going to be caught on the inside of this. She's going to have a little bit of work because we can see more lines coming out the back.
They just don't stop, do they? It's a wonderful thing. And, you know, when you've got the, like, corduroy, the fabric, and how there's just those lines, that's what we call it as surfers. You call it corduroy. Corduroy to the horizon is one of those things you just love to see when you arrive at the beach.
Up and riding now, Izzy Campbell out of Australia. Hard off the bottom. Ooh, just buries the entire board in that top turn.
Yeah, drove that rail forward. The weight came over the nose. Everything got a little too deep in the wave and came unstuck. Luckily, she wasn't much further in. I think she'll get back out the back quite easily. There's a good set on its way. She'll have to duck dive this first one. Meaning that... you know, duck dive, just like a duck does dive under a wave, we do the same thing. We push the board down and use our hands and our knees to sink it and then pop out the other side.
Kahili takes a big takeoff, but that wave shuts down in front of her as well. And it is kind of a funny term. You know, if you're not a surfer, I imagine tuning in and watching something like this and you're like, yeah, okay, we're talking about waves, that makes sense. We're talking about, you know, surfers, those things make sense. Suddenly throwing out a word like duck dive. What do ducks have to do with surfing?
And we saw that great graphic that showed the different parts of the wave and what we refer to there as well in the previous heats. So, you know, surfing does have its own terminology, its own language. Grommet, for example, is a word pretty much specific to us.
Describing a frothing young surfer.
Yep. We're all grommets at heart.
We certainly are. We don't really grow out of it, do we?
We try to stay there.
Let's take a look at some replays here as we see the 4.67 from Kahili.
Nice big turn from Tahiti. Be used to powerful waves. And that is called a pin drop, where she just jumped and you watch this. Jump and you try to drop through the wave below that whitewater and come up on the other side of the wave. It's a very effective way of controlling a wipeout.
Great way to try and avoid connection with that surfboard as well. Get yourself deep below it.
And away from it.
Away from it as quickly as possible, though it is connected with a nice little rope.
Yeah, leg rope or a leash between you and your board, goes around your ankle and saves you having to swim.
What a great invention.
Great invention. I mean, I started before them and I remember some of the earlier versions were like, you know, a bungee cord or a ocky strap as we would call them. People would have that with a sock and connect the sock around, connect it to the bungee cord, and that thing would come back at you at 100 miles an hour. It's so dangerous.
Few injuries for sure because of those ocky straps.
And then over time, they've just evolved the product to the point where they're, one, they don't break very often. The leash stays on your ankle. Yes. And they're a great asset for surfers. And especially in a crowded lineup, you can imagine you fall and your board starts tumbling in that whitewater towards other people. It'd be very dangerous. So they're a piece of safety equipment in many ways. But I suppose in theory, when you surf somewhere, if you're relying on your cord, you most probably got the wrong idea, because you should be able to swim in and swim out wherever you surf. So in case that leg rope does break, so that you know you can save yourself.
It's so true. And even your actual surfboard can break, which happens pretty
Yes,
often as surfers. They're not necessarily the most robust of equipment. As we take a look now at Olivia, hooking it through on that first turn. She's going to put a better score than that 0.3 on the board, which is going to be great for the Puerto Rican. Looking for only 1.58 to put herself into that top 2 position at the moment. All scores are in aside from hers, and nothing big dividing that 2nd, 3rd, and 4th place position. Just that 4, 6, 7 of the Tahitian currently having her up in that leading position. But even if your equipment breaks, say if you lose at least half of your board, it's going to be a little bit of a flotation device to help you get in, but really sometimes more of a hindrance or an annoyance. And so you'll see some surfers just pulling that leg rope off completely for the sake of safety and swimming themselves in instead.
It becomes like an anchor that's dragging you, and I've been in situations where big sets are about to unload on me, and I've taken that leg rope off so that it doesn't drag you, and you're able to dive down and hopefully get down low enough to get under the whitewater and come out the back and then swim your way in, because that board will drag you back into that volatile whitewater, and that's where it becomes hard to hold your breath, because you're underwater. It's like being in a clothes dryer or a washing machine, as we say, and you're getting rumbled all over the place, and you've just got to try and stay calm, and then you're starting to feel your breath, your body need that opportunity to breathe, and you're still under there, and you're talking to yourself, and so it's can be a really dramatic situation, some of them wipeouts.
It's so true. I mean, even at a break like this at La Bocana, when those big sets come through, we've seen how many surfers have been caught a little bit inside on them. Those big cleanup sets, they're really powerful. This wave, we've had the world's best surfers. We've had world champions speak to the power and the energy here in El Salvador. That's a little bit different than a lot of other breaks around the world, and they kind of liken it a little more to that Hawaiian power and that feeling. That's a lot to be taken in when you're competing, when you've got all that pressure on you as well, to suddenly find yourself in a heat in one of those situations where you've had to bail your board to try to swim down. And a lot of these surfers having that opportunity to compete and surf around the world, getting to spend maybe a season in Hawaii at a young age, those sorts of moments or some of those heavier waves around the world really allow them the opportunity to stay calm, to stay cool and collected, like we're seeing from these 4 young women out in the lineup today.
Yeah. Well said. Yeah. I remember, and to the power of El Salvador and the ocean here, I remember hearing that last year. It was my first trip here last year, and I kept hearing the Hawaiian power thing, and I thought, yeah, sure.
Yeah, no way.
Okay, sure. And I paddled out one of the afternoons after the event, and the very first duck dive, as the lip landed on me and just rattled me around and ripped the board out of my hands, I was like, oh, okay. I get it. It's not an exaggeration. It's got that energy in this ocean.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, sometimes it looks that way from the screen. Sometimes it doesn't. And you're like, oh, that looks kind of like, it's a big wall of whitewater, but it looks kind of playful.
Yeah.
Not the case. Certainly not the case when those bigger swells are coming in, and especially with kind of that cobblestone, bottom to it, really allowing a lot of those waves to pitch and have some real consequence on those inside sections as well. Well, this heat, Barton, has been pretty slow, unfortunately, for the women out in the lineup. Scores are in for that last wave of Olivia. It's a 1.5. It jumps her up into that 3rd place position. It does keep Darian in that 2nd place spot for Guatemala, chasing a 3.44 to get herself in the leading spot above Kahili. Small requirements on 3rd and 4th at the moment. Basically standing up and the hands leaving the rails will give Olivia for sure that 0.38, but even that 0.88 for Izzy. So it's really wide open for that 2nd place advancing position at this stage, as it looks like we got another set approaching.
Priority with the Aussie. So that's an advantage for her coming from the 4th place, but 5 minutes to go. So the problem with a long lull like this is, or an inconsistent moment in the heat, is you pretty much figure that at some point soon a big set's going to come. And if it's a big set that breaks outside you, that wastes even more time. So now is the moment to strike.
Izzy Campbell now up and riding from Western Australia, a small town called Denmark, with some great heavy waves in her region as well. That was a great way for her to get this heat moving with just 5 minutes on the clock.
Way down south of Western Australia in a powerful ocean, kind of a daunting feeling around the ocean down there. There's a lot of big fish and there's a lot of big waves and reefs, and you're quite exposed, so she'd be used to that kind of powerful ocean. And she gets a 3.17 for that, takes her up into 2nd place.
There we go. Starts to really set the tone for that battle for 2nd. She's now riding contention for taking away the lead as well. Just shows you how quickly things can change. in a surf contest in every heat. Even if you feel like things are going your way for 15 minutes, you can never count out the rest of the surfers in the lineup because they might have a great 5-minute heat. As we take a look now at Kahili. Oh, with a slip off the tail pad. It's also such a challenging one here, Barton, with the temperatures. You know, hot air, hot water, the sun beating down, especially midday right now. It's going to be one of the hottest times of the day to be in the water. That wax becomes very slippery. Even if they've only got base coat on it, which is the hardest wax you can find, it's really challenging to keep the wax from getting too slippy. As we take a look at Izzy now, she's kind of recharged after that 317. She's now locked into an even bigger forehand hook.
And she's going into the lead. 2.51 is the ask. She gets that without question. It was better than the 317, as you suggested, Shannon. So pressure's going to be on the other ladies. Darian just there, finishing up what looked to be a short ride. Olivia still looking as well. This is a beautiful turn. It's going to be the highest scoring wave of the heat so far, I would say. Drives off the bottom, holds that bottom turn, drives the rail, drops the back leg. Stylish, beautiful. Only one turn, but only one turn allowed. And we haven't seen much else of that quality, so I feel like that's the best wave of the heat so far. Beautiful turn.
Scores to drop. It's that 5.87, and it sends Izzy Campbell into leading position. Now Kahili down into second. She could have really been right there in that conversation for the lead had she not had that slip on the last wave.
Yeah, that was really critical. And before the slip, it felt like there was some confusion as to which way to go and whether to race it around the section that was in front of her or just use that section for one turn. And in the moment of confusion, the contact with the board, the feet to the board, just lost their traction and she came unstuck. She needs to improve on that 1 point ride really quickly.
2 minutes remaining on the clock, looking to just back up that one. A 3.81 is the requirement for Darren. A 4.18 is the requirement for Olivia out in the lineup. And for the Guatemalan team, they've selected a young 12-year-old to be competing. That's our surfer in the white jersey out in the water right now. Just, so young and impressionable at this stage. She'll be competing in those under 16. She's competing in the under 18s as well, getting valuable experience out in the lineup. As we see Kahili with a great backhand re-entry. She's going to ditch that 1 point ride and really secure herself at that top 2 position.
You could see that she understood the urgency in replacing the one. It really is. That was it was a difficult section to negotiate and time properly. And there were moments in it where I thought, oh, she's going to fall, because it looked a little wobbly out of the top. She recognised how important that moment was, got down low, kept her stance, kept her head centred above her board and completed it for what will be a good second score and solidify first and second in this heat. 1 minute to go. It's going to be hard for white and green to get through this one, but the old repechage round will save them. It won't be the end of their campaign here.
Great opportunity to be able to get more heats in. It guarantees that every single surfer surfs at least twice, if not many more times, maybe, 7, 8, 9, 10 heats to make it into that grand final if you find yourself in the repechage round. So a lot of opportunity to be spending some time in the jersey. As we're down to those final 30 seconds, you can see everyone sort of repositioning themselves to the inside, knowing that even if a big set comes, it's okay because their heat's likely going to be timed out by the time that happens. And for Olivia and for Darren, maybe one more opportunity here, specifically for Olivia. It doesn't seem like this wave will be able to break, but it might just be our view from the drone. And Olivia with the paddle, she's into it. So a nice looking wave, first priority, hooks it under the lip. That's the moment that she's been waiting for, to be able to get that completed maneuver on the board. That's going to give her some great confidence to take through into the repechage round. Yeah,
and we imagine that it's going to take her from 4th to 3rd. So, every place you're higher is going to count. The points will count for your team. And then, if you're in 4th place, then you're going to have a 3rd place surfer in your next round. If you're in 3rd, you're going to have a 4th place surfer. So every little spot you can do better is going to increase your chances moving forward.
Always helpful. We've got a 4.17 on the board for last of the Tahitian. Kahili solidifies her 2nd place position. Izzy Campbell from Australia with the win. We'll be hearing from her shortly as we send Guatemala and Puerto Rican surfers into the repechage round. More when we return.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action here at the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships. Izzy Campbell just took out the win over Kahili Simon from Tahiti, Australia, and first in that heat. And Olivia Cruz ended up in that third place position off the strength of her last wave. Helps the teams with points and her seeding even heading into that repechage round. And the young surfer from Guatemala, Darian, heading into the repechage rounds as well. Into heat number 13 for our under-18 girls with Brazil, Costa Rica, and South Africa in the lineup. Ana Luis Silva, Rachel Aguero, and Sarah Scott with an opportunity to get a couple of good waves. We've seen a lot of those bigger sets kind of closing out and washing through the lineup without surfers being able to position particularly well, but it's been a bit complicated because of that high tide and the way the break has just shifted with those bigger sets coming through as well, Barton.
Yeah, I suppose yesterday was exactly the same. So you would sit here as coaching staff, as surfers, and go, okay, we know what happens around the top of the tide. The wave shortens, it comes in and straightens up. And really, some of the biggest scores we've seen have been one-turn manoeuvres. So all of us, you go from looking for a taper and multiple manoeuvres to, okay, at this tide, I'm looking for a big face. If I get two, fantastic. If I get one, that could be enough.
Yeah, great things to kind of readjust, but even those single big scores have been getting surfers through heats.
Yeah, single big score from a single big move on a nice big wall. And that would be the recipe. One's enough if it's a good one. And the wave is tall and steep.
And the wave quality certainly is there to be able to offer that to the right surfer.
Oh, 100%. Look at the lines out the back there too. Consistent swell.
Both Sarah and Rachel paddling to put themselves into position. Looking like they would maybe be favoring a left with the position where they're sitting out in the lineup. Maybe even for this wave. And they might both have a little look at it. It's going to be the surfer on the inside position that will have priority. Sarah Scott is going to have to maybe kick out of this wave. A bit of confusion here, clearly, with priority at the start of this heat. Rachel on the inside, from what we could see, looked like she would have had priority on this wave. And she puts together that finish. Nice little crossover action between Sarah and Rachel through that wave. That was pretty impressive.
And you know what? There's nothing much more fun than doing crossovers with a friend.
It's a great thing.
You share the wave and you coordinate your performance into this dance together on the wave faces. We saw the ladies do there, and it's a lot of fun. But in this situation, it's a lot of trouble because you could get an interference for something like that and all of a sudden put yourself in a really difficult position for the advancement in the heat. But the way they did it was, I was kind of going, well, just keep going.
I was also kind of enjoying it.
And maybe we've come up with something here that should be a part of the ISA team concept, is that, you go together with your teammate, you catch the same wave, and whoever could put on the best crossover tandem performance.
Bit of a duct tape invitational rules being thrown into the mix there.
I like it. But I do. In a free surf, it's so much fun with a friend. Here we go. Obvious positioning advantage to blue. And green never looked back. You could see on her eye line where she was looking, and it's now she's like, oh no. But I'm already up, so what do? I may as well keep surfing. Beautiful surfing from Rachel for Costa Rica there. You can see the great use of the rail. Finishes up on the inside. She'll obviously get the better of it, and there is the bad news.
Bad news, penalty on the board for Sarah Scott. Now, there was no priority established at that point.
Yes.
So it will be a non-priority interference, meaning that Sarah will keep her highest score and half of her second score, rather than losing an entire second score. And even just that alone can make a huge difference when it comes to advancement.
If it was a priority interference, then it's your whole score. And in that situation, as you explained, Shannon, big mistake from the takeoff. She looked inside, and it's really hard to understand because blue was there. You're in green, blue's on your inside. You look, you see her there, but then you never look back until you're on your feet. So it needs to stay alert, keep paying attention in those moments.
Well, we've got the winner of that last heat down on the beach with Rachel Tilley. Izzy Campbell with a solid performance for Australia.
Thanks, you guys. Yeah, Izzy, congratulations. You were able to put that heat together. We're talking about the stress and the nerves of just really wanting to get something impactful done out there, and you were able to put it together in the end. Talk to me about that.
Oh, I was pretty stressed the whole way through. I kind of thought I was going to get a nice first one, but like caught a rail on my first turn, and then got back out the back, and I just couldn't seem to find anything for a while. And it was like getting to, I think, the 7-minute mark, and I still had like a 1. And I was pretty, stressed, and I saw a little right, so I just took that opportunity, grabbed that, and then luckily paddled back out, and the girl further out missed the next right-hander, and so I got onto that one and just they were both one-turners, but I'm still happy enough that I got it done.
Yeah, well, it's about building a house, and you were able to put that foundation down, and you didn't look stressed surfing those waves. You looked really calm and composed. So what is it that you're telling yourself in your mind when you're in the midst of that out there?
Well, I know I can do it, so it's just about kind of just controlling your nerves a bit to just, go through the motions of what you do all the time. Just get up to your feet and ride the wave the best you can. So, yeah, I just tried to do that.
And it's your second time here to El Salvador competing. What was something that you're looking forward to when coming back to El Salvador?
I really loved the food and the people. They were so friendly and welcoming. And I love surfing the El Sunzal, the right-hander. That's the funnest point break. So yeah, I was looking forward to a lot of things when coming back.
Well, having your teammate Mila here before, she said you guys have been eating a lot of pupusas. Is that your favorite? Do you enjoy that?
Yeah, I love pupusas. It was one thing I was like, oh my God, I get to come back and eat some more. So yeah, it's pretty good. Cool, sorry.
Well, we were just saying it's about 2 a.m. at home in Western Australia. For your parents, would you like to say anything back to them?
Hi, Mum and Dad. I miss you a lot. Hi to my sisters as well and everyone at home watching. Yeah, glad I got through that one. I hope you can go to bed now.
Well, congratulations and see you next heat.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thanks so much. Well surfed to Izzy. And I love those insightful competitive questions coming from Rachel, because Rachel is a world champion from the WSL on the longboard tour. She also just got the silver medal at the ISA Longboard World Championships that finished out here last week. And to be able to kind of have her asking questions that are of that really critical competitive nature is something that's pulled out some really interesting insights for where those surfers' minds are at in the lineup.
Absolutely. Much respect for Rach, and great to see. I've known her a long time since we did some coaching. It could have been a decade ago with Hurley, and it's been great to watch her career. Look how far they've been dragged down the beach towards the rocks. You can see in the background there the right-hand point at El Sunzal, those rocks kind of separating the two breaks, and the ladies have been dragged way down the beach. It's a tough paddle out, and we're nearly at the halfway mark of this heat, still waiting on a couple of scores from the judges. Be interesting to see where this heat sort of lands at this point in time. Big problems for Sarah Scott, though. She got the first priority, but got that penalty, the interference penalty for that opening exchange.
Now scores starting to drop. We've got a 2.83 on the board for Ana Luisa Silva from Brazil. You can see her there in the red jersey getting really close down to the rocks. It looks like our surfer may be in the blue out the back alongside of her down the way as Sarah Scott takes off deep behind the section. She's going to just eject. She's also in a great position, from what we can tell, that she'll be able to hold on to that first priority and get herself back to the takeoff zone quickly. A 3.67 now on the board for Rachel Oguero out of Costa Rica for her first wave. And so we've got those first two scores that really matter on the board for first and second, but they've both got long paddles to get themselves back to the peak here at La Bocana after a sizey set that just had so many waves in it, kind of ripped everyone out of position.
Yes, and the fact that they're out of position and they're losing time is to Sarah Scott's advantage.
Hugely.
Yeah, if she's on 1.5 waves against the other surfers too, her best hope is that, you know, they don't have time for a second one, and it really evens up the situation, nullifies that interference. At this point in time, 3.67, the heat high, and still got some, you know, minutes before those surfers reach the lineup, it would seem.
Long paddle ahead for both Rachel and for Anna, but out with scores that they could definitely be keeping in their heat totals. A 0.9 on the board now for Sarah Scott for South Africa, chasing only a 2.39 to get herself into that top 2 position at this stage. And she was in a lot of control, kind of kicking out of that wave. It was a great takeoff. If that wave had held open for her, I think she would have been able to really unleash a few good turns.
Yeah, but it got real ugly real quick, and the lip stood up. She just squeaked out in time before it closing out on top of her. Here's another opportunity. She's got the lineup to herself. Rachel's just making her way. Nelly there.
Yeah, she's done really well to get herself back in position quickly. I think it's Anna that seems like she'll have the longest paddle ahead of her. Sarah in position with that first priority next to her name. She's from Kolmaki in South Africa, a little community that we've talked about already throughout this event. Loves a left.
Big, powerful left-hander with all the big kelp heads. I've surfed out at Kolmaki. It's a wild place.
So cold.
It's so cold, and it you know, it's a big open ocean wave, isn't it? A lot of power in it, so no wonder she looks comfortable out here.
Yeah, really favoring that backhand attack for her. 7 minutes, 45 seconds on the clock, and Sarah will lose priority with that last paddle. So it's going to hand it back to Rachel, which is a bit of a mistake for Sarah at this stage of the heat.
And really, you know, if you get the 2.39, you know, but then that is considering an addition with the 0.9 and the halving of that. So she's still right there. I would just like to get busy and put some pressure on Anna Louise through putting her down into third, making her feel the pressure of the paddle she just had and how long she got caught inside, and sort of mount some pressure through my performance as well as Nature's efforts. And because if she gets back out the back after that long paddle, she's still in second place, then that really would feel comfortable. You'd be like, okay, just took me 5-7 minutes to get back out, but I'm okay. I'm still in this one.
Well, for sure for Sarah as well, she'd be paying close attention to the fact that Anna's still stuck way down the beach. So unfortunate to be in that position for the Brazilian, the strongest team coming into this event based off of their results last year as those reigning team gold medalists, putting in all that hard work behind the scenes. But right now she's got a long paddle ahead of her and hasn't been able to break through that impact zone out even to backline to then paddle up and across.
Once you're through that and you're out in the back, you know, behind the breaking waves, behind the whitewater, the whole paddle's an easy thing then. But just getting through the whitewater is a difficult thing. And she's been in there a long time already, 6 minutes left.
And we're talking about, you know, there being a lot of power in these waves. There's also so much current to deal with.
A lot of water moving around, isn't there?
A lot of water moving. The surfers that are coming from places where they're battling with current, they're the ones that have kind of had an easy job of this.
Did you see that time spent then kind of waiting to get back into the paddling? Even there, you know, in those moments, you need to be so fast, quick, fast twitch fiber movements and reactions so that you can get back out the back. The time spent trying to get back into a paddling position on a board could have been critical. Looks like she might make this one, and she'll be out in the clean water. And Nelly, you know, it'll be only a few minutes now until she's back in the lineup.
Well, what a relief it feels like, although I think there's a little bit of a wave coming. She might be okay. Now into that kind of clean water. One more wave to duck dive, and that shouldn't suck her back too far. That backwash might help a little bit as well, sending her back out to sea.
Here's another little chip of backwash too. You feel that and really put in when you feel the backwash.
She's out the back now. She's, and even down there, she could find a wave of consequence, something with one turn. The 283 was one backhand re-entry that the timing was off on anyway. It wasn't her best surfing. So she'd feel confident. These are one of those heats where you feel like, oh no, the door's open. My opponent's got an interference. The door's open for me to advance, and you get stuck inside for what must have been 8 minutes or so. The longest caught inside we've seen for this event for sure.
Yeah, that was a really long time. You can see the ski there just checking for safety. And that is their only, the only thing that they're responsible for right now is that safety. If the surfer touches the ski to look for a ride or assistance in any way, that automatically takes them out of the heat with that disqualification. So that's just something to note. The skis, unfortunately, are not allowed to give that jet ski assist of her jumping back on the back of the ski and getting a lift back into the lineup. We would need a few more skis out in the lineup to be able to facilitate something like that. And an event like this, that's just not an option. And so we've got Rachel now up and riding. She goes down.
Yeah, got up on the tippy toes, was kind of anxious to get the turn in and could see the wall fading and wanted to do something quickly and was trying to force it. And those moments where you kind of come off your heels and you lose the connection with your whole foot in the board, and all of a sudden you're up on your tippy toes, and it's just very awkward at that point in time. She fell kind of flat on her face. Got time though, 3 minutes 40. This is a really tight heat. You can see Ana Louise Silva only needs a 1.35 to go into first. So this could go any way. And for Sarah Scott, really at this point in time, it's like the best case scenario. You couldn't imagine you'd still be in it.
This is so true. And up to this stage, she hasn't really capitalized on that. She's had a look. She's now up and riding. This is going to be really important for her. She's going to need to get to that open face, but it's just a closeout. Waves haven't really maybe facilitated that open face that she's needed to get a score. She's kind of had at least 10 minutes of this heat really in her favor as far as positioning from her other competitors go. And unfortunately for the young South African, hasn't been able to really take advantage of that.
And I suppose we're seeing that top of the tide situation where the wave straightened right up, and there's a lot more closeouts than there is on a lower tide where the wave feels the reef and breaks further out and has much better shape. So that's exactly what's happening here. Ana Louise on the shoulder just needs something. It doesn't really matter what this is as long as you get something. 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. Keep mounting the pressure on South Africans. Sarah Scott.
And a 239, it's not a big score, but it requires at least one completed maneuver.
Yes.
You cannot get a 239 without that.
No, it needs one completed
maneuver. You can get, a 1 with a big takeoff,
Here's
but you're going to have to find a turn. And for Sarah, she's so capable of that, but the waves just haven't even allowed her the opportunity to get a turn. Where now Anna, she's down the line. That wave's going to close out as well. Unbelievable to think of the scenario that we're in. 2 minutes on the clock, Barton. Small scores, but the pressure, I mean, the expectation on everything is just as high right now as if we had huge scores on the board.
Look at the distance between the competitors. As the Pelicans fly through the line up there.
So we can see blue is Rachel in the heat, red paddling on the inside. We're not sure where Sarah's at this stage, but now Anna needing a 135 to get that leading position. First turn, successful, looking for an end section now, and with that, she'll take away that leading position.
See how easy it is, really, isn't it? You know, like the conversion is an easy thing to do in a free surf in a normal way. I've just got to get away and do a couple of turns. Rachel.
Up and riding now, looking to kind of battle back into that lead, though we don't have a score on the board. That's a dynamic turn. That's the sort of section that Sarah was looking for the whole time that didn't really open up for her.
Fair to say it's too late for Sarah Scott now. Those last couple of scores as they drop are going to up the requirement for her significantly. 55 seconds on the clock. Both Rachel and Anna have clawed their way back into this. While they were always in first and second, it was never, never felt like a done deal, and it felt like the South African could easily just get a 4 or a 5 point ride, and you were like, whoa, she's beating girls with an interference, and that has happened before. But
as time transpired in these closing minutes. The South Africans' wave selection was off, got a few closeouts, you got to her feet, and by the time she was at the bottom of the wave, it had already closed out. Here she goes again, another of those situations. So the coaching advice will come to Sarah Scott that, hey, look for the taper, try and find some wall, don't rush it. This was one of those heats you can forget. You're in the repechage now, it's not over.
Got plenty of time. We've still got scores to drop from that last exchange, so we're not sure how that first and second is going to play out. Down to 5 seconds on the clock, 3, 2, 1. And this next paddle from Rachel won't be a scoring wave because she'll be up after the buzzer. So there you can see her not quite getting all the way to her feet. Last couple scores in for Sarah, unfortunately, just less than those 1-point rides, as it was just those takeoffs. Would have needed that first big maneuver to get herself the requirement. But like you said, Barton, with the 3.67 of Rachel, with the 2.83 of Anna, we're going to also see their backup scores now filtering through for that one single maneuver of Rachel and for that combination of surfing from Anna. Well done to those two in such a tough heat, getting sucked way down the beach, having to paddle back into those positions, and an incredible finish on the end of that heat.
A stressful situation for all.
Scores still to drop. When we return, we'll announce who took away that lead between Anna and Rachel. We've got more action with Paul Evans and Mitchell Salazar when we return.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Surf City El Salvador welcomes you back to live competition. It's the World Juniors. Smiles on the dials of surfers advancing, maintaining in the rounds. As we check out the Costa Rican, Rachel Aguero. She'll be absolutely delighted. A tough heat, tough conditions. She got the job done, squeezed the juice, and advances swinging through. We take two surfers, maintain this side of the draw. Sarah Scott, the South African, she'll head to repechage. Barton and Shannon will head for a delicious bite to eat, as supplied by the Papaya restaurant. And we'll get our teeth into some red-hot surfing action. Myself, Paul Evans, joined by Mitchell Salazar. It's warm out there. There's a little bit of wind, but there's plenty of juice still.
Yeah, there's a lot of waves, and, the tide bottoming out now, or getting close to it as we look at the Costa Rican team right there. Big performance. Aguero, she's missed out on a couple of big opportunities to make it into finals day before. Doubt that's going to be the case this year, Paul. She definitely looks like a contender, and as you can see right there, big amount of relief after taking out the wind, but the proximity to their home, 40-minute flight, you can even drive here from Costa Rica. This is a local event for them.
Yeah, I love that. Just a short hop, familiar surrounds. We talked earlier about Europe and how that's been a good hunting ground for many nations there. Right. They can split between countries. We're seeing that similar sort of thing happen over here in Central America. Really cool to see. Let's check out Annette Gonzalez Echevarri, representing Spain. Ella Wallace from Canada. We're also going to see Tiara van der Hals from the Netherlands. And Tiara Sofia Ramos from right here in El Salvador. The full 12 surfers, 3 categories, 4 of them. And they're representing El Salvador, which is really cool to see. And guess what? Massive number in for Annette. A huge number, 917. We've fired up here already. And the surfer out of Getxo, Bilbao, the Basque Country, She has dropped an absolute hammer and really opened this one up with a bang here, Mitchell.
Yeah, going on the backhand, Paul, and nice foam climb up and over. A lot of speed into the section right here. Into the lip, snaps it well. Always in the pocket, too. How gnarly was that bottom turn, too? She held it for a long time. Not surprised. I mean, she just graduated into the U18s, too. Look at the size of that section, too. But to be able to get, first of all, the highest score of the women's U18 event so far, and find this gem where in the last 5 or 6 heats, we've maybe seen a 7 as the highest score. That's pretty crazy to think about, a 16-year-old that's elevating the sport that quickly.
Absolutely smashing it out of the park there. And Annette is part of the EDP Surfer Tomorrow program. Other surfers we've seen in this event, names like Matias Canyoto, names like Martin Fortes, also her sister Yanire, part of that team. And names like Hans and Kai Odriozola. And the coaching staff available there, people like Thiago Sacapires, Adriana de Souza involved in that. Zé Seabra, another very highly rated Portuguese coach. They've even been over, worked in Brazil, trained with people like Griot, Leandro Dora. And it's paying incredible dividends, and she is absolutely ripping.
I think Jamie Vaselko part of that crew, too. By the way, happy birthday, Jamie. It's your birthday today. Hopefully you're celebrating with the win here at El Sunsal. But I think these two sisters, both Janita and Annette, to me, are two of the best junior surfers we have on the planet right now, Paul.
15 seconds and 40 to go in this. Echebarri with a commanding position with a massive score. Let's get down to Rachel Tilley. She's with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Rachel, congratulations out there. That was a difficult start at the beginning with an interference situation. Can you talk me through what kind of happened at the beginning?
Oh, I don't know. I just paddled my wave in a stand-up, and the girl dropped, like, I don't know what's going on. And then I was so confused because I don't know if it was my interference or was her interference. Was so confused.
Well, having a heat start like that can sometimes make it a little bit... it can make you nervous then, you know, and how do you regroup after that and keep calm and do what you need to do out there?
Okay, the first heat is always the most like hard heat for me because I was so nervous, and yeah, but I just try to focus on my surfing and try to do what I do every day, so yeah.
And El Salvador is so close to Costa Rica. Have you spent time here in El Salvador in between the events that you've competed here?
No, honestly, I just compete here for like 3 times, and yeah, that's it. But I never come here just for a surf trip or something like that. But it's pretty fun here.
Yeah, well, what's your favorite thing about El Salvador when you get to come here?
The waves. La Bocana, it's pretty fun. I love left, so it's pretty fun here.
And is there anything you'd like to say back home to Costa Rica?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos por el apoyo. Estoy súper feliz de estar acá y este primer hit es para todos ustedes, los que me apoyan, los que saben que yo puedo hacerlo, y mis papás, mi familia y mis amigos. Gracias por apoyarme. Pura vida.
Gracias. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
All right. Thank you, Rachel. Super stoked. Rachel Aguero. Pura vida. That's particular Costa Rican thing. It's not other countries in the region. That's specific to there.
No.
Tell me more about that.
Yeah, pura vida. It's just pure life.
Yeah.
It's like their motto. It's like you go to Australia, g'day. Maybe that's a generalization that I just made for Australians, but it's basically that. Like you go to Mexico, we say like chilo or buena onda, good vibes, you know. But pura vida, like that is basically what represents Costa Rica. Yeah.
Love it.
Just you're good with pronunciation and everything, by the way. Skills-wise, I'd probably say the best out of the entire group here, Paul. I will tell you one thing, though. Costa Rica, they pronounce the R, Rica.
Rica?
Yeah, like Costa Rica.
Costa Rica, okay.
Mai. And Mai is like dude or brother from there, you know?
Okay.
So you just call everybody your Mai. ¿Qué onda, Mai? ¿Cómo está, Mai?
I thought that's mother, right, in Portuguese?
Yeah, it's spelled the same.
That. Costa Rica.
Costa Rica.
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 That sounds sort of Anglophone.
Yeah.
Right on.
A lot of influence, but
One of the reasons I love hanging out with you, mate. It's just every day's a school day. In a good way.
It's funny because Latin America is so huge. You can go from, even in the United States, there's several ways to speak, Spanish there. You go all the way to the southern part, Argentina, Uruguay, Peru, Chile. There's sometimes where you can even be confused among yourselves.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, but it's beautiful though. It's different ways to speak a specific language.
Different flavors, really cool. Different cultural influences.
The food.
Absolutely.
La comida.
La comida.
Yeah. I got another one for you too. We had 2 Rachels during the interview, Agüero and Tilly.
Yep.
So where I'm from, you call somebody with the same name tocayo if you're a male, tocaya.
Okay,
if
tocaya.
you're female, yeah.
Okay.
So you find somebody that's named Paul, tocayo is what you're going to say.
Same name.
Yeah.
My name buddy. A couple of tiaras.
Yeah.
In this one.
Vanderhoels is good. She comes from Curacao, Southern Caribbean, right in front of Venezuela. Some amazing waves there too. She speaks multiple languages as well. Dropped a 9 a few years ago here during the World Surfing Games, and she's been a junior for a while too, so no stranger to ISA competition herself. Wallace, first time competing. She just qualified actually through the nationals over there in Cox Bay and Tofino. 3rd place in the U18, so nice to see Ella on the team over here. Got a good squad, the Canadians, Paul, as always.
A really strong squad, yeah. Been really impressed with them. They've been surfing really well, hanging out. That energy, that vibe has been really good. See the maple leaf flag flying. Here goes Echebarri. Wow, another stinging whip turn. Look at the size of that wave. That section, she'll go over that. Decided not to hit it, but already a good number. Just for that turn, just for the speed that's maintained throughout the rail, held in the water, the strength, the precision. Backhand attack, Van der Hulst here. What she got, that was nice. Drifted that one down. Very stylish indeed, good control.
Yeah, and a much larger wave too, so this should be a solid score for Vanderhoels right here, Paul. And Wallace has the 2.7, Ramos has the 2.23, so Vanderhoels, is definitely going to move up into the top 2 spots with this last wave. But I'm a huge fan of the way Annette really just goes for it on this opening ride. The 917, and then she's going to get a solid backup. I mean, just look at the drive that she gets off of that bottom turn. And she projects so well coming out of the top turn, too. So much speed carrying throughout the entirety of the wave.
Wow.
And take into consideration how large that wave is, too. Like, that goes to show you that she really just has no fear. And then Vanderhoels right here on the right, too. Not bad, solid. Maybe didn't connect as cleanly as Gonzalez did on the left-hander, but still going to be a solid wave for her.
When you're looking for a backup, you'd be forgiven, being a little bit conservative, just nursing, maybe putting the board up, letting the wave do the work. But Annette just absolutely searing that calf through, giving it the full treatment, coming out with as much speed, maybe more than she went in with. She'll get another number here, and she's well on her way. And it looks like we've got a surfer on the inside just dealing with a bit of that physicality, because there's plenty of energy out there.
Yeah, that's Ramos right there. Hopefully she's okay. And, you're in a competition setting. You've probably been around all day supporting your teammates. Might be dehydrated. You get caught inside by a big set. It humbles you, and just hope everything's okay. In the end, Paul, we're here for a comp, but we want to see the safety of the surfers as really as our first priority.
Yeah, absolutely right. And, there's always rapid charge anyway. If you've been rattled out there, for sure, exercise caution, take it easy, regroup, seek some guidance from the support squad, and come back another day. We'll watch some duck diving from Echebarri. She'll deal with a paddle back out. There's not particular urgency to the cadence of her paddling, and she'll just kind of canter her way through the lineup here. And the good news being read out from our beach announcers will be the backup score, the one sick whipping carve 617. That goes in with a 917. She's absolutely flying here. Massive numbers for her. There's Team Hawaii. And they've been all stoked, all action.
Yeah. Isla Sexton coming up for them. Also a great surfer. Team Hawaii, contenders once again. Really like their chances. Shane backdooring right there, one of the coaches.
Oh, I'd love to see the Coaches' Cup go down. Little speciality heat.
It would be probably even more competitive than we've seen out there in the first 2 days. Imagine that. Simo versus Shane, kind of an old school heat. Asher Nolan also big ripper. Can't forget about the French.
Yeah, absolutely. Deads can still bust some moves.
Is Ben Skinner still here too?
Yep.
With Lucas? Yeah.
Yep.
He can rip on a shortboard.
Absolutely. Yeah, rips on anything.
This event's just so cool because of that. You have the generational surfers and then those people that have looked up to them like Annette. That foam climb was insane. Then that second turn, just to be able to control that speed. But once again, to me, it's the delayed bottom turn on the third one that really steals the show on that wave. And then the 617, a lot of drive coming off of the bottom, and then coming out of that top turn too. 617 for just the one maneuver. Well deserved, Paul.
Just extreme torque loaded up on the rail of that surfboard, just driving that through the water. So much control, and she's making it look easy. Toughest thing to do in surfing, particularly in a powerful wave, and does so well. Just to drive that bottom turn, get really, really low, and just commit hard early to the line. There's no kind of neutral board position between maneuvers. It's pure rail work. The judges, they just eat that up. They love it.
Right, and you almost have all three factors that are the main points of the judging criteria just within one maneuver: speed, power, and flow. And especially considering how underused the bottom turn has been in competitive surfing, especially in a lot of locations that you go to for comp. Beach breaks, you're usually not seeing a drawn-out bottom turn like that. So to be able to see it on a wave like this is very refreshing. It's also necessary. You don't do a bottom turn like that, you're not going to be able to surf the wave. It should be surfed.
Yeah, the power in this wave allowing surfers to really draw out that turn and make it look really, really impressive. Here is Van der Hulst. Speaking of bottom turns, there's another nice one. She'll clip the backhand. Second turn, not quite there for her. She thought about it. She tried to get there. The wave will run away. She's won second prior to that, 283. The backup, 483 the high. Annette having a look down the line. Realizes that's not a wave. Just 5 on the clock here. As we see Ella Wallace make her way back out. She's not really been at the party, particularly in this. She wants to get involved now. First priority is hers. Her next wave will be crucial.
And Van der Hulst in the past, still a junior, which is crazy. But 2 years ago at the World Surfing Games right here at La Bocana, she beat, I think it was Aaron Brooks, with one massive turn on a huge wave. Dropped a 9 for just the one maneuver, and pure commitment. And you talk to her and you see her and you're like, oh, she's so nice, really cool and laid back. And then you see her surfing and you're like, whoa, now I understand why you're so good at competing and why you charge, because she goes for it. But that comes with being in the Caribbean, surfing all those reef breaks. Imagine the kind of waves that she gets, pretty much uncrowded too.
Yeah, a lot of the waves there kind of off the radar a little bit as well for sort of the surfing world at large.
Right, Curaçao.
Everyone knows there's waves around in that area. I mean, you can kind of look at a map and figure it out, but actually going and finding them and getting there and being there at the right time and all that sort of thing.
It's a long ways to get there too. It ain't that close. I mean, because just to get to Barbados, you probably have to go through one of the, either Miami or Atlanta maybe if you're in the United States. And then that's even further down.
Yeah.
It's a long trek for them.
Bit of island hopping involved, wouldn't there?
Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't sound too bad, though. We'll take a bit of that.
With a couple of days in between that island hopping.
An ISA event in the Caribbean? Well, apart from Puerto Rico, of course.
Yeah, outside of that, no. I haven't.
Actually, put it in the suggestions box.
You want to open it up? I'm down for it. I just think, logistics-wise, might be a little hard in some places. Outside of that, the waves are definitely there.
440 surfers.
And that's just the juniors. Imagine if we get an Olympic qualifier to go over there. Everybody wants to go.
All right, under 3 minutes to go in this really enjoyable one. And the sterling work of Annette Echevarri, the 917. Just ripping on the backhand. Backed it up with the 617. Just put this to bed. Good night. 15.34 is huge for the Spaniards. But chasing it down and doing pretty well, rallying. Surfer out of the Caribbean, Chara van der Hulst, representing Netherlands. And that 517 for her. It just dropped in. And that really Just puts that margin for the chasing pack, gives them plenty more to think about. Ella Wallace with something to do. She's got priority. She's had it for a while. She'll need to use it here. 7-3 the requirement to avoid repechage and to stay in this part of the draw. That's Tiara van der Hulst making her way back to the lineup, kind of letting that score just kind of sink in, processing where she is, what she needs to do. She's going all right in this so far. Doesn't need to worry too much about Annette. She's streets ahead. But van der Hulst looking okay. And our other Tiara, what was, give me that word again?
Tocaya.
Tocaya, Tiara Sofia Ramos. She looked like she got a bit blown up and she was exhausted back on the rocks. Looks like she decided not to paddle out. Probably pretty smart, pretty wise call. Come back, surfing the repechage round. We'll look forward to seeing her representing this fine surfing nation of El Salvador at a later date. 90 on the clock. Annette kind of semi-interested.
Oh, splashes the water there.
Competitive intensity. She's miles ahead in this heat. She's comboed second place. Second needs almost 2 8s to get nearer with 90 on the clock, and she's still not satisfied.
I know.
She saw a little wave and a little splash. Like, come on, she wants to improve on the 6.
I like that though. That's a natural-born competitor right there, and you know she comes from a generation of surfers right now, not only from Spain but also from Europe. You know, her sister Janine, I think, is amazing. Vitor Garitaunandia, the Amatriain brothers, both Iker and Adur. Rubén Vitoria, another young kid who's coming up through the qualifying series rankings.
Speaking of backhand turns, Rubén Vitoria.
He rips.
Amazing on the backhand. He's working in a coaching role as well.
Yeah.
So getting into that young, such a nice guy.
Yeah.
Good person to have in your corner, but absolute ripper.
Dude, they've always had amazing surfers. Kai, Hans, you know, the Odriozola brothers, also great representatives. My favorite guy out of that region was always Jonathan Gonzalez. I thought he was going to make the CT, but was just never able to crack that top 10 at the end of the year. But just look what it's done. You know, it's opened up the pathway for these younger surfers to come out and really say that they're ready for the big stage, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. Final 15 seconds here. And the strong Spanish squad going from strength to strength in this heat. 14 of the first round, under 18 girls. Annette Echevarri with a real statement performance here. And the Spaniards that performed so well over in Puerto Rico just a couple of months ago are looking to carry on that momentum in the junior division here. And they're going all right, particularly in this heat. And we'll count down. It'll be van der Hulst who will advance, stay in the round here in second. And a really, really impressive performance. And just when things were maybe score getting a touch sleepy, the judges were kind of shook awake there.
Yeah.
Throwing that 9 early on in the heat. Love it.
And put everybody on notice, too. The rest of the division, they clearly know who the top dog is at this moment, Paul.
Absolute highlights, real stuff from Annette Echevarri. Brilliant, brilliant surfing. 917 in any event, in any context is massive. But getting in the opening heat in the World Juniors, she'll be honing in her path to a gold medal. Keep an eye on her. Loads more competition to bring in. We can get a quick commercial break. We'll keep rolling here. Another stacked heat taken to the water. Join us more live from El Salvador right after the break.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador, early on a Sunday afternoon. And the waves still cranking, plenty of opportunity, massive numbers being dropped in that last heat. A huge 9 for the Spaniard, Echevarri. As we roll through to another heat, and we'll look forward to seeing what these 4 can deliver. There are big opportunities out there. That tide will ebb back out now and just shallow up on the rocks there. We'll check out Isla Sexton from Hawaii, Catalina Zakirye from Peru, Emma Diaz from Uruguay, Haley Goodson from Barbados. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Mitchell Salazar. This is heat number 15, and some massive, massive performances going down. It's great to see it.
Yeah, especially by Echevarri in the last heat, and it seems like Zakirye, she's up, Paul.
All right, slope on the face to begin with, and then as soon as it steepens up, she speeds up, and good enough to belt that and get out of trouble too. A quick swing as well. And she works this one through. Nice whip to her surfer, nice speed, bit of venom and bite as well. And it all starts from the shoulders. She rotates that, puts the board up into the lip. One more time, looking for a finish. Didn't get that last maneuver, but multiple turns done with speed, a long way from her. She did well there.
Yeah, and a wave that didn't necessarily have a ton of scoring potential on it either, so good work just to be able to get a score on the board within the first few minutes. And comes from a region of Peru that has amazing waves, but amazing talent too. Luca Messina, Sol Aguirre, both from that region in the northern part of Peru.
Checking out surfer out of Guatemala.
Yeah, Juana Pos.
She'll be taking on the likes of Willow Hardy from Australia. Absolute charger she is.
It's nice to see Guatemala get some more surfers in the draw too. I remember there were a few years where they maybe only brought 1 or 2 surfers. Now they have a full team. And I also think it's because of how close it is to here to El Salvador that is really benefiting them.
Vigorous preparation going down. You mentioned getting that warm-up done. If you're hanging in the AC for too long, things can get a bit seized up.
Let's see you doing those moves later on today. Get a nice warm-up going before your little afternoon surf.
Getting limber, getting the blood going.
High knees.
Just getting the mojo. And getting ready to go out there and try and perform, impress the panel. 5 judges sitting. And it's all about getting 2 numbers from them out of 10 for a total out of 20.
Yeah.
Numbers already in for a surfer out of Peru. 5.33 for her. Decent start for the multiple maneuvers.
Should be a keeper score in her top 2 at the end of the heat too. Sexton, she's no slouch. Godson comes from a great surfing family from Barbados. Sister Amy competed a few heats ago. And Diaz from Uruguay, they're also a nation that has always produced some great surfers. I think Marco Giorgi probably has to be the one that has stood out the most.
All right, here goes Isla Sexton. What she got here, backhand attack, floats that one over. And the board just got a little behind her. The body got away from the board, a little upright too. And a slight misstep from her, plenty of time left to go. It'd be a short paddle back, she'll think on.
Yeah, and these kind of mid-sized waves, every now and then when you're paddling back out, they can pop up and you can really get a good score, really under everybody else's priority. But look at Zakirye, she's already back in the lineup. She's going to recover priority before Sexton gets there. And that's a natural competitor right there. She's already looking for a second ride. Almost had it. But Sexton, she's got talent. I mean, I've seen her at U.S. Champs before compete at lowers. She really knows how to surf well on both the backhand and the forehand, Paul.
All right, well, one of our surfers who's absolutely lit this place up. They've impressed the panel to the tune of a massive 9. Annette Echevarri is with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks, guys. She absolutely did. You lit it up, Annette. Congratulations. Now, the past few heats that we've been watching, it has been really difficult for surfers to find those scoring waves out there. And you went out and you first wave 917. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, I was a bit scary because it was huge, but I made it, and I was looking for the first wave. I didn't imagine that it was that good, but yeah, really happy.
And you were able to find that backup score out there. You stayed calm. Now your sister just qualified for the Olympics representing Spain in Puerto Rico earlier this year. Were you able to find some inspiration through that to your performance here?
Yeah, I always train with my sister, so I learn from her, and I will follow her steps.
And what is a tip that your sister has given you that you think has been helpful to you out in competing?
I think that the best thing is to work. That's what you make to improve your level. So yeah, work.
Well, the hard work is paying off clearly. Here with Team Spain, how has the team culture been, and what is it like in and around the event in a team environment?
We are the Spanish team. We are staying in San Blas, that it's like 10 minutes from here, but we are doing a really good group, so we help each other, and yeah, really good.
You guys look strong and confident. Is there anything you'd like to say back home?
Ja, eskerrik asko ikusteagatik, Luken auzuregatik dijoa, eta hurrengoan ikustea.
Congratulations. Back to you guys in the booth.
Zorionak Annette, well done. Skerigasko for that performance. That was massive. Very impressive indeed. And she seems pretty cruisy about it as well. I mean, how's that kind of just cool as ice? I mean, he's just dropping nines. You think some people would just be like kind of delighted, elated. If she is feeling that, she's dialed it back. She's deadly.
It's just another heat for her. and that's the way you got to cruise through the event too. Don't get too high, don't get too low, kind of keep it in between. And all of a sudden you're making the final and you got a gold medal around your neck at the end of the week, Paul. She looks incredibly well, and I feel like motivation for her is just to prove that she's always going to be a contender. She still has 2 extra years, by the way, in this division too.
Scary.
Just graduated, so I feel like U18 is a good fit for her now.
That is frightening. It really is. And just looking really, really strong.
I also want to say props. I don't think we say this enough, but for those people that English isn't their first language, the last 15 years, the Brazilians, a lot of the Europeans have had to go through that. Major props to them and congratulations, because they have really picked that up and understood that without English in their repertoires in terms of languages, they probably wouldn't be where they're at in terms of athletics.
Yeah, and it's also any second language. It's one thing being out chat when you're cruising, but when under pressure, someone sticks a camera in your face and a microphone, all of a sudden you start second guessing yourself. Yeah, really, really impressive. 10 minutes, 40 seconds to go in this. Here's a paddle from Diaz. What she got? Driving off the bottom. The wave will run away, and she won't be able to tee off on anything there. And almost half the heat gone. She's going to have to surf a compressed heat of 10 minutes. That's the tough news. The sort of positive side of that is no one's really got scores other than the 5.33 from Zadiki. There's nothing else of any real quality to bring you. So she's still in this very much so. It's a really even heat in terms of advancing. First place position. Surfer from Peru occupying that with that 5. Here's a solid looking set out the back, Mitch.
Yeah, and it seems like that southern peak where that whitewater is kind of white capping right now, that's where you're seeing a lot of those really longer rights develop, and most of the surfers sitting on the left as of right now. So I wouldn't think that going right or even looking at it would be a bad option if you're one of the surfers in 3rd or 4th priority. Seems like Sexton, she's going left.
Here goes Isla. Some meat on this one, and it gets chattery and just grabbed the board, didn't it, on the bump and the speed. She lost that, and then by the time she got to the lip, sort of an unforced kick out, really, and now everyone's getting cleaned up.
Yeah, and look at the 2nd and 3rd wave of the set. So much cleaner, none of that bump, as you were mentioning. This is where patience pays off for those who have that virtue, and fortunately for Zadiki, seems like she might be getting a rebate wave here.
She's in the spot right now. Look at this thing. There's the late drop with loads of speed. Tries to grab the rail to hang on to the bottom turn. Can't do so. So much momentum from that steep takeoff section. And then when she hit the chops, it got really wobbly really quickly.
And I want to bring up this point, too, because I think it's super important to tell our audience. There's 2 locations here where you could potentially surf it. You don't know until probably the day before. So you might be preparing for one wave more than the other. And as a competitor, even though your coach might be saying one thing, you kind of have to whisper in their ear and tell them, hey, like, there's a chance I might be able to surf at the other location too. Shouldn't I be preparing over there? It almost feels to me like most of these women thought they were going to be surfing at El Sunsal rather than at La Bocana. And identification of certain waves isn't necessarily there for a lot of these surfers. This is where time put in the water is really noticeable, Paul.
Yeah, absolutely. And you talk about preparation and trying to kind of visualize and manifest what's going to happen in your heat, but if you don't even know what location you're surfing at, you need to tick all the boxes, be prepared for anything, be able to adapt as well. We've seen the tidal swings, they're not the huge swings you get places like Europe, but they're still really significant. They change the lineup completely. They changed the scoring potential of the wave, even the type of maneuvers you're going to do at both locations. So arriving early, as we've heard some of our competitors say, that seems invaluable, and particularly with 20 minutes. It's not much time to learn on the job and familiarize yourself. And that prep, yeah, pays off massively.
Yeah, and given certain nations maybe don't have the same kind of resources as others, I understand that. But if you do get here a week before, that shouldn't be an excuse anymore. You know, you should have had enough time to be able to surf both locations at multiple times of the day and simplify it. You don't need to have to go out there and surf 3-4 hours at a time. If it's just 30 minutes or even replicating a heat, go out there and try to do it for 20 minutes. That's more than enough. So I feel like at this point, already in round one, we're seeing the people that have really invested the time into the spot.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing some really aggressive approaches as well. It's great to see surfers that are full of confidence really impose themselves on this wave. There is plenty of power out there. There's plenty of size too. Here's your heat leader, the Peruvian, Zariki, with some speed and patience, and then swings. That was really nice. One rail to the other real quick. Tight radius turn. Again, that's great. Very well done indeed. Releases the tail and the fins, and it's smooth, polished, controlled. It's complete as well. Good number coming away.
I had basically an image of Sol doing the same kind of maneuver right there. It reminded me so much of Sol Aguirre, and I feel like this is going to be a good score. That second turn was unexpected on my behalf, Paul. I didn't necessarily think that she was going to go that hard or slide the fins that much. Looking to improve on the 0.73, that is way gone, but I even feel like she might have been better on the 5.33. Caught this wave a bit further inside, took her a little while to make it around it. When she did, though, it's a beautiful carve to set things up. And look at the second maneuver. I mean, she slides the fins in a very critical section, too. Really shallow where she did it. Should be a hefty score.
Yeah, absolutely. Great surfing from her. Let's see where that number goes. As we see more sets stacking up here, everyone heading out to sea and trying to find a position, trying to put themselves just next to the peak off of that shoulder. There's so much power and energy from the takeoff, just the momentum from getting to your feet and dropping in sets you up. If you can get your timing right, really press straight away from the first turn. Here goes the Hawaiian Sexton, and here's an absolute bomb from her. Look at this, stands up, and she goes a little bit soft from her opening turn, and as a result of that, her line wasn't exactly as she wanted coming into the next section, so a couple of errors from Isla.
Yeah, and a bit too straight up, I felt, especially coming out of the first maneuver. She was trying to go straight into the second one and wasn't able to keep those knees bent. You can see right here, it's a large wave, but gets a little hung up right there coming out of it, and see the way she tries the bottom turn here with her legs kind of still extended. Can't be able to do that, especially on a frothy one like this. And score came in as a 6.83, so the best of the heat. And Zariki, once again, great calm maneuvers right there. And technique alone, I think for somebody her age, is something that a lot of surfers can look at and be like, okay, now I know what I need to improve on. Always keeps her weight balanced, very well distributed over her board, and drops the best score of the heat, Paul.
Yeah, 6.83, a solid number from her. Good patience from her too.
Yep.
She identified that wave. And when it came along, it's all one thing to see the wave you want, kind of visualize, but then you got to actually do it, perform as well. And that speed from that opening section, when things get smaller and tighter, finding the spot to do your turn, doing it well. And that's been really well rewarded by the panel. Good numbers, 12.16. That's going to feel great for her. She's absolutely miles ahead. Combo in the field. Sexton in second with small numbers still, 2-1. That's not what she would want to get through this heat with. She'll be stoked to get through and remain in the draw here in second, but she'll want to do it with a little bit more panache and flair and some solid numbers, build the confidence. I reckon she'll improve. She's still got 4 minutes. Also, Emma Diaz, opportunity for her to go and show us what she can do. We haven't seen much of Haley Godson either.
Yeah, they're both needing minimal scores. I mean, something in the twos, super achievable. It's really one maneuver, but your Sexton right here, and she probably shouldn't be thinking about this, but especially given the format of the event, you're talking about team points. You want to get that gold medal for your team. Hawaii, they won the event a few years ago. They want to be going into the gold medal match towards finals day and be feeling pretty safe. This is huge for them right now. If Sexton is able to make it through this round at least and not go into the reps, looking at better that 1.0 at all costs, Paulie.
Just on Peru, Sol Aguirre, she's on the challenges.
Yeah, and
Daniela Rosas?
Daniela Rosas, yeah. I don't think that Arena Rodriguez made it this year. She She's been competing there before, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, but both Rosas and Sol, yeah, they're competitive, too. They're great. That's what I'm saying. Like, they've been a nation of competitive surfing for years. And people kind of forget about the older generation. I think after Sofia, there was kind of a gap there, too. Won a world championship in 2004. Then you had Luca, who qualified on the men's side a few years ago. But outside of that, there's really not been a huge amount of people that have been close to qualifying. Miguel Tuelo's been close, Alonso, but they got talent, dude, and plenty of waves to spare, too.
Plenty of waves. 2.5 minutes to go in this. It is our surfer out of Peru at the moment, Catalina Zedike. She's been dominant in this, and she's sort of started strong, and she's got stronger. She's just kind of turned the screw and ramped up the pressure. Combo in the field right now. The field, they've got nothing to get overly excited about thus far. The positive for Isla Sexton out of Hawaii. She's advanced out of this heat at the moment, but it's a very modest total for her. She'll look to try and improve that. A bomb out the back. I think everybody's seen it by now. Looks like on the inside, White's having a paddle. She won't get that wave. She'll turn around, Godson, and she'll realize there's some energy coming from way, way out the back.
Yeah, and Diaz right here, second priority, needing the 236. You can see Haley. She is obviously very much in tune with this wave and needs a 253. That's a paddle, Paul.
Doesn't need a big number. You can totally understand why. She was trying to find something in there. Here goes Isla. And she's just in the middle of the peak, and that one will stretch away. Unable to get out. That one a little straight for her. This thing will boom through the lineup. Under 90 on the clock. Isla again. This one also looking pretty straight, but she'll go it anyway. It's a bigger wave, and it's just the takeoff from her, unable to get onto the face. That always kind of looked like being the situation. It looked like Diaz was wider and had better priority, but didn't fancy it.
Well, she couldn't get into it, and as of right now, if it improves on the one, it'll be just barely, and it doesn't. It's an 06, so door wide open for both Diaz and Godson with 50 seconds to go.
Final minute here. Our heat leader, she's way out in front. She's way out the back as well. Let's see if she'll get another wave.
These are the heats, though. I can tell you from experience, you make it through with a 3-point heat total, you're feeling pretty lucky.
All right, here she goes. Zadike out of Peru, bang. Really nice. She'll go down there. It won't matter. It's not going to affect the outcome of this. She's winning this heat, whatever happens. Final 30 seconds. Sexton still paddling out. And we got Godson. She's in a reasonable position in the lineup, actually. She only needs a 2.53. If she can get to her feet and find a wave. This is Zadike. We'll just bring this one through. Her work is done. She's surfed really well in a tough heat in terms of just the range of waves. It's kind of like 3 to 8 feet out there. So, you know, managing the lineup, figuring all of that out, it's been a real range in terms of the size of the sets. Emma Diaz only needs a 2 as well. She's not going to get it. We're out of time here. So it looks like Diaz and Godson will head to repechage. Well done to Catalina Zadike out of Peru. She has been dominant out here. Some slightly more laden skies over the beautiful surf city. There's the verdant hinterland, the green rolling hills behind. We'll wrap up another heat and we'll keep going. Enjoyable stuff. The ocean delivering more live action from the juniors and Surf City on the other side of the break.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Welcome back to the ISA World Junior Surf City, El Salvador. As we'll pick things up, under 18 girls still out in the water. And having a look at heat number 16, checking out Willow Hardy, the Western Australian, taking on Kohai Fierro out of Tahiti, Wahine. Beautiful part of the world. Emma Cruz from Puerto Rico, Juana Poz from the neighboring country, Guatemala, and another cosmopolitan field. And some surfers that we know quite a bit about, others lesser known names. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, Willow Hardy, WA from Margaret River. She has CT experience, has competed in the CT event over there in the past, also an Aussie champion. And of course, coming from WA, you got to charge. So no stranger to a lot of open water over there. Kohai, silver medalist last year at this event. Really close to taking out the win. Had to settle with second place, though, in both Cruz and Poz. They're up-and-comers from both Puerto Rico and Guatemala, so the two representatives from Latin America out there in the green and white, respectively.
20 minutes to get 2 waves. If you finish up first and second position, advance, stay in the main draw. Third and fourth, head to repechage. But from there on in, they'll have to finish first and second in their respective heats to stay alive. And they'll stay there in repechage. Here's the wave coming through. It looks like Fierro. And here she goes. Nice looking opening section for her. Swoops on the rail, kind of sits that one down a touch. And just the way she carved that one back, the wave ran away. Just stretched out. So an opening turn from her. Would have liked a second maneuver. Wow, those two pretty close together as they haven't looked so.
Willow's got to watch out for that. That almost could have been a block right there, Paul. I mean, because she looked at the wave and her board was kind of angled towards that. So definitely have to watch out for those kind of situations if you're Willow Hardy.
Well, what she's done is she's been given priority. So there we go. She's first priority right now. She's just making sure of that, looking back, checking out the information. Emma Cruz of Puerto Rico in second priority. Those two holding down the peak right now. Almost lost a quarter of this heat already. They absolutely fly by. And as we wait for sets to come through, surfers just trying to think, well, what's going through their mind, Mitch? What are you thinking? You want to open up your account? Are you thinking about your first turn, your paddle? What's going through your mind?
I'm just thinking, get a score on the board right now. Just get something that'll put me up into the lead. Once I'm in first place, I feel much more comfortable. It's simple when you think about it that way, right? But then you get in the water, and there's so many different factors. And I think one huge thing about here at La Bocana is that there's a lot of surround sound outside of just the waves alone. You got the beach announcer, you got all the crew on the beach, and then you have, of course, the most important thing, the support from every other team outside of yours, too. So just a lot of things to be able to focus on. But in the end, comes down to just having a cool mind.
You got the head noise, too, as well. Yep. That can come into play. And the best way to quiet that down is get a wave and rip it. That's what Willow Hardy will try and do here. Here she goes up and riding on her left with a bit of ruffle in the lip line. And not particularly convincing. She'll do well to just climb up the foam, but didn't really get to the top of it. And that'll be a modest opening number for her from the panel. Here goes Emma Cruz. Decided she was a little behind the section there. Let's see on the rest of this set who can maybe find some energy, find themselves some open face, and put some points on the board. Got a number in for Fierro. 283 for her, that one carve and turn. She whipped that one really far back. So just the one quick maneuver, drive it in the pocket, good enough to open things up and generally speaking, 2.8s. You're thinking, all right, that'll be a throwaway. You never know, hey? We've seen some pretty small numbers. It was second place, even advanced in the last few heats. And then we've seen surfers go and put huge numbers, drop hammers, get 9. So everything in play right now.
Yeah, and the worst feeling is when you don't even get an opportunity to get a wave. Feel like right now there's too many opportunities out there, and surfer's a bit out of position. Paul and Kohai with second priority, looking for a wave here. She's going to let it go. And once again, I'm really surprised that nobody's really on the other side of the peak and even looking right. I feel like that's an option with the tide still dropping.
Positioning right now, generally speaking, you'd expect waves, particularly with a bit of current running through. You're thinking laterally, where am I going to sit? Right now, it's kind of how far out you sit, and finding a position in the lineup is crucial to success. Someone that figured out the lineup really well is our Peruvian Zadike, and she's standing by it for a chat with Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Congratulations. A good heat performance out there. Now, a lot of the things we're talking about with competitors in these post-heat interviews is how they had first heat jitters and had to get through that. But you competed yesterday in the under-16 division at El Sunzal. Do you think having that first heat done helped you have confidence out there today?
Yeah, I think so. It was pretty difficult here though, but it was super fun, and I think competing yesterday really helped me today, like, to be more confident, but I'm super happy to be passing to the next round, and yeah, I got a couple of good waves and I'm super happy.
Having 2 divisions that you're planning on competing in, that's a lot of heats planning to surf throughout this event. And, you know, it's not easy to compete in this heat in El Salvador. How do you plan to manage your energy and your time throughout this event?
Well, I just try to rest when I can and, like, keep hydrated and nothing, just like rest, and when I have to compete, I come and I don't know, just...
Well, you're one of the few who have already now had a heat at both La Bocana and El Sunzal this week. Which, is there a wave that you prefer, one over the other so far?
I prefer La Bocana, but right now I prefer El Sunzal because I think it's better, like it's kind of better waves and easier, but normally when both are good, I prefer this wave.
Yeah, well, we're looking forward to seeing you surf at both peaks throughout this week. Is there anything you'd like to say in Spanish back home to Peru?
Quiero enviarle un saludo a mi mamá, a mi hermano, a mi hermana, a mi tía Verónica y a todos mis auspiciadores, a todos los que me están viendo, y nada, súper contenta de seguir avanzando acá.
Congratulations. Back to you guys.
Thanks, Rachel. Well, exactly to your point that you made earlier, Mitch, about the 2 venues. You're going to have to surf both. You don't know when. You've got to be prepared for both. Really interesting to hear those insights.
I thought it was really interesting that right now, with these conditions, the size of the waves too, that she would prefer to surf at El Sunzal. Just feels like it's a bit more manageable right now.
ISAsurfing, that's where you can tune in. Follow us on social. Keep up to speed with what's going on in terms of the action in the water and some of the cool stuff happening around as well. And focusing in on Kohai Fierro shot in the water right now. And that's her details on Instagram as well. You can follow exactly what's going on with her. Of course, we know quite a bit about her. One of her sisters who will also be competing in the Olympic Games. It feels like all roads lead to the Olympics, literally all conversations, all of that chat. There's so much anticipation ahead of that.
And Vahine actually qualified here a few years ago. So it's a good venue for the family.
Absolutely is. Let's see how Kohai can go in this. She's got a 2.83 locked in. That was that early left-hander, the quick whip and turn. Willow Hardy's wave was good enough for a 3. She'll have a swing on the inside. She won't get on though, a little bump. Will keep her off that wave. Otherwise, the scoreboard is as you were. Some sets rumbling in from out the back. Somehow, we have lost over half of this heat, 9.5 on the go. And they absolutely fly by here.
Do have to confess something, though, Paul, before I forget. I was talking a while ago to Vahine. She's a quarter Mexican. Her grandfather is originally from Chihuahua, the state. So we're going to claim her, even though she represents Tahiti. Vahine represents France now. She is also included in the team as an honorable mention if she would like.
I like it.
I'll get you a shirt eventually, too. Don't worry about it.
Willow Hardy there to the right of your shot. She's leading this one at the moment, having a little look. Priority is with Juana Paz from Guatemala. She's not particularly interested in too much that's come through so far. She's statuesque at the top of the peak, and now she's having a little paddle. She might like this left from deep. Second prior is with Kohai Fierro. She's in blue there. And she will try and find one of these lefts, and just ultimately she wants a bit more of a wave to work with. Once she got on the last one, it was a semi-closeout. She committed to the turn, the wave ran away. Should love a couple of sections, get a runner.
Yeah.
Some time on your board, crucially.
Yeah, and both Cruz and Paz, they're looking for, you know, at least to match the 2s and the 3s in this heat so far. Still plenty of time, but the issue with having first priority is usually that you put too much pressure on yourself to find the perfect wave. And many times it isn't that wave that you're looking for. It's just something really with an open face and some wall to work with.
Opportunity here, and it's Willow Hardy that will take this wave. There's a nice snap, and she puts a bit of body into that one and throws some spray as well. So just the one turn, and she identified that. I think on the bottom turn she realized it's going to be one turn, so she gave it a bit of welly. Good to see. All right, here goes Juana Paz with some speed.
Whoa.
Bang, that was sick. And she'll hang that one up, though, unfortunately, from her point of view. Committed hard to the turn. Big spray, but got left a little high, and it'll be an incompletion from her.
Like the attempt, though. I mean, had priority, really nothing to lose at that point. You're probably still needing something in the 2s to move up in a second. Why not go for it? I think it's probably the right attitude to have in that moment. Now 720, no longer in the priority rotation. Now it's really just time to get something on the board, and Hardy probably going to get the best score of the heat so far, has a 3.07 at the moment, and comes from a part of Australia that I would also say has always had great surfers, good surfers that have been, you know, representatives on both the world stage and, you know, the World Championship Tour. But they have to travel usually a long ways to get to the major event. So props for Willow winning both Aussie titles, also qualifying for the team. That's a major thing for her.
Just thinking about where we are in the world right now, are there many places that it's harder or further to get here from than Western Australia? It feels like a long, long way away from here, doesn't it?
Yeah, because even from Tahiti, you can fly straight to LA, and then from LA here, you can get another straight flight too. It's not that bad. Actually, you know, outside of Indo and West Oz, I don't know if there is. It's a pretty far ways to come.
Someone that made a much shorter journey to get here. Juana Paz, she goes down though, right there. Where is she? There she is. We'll pick her up on the inside. And a couple of smaller numbers to come in for her. An incompletion from that takeoff. Still lines filling in out the back. 6 on the clock. It is Hardy with that 5.17. So that snap she did, throwing plenty of spray. The judges rewarding that with a solid mid-range number. That's going to feel great from her as time ticks away. And putting the score up, 8.24 is her total. She leads this one. Fierro has got first priority. She's in second place position. She's only ridden one wave. She'll want to get another one. She'll want to get it pretty quick as well.
Yeah.
Time to get your skates on and get going.
Yeah, and, you know, a 2.83, given the standards and the scores that we've seen in the heat so far, the context of it, it's an okay score. But you shouldn't feel comfortable with just that in your scoreline so far. Kohai, really experienced competitor, as we mentioned before, silver medalist last year at this event. So she knows what to do in a situation like this. The only issue is that you're probably still looking for that wave that'll give you something above a 6-point ride. Certain heats, Paul, you have to settle with just doing the minimum. And the only thing that matters right now is at advancing. Next heat, you have another shot. Conditions could be completely different from now. But in terms of the time remaining in this heat, 5 minutes, you got to be on a wave soon.
All right, here goes Kohai Fierro. And that one away from her. She always looked pretty deep on that. Couldn't find a line across it. She'll have to just quickly get back to the lineup and try and find a bit more. She's in an advancing position right now, but under threat from people like Emma Cruz right now, up and riding. Doesn't need a big number as she negotiates the bottom turn. And a quick carve in the pocket. And then a low line onto an inside. A little redirect towards the lip from her. And another little carve down jam to finish. And it's exactly what she wanted. Get herself a wave. She's only ridden one. It's been a tiny number, 0.5. She'll improve on that for sure. 2.81, the requirement currently. And she'll just about have enough time when she gets back in the lineup as well to affect this heat still.
Yeah, and, you know, it's close whether or not she gets that high 2 that she needs right now. 4 minutes to go. It's a good amount of time. Well, there it is, Paul, a 3.53, so pretty quick with that one. And Kohai right now into third, needing a low one, and then you have Pulse who's still needing close to a 3-point ride. Just one of those heats that nobody's really in control of it yet outside of Hardy.
It's nervy, it's edgy, it's super tight indeed. Juana Pos paddling on her way back out, looking for a 2.94. Kelleher only needs the 1.21. And a bit of a misfire on her last wave. She was way too deep, took off anyway. It just ate up a little bit of time. But she's got second prio underneath Willow right now. A heat leader can also control things in terms of wave choice from the peak. 3.5 minutes. Time will race away for surfers chasing right now. And look at this, just absolutely stacked out the back. These lines filling in. That tide goes out. It makes it shallower out the back. And it's revealing these swells as they propagate in.
I mean, it hasn't stopped. Since we first started this morning, there's maybe been one heat that's out of low.
All right, here goes Willow. Does really well to deal with some bounce on the bottom turn, then a nice wrap, and then into the lip.
Wow. And
a projection down to the flats from her. Very nicely done. That's how you use priority. And in a tough heat where the scores are modest, even her 3.07, she wouldn't have liked the feel of that in a total. That's how you go to improve in that. And good concentration, good focus. Well done.
And could be her best wave, too. Probably thinking so after the 5.17 with just the one strong carve. Here she gets a combo and little grimace right there on her face. Hopefully everything's okay. But, you know, the read of that wave, I think it just comes down to the waves that she's grown up surfing in WA. A lot of heavy water waves, a lot of left-hand reef breaks, too. So feeling at home right here at La Bocana.
Yeah, you can see from our drone view there, those two surfers on the inside just getting swept back by the power of the white water here. It's got a punch to it.
Wow, Kohai needs to be on a wave soon, Paul.
She's got 2 minutes. She's having a paddle here, and we'll pick her up. She's got a ton of speed. Great looking wave. Nice first turn. As she just chops her line down and throws spray, and then another section, little clip off the top from her. She only needs a 1.21.
Yep.
She'll definitely be getting that.
And really smart, too. See how she didn't go too strong on the last one just in case. So easily going to get the one that she needs. The only issue is how high does this score go in the context of the heat? How much is Cruz going to need? She has first priority and still 90 seconds to work with. So I think it was really smart to get the finish, but the heat's not over yet, though.
A nervous finish for the various contingents supporting their surfers in the water right now. And some real purposeful paddling going on as our surfers know they ain't done yet. They want more. They might need more. Let's see where this goes. The panel going to give a score for Willow Hardy, which shouldn't change much other than potentially extending her lead at the top of this one, but also a crucial number for Kelleher, surfer out of French Polynesia. And she has had a couple of misfires in this one. That felt much better. Even just from the takeoff, you saw she kind of S-ed off the bottom. She already had loads of flow and speed loaded up. You knew something good was coming. A couple of sections. And she did really well to join that together. Final 45 seconds here. Kohai goes to the lead at 5.5. So the high score in for her. We're still going to get a number for Willow, though. We're due a number for her. Only a 3.17 to go back to first. Very good chance of that happening. So a crucial wave, as you mentioned, for Kelleher.
Yeah, and it puts her up in the first place. Still waiting on the one for Hardy. Feel like it's going to be more than the 3.17 that's needed. So Cruz, she's probably going to need something in the low 5s, maybe in the high 4s, depending on how high the last of Hardy is. Had a look at that one, though. 15 seconds, and that might have been the last opportunity right there, Paul.
Yeah, we'll count down here. This will be Willow's back in the lead. She's got a 7.1, so a solid number for her last wave. And she'll snap one on the backhand and bring this in. So saving the best for last is the Western Australian Willow Hardy.
Hey, that long travel paid off. 40-plus hours, you're thinking right there?
Oh, she washed all of that travel off with that 7.1 at the end. And a great way to finish your heat, just building up the momentum, going from strength to strength, and just making sure, really, with that last wave. And it was a tough, kind of nervy, tentative opening. No one really able to find major sections. And then just figuring that all out, finding the flow, linking it together. Judges rewarding up into the very good range. A 7 feels great in any heats. And she'll make her way back in. A debrief from the crew as well. Take that insight on board. Some massive heats coming up. The draw is absolutely stacked. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, Shannon and Barton to talk you through it. Stay tuned.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Welcome back to the action. Willow Hardy for Team Australia just took away the win. About 0.27 heat total over Kohai Fierro out of Tahiti. And she gets a little tunnel to run through on the shoreline with the team in celebration. We'll be hearing from her shortly. Great looking heat for Willow to kick off her campaign.
Yeah, two surfers I know very well. Willow from Western Australia, used to the big waves, gets the win. Here we go.
USA.
Competitors, girls under 18s, round heat 17, Shannon?
Heat number 17, 24 heats in total in this round. USA, Mexico, Chile, and Dominican Republic. Out in the lineup was Zoe Chait, Zoe Scherer, Rafaela Montesi, and Alani Puente. So two Zoes battling it out in the red and the blue jerseys. Rafaela and Alani looking for their opening rides. We've got a score to drop for Zoe Chait for Team USA in the red. From what we have not quite seen yet, but it looks like the rest of the surfers looking for their first opportunities as we take a look at the opener for Zoe Chait.
Drops down into this one. Powerful backhand surfing. Beautiful snap there. Smooth wave on the face. Pulls through cleanly. Nice starter from Northern California. Be great to get those wetsuits off and feel the freedom that comes with the warm water and a swimsuit. Powerful surfer. 717 to start. Fantastic opening ride for the American.
And already up and riding now on her second. Little wobbly wave in front of her. Does well to navigate that opening section. Drifts the tail around on a cool looking turn for the finish.
And what a perfect start, really.
Wow.
The 717. Backhand, looking strong, then going to the right, showing the judges you can do it both ways. That wave was a difficult wave to surf, that right-hander. Had that rib run through it on the first turn that made it really difficult for her to time it, but easily recovered, and that last turn with the drift of the tail was beautiful. Another big score for sure.
That was so sick. I love that she had just enough control at the finish there to kind of tweak it out a little bit longer.
Yep.
16 minutes on the clock. Zoe Chait for Team USA currently sitting in the lead, a 717 and another big score to drop. Waiting for scores for the rest of the field. As we do, let's cross down to check in with the Australian Willow Hardy.
Thanks so much, guys. Willow, congratulations out there. It is a difficult afternoon with the wind, with the chop, but you looked so comfortable. Coming from Western Australia, you'd be used to unruly big surf. Do you feel like you were able to lean on that experience out there?
Yeah, definitely. Like, out there was so much like West Oz, like lumpy, powerful, but there were so many fun sections and I was just stoked to like get a couple. But yeah, it was definitely hard work.
And representing Australia, what does that mean for you to be here representing a country and on the team?
Oh, being like a part of the IRA countries, it's like everything to me. Like, I didn't qualify last year for Brazil, so that really like fired me up. Like, I wanted to come here so badly this year, and I was so stoked to be able to come and represent Australia. Best team, and yeah.
So in between not qualifying and then getting that fired up, was there something in between that time that you changed in your training or changed in your mindset that enabled you to qualify and be here now?
Yeah, I think I just like amped up the training a bit, like also just competed a bit more. Like, I think I used to get quite nervous competing, and then I just kind of changed my whole like mindset, and yeah, it's really worked for me.
Well, clearly you look calm and confident out there, so keep it up. Is there anything you'd like to say back to Western Australia where it's the middle of the night?
Yeah, thank you to everyone who's stayed up. I know it's pretty hard, but all the messages and everything, it means so much. And yeah, thank you.
And thank you so much. Congratulations. And back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Well done to Willow, and great life lessons there, you know, putting herself into a position that makes her feel uncomfortable wearing a jersey and finding herself at the World Championships.
Yeah, that's such a sweet girl, you know. You just get that sense that she's very whole, very complete in herself. I've seen her ride some big waves in northwestern Australia, so she's got experience along that coastline that, you know, if it gets bigger and the swell as it's meant to and it increases even further, her chances will go up with that increase in swell. And so happy for her to find herself here, get the heat win, be a part of the Australian team. And they're all kids that I've known for a long time. So many of the kids in this event, I've met Zoe Chates, one of those, through Blastoff. And it just makes me so happy. Watching that interview, I was just feeling so great to see these young kids achieving their dreams when you know they've wanted to be here for so long.
Rafaela now up and riding for Chile, and she hits those bumps and goes down hard on that opening drop-in. Unfortunate.
That was radical. That wave just bounced her off, but it was a great example of leaning over to the side of your board and not staying centered. Particularly, it was almost like she hadn't quite dropped far enough down to do the bottom turn, but she had a sense of urgency to get that bottom turn done and get moving across the wave, and it just all happened too fast. That chop underneath her board just threw her.
It's so bumpy out there, especially with how
one.
big it is. Good looking set coming in now. Last of Chait dropped in as a 5.83, so she's in a significant lead. Takes off deep behind the section. In one swooping bottom turn, is able to hook it up into the lip. Unfortunately, can't ride out of it.
I love how low she gets, Shannon. She gets super low in those turns, and in these bumpy conditions, you need to do that. The lower you get, the more extension and spring and speed you're going to get out of your turn, but you're able to absorb stuff too. If you get too straight-legged, you'll get bounced.
Yeah, really needing to keep those knees bent, especially coming into each of those turns. Zoe had a great result last year. You know, speaking of surfers that were in the draw for that event, she walked away with the copper medal in the under-18s. So she made it into that finals day. She was one of those that we were kind of watching throughout, like, she's explosive, she gets the right waves. Conditions were so small on finals day, though, in Brazil that it was, I think, more challenging for the surfers that are real power surfers to be able to facilitate some better scores.
And I mean, it was largely small most of the event, so it speaks volumes to her adaptability and versatility. Here's one of our favorites.
As we see the future, the new Olympian in Sushi Young getting ready to paddle out for Team China in the next heat. That's going to be a big heat coming up for Portugal, Argentina, and Italy, knowing that their surfers are up against one of the best in the world, one of only 24 women to qualify for the Paris 2024 Olympics for surfing.
And I've heard so many times, imagine that you would, you know, it'd be 2024, you're in, say, the year 2000, you go in 2024, surfing will be in the Olympic Games. The Olympic Games will be in Tahiti at Teahupo'o, and a young Chinese 14-year-old will be in that event. You go, wow, that's a stretch, you know. But here we are, and it's that time of in surfing's, you know, story and rise to, you know, I suppose you'd call it international notoriety and acceptance. And here we are. Can't wait to watch her surf in that next heat.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. The Chinese, you know, Surfing Federation has been putting in a lot of work for the last decade to prepare for moments like this. And I feel like Sishi is just that, you know, that product of the investment that they put in as a surfing community and a culture to try and invest in the future for where they could see that this sport was heading specifically.
And I know that in the early 80s, Peter Druin, who was the inventor of man-on-man surfing, created the first stubbies, he actually went to China and introduced surfing there before Peter Townend, before all of the more modern history. He saw that opportunity and that vision for Chinese surfing way before most did. So Peter Druin is an incredible character who's, you know, contributed so much to the development of the sport, saw the Chinese opportunity well before most even thought of it or recognized it as something that could be realistic.
Incredible, and so much coastline, so many of those beautiful little islands like Hainan.
You've been there a few times, right?
I've been there. I've been to Hainan almost too many times to count. It's been a few years since I've been back, but really incredible waves. Some great beach breaks, great reef breaks, and points as well. The wave at Ryu Bay, where Sushi would have kind of learned how to surf and spent a lot of time working on that competitive side of things. There's a training facility that was created specifically to bring in, you know, those youth that had kind of those aspects that would be great for a surfer specifically.
So you're talking the genetic makeup, the build, the size that they would consider, and we understand that China has used that type of approach for all sorts of sports, right?
That's
where
right.
they pick people that suit the ideal and train them up.
And she had a uncle that was huge in sports, a professional sportsman.
Right.
And she, loving sport, wanted to get into sports because of him. Talked to him about some things. He ended up helping her to get into a sailing course, and she ended up doing sailing first before ever getting into surfing. And as a standout in the sailing programs, they ended up kind of introducing her to surfing that way.
Water
but all
sports.
within the family, a full athletic family.
And that's fascinating, because being a sailor, being an ocean person, and someone who understands the wind and the sea and the way that works is such an asset as a surfer. So they chose well.
Incredible. She has this innate ability to put herself on the right wave. So that'll be an exciting heat coming up next.
Yes.
Now, currently in the lineup, we've only got 8 minutes remaining on the clock. Zoe with that 7.17 and that 5.83. Quick scores right off the bat for her to open her campaign. But not much happening for our bottom three surfers, for Rafaela, for Zoe, Scherer, and for Alani out in that white jersey. Alani sitting with first priority. She hasn't caught a wave yet, so that's why she's landed up with that priority next to her name. Can work for you. It can work against you. We've seen that throughout today's competition. And there we can see Zoe just kind of sitting herself, Alani, away from the pack, hoping for one of those nice lefts to come through. As Zoe Scherer out of Mexico scratches into this wave with a lot of aggression on the paddle. Now lining herself up for the second turn, and just holds on to control enough as she heads down the line. This is going to help her equation. It's going to put her up into that second place position.
Yeah, there was a warble, wasn't there, at the start of that wave? It was like, she made it. You know, it was like that element of surprise. Got to settle that board down. Controlling your board on a bumpy wave face can be difficult. Good duck dive. And for Zoe Chait, representing America, the United States of, strong position, combination for, has all of her opponents in a combination situation, which would mean that the pressure's right off, and you can really, she doesn't even need to ride another wave. When you're in that situation, you just hope the time flies by. If a lull happens, great. If a big set like is about to come through now, and it comes through and closes out, and everyone duck dives and what burns some more time off the clock, great, because the job's already been done in the first 5 minutes.
Well, job already done, but she's going to keep on surfing. Getting to know this wave even better, just gets caught behind the section on that one. We'll have that tide starting to draw out now as we approach 3 o'clock. It's 2:40 p.m. here. It was really complicated right on that high tide in the hour kind of before and after. We're starting to see those waves holding open a little bit more as the water's draining off the reef now.
It's a big coefficient. It was like a 6-foot coefficient, a difference between the high and the low tide. So it's a lot of water moving in, and as it moves out, the waves will get better and better. And as we go day by day, that tide will move later in the day. We'll have that lower tide in the morning, so that forecast and the tides moving into the back end of the event should be great.
A 2.67 on the board now for Scherer out of Mexico, puts her up into second. Rafaela now needing a 2.58, and Alani chasing down that 3.24 as we're into those final 5 minutes.
15 minutes without a wave, nervous times. There's nothing worse than, not getting the start, missing the first 3/4 of your heat, really. But you've got to keep the faith. You've got to have in your mind that, hey, I've still got 5. I can get one down, paddle out, get another, and create a 2-wave combo that can only take 3 minutes. But something's got to happen really soon. For Alani, and the Dominican Republic to get the 2 rides she's going to need.
And Alani is in her first opportunity this year competing for her nation. It's her very first event here.
I'm nervous
the
for her.
ISA World Junior Championship. She's only 13 years old. She'll be competing across both divisions, similar to what we saw from the team out of Guatemala, where they're investing in that young generation that maybe will just be in those opportunities to really learn and try and soak in, make it through a couple of heats here at this year's World Championships, with the focus on the next 5 years ahead of them.
Exactly.
And where those 12 to 13-year-old competitors this week in this event could be heading in the next few years.
100%. And to learn more about the athletes, Shannon, that's where you go. Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, you name it, we're there.
Check it out on Instagram at ISAsurfing. Zoe Chait Surfs. You can check her out on Instagram as well, and USA Surfing. They're always putting together great content, and it's great to see Zoe putting together some solid surfing in this heat as well. USA Surfing's team for this year's event has some surfers that already have experience specifically for the juniors, some of those that are new to the pack. It's a very tough field to qualify for, as we see Zoe just going down on that first turn, but a decent bottom turn. Rafaela now with a chance, only needing a 2.58 for the 17-year-old, links it up and drives hard off the bottom, puts together that finishing touch. She was quiet through this heat, had a couple missed opportunities. Alani, the 13-year-old out of Dominican Republic, she's going to get a score on the board as well, and this is going to be an exciting final few minutes.
Yeah, Rafael did exactly what she needed to do, got the completion. Looked like Alani was actually going faster than she anticipated. A lot of speed, and just came flying off the board.
This wave does carry a lot of speed with it, and every surfer's kind of had to adjust to that throughout this event. Rafaela with a great looking wave on that last one. She only needs the 2.58 to take second away. And remember, you know, first and second will be heading through in the main round. Bottom two have repechage. But staying in that main round means slightly less surfing your whole way through, which is a nice thing. It also gives you that opportunity making it through. In this first round, you're going, okay, I still have those two, you know, opportunities to kind of have a worse performance, falling out in third or fourth before being eliminated. And so it's a nice thing to be advancing through, but great with the repechage rounds to have more opportunities.
The longer you wait before you go there, the better, isn't it? You know, better you go there in the semis than on day one or day two. It's a long road to the top, but we've seen it happen before. And sometimes it's good because you just get more heats, you get more reps, more time in the jersey. And for some of the younger surfers, that's the important part about this experience, is time in the jersey. You know, as you travel all that way from wherever you are in the world and you get to El Salvador and you surf one 20-minute heat and it's over. It's like, it's just a cruel world. It's a cruel situation. So the repechage round, as you said, is a fantastic thing. 4.6 on that last one. Great ride.
Great ride for the 17-year-old out of Team Chile. Originally a snowboarder, and her family decided to move to the beach when she was about 12 years old after spending a life growing up in the snow. And she started surfing at that stage. Now she said she's fully dedicated to just being a surfer, competing here on the team for Worlds, as well as competing on the Alas Tour, which is a great Latin American tour and provides so many events through the calendar year for these surfers to be growing in their experience, so that when they are competing at a, you know, a big international field like this at the World Championships, they've got all of that experience they've gained through the Alas Tour to be able to pull from.
And I suppose, you know, the ISA president, Fernando Aguirre from Argentina, has really put some focused time and effort into the development of surfing in the Spanish-speaking world. And it has really shown incredible results, and especially through South America, Central America, it's really, you know, it's opened up surfing opportunities to so many countries, and we see so many great surfers. You know, Candelara is an example, Nicaragua in the Olympics coming up. So, you know, the effort's been made by the ISA to spread the word of surfing globally, particularly through the Spanish-speaking nations, has really provided a lot of opportunity.
It certainly has. Well, out in the water, this heat has come to an end with Zoe Chait, last year's copper medalist for the under 16 girls, walking through with a victory. And Rafaela Montesi will find herself in second place off the strength of that 4.6. Those two staying in the main round. We'll see Zoe Scherer from Mexico and Alani Puente from the Dominican Republic out in the lineup again this week, surfing in the rapid charge rounds. And that will be great opportunities for them to try and battle their way back. And we've got more heats to come when we return out of China. Siqi Yang, an Olympian, will be hitting the lineup.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
We're here in El Salvador for the ISA World Junior Surfing Championships, and we got some celebrations on the beach as Team Chile just found themselves with an advancement in the main round during that last heat.
Rafaela Montesi there in the green jersey, celebrating with her teammates.
Great performance.
Never been to Chile. Have you been to Chile?
I haven't, but I've heard such good things.
Absolutely, and it's one of those places where you can snowboard and surf in the same day if you've got a good wetsuit.
You need a really good wetsuit. You need some good snowboarding equipment as well.
You don't need a wetsuit here, that's for sure. Look at this heat.
Certainly not. Taking a look at the lineup, Portugal, Argentina, Italy, and China, with Maria Salgado out of Portugal, Perla Rojas from Argentina, Victoria Backhouse out of Italy, and Siqi Yang out of Team China in the lineup right now. Of course, the name that we've all become more and more familiar with being Siqi out of China. She's already dropped in a 6.83 for her opening ride, and she gained qualification for the Paris 2024 Olympics out of her performance at the World Surfing Games just about 2 months ago. So she would have had that excitement really start to sink in now and begin to start preparing herself moving forward. As the team for USA is down there singing happy birthday to Zoe. Big happy birthday to her, and a great way to spend it, finding a couple good waves and winning your heat.
Yeah, winning your heat on your birthday. Congratulations and happy birthday to Zoe. Big things expected from her. As you said, copper medalist, and looking to go better here in the girls' 18s.
Yeah, she'll be one of those standouts in this division yet again.
And a 6.83 to start. Fantastic start for China. Anything over a 5 today is a great start, And to be, heading towards 7 points, it's a score you can keep. Takes all the pressure off. You go, well, I've got 15 minutes to get my next ride. Great. And we've seen all day that those good starts and the surfers who have got the early rides, the good keeper scores early, have always held on to win every time. And there's just been this battle for second and third and fourth after that, but there's been some dominant performances by the surfers who have managed to start well.
Yeah, it really has been the tendency in today's kind of lineup, hasn't it?
100%. I suppose, and consistently that way, where the start is just all important.
Especially with only 20 minutes on the clock.
Yep.
Knowing that there's some quality waves, but it's a little bit slow in between those sets coming. There's going to be some time kind of sitting out there and waiting. Sometimes, 3, 4, 5 minutes at a time, sometimes a little bit longer than that in between those opportunities. Couple small scores on the board for the takeoffs of Maria and Victoria. Now waiting for Perla to get her opening ride for Team Argentina. She's been competing on that team for a number of years now, and this will be her last year competing in the under-18s division. We got that, within this division every single time around. Even though it's just been 6 months since our last event in Brazil, we've got a lot of surfers that competed there that are now too old. And it's exciting when those surfers have the opportunity to get a few runs at this. Maybe not to just find qualification once, but if they can make it onto their national team multiple times in, say, maybe a 4 to 6 year period, surfing in the under-16s and into the under-18s. Those surfers have some great opportunities, not only in the jersey and wanting to surf good heats and try and make it through to those medal rounds, but also the life experiences, the friendships that they're able to build and develop. As we take a look at Maria, unfortunately, just takes a stumble on the takeoff. There's so much.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I suppose better there than 100 metres in or whatever, and
Yes.
you null and void the ride. At least that way it was, you're still out the back, nothing really lost at that point in time besides your position in that priority roster. When you're in the 4th position, that's your time to go on the hunt. So imagine for Maria now, she'll start to move away from the other 3 surfers with priority, try and find a couple of scores while they're waiting for the good waves with the priority. Not a bad strategy.
Yeah, fine to take that fall early on, especially a little bit earlier in the heat. As we can see, our surfers in green and blue starting to reposition on the inside. Blue does have first priority. And our surfer in white has a look, is unable to go as Maria's down the inside. So having a fall on that last one has set herself up in position for this wave. Looking good off the first turn. She'll take that pin drop out to get herself out of the section. White has a look, but down the line, my guess is that there would be another surfer having a look at that one, or just a big closeout, because we've had a few of those.
Yes, definitely one of those closeouts.
Down to 12 minutes remaining on the clock. A bit of a slow start to this, aside from China out the front with a 6.83. That last heat saw some fireworks from last year's copper medalist, Zoe Chait. A big happy birthday and well done on a heat win. She's with Rachel.
Thanks, guys. Zoe, congratulations. That was the way to celebrate your birthday, getting that win in there. How do you feel with that?
I feel good. It was a great way to start off the event. Cool to win a heat on my birthday. That felt pretty special.
Yeah, well, the whole team just sang you happy birthday as you were coming in. The team environment looks really fun and really supportive. Talk to me a bit about that.
Yeah, we have an awesome team this year. I absolutely love how we all go down and support each other. Everyone's super nice and the house vibes are super high. So yeah, feeling good.
Well, coming in as one of the more experienced and accomplished team members, as a former copper medalist, how are you going to take that experience just that happened not even a year ago, just a few months ago, into this event here?
Yeah, I just want to keep that momentum going. I've been having a couple good results and then a couple bad ones. So, yeah, it's just kind of riding all the emotions of competing and just giving it my best shot and go heat by heat and hopefully make the final again.
And lastly, I love, just off camera, we were talking about how you're feeling so comfortable in the size that has filled in throughout this day, because you're familiar with surfing waves like Mavericks and going above and beyond in that way. And so here at La Bocana, as the swell has filled in, how did you feel out there?
I felt great. This is my favorite waves to compete in, big giant waves where you can show your surfing, and it felt good to show my surfing on a couple waves, and I'm excited to keep going.
Oh, well, I'm sure we'll see you plenty more here on the winner's glass. Is there anything you'd like to say back home?
Yeah, shout out to my mom and dad. It's actually also their anniversary, so happy anniversary to you guys. And then big shout out to my homie Matt Collins, who's going through some really hard mental and injury stuff. So Matt, shout out to you and everybody back at home, Half Moon Bay. You guys are the best, so you.
Well, thank you so much, Zoe. Congratulations, and back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks so much. Wow, I love getting to hear from Zoe.
Oh, what a great character. Sending a shout out to a mate who needed some positivity at this point in time. Great performance. And Half Moon Bay, what a part of the world that is. Northern California is amazing. And then that Mavericks area, never seen the Wave Mavericks. I'm scared to even look at it in reality in case someone could talk you into going out there. But Zoe, she's well accomplished in that environment.
Yeah, and it's kind of a special breed of surfers that are coming out of that region as well. The water's cold, the waves have a lot of consequence, even outside of just Mavericks, just heavy water, a lot of movement.
I'm thinking Santa Cruz and the amazing surfers and culture that town has. You know, it's such a surf town, and it's sort of spilled over into Half Moon Bay, which is now, you know, well and truly on everybody's map. Hasn't always been that way, you know, the last 20 years. You know, 20 years ago it was kind of nearly unknown still. So great surfing communities up that way. We send our love, and it's a beautiful part of the world.
Out in the lineup, Perla has dropped a 3.5 on the board, has her right there in contention to take away that second place position.
And the 4.33 Maria got was underneath everybody's priority, and she sort of did what we talked to, using the fact that you're down the priority roster to get busy and find a score of consequence while they were sitting and waiting for the real good waves. She did exactly that, so strategically strong to have her and Portugal in second place right now.
Yeah, that sort of miss of that paddle before ended up working in her favor. She positioned herself just on the inside of everybody and was a little more freed up with that last exchange, where the rest of the field didn't get much aside from that 3.5 out of Perla Rojas.
You know, in Australia, a perler is something that's really good. Oh, such a perler, you know, and so she's got a great name even in Australia.
Ah, it's such a good name. Frothy. As we take a look at White having a paddle, unable to get into it to find her backup score just yet. Victoria with a solid takeoff. Takes that sort of low line on this wave. Now looking to square up off the bottom. Is she going to be able to get a turn? Sets it up here. Links into that first turn. We'll just lose sight of her as we track now with Sushi on her backhand and getting to see what she is all about with this left opening up in front of her. Draining set those last two waves back to back for both Victoria and for Young out in the water.
Wow, what an exchange. Beautiful waves. They just hit the reef at the perfect direction, and they were fast and speedy, but they still gave you time to get up and down in the wave. If you were to travel along horizontally, you're just not going to get the points. We're obviously going to see an advantage to China right there. That's going to be a big score. She looks strong and authoritative. She's a short young girl, and she can get down low and drive those turns even when it's bumpy and lumpy. And that was an incredible ride, but going to be better than the 6.83.
Solid surfing, 15 years old now. She was just 14 when she found qualification a few months ago in Puerto Rico, turned 15 a few days later. Now we'll be surfing between both divisions. So she's going to be one of those surfers that the rest of the field's kind of having a look at. The under 16 girls, the under 18 girls, like, all right, got some competition in my heat this week.
I felt like there was a confidence to her surfing too that was a byproduct of the success that she's had. It didn't look nervous. It just looked confident and strong and aggressive. And I felt like in that opening or that second ride that you just felt this assurance, this self-confidence and self-belief, and she drove into those turns with a lot of power, and I think the judges are going to love it.
I think you're exactly right. Let's take a look here from a different angle.
Drives into the first turn, snaps it tight to the pocket, gets real bumpy here, but she controls it by staying low, patiently got through the first bump or piece of chop, got the second turn in. There's number 3. This wave just keeps walling down the line, snaps it back into the pocket a little bit, and then into the closing turn, and that was one beautiful ride for China. Look at the back leg. Look how low that back leg gets to the board. And that tight turn in the pocket, Shannon, it was money. I'm excited to see that patience shown right there. She could have forced that turn at the wrong time, but she knew she didn't need to. She could see that the wall was going to stay open and give her lots of opportunities. It's going to be one of the better scores of the day, I believe.
Very impressive surfing from the 15-year-old. As we're waiting for a score to drop, She opened up with that 6.83, finds the finish here as well. And I think that you've just hit the nail on the head when it comes to the confidence and the maturity that she's surfing with now. We've known that she's capable of this. We've obviously seen that success just a couple months ago with qualification. But she came really close to qualifying for the Olympics out of the 2023 World Surfing Games as well, where she could have taken that as the highest ranked surfer out of Asia. Ended up going to Shino Matsuda. But Sushi was right in that conversation. For her to finally find that this year was a big deal. As we take a look at Perla with a huge forehand hit, holds on to that finish in a challenging kind of section where that wave just went so flat off the bottom. It was almost like she was dropping onto the floor.
Yeah, the bottom dropped out. She had a little free fall there, and she was going at maximum speed too. And it looked like things were going to get more wobbly than they did, and she handled it so well. You can see there paddling through the white water. When you're in that clean water, the green water, paddling's so much easier than it is in the white water. It's all aerated and moving around or circulating, and it's just hard to get forward momentum. You can see her stretching the arms out as far as she can and drawing and pulling through the water. That's what we talked earlier about surfers just being on these little twigs and just clawing their way around the ocean. That in itself's a difficult thing to do.
It certainly is. Let's take a look at the replay here for last of red for Maria.
Beautiful first turn, but then the wave speeds off. There's some time spent behind it, finally gets around it, gets a nice snap in, completed ride. I like the patience. And here's this turn. Goes up. You can see it sucking out already. And then it's just, so close to a nosedive. The nose went into the water and she just managed to keep it out and get the completion.
3
Score
minutes.
Still waiting.
25 seconds on the clock. So this heat had a little bit of dead time in the first half. Now it's really started to light up. We've got a solid score on the board for last of white. Team China's Sishi Young with a 8.33 on the board. An excellent score. She would just be hearing that now from the beach announcers. And it sets her up with a combination requirement on the rest of the field. Now Maria with a score to drop and Perla with a score to drop as well. Last of Victoria being a 3.4 has her sitting in third. We could see that situation changing, and there's a 3.6 now on the board for Perla Rojas. So that sets her up into second. And now waiting to see if the 2.77 will come through for Maria. Her surfing seems like it would take it right there to put her back into that kind of same order that we had just a moment ago.
Yeah, I think you're spot on. The 4.33, obviously the best ride of all the other surfers. So that puts Maria in a strong position, only looking for the 2.77. Feel pretty confident about that. But the 8.33, I believe that's the biggest score that we have commentated today. And it felt like it was going to be the whole time. It was just beautifully surfed. And she's sitting out the back now for China, looking comfortable. 15.16 heat total. With 2 minutes to go, again, it's the start. The first two rides, counters, keepers, and then it's a battle for second, third, and fourth between all the three other ladies.
So down to 1 minute, 45 seconds on the clock. I'm just having a look across the stats. Those are available at ISAsurfing.org. We've got a 4.83 on the board now for Maria, so that does jump her back into second, and situation remains white in the lead, red in second, blue in third, and green in fourth. But when it comes to high scores of the day, this 8.33 actually fits in as the third highest of the day. We saw an 8.67, heats that you and I didn't call, from Candelaria Rosano out of Nicaragua earlier today. And Annette Echtabari for Spain dropped a 9.17. Wow. So there's been some very solid surfing, backhand surfing again being rewarded in those scenarios. And so it's right up in there for the young 15-year-old to be in the mix with two surfers that are, you know, surfing within the age category that they have been in for a while and kind of holding down some big results. As we take a look at Maria, just take a stumble on that last opportunity.
In the fourth priority, so just sort of trying to build on her scores while the other three surfers wait for the wave they need to get the score they need. You know, more or less 6 points is the ask for both blue and
green, so a good score needed. It needs a good wave. It's a certain type of wave, and you've got to be certain of that before you take off. It could be one massive turn, but it would need to be a big set wave for it to achieve that through one turn. Here we go. Nope.
Paddle for Perla, unable to get into it. 15 seconds remaining on the clock. She might be able to swing and have a look at this one. She's going to have time to get into it. Under priority. And she's up and riding in third priority. Maria had a look at that, was unable to get into it, but she wasn't quite back out deep enough into that priority rotation. And Perla won't be able to find the finish on the ending maneuver anyways.
Time is done. This heat is up. Congratulations to China and that young lady on your screen.
What an impressive performance. She only took off on 2 waves that entire heat.
Yeah, didn't need to do much more. And in that sense, you're saving energy, you're saving your performance, you're not just burning yourself out early, catching 100 waves, so well done.
We'll be back with more action right after this. Maybe a few more excellent scores to be dropped.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
It's one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
I ask myself, what just happened? Is this real?
Every athlete's dream is to, reach that gold medal.
I'm on a mission,
I think that everything is possible.
It's not over till it's over.
Bienvenidos a la tierra de anfitriones. Aquí somos los campeones del mundo en hacerte sentir especial. Te compartimos olas, volcanes, pueblos históricos y te aseguramos una experiencia de 5,000 estrellas. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones por kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, tierra de anfitriones.
Welcome back to the action. Just a handful of heats remaining in day 2 of competition as Tia Zabrowski for Team France ducks out the back of a huge lip. We'll see where she pops up from. She has already put together an extremely outstanding performance in her under 16s division, now surfing up into the under 18s. As we can see the Kiwi flags down on the beach for Poppy Arkle out of New Zealand, up against Angelina Descasare for Colombia and Kelly Gasparovic out of Panama. With a young phenom from France, Tia Zabrowski, who dropped high 9s in her heat yesterday on her opener. That was at Sunzal for her under 16s division. Now, starting out with a bang here at La Bocana.
She is a phenom. She is an incredible talent. So fast, so dedicated, so young. And that first score is going to be a good one. We just saw the speed in that one turn. It was so fast. And then that inside section just loomed so aggressively. Surfers having a look at this one. Both trying down the line for that left-hander, not quite getting into it. Here we go. Big sets. But sometimes the big sets stretch too far down the beach and they're not really rideable. There's not much value in going them. Can see this may be another one of those situations.
Ooh, impressive takeoff. Well done, Kelly. Unfortunately, just to close out in front of her. And a paddle now from Angelina. A little easier entry on this wave as she draws hard off the bottom, kind of sets that line, checks her speed as she tries to hook it up for that first turn.
Oh, Angelina was on like a Mundaka style left, like a super bank in reverse there. Beautiful looking wave. Unfortunate that she caught that rail out of the top. Missed opportunity.
Big scores dropped in that previous heat as we've got scores to come for the opening couple waves in our current. Team China's Zishi Young took out a big 8.33 to be advancing through into the next round. She's with Rachel.
Yeah, thanks, guys. Sushi, congratulations. You scored some high scores in that heat. Tell me about that 8.33.
Yeah, I'm very happy because it is better than yesterday. Yeah, I'm very happy. 8.33. So wave so big is very good. Yeah.
And in Puerto Rico earlier this year, you qualified for the Olympics. Does having that success make you confident competing at this event now?
Yeah, I have 信心怎么说啊? Yeah, good.
Any message to China at home in Mandarin?
Yeah. 非常开心能再次来到萨瓦尔多，这里的风景很好，然后感谢队里面的所有人，还有教练，还有我的家人。
Perfect. Thank you so much. Congratulations, and back to you guys.
Thanks so much. Great to hear from Zishi. She's been improving in her English year after year, coming here to ISA events. It's impressive to see her now being able to do a post-heat interview purely on her own without that translator by her side.
And I got the sense watching that's a big moment in itself. You're standing there on your own. You haven't got the team manager or translator standing there translating and acting as a go-between you and the world. Standing there on her own is another sign of this young lady really flourishing, growing into her own, and showing the world that the Chinese can rip.
Absolutely. Frothing with the big conditions here at La Bocana in comparison to her under-16s heat at Sunzal yesterday. So pretty happy with the forecast at the moment, starting to peak, giving her that opportunity to get a huge score on the board. Scores in, out in the lineup. We're down to 15 minutes on the current heat number 19 for under 18 girls, round number 1. Tia Zabrowski has dropped a 5.5 for her opener, 3.17 on the board for Poppy, and a 2.17 for Angelina, with just that 0.5 for Kelly.
Yeah, big late drop. And some radical waves out there, some radical sections. And we saw Angelina's wave. It was barreling. It was running along the bank perfectly. So, you know, we may see some tube rides even as the event goes on. I see the potential for that on those lefts for sure. There's been some sections today where we thought that, you know, you could put your arm in and stall and potentially get a barrel. And when the judges haven't seen something, we haven't seen too many airs, and we haven't seen too many tubes. As the event goes on, I guarantee you we start seeing some crazy airs as well on the end sections.
Yeah, finding something that looks a little different from what anybody else can find or deliver out there is a good thing. There was one kind of quick cover-up, not like a proper barrel, but a little bit of a cover-up this morning as the under 18 boys division was just finishing up in those first few heats. So that was exciting to see on the lower tide as well. Yep. So maybe as that tide begins to drain, we'll see it get a little bit more tubey out there. Kelly now up and riding.
Oh, there's one of those tubes.
Oh, the opportunity maybe to pull in. She kind of put in that stall for a moment to slow things down.
It's amazing too, you know, surfing's one of those things that really challenges your fear. It can scare you, and in those moments of fear, you've got to try and just focus on what you're doing and on the wave, because if the fear takes control and you're trying to avoid something, more often than not, the something you're trying to avoid gets you. And by sort of having that an element of abandon to it and recognizing that I'm better off staying in it and having a go at it, it normally turns out safer that way than when the fear gets you and you take an alternative route that all of a sudden puts you in a worse position than you would have been. That's something you see a lot.
It's a great way to look at it, you know, just kind of committing to it, especially if your board's already heading in that line, rather than trying to readjust to move around something.
And it's normally safer in it or inside it than it is on the outside having it explode onto you.
Big set approaching. 12 minutes, 30 seconds on the clock. Surfers scratching to get themselves over or under the first wave in that set. Second one approaching. Surfer in red has first priority, Tia. And this wave looks like it might just be a bit of a closeout. No one's going to decide to take off on it.
I remember when we were here last year as well, when the swell, the swell got a few, bigger than this, few feet, 4 feet bigger than this, most probably at certain points in the event in 2023. And at that point in time, those lefts started closing out, and the rights were the waves that had the really long walls. And we saw a lot of people going those rights when it got to this size and bigger. So those big sets, sort of the majority of the biggest sets now are closing out on that left. And the in-betweeners are the ones with the shape. And if it stays this size and gets even bigger overnight, I bet we see some of those rights. They're amazing looking right-handers come into play.
It's like we may have a paddle, and the right is the wave that might stay open a little bit more for Tia Zebrowski. Beautiful looking hook to start, lines it up for the second one, and looked like a challenging section to finish out with, but she just did that with so much ease.
And we're going to see that exact same scenario that we've seen in many of our heats today, where a surfer gets 2 scores early, 2 big scores. She's got the 5-5, which isn't massive, but it's definitely a keeper and something you could count at the end. It's going to combo with that. That's going 7+ for sure. Look at this section doubling up. Big, powerful bottom turn. Didn't get too low, sort of stayed tall and still drove it beautifully. And then this section, look at it start to double up. There's the oncoming wave is critical. That turn into the lip was beautiful. Nelly fell back there, kept the head centered above the board and was able to get back into a balanced position. Here it is from the drone angle. Ah, it looks fantastic from the drone angle too. How's the line of the carving bottom turn, the power and speed in those bottom turns?
So good. So good. And that, her technical kind of prowess, allowing her to ride out of that finish as well. Like you said, her positioning of her body in the right spot. I mean, she's only 13 years old.
This is what I was going to say. If you look at Erin Brooks, you look like Katie Simmers, these girls, 16, 17, young ladies. This young lady, what age is she on the tour at? She could be on the tour Nelly now. The performance is good enough. You might see a 14 or a 15-year-old on the World Championship Tour, and this young lady, she is. You said it at the start, phenom, and she is.
That's right. It could be like a Caroline Marks qualifying at 15 years old, like a Katie Simmers being 16 and passing up for the year just to grow a little bit more, spend more time with her friends and her family before taking on the responsibility of the championship tour.
Good idea a lot of the time. We've seen people like Taj Burrow and people throughout the years qualify for the tour but decide not to take their spot and continue to grow experience. But look at that score that just dropped.
A 9.17 two-turn combo for Tia Zebrowski. More 9s to her scoreline at this year's event. Let's take one more look at it.
Beautiful. See the carve? Watch the trail of the bottom turn on this one too. Beautiful. You can tell it's a great turn when the trench that you've dug. It's like in snowboarding, when you get on the rail and you dig a trench, that's a proper turn. And these turns that she is doing are proper bottom turns into radical top turns. 2-turn combination. I believe she's capable of more. So, who knows? There could be perfect 10-point rides in this event for this young lady, but that was beautiful surfing.
And like you said, the line that her surfboard is leaving behind.
Digging a trench with her power and her use of the rail. Fantastic stuff. France. When you think about Europe, and you think about the young ladies for Spain, you think about the young ladies for France, mark my words, Europe's time and its generational moment is not far ahead. There's going to be a point in time when the Andrea Zolas, the young, those young girls that we know from Spain, from France, they're the future of surfing, and European surfing is going to have its moment where they will be the best surfers in the world. I just feel that coming.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely on it. The Estevari sisters out of Spain. Matching that of the Odriozola brothers out of Spain as well. Those two, as kind of pairs coming up together, absolutely outstanding. Tia representing France. As we take a look now at Poppy from New Zealand, she's been a little quiet. She has that 317 to her name, and she only needs a 0.17. For the young surfer from Piha, she lives right down the beach. The wave is right outside of her door. She said is every single evening when she gets off of the school bus, she grabs her surfboard, she paddles right out front.
Fantastic.
What an incredible life to be living.
Oh, I used to have to hitchhike 7 miles to get to the beach.
School bus will drop you right off these days.
That's beautiful. And if you live there and it's outside your front door, what more do you want? And here she is, you know, the advantages of that proximity to the beach and the opportunity, even though, you know, New Zealand does get cold in winter and it's not an easy place to surf in winter. If it's outside your front door and you can run into the hot shower, you can pull it off easily.
Great opportunities. A 0.77 for her last wave is just enough to put her up into that second place position. Still 6.5 minutes on the clock, so we'd expect to see that, you know, that second probably transfer a little bit between Poppy and Angelina. If Kelly's able to get herself into that more open face, we're going to see her lock in a better score as well, as Tia's having a paddle here. Uses her priority. She's been dominant and in control throughout this entire heat. Goes down. First kind of major fall. She did fall in the finish of that 5.5 as well earlier in the heat, but that was a bit of a bigger section. So for her right now, she doesn't have too much to worry about. She's just kind of able to surf to her game. And I was just having a look through. I was sure there was a quote from Tia as we take a look at live action now with Poppy. She found that 0.77. That was a kind of like a surrender, but almost in a bad place of the wave to surrender.
It felt really, well, the bottom turn was beautiful, wasn't it? And Poppy got up into the lip, and then she was kind of face first down the face of the wave. And at that point, I was kind of scared for her. I was like, oh, I can't watch.
Possible paddle there for Angelina. She's not going to get into it. So in yesterday's press release from the ISA, which if you go into ISAsurf.org, you're welcome to sign up for that anywhere around the world and kind of travel, especially for these events that have the replicharge rounds. It's a great way to bounce back and forth and to kind of get your context at the end of the day, as the broadcast only covers so much of things.
Yes.
But a great quote from Tia. She said, after scoring a 9.7 and multiple 7s in her opening round yesterday, I was so happy to make that heat with some big scores. I feel pretty confident for the next heats. I didn't know I received a 9. For me, it felt like 6 points. So I know that I can do better with my surfing. This year, I'm surfing the under 16s and the under 18s, so my real goal is to have 2 gold medals. I know I can do it because it's going to be really hard because I know there's a lot of heats. I mean, I'm feeling pretty confident, so you never know.
You don't know, but that is I was thinking about as you were reading it, double duty, 16 and 18s, is a physical challenge.
Gnarly.
Doing one division is a physical challenge. Each heat, as we said it yesterday, each heat is like a sprint within a marathon, and it's a 10-day marathon, and every day you've got to do a sprint or a few sprints. She could have so easily scored, a big score on that one. And I just want to see her ride more waves, but it's going to become more and more taxing as you get tighter and tighter towards the end of the event.
It's so true, she's able to continue avoiding those replicharge rounds, which with the surfing we're seeing so far, it'll be a while before she ends up in that round, likely, unless there's one of those big moments. We've seen that happen before. I remember Erin Brooks' run towards, a near gold medal. Maybe it was her gold medal year, actually, in 2022 here, where there was a little bit of a stitch up in one of her heats, and she found herself in the replicharge rounds early on. Another one of those surfers that we kind of would have expected to just have that kind of easy run, at least into the finals, and then see how things play out there. So things happen. But for Tia so far, a great performance, feeling confident, and as a 13-year-old, to just come straight out and say she's going for 2 gold medals this week. Not many young girls with that kind of confidence and the surfing to back it as well with an opportunity like that. Poppy now just kind of stuck behind the section here. Gets herself out into the corner. This wave's going to give her a lot of great shape to finish with. And she's going to be improving on that 0.87, putting a bigger requirement on the Colombian.
Perfect at that point in time. Angelina, the Colombian, as you said, is in first priority. She's only looking for the 1.88. So here she goes. Oh, she's going over the falls.
Oh, no. That was a heavy one, too. The board right underneath her. Hopefully she pops up okay. She surfs out here so often. She's a surfer whose dad works behind the scenes in professional surfing, and she's able to just travel the world so much that I think she would be kind of unfazed by a moment like that.
But with 2.5 minutes and you had the priority and you're looking for the one, a very small score, it just got bigger. It's now a 4.4 because of the score dropped by the Kiwi, a 3.4, her best ride. It was well managed, surfed it in a controlled way and got what she needed to get out of it. That in itself looked like it put some pressure on Angelina, and then she was in the lip of that wave and she just got so confused because she needed to surf. She knew the time was ticking down, and at that point she'd already paddled and most probably was going to lose the priority anyway. So she's like, I've got to get up. Oh no, and it was just one of them moments where it sucked over the falls in the confusion. And it's not over yet, 1 minute 50, so still time. The battle for second is on. 4.4 though, and a 5.77 for Kelly in third from Panama is, it's a bigger ask than we would expect. The 4.4 in context of this heat and the waves that are on offer, maybe a big score too.
Yeah, it seems a little bit challenging to sort of get scores in that range. Either it's going to go really big or it's going to be tough to get that sort of mid-range.
Yeah, there hasn't been one in that mid-range, has there? So, all threes and under really, besides the surfing of Zabrowski. Travelled the world a lot, spent a lot of time in a lot of different places. Seen her in Hawaii the last few winters as well. And I think it's fantastic to hear the ambition in that young lady, thinking at 13 years of age that my goal is to have 2 gold medals by the end of this event, and then you imagine how many she could have by the time she's done in the juniors in 5 years' time.
How many she'll be able to rack up through the years. This whole heat's actually quite a young one. Angelina being 16 as the oldest. 2 14-year-olds between Kelly, who's taken off now, and she's going to dive out of that wave. That was a big takeoff for her. Chasing a big score to get herself out of that 4th place position. And an opportunity now for Angelina. Has a dig, can't quite get into it.
I thought that was going to be a good one for Angelina. Stay inside, I think, is the idea, and just get on the hunt. You've got 25 seconds. I can't see much coming when you look out to the horizon or out the back of the lineup. There's not much coming. I think this heat is done. And Tia Zabrowski has been dominant from the start. Again, she's only ridden 3 waves.
Kelly on the inside, swung
back
to go on another one. Great tenacity from the 14-year-old. And we're going to see more of her throughout this event. But as that time winds down, a 9.17 and a 5.5 on the board for Tia Zabrowski, showing the field what she is made of.
Wow, she's made of gold. That's what it feels like right now. It's a tough field, though. There's a lot of incredible surfers. This young lady is one of the favorites, though.
Yeah, great performance. Another exciting heat as we come towards the end of the day. We got 3 heats remaining for our under 18 girls to finish it out. Paul Evans and Mitchell Salazar coming in to call the action when we return.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to ISA World Junior Competition, live from Sur City, El Salvador. And another statement performance from a very impressive Tia Zabrowski, representing France, absolutely dominant. Another 9 for her, doing double duty, surfing in both divisions and absolutely shredding. A big future ahead of her and big performance you'd expect to come in this competition. She'll be fancying her chances of getting her mitts on medals. Let's see how all that pans out. Loads of surfing yet to come. Attention turns to action in the water. Hinano Shimizu of Japan, Belle Betteridge out of Croyd in North Devon in England, Shimona Acevedo of Venezuela, Yam Harel from Israel. I'm Paul Evans, joined by Mitchell Salazar, and another great-looking matchup here.
Yeah, Shimizu, 17 years of age, from Kanagawa, just outside of Tokyo. So a couple really good beach breaks over there where she's from. I will say, though, that when it comes to experience here, the Latin Americans have been doing really well in the first 2 days of competition. So Acevedo, I'd be thinking she's been feeling at home.
Yeah, I mean, you made the point earlier about some of the distances. Have some Costa Rica able to drive there, or a really short flight. We've got Guatemala, strong reputation, the neighboring country. And really cool to see that feeling. Obviously, it's a different nation, but a lot familiar in terms of the climate. Even like some aspects of the waves and the power and the swell, and how good it's been familiar when you're surfing in a competition. Maybe you're not sleeping in your own bed, but you're just familiar with your surrounds, and it makes you feel good, and then you relax.
And the language, I would have to say, too, is a big factor for them. So that comfort level goes a long way as it translates into good performances within heats. But most importantly, just being able to sleep close to home, that to me is a big factor, that your body doesn't have to go through that kind of fatigue of travel. So for a lot of those people coming from long ways, like Indonesia, like Australia, good amount of travel, Paulie.
Yeah, jet lag's gnarly. Wake up in the morning, you fancy a slice of pizza. Is that just me?
No,
it's just me?
It's me, but I crave pizza all day long. So.
All right, so what do we got on the score? But just small numbers, a quick decimal in for Betteridge. And we've got 16 minutes and 20 seconds to go in this. Lines approach and lining up for the left, it looks like. And heading that way, it looks like Yam Harel, surfer from Israel. And it's yet to assign a priority order other than the fact that Bell will be in 4th. There's the squad from Israel. They'll be trying to amp on their surfer, just bring vibes, ondas, essentially. So K Onda is like...
what's up?
It's okay, but it's equivalent of the South African, what's your vab? It's a bit like that, right?
Can you do that accent once?
What's your vab? Love that one. My favorite expression.
Leka leka. Que onda? Where I'm from, we could also say...
It's like wave, huh? Onda's wave.
Yeah, onda's wave.
Yeah.
Or onda, or like a wavelength.
Right.
Because an actual ocean wave, we would say ola. Or a marine wave.
Yeah.
You could also say, where I'm from, we say que rollo.
Que rollo.
Yeah. What roll? Okay. I don't know why we say rollo, but that's what we say. You can also say cubo. Like cubo, like it's one word, and that's like, what's up? Like sup. Yeah. By the end of this week, you're going to know like 80 slang words just from Latin America.
Really good at opening up the conversation, and then it goes downhill from that. 15 minutes to go in this. Lines approaching. We're waiting to get our first legit ride to fire things up here. We're still pretty excited about the performance of Tia Zabrowski in the last heat. Who's going to match that kind of speedy, powerful, aggressive surfing? Let's see as these four, a little tentative, they're having a look. They're not quite in the spot thus far. That tide's rolling out. And guess what? The swell is ever present. It just doesn't stop here. We've not had many heats with long lulls. There's been so much action in the water. A little bit of wind came through late in the morning, middle part of the day. That's backed off a touch. You can see the slight ruffle from those flags. There will be a quiz for Mitchell Salazar as we round out the week to name every single one of those flags.
Well, I should know, too, Mexico and the United States. I know England, it's just the... red cross with white and everything else.
Oh, good-looking wave here for Acevedo. Look at that absolute bomb, drains and spits. Look at that thing. Pipeline?
Looked like that.
Wow.
Definitely a heavy wave. And there was a chance to get barreled on that, too, but you're so focused on wanting to maneuver the whole time that you probably don't even think about that, Paul.
Yeah, Shimona just dropped to the bottom of the wave, didn't she? And that thing just ran away and spat. But that'll just tell you about size, power, the shape of it as well. An intimidating spectacle when you're paddling out and trying to find yourself scores. And you realize there is plenty of juice out. Let's get another look at this thing.
Yeah, that was a keg for sure. Heavy wave. Look at that double up on the inside too. Say you avoid the first section, but then you bottom turn into the second one. Woo.
Absolute drainer with that lower ties. We're waiting for this one to fire up, someone that lit this place up. Winner of the last heat, Tia Zabrowski of France, is standing by for a chat with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Tia, congratulations. Another heat, another excellent score drop. Talk to me about how you feel of such an amazing performance out there.
I feel pretty good, pretty confident. It's only the start, so I know I could do a better score. So I'll try my best for the other heat, and we'll see where I'm going.
So you're surfing both divisions at the moment, which means you have a lot of heats in the predicted for all week. And talk to me about how you're going to manage both, surfing both, and your energy levels throughout that.
It's actually my first time I'm doing both categories, and I know it's going to be hard to manage, but we never know where I could go, so I'll try my best, and we'll see.
Do you think competing at El Sunzal yesterday, obviously La Bocana is a very different wave, and it's very different conditions from yesterday as well, but do you think having your first heat yesterday made an impact on you having confidence going into your heat today?
Yeah, I think it made an impact in my heat in El Sunzal because I have a 9 and I do it again. But I'm pretty sad on my heat today because I didn't have a good backup. But I mean, it's the start, so it's okay for me.
Absolutely. Well, an excellent score, and your score line is an amazing start. Now, a non-surfing question, a non-heat question. What's been your favorite food here in El Salvador?
My favorite food?
Do you like the pupusas?
I don't know, really.
You haven't tried a pupusa yet?
No, I haven't tried.
All right, you need to go try some pupusas.
Okay, I'll do it then.
Anything you'd like to say back to friends?
Coucou tout le monde, coucou à ceux qui sont à la maison, ceux qui me regardent alors qu'il est vraiment tard. Merci beaucoup, j'espère que je vous donne de la force à maman et à ma tati. Et je vous aime très très fort. Et puis j'essaierai de faire mieux quand même sur mes prochains hits. Ciao, ciao.
Thanks so much. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Rachel. Impressive stuff. She wants to do better in her next heat. Wow, she set high standards for herself there. 13 years old. Tia Zabrowski. When I was 13, I was doing 2 paper rounds in the morning. I thought that was impressive. I think she might be up the ante.
Hey,
she's surfing 2 divisions. She's ripping excellent scores in both divisions.
Yes.
Wow.
And the size of the wave on the 9, too, I mean, a lot of the men probably wouldn't have gone for that right there. So props to her. She's made a final before. I feel like she could easily make both finals in this division too, surfing up in the U18s. First time she's done it though, so let's see how it works out for her. But the age thing to me is the most impressive.
She's just turned 13 actually in March, so I mean it's just unbelievable.
2 months removed from turning 13, sorry.
Absolutely incredible. What a surfer, what a performer. I look forward to seeing her throughout the week. Here we'll pick up Shimizu of Japan on the inside. No major numbers to get excited about. Midway point in this one. We're going to run through to heat 22, so a couple more to go after this, and that will wrap up. Once again, another great day, action-packed of competition here at the ISA World Juniors. Running our double podiums using 2 great venues, diverse venues. We talked about that conversation, the differences between the 2. And this pump and swell lighting up both. Things have got a lot cleaner. It looks just sort of more similar to what we were looking at this morning when it was super groomed out here.
True. The wind died. It seems way glassier than it was an hour or even 2 ago. And I think the tide dropping still helping it out. Despite there being a lot of size in the swell, I think it just opens up the opportunity for the left, whereas before, most of those waves are pretty closed out, Paul. So as you can see right here, settling down a bit more. I feel like the right is still a great option. Most people still only looking left, though. I'm very surprised about that.
Instructions on the beach. Surfers get dialed in. We're looking at Gomez of Chile there.
Trini.
Just getting some lineup positioning, probably looking where scores are coming from, trying to check out the periodicity of these sets and the rhythm of the ocean. Dial all that stuff in.
Have you been to Chile yet?
Never. Land along left.
Waves are good. Barrows in the north. You got Arica over there, El Gringo, Iquique. And then you go south, Punta de Lobos and Pichilemu right there. Goofy Footer's paradise.
I've heard that.
Only bad thing is that you do have to wear a full suit.
Yeah.
You're used to it, though.
Yeah, we can deal with that. That's okay. We don't mind that.
Oh, low scoring heat once again. So it seems like you either get a heat where somebody's dropping a 9 or then everything else kind of in between, Paul.
All right, let's see if this one will fire up now. Just over 8 on the clock in position here. Looks like Harel, surfer from Israel. What she got for us? Here's a paddle. And doesn't like it that way, backed away. As soon as she paddled for it, almost like the wave got stage fright and just backed off and said, not this one. She'll go back towards the lineup, try and find something yet to put a score on the board at the moment. As you mentioned, very low indeed. Just a couple of ones. That's it for the action. So that means it'll be all compressed to these 7 minutes, 40-odd seconds. And we expect this a bit of drama go down. One thing that we know is going to happen, we're going to get plenty of sets come through. The bigger it is, the longer the period, the kind of more time you really need to manage that as well. You're thinking yourself in a wind swell, easy to get a couple of quick waves, but here, if you get one through to the inside, it's going to take you a little while to paddle back.
And preferable to have a long period swell here, too. You don't want something in between, especially with how heavy that end section is, too. You do not want to be forced to get up there real quick. As we even see right now with the long period swell, there's many times where you do have to get up there as quickly as possible. But, you know, Harel, both of her parents Israeli. She actually lives in Santa Teresa in Costa Rica, so good beach break over there in Playa Hermosa. Pretty similar to this wave.
Shimizu, late drop from her, fires into it. And then jams back because it got a little slopey. She does that pretty well, deals with the speed, hits the whitewash pretty hard, and then kind of recovers that and cleans it up. And then sort of crouched and poised above the board, looking to swing. She'll do that little crack of the whip, and then a little speed run and finish with a tag. So nicely done. The wave about a quarter of the size as she finished from what it was at the takeoff, and she did well. She sort of covered a lot of ground there.
Yeah, and really smart surfing, too. It seemed like the roundhouse, that whitewater usually tends to push you far out front, and she was always able to stay in the pocket for the last few carves, too. So no doubt going to be the best wave of the heat right here, Paul. 6:20 on the clock. There it is, a 4:17. So anything that could kind of deviate or kind of distance yourself from the rest of the pack is going to be super important. You see the Israeli flag right there. Brought a really good team this year, and you know, we have seen some really good performances from them in the past here at La Bocana. Anatla Lior, she qualified yet again for the Olympics. Twice now.
Absolute ripper of a surfer. We were talking about different athletes and how they're going to go, how they're going to deal with surfing at the end of the road. She loves getting barreled. That's going to be really cool to see her, Yam Harel, with the squad on the beach. They've not wheeled her into a wave as yet, though. She still waits to open her account here. That 4 is going to feel solid for Shimizu. And that's a really important 4 in the context to this. We'll look to back that up as well. But went a long way and got the completion and just left everyone else just sitting there waiting for their luck to change, essentially, waiting for an opportunity from the ocean. Let's see if we get one here. Harel, she looks, I'm not sure she'll get here, will she? And a similar story, almost identical to what happened prior to that for her. Exactly the same kind of situation. Might get another chance on the prowl in the lineup. Looks like Betteridge, the surfer from England. This looks like the English squad right here we're looking at. As we see them, that's the St. George Cross, that flag, as you mentioned. They're flying that flag and trying to wheel Bell into a wave.
That one I can recognize. That one was pretty easy.
Here she goes. Decent looking wave from her. And unable to unload onto a section, really whitewatery. See the grimaces from the crew. They just wanted her to do a turn.
That's what you were saying. It's usually worse when you're on the beach and you're out of control. Oh, being a parent in these situations is probably the worst.
And the instructions being shouted, I'm not sure there's too much chance of them being heard, but it just feels good to vent,
Probably
doesn't it?
not,
Just get it out.
No, and to me personally, I hate it when you're trying to communicate through signals when it's that far away, because there's so many things that can get caught in between. What if I'm not listening correctly? What if you're not giving me the instructions that I actually need at that moment? I feel like you just got to let it be.
Shimizu, your heat leader, with an absolute ton of speed. A Schraubin turn off the top, straight leg recovery, does well. And again, that'll be an improvement from her. The 1-2's gone. And nicely done. Dealing with the power really well. She's slight in stature. That's just technique that's allowing her to deal with this.
Yeah, and a great bottom turn, too. Was able to control the speed coming off of the bottom well. Comes down to equipment, too. I was talking to a couple of the athletes during our break, and, you know, we talked about how good it is to have options for fins nowadays in comparison to the 80s and the 90s where everything was just glass-ons. Now you can travel with 3-4 different sets of fins and use them for the adequate waves, Paul.
Yeah, flip side of that, you get choice paralysis. Too many options. When they're just glassed in, they're like, that's it. Don't overthink it.
You're right, but imagine traveling with a board bag with glass on fins.
You used to have to get the cardboard box, then get some polystyrene. There was that inflatable thing as well you could get the fins kind of slotted into. A lot of tape involved, and you'd get there, unzip the board, and the fins are just, suddenly they'd become removable.
See? Like, just with the first two things that you were describing there, I think that's too much work already.
Baggage handlers punching your fins out for you.
Let's not even get into that. I can tell you so many stories.
So, number in for Shimizu. Decent total now. 5.5 with the 4.17. 9.67 from her. Real bit of quality. And she's unlocked these running lefts and done well. The chase for second, Belle Betteridge at the moment. She's occupying that spot. Nervous faces from the English crew as they watch on, waiting for her to use a second priority and just try and improve. Acevedo, the Venezuelan, she's not a long way back. Needs a 0.23. Stand up, and you're threatening that score.
Yeah, and I've seen Belle surf before. I saw her at the event last year in Rio. She rips. You get her on the right wave, and she is just as good as anybody else in the comp. The issue is, and you can see it on screen, with the lower tide, the peak is so much more determined. I feel like you just need to paddle straight into the peak and catch anything you can, but it's because those bigger sets are just keeping everything at bay, where everybody's just scared to paddle a bit too far inside, Paul.
Little right here for Jael. What's she got? Nice and smooth on the face. There's a little turn in the pocket. Nice little jam back. So good stuff from her. What she got into the lip, she'll tag it. And that'll be a kick-out turn. The first carve will score for sure. And if it's better than 1, 2, 3, she's going to threaten Belle.
Yeah, and it seemed like Acevedo was on the left too, so she wasn't needing much to move up into second place. And I honestly, we're at a point in the heat right now with 90 seconds to go. Needing a 1 is essential to you making it or losing this heat, Paul.
Frantic stuff towards the final minute here. We expect this scoreboard to flip-flop when the score comes in for the Israeli Harel. Let's see where that goes. Oh. She gets the number 273, goes to seconds. The requirements remain modest, though. Betteridge with top priority. She's got first prior, needs a 2-0-1. She has 1 minute.
She's got to. You got to get on anything you can right now. Just give yourself a chance, Paul. Move around, find a wave in the lineup. If it literally means being on the rocks, you got to be on the rocks right now, too.
Let's see how she goes about the task here. As the squad watches on. She's stuck in small numbers right now. Final 40 seconds of this heat. She doesn't look to be particularly interested in much coming through. I think we just saw a quick wave come through, did we, for Acevedo? So she's still looking for a number. It's a 1.47 for her, but I think she's wide and on the inside. It is Belle with the priority. 20 seconds. Can she use it here? I'm not sure if a wave's going to come to her. And she's just desperately trying to find something. It's a really small number that she needs, a 2. But she will need a wave to get that, and we'll count down. She's way away from this set. It's not going to get there in time. And so it looks like surfer out of England will be heading to rapid charge. We'll count this down. Also, the Venezuelan as well. We'll come back to fight another day. And Yam Harel, that right-hander, just popped up out of absolutely nowhere. And she goes to second place. You've got to say well done to the Japanese surfer, Shimizu.
Yep. She surfed her heat, but Harel surfed a 2 or 3 minute heat and made it through. That's incredible stuff. And she just never gave up. Willed that wave into just coming up and got the score.
Yeah, the squad like it. They're stoked, absolutely. Why not? Nice round of applause. Vibes are good. And they're delighted to see their surfer, their teammate, make it through on a low scoring heat. They all count. It's all about getting through. We got a couple more heats before we round out the day. 2 more to bring you from Surf City, El Salvador. The World Juniors returns on the other side of the break.
There's a right time for everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.
Consulta promociones. Disfruta de cable TV más internet residencial desde los 50 megas hasta los 1000 megas. Para más información, contacta con nosotros. Multinet, siempre que tú quieras.
Bienvenidos a Tierra de Anfitriones, los campeones del mundo de descendientes. Te compartimos olas, volcanes. Porque esta tierra tiene más anfitriones kilómetro cuadrado que cualquier otro país del mundo. El Salvador, Tierra de Anfitriones.
Welcome back to live action from Surf City, El Salvador. As the Israeli surfer gets props from the crew. Why not? Sometimes you just got to get a 2 and get it done. The carve enough for her. And she'll advance in second place position. And somewhere between happiness, delight, and got relief mainly from her. It's all about making it count, finding the rhythm with the ocean. Don't worry too much about the scoreboard. Just stay alive in the main part of the draw here. And there's the debrief. Back on the beach, keeping the vibes good and just buzzing off team victories. Competitors, surfers, teammates, vibing off each other's glories, supporting each other when they need that. It's all part of putting a solid team effort together. The team in the booth right now, myself, Paul Evans, Mitchell Salazar. We've had a really fun day, mate. We've seen contrasting performances. We've seen some big waves going down, big performances.
Wow.
Good surfing like this stuff here. The American Sarah Frey. That was solid.
Yeah, and she comes from HB, so knows how to surf a beach break just as good as anybody else within the draw. And Sarah, equally as good on the forehand as she is on the backhand, as you saw right there. No strain of surfing. Waves with some size, too. Coming from that HB area, you not only surf in Huntington, but Newport gets pretty solid, too, Paulie.
Some punchy beach breaks.
Oh, yeah.
Beach breaks, easy for me to say, round there. And she looks like she's up for the challenge here. A score to come for her. Let's set the heat. Out of Mexico, Joel Ramirez. Joey?
Yeah. Yeah, Joey, a lot of experience, too. I believe her second or third year now competing for the Mexican national team. Comes from a great surfing family. Father Jose, big wave rider over there from Cicatela, and mother Roxel Perez, also a great bodyboarder at the beach break. So good opening carve right there for Joy. Comes in as a 3-1-7. Solid score, easily a keeper right now. And Sarah, a large wave, frothy one too, and really goes up and attacks that lip. It's going to be a solid score. It's easily going to be the best wave of the heat.
Also out in the water, Maya Shaw from Dominican Republic, Trinidad Gomez from Chile. That rounds out the quartet penultimate heat of the day. 16.5 on the clock. Number to come in. Decent one, we reckon, for Sarah. The American and the USA team has been pretty strong. Look really good throughout a big day here. And look to kind of assert a bit of dominance, and it's all about getting through. But if you can do that with some style as well, just put a bit of a marker down, maybe try and, you know, get in some of your potential rivals' heads by showing them how hard you're ripping, how fast you're going, how good your boards looked. That's cool too.
To me, them and Australia have looked like the two most dominant. I put Hawaii up in there too, but you know, I think the United States so far, based off of what I've seen, have really looked as one of the most complete teams. So they look great.
Combination of results and performances, isn't it? It's getting through, but it's doing it sort of emphatically as well, and really posting those kind of highlights, real stuff, the big numbers as well.
Now, the question is, can you keep that up for an 8-9 day event? And that's the most difficult part. As look at Brody Price right there. He's going to be surfing on the U16s for the U.S. Some obvious signals right there being presented towards Sarah. Seems like they're telling her to go a little bit further easterly. Telling you, I think she's going to go sit on the right now, which to me seems like the smart idea after dropping the 5.83.
Yeah, good number for her. 5.83, solid stuff. Good way to open up. And that'll feel nice, getting in the lead early on. She takes her place either very deep for the left, but I think you're right. Probably over there on that right-hander. And looking at that, this stage of the tide, there's some opportunities coming through down there. These lefts can do a couple of things. They can either kind of fizzle out or end pretty abruptly. And if you want to find something a little more consistent, something on that right-hander, that's appealed to her. The signal coming in from the squad. gesticulating with the Star-Spangled Banner. It's a decent way of doing it. Here's Trini Gomez. Oh, nice carve to snap from her. Inside runner, bang into the lip. And then just got a little on the heels over the tail. Board gets blown up, but the first time was nice.
I like the spray, too. I'm digging the pink. Alyssa Spencer rocks it all the time. I feel like it's making a big comeback right here. And I think we owe it to our broadcast partner, Strider, to bring in the pink back. The raspberry kind of looking color over there, Paulie.
Yeah, he's into that, isn't he? Jackson Baker doesn't mind pink spray.
Right?
Let's go back to Julian Wilson. Maybe some pink stuff going on.
And even Mick kind of went through a phase, the Breast Cancer Awareness Month kind of thing. Yep. I obviously know which flag that is, too. La Dominicana, Dominican Republic. Speaking of the surfer in the water, Maya Shaw, 16 from Las Terrenas. She's tried almost every single sport there is, jiu-jitsu, boxing, obviously skateboarding, which is very closely associated to surfing too, but decided that surfing is her biggest passion, and she's competing here for the first time for the DR.
It's time to go down and hear from the winner of the last seat. Surfer out of Japan, surfed really well with polish and style. Hinano Shimizu is standing by for a chat with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Yes, I'm here with Hinano. Congratulations. Now, having a heat at the end of the day is not always easy. The conditions have changed multiple times throughout the day. We're seeing the wind back off. It's lower tide now. How do you stay adaptable for your heat?
Yes, I was so nervous, but I'm happy to win this heat, and I could get a good wave. I'm so excited.
And you've had a lot of success. Your team has had a lot of success here. Many wins so far. Have you taken much inspiration from your teammates?
Yeah, good team, Japan team. I'm so good inspiration, yes.
Strong team. It's really great to see all of you guys together. Is there anything you'd like to say back to Japan at home?
いつも応援してくださっている皆さんありがとうございます。ラウンド1勝ててすごくホッとしています。次も頑張るのでよろしくお願いします。
Thanks so much. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thanks, Rachel. Good job. And through to the next round. She said she was nervous, didn't look it. She looked polished, she looked controlled, looked cool as.
Do you speak Japanese too, Paul?
No.
No?
Nah.
I can only say arigato gozaimasu and
yeah, we've all got them, mate. Yeah. No.
There's one that's good morning. I already forgot. I can't think of it. I know terima kasih, selamat malam, selamat magi.
Again, I think we've all got those.
Yeah.
Bagus. Yeah. And anyone's been to Indo, spent a bit of time over there, we're pretty familiar with those ones. I'll tell you what, speaking of control and lightness of touch, American. Let's have a look at the replay from Sarah Frey here. This was nicely done.
Yeah, and ends up selecting that right that I was talking about. So going to get another score on the board. Couple of nice carves. Nothing crazy, though, but then sets up this inside section very well. Great timing right there from Sarah. Didn't try to overdo it. Look at how shallow it is right there when she kicked out, too. But awesome wave selection. Felt like at a point of the heat where you just want to get a second score on the board, don't want to be waiting around. Good use of the rail on the outside section, and then makes it all the way through to the inside. And being such a big triangle, as you were mentioning with the peak here, those waves converge on the inside, and if you overdo it, you almost get pushed far outside. So really smart that she kept her composure and gets a backup score for it.
Yeah, decent number, 427. You got to say, look at that wave. Didn't have loads on it, and that's good, just squeezing every last drop of opportunity from the panel. And she'll be, when we get to the midway point, the heat 30 seconds or so time, she'll be sniffing around the peak. She'll have a commanding lead, and she's got a bit of momentum going as well. And she'll spin and go here. Great looking wave if she can get there. She just puts herself a little wider, not quite wide enough actually. That sectional drop, she'll realize, I think that one got steep and then shouldered off. Hang on, hold the phone. What's happening out the back? It's Boomtown here.
Yeah, big sec coming through.
Absolute bomber coming through. And just smashing through the lineup here. I mean, breaking way outside where our surfers are sitting.
And everybody out of position for this one.
Well, they're going to be even more out of position shortly when they get washed in by these lines of whitewater, this thick South Pacific energy heading through.
And just the amount of whitewater, the push that these waves have. Eventually, if you don't feel it right now in the heat, you're going to feel it later once you get back to the hotel room and you're trying to go to sleep. Your shoulders are just getting worked and worked. And this even isn't the worst. I mean, you come to El Sunsal, you're probably paddling 3 times as much that you'd be paddling over here.
Endurance, all part of it. Surfing, it's all about getting points from the judges. Someone else has done that. Joel Ramirez from Mexico, 4.9 for her. That's decent. And that'll help for sure at the moment. Second place for her. Trini Gomez, 3.27. That's a bit of a platform. She's got sort of a foot in this heat. She needs another one. She's on the wave, crucially. 5.03 it is right now to threaten Ramirez. Maya Shaw, not much on the board to get excited about. She needs a couple of waves, or one wave of 7.37 will do it. Under 9 minutes. And what that big set does, it just takes away loads of time off the clock for surface chasing.
Yeah, and for those who haven't been here yet, as we look at Trini right there paddling on the inside, you need to go back out through the left. Unless you're super far on the right, you're never going to get there. So she's kind of in that situation where it's no man's land, Paul. You're either close to the left and you're not close to the right. And if it were up to me right now, I'd be paddling towards the surfer in the white jersey and trying to make it back out there, because there's even more waves coming, and with the tide dropping, there's going to be a lot more consistency of those waves too.
It's hard to paddle back out at backdoor, isn't it? Better get in the channel and get paddle out by a Yukai in the little pipe side, isn't it? Do the little lap, go around.
But just like Eukai Beach Break, when it connects with gums, that wave closes out, right? So there's times where it's even harder to paddle out from there, but still, it's usually the part that's a little bit more calm when those sets are rolling through. So yeah, you got to make a decision eventually. You can't just keep fighting it.
Under 8 to go, duck dive practice right now as we watch surfers just dip underneath belts of energy from the ocean. It is the American with a decent total, double figure-dom, 10-10 for her, for Sarah Frey. The American from Huntington Beach, and the surfer from Mexico, Joey Ramirez. How am I going with that?
You're doing great.
Yeah?
Yeah, I'm proud of you. You've had a long day. You've been doing awesome with all different languages. We've got to work on the Japanese, but outside of that.
Yeah, some room of improvement. It's still early. What are we, day 2?
Yeah.
Plenty of time left.
We got another 10.
I think on the teacher's report, could do better, would be the sort of succinct wrap-up. We will. We will for sure. Trini Gomez, she's still dealing with some duck dives. She's on the inside. She needs a 5.03 right now.
She needs to hustle, though, Paul.
Yeah.
It's calm right now. You need to try to get everything out and try to make it back out into the lineup, because look at this. More waves coming through.
It's a tired-looking paddle from Maya there, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, those arms are barely kind of leaving the water. She's feeling this. We've talked about that power. It's the power of the wave as it's breaking and the lips pitching, but just the weight of that white water that just rolls you, and you're underwater, you're holding your breath, you're already breathing, and then it just takes so much out of you. Each little wiggle you do, just trying to surface back again, takes a bit out of you, and you can see how hard that is to do, and that's all part of that preparation that comes to bear if you've done the training. But in the context of your heat, you're out there in the water, it feels really, really tough just to get the breathing under control. And you see the lineup getting further and further away as sets like this stack up on the outside. Look at this stuff.
And calm your mind too, because at that point, not only are you exhausted, you're just mad. You're just telling yourself, why did I make this decision? Why did I get caught inside? There's so many different things that you could be telling yourself, but you always got to realize that it's a time-controlled environment. So if there's still time in your favor, there's a chance. And for her, a 5.03, it's attainable. I mean, she got a 3.27 with just a single maneuver. A 5, just add on one more to that, and you potentially get it.
Just relentless action from these sets, bombing on the outside here, lighten up La Bocana.
And as you said, by the time they get to where both green and white are, they don't have as much power anymore. It's just a constant wave, though, that is just there over and over again.
And from above, it all looks pretty serene as we take that nice looking flyby, and we'll see the much more composed figure of Sarah Frey, the American, top of the peak with the lead. She's got third priority, but that's inconsequential. She's all in a sea of her own right now. No one around her. She'll have a little look here. I'm not sure. Don't think she was able to get on that. Trini Gomez still getting some inside ones on the head. She's been paddling and paddling, trying to get her way back into the lineup, trying to find that 5. Under 5 minutes to go. This is Maya. And she is way down on the inside, and she's gone down the beach, but she's in a better position anyway in terms of finding a way back out, trying to get in that rip on this side of the left.
Right, but now 4.5 to go, pretty far off of the peak, and needing the best score of the heat too, 7.37. So you got to hustle right now if you're Maya Shaw. And you saw 2 surfers over there in the background free surfing. That little beach break, La Bocanita, it's a good place to warm up before your heat. But once again, that's pretty far away. So you need to be able to find a wave that's closer to where you are right now in these next 4 minutes, Paul.
Time ticking away on surface chasing numbers. Let's see how this plays out. They need to get themselves in the line. That's the first order of business. Get in the spot to get yourself a wave. Trini Gomez didn't go all the way out. She kind of had a little look at that.
Yeah, paddle though, because there's more waves.
Those indecisions, it can prove costly. You mentioned in the previous heat, you see things, you get tempted by them. You've really got to get to the apex to kind of get on some of these bombs. If you get yourself a quality wave here, that 5.03, I mean, the speed, the energy has been provided by the set. Really, get yourself a couple of maneuvers. You're well on your way to the number.
And even with one, I mean, you could do one great maneuver and get that mid-range score that you need. But a big piece of advice to everybody watching and listening is that the easiest way to get into a wave is usually in the steepest part of the wave. It looks super intimidating, but it's the easiest place to catch it. So in the end, that's where Trini wants to be.
That little indecision from her. She cut her paddling out short. She had a little look. She went sort of towards a wave that she thought, and as a consequence of that, that one catches her, sends her completely back towards the beach. Another one will get her here. Literally the last thing she wants. She's had a long, long paddle, so close to getting in the lineup, and this will be frustration from her. I tell you what, it's a valiant effort trying to get there. She's got a couple of minutes now, 2:40. She can dip under this one. Let's see if she can find herself in the lineup. I'm not sure where Joey Ramirez has gone. I can't see her. Down on the inside somewhere, dealing with these waves, dealing with this energy. Making her way back out there. 2:30 under that to go. But as we were in terms of the scoreboards, there's a tired-looking Trini Gomez. And she might see, I'm not sure if she's just had enough and heading back, or she's thought, I might try and spin and get on something. If 5.03 is the requirement for her, all right, she'll sit there and just park it and try and find something. So things have calmed down a touch now. I'm not sure we got any of those bigger sets heading our way. Will she find something on the insides? Oh. She goes. All right, so well played from her. She's got herself a right. Nice snap. And then just wiggling that board for some speed. And another clip into the lip. A third turn for her. Does well to do it. And another section. Snapping again on the back end. Still going maneuver 5. There's a little cut down off a whitewater section. That one's incomplete. Is Joey Ramirez. Good looking section for her. She's got a good slice of that too. Displacing some water. Keeping the board, the nose pointing down. And pointing down the line crucially. And giving it a swing. So after a long, long paddle out, an opportunity for Trini Gomez. And Joey Ramirez says, well, I want to have something to say about that myself. So she'll look to improve her total and make it more difficult for this girl.
There's a chance that she does too, and Trini was on her way to potentially that 5. Major props to her. I mean, the amount of fatigue that she has to have right now.
She did 30 duck dives and did so well to hang in the tenacity to get that wave.
When she stood up and started maneuvering, I was like, nothing short of impressive right here. To be able to do that after having so many waves on the head, having so much indecision in your mind, and just always thinking about what you can do and not what's in front of you. Props to Trini, because even if she doesn't make it out of this heat, potentially the case as Joy's still waiting for a score, you got to be really stoked with the way you competed in this one. I mean, given the circumstances, Paul, never gave up.
No, absolutely. She's representing her team and her nation really, really well out here, and she's still battling, still trying to find it. She won't wait for the score. She's paddling back out with about 10, just trying to find any kind of opportunity. Meanwhile, your heat leader, who's been able to have a little bit of a cushion. This will be a steep drop for her. She'll go backhand off the bottom, section with some white water. Doesn't put the board up. She just kind of goes down the line with speed. And then a clip off the heels and then gathers. Nice bottom turn. Wow, great turn. Very well done indeed. Saves the best for last in terms of maneuvers on that one. She was already in the lead. Great surfing from the American.
Yeah, and I think HB Board Riders and the United States team are going to be pretty content with what they saw from Sarah. should be improving on the 4 that she has in her scoreline right now, and still winning on a couple of scores for both Ramirez and Gomez. It's going to be a close finish right here between the Mexican surfer and the blue jersey, who, by the way, has really improved in her surfing too. I mean, I knew Joy was great. That board looks awesome under her feet, and she has really, really improved over the last year or two.
The rock hop in, never easy.
Nope.
It gets a couple of degrees of difficulty. So when the camera's on you as well, for some reason, that makes it a bit harder.
That, and also the tide has a lot to do with it too. I'd way rather have a high tide, knowing that I can come in a little bit further, not have to walk that much on top of the rocks. But hey, you know, it's surfing. It's eventually going to happen regardless of the location that you're at, Paul.
So let's see where this goes scoreboard-wise. She was in second prior to that exchange. A reasonable chance for her to improve. We know that Trini Gomez will improve because that was just a second scoring ride. But will it be the 5 she needed? Well, look at vision of the American Sarah Frey. Did pretty well out there, really, you got to say. The way she read the lineup, she managed it. Got the score on the left, went over to the right, got the improvement. And a number to come in as well. A good number drops for her last effort. That turn on the end of that left, 7 points. What a way to close out the heat with style and get the squad excited as well. Getting the plaudits from the crew. All right, well, it's been a big day of competition. Guess what? It's not done yet. We've got one more heat yet to bring you from Surf City, El Salvador. We're going to get a quick commercial break. Don't go away. We'll come back with the last heat of the day, plus highlights of a massive day of action here in El Salvador. We'll be right back.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
And a very warm welcome back to Surf City, El Salvador ISA World Juniors. And a massive day of competition, some banging performances, all sorts going down from a truly global field of rising stars, some established names, some lesser known surfers. Well done to Sarah Frey, the American. That last heat saved the best for last, dropped a 7 with a hammer of a turn on the backhand into the lip late in that heat. Also, the Mexican, Joey Ramirez, doing well to get through there. And that makes it official for that heat. Surfers in third and fourth head to repechage. Just one more to bring you. And we'll see a brand new set of 4 surfers take to the water. Having a look at Erica Maximo of Portugal, Alma Corgiolo from Argentina, Chiara Cupone from Italy, and representing Lithuania. Mitch, help me out here, mate. Come on.
Goda Staskeviciut.
Mate, one of the things I love about you in a tight situation, Mitchell Salazar is the go-to guy. He's going to bail you out. Thank you for that.
Well, polyglot, what can I say? Might have to take up Lithuanian soon, too.
So, server out of Lithuania, one of our new countries. We've got Latvia as well. That's brand new. We've got Slovakia as well. I think that's a new addition. Really, really cool to see those European nations particularly stepping up and being represented and represented well here in the World Juniors. Of course, we know quite a lot about Portugal, what their surfers can do, Argentina as well, and also Italy, which has been a rising force, really, the last couple of years. What a story that's been.
Yeah, I mean, Leo used to travel by himself to these events, and seeing him win gold in 2015 in Oceanside, especially after, you know, him breaking his back, now qualifying for the Championship Tour, having major success, too. I mean, he's made finals over at Pipe, been a top 10 surfer, almost qualified for the WSL Finals last year, too. So Italy, they've been put on the map, and you know, we've been talking off camera over there in the Mediterranean and even in the Baltic Sea where Goda's from. Some awesome waves over there every now and then. Maybe not as consistent as the Atlantic or the Pacific, but every now and then there's good waves. You're going to leave it at that, huh? You're not going to say any more just so you can't reveal your spots.
Yeah, I mean, I got some great secret spots up in Lithuania, but I mean, if I told you about it, I'd get unfollowed. You know, some of my mates are there. Do you know what? Yeah, they get the Baltic does have, it's a quite strange looking sea. It's like narrow and tall. So you either got like a strong south or a strong north. The coast of Poland down the bottom on a strong north wind will get waves. And also as you get up towards Latvia, there's islands off of Finland as well. On a strong southwest, some waves over there. Also travel opportunities as well to head to somewhere slightly warmer.
Why not?
Like El Salvador.
Yeah.
Why not? Let's have a look at some waves standing up on the outside here. 15 minutes in this. No scores to bring you. Like Alma, the Argentinian, having a look at that one. Decided it's not the wave she was after. It's Erika Maximo. She might like to look at this. Good paddle from her. Look at this thing. Great looking left. Here she goes. Maximo, hard off the bottom. And a really nice wrap in the pocket. Gets the board going all the way back to the juice. And then bang, into the lip. And look at the speed as she'll bring that through to a section which will run away. But a great combo.
Great pace, too. And I like that she didn't try to overdo it. She surfed the wave for what it was. Just get something on the board, and it seems like it's going to be at least in the mid-range here and put her up into first place.
All right, let's go down and hear from Team USA. Winner of the last heat standing by with Rachel Tilley.
Yeah, Sarah, congratulations. What a great performance out there. Having an afternoon heat is not easy, especially in this heat of El Salvador. How did you keep yourself calm, and what does your routine look like when you start the day and you see that you haven't ended the day heat?
Yeah, for sure. I woke up early this morning and came and surfed before the contest, and I watched my teammates' heats, and then I went back, ate food, chilled in the AC, and got all nice and cool, and then just came down and watched the waves, and then, yeah, just went out.
And I believe you guys have a place just up here, right? I feel like I keep seeing all the Team USA up in a pool cheering over here and yelling down, looking at the waves.
Yeah, it's super nice. We have like access to this house right here, and like it's right in front of the point break, so it's so awesome. I'm just gonna you could even watch it from there, from the pool.
Well, that is a great setup. Talk to me a little bit about Team USA. You guys are having a lot of success, so at the end of the day, what is that vibe feeling like?
Yeah, for sure. Definitely it gives us all confidence, and all our spirits are up, and we're just supporting each other no matter what, though. But it's super awesome that we're keeping it rolling and we're all making it through so far. So yeah, we're just gonna support each other and keep going.
Well, congrats on your first heat win so far. The contest is just getting started. It's a long event to come. How are you going to plan to pace yourself now going forward?
Yeah, definitely just stay out of the heat because it's super hot, and just, I don't know, get more familiar with this wave and just take it heat by heat.
Anything you'd like to say back to USA at home?
Yeah, first of all, I just want to thank God and just give all the glory to God. He just got me here, and he's helping me through every single day. And I want to say hi to my family back at home, and my mom, my boyfriend, and everyone just watching. Hi.
Well, thank you so much. Congratulations. And back to you guys in the booth.
Amazing energy there. That is one stoked surfer representing the team, delighted to make it through with a banger of a wave to finish the 7-point ride. Just adds a really nice exclamation point. A little flyby over the rocks here as we head towards the lineup at La Bocana. Last heat of the day is out in the water, heat 22. And the score in for surfer from Portugal, Maximo, it's decent, 5.33, Mitch.
Yeah, so a good opener, mid-range score, and once again, you're looking for 10, 11 points right now. Don't try to overdo things. Make sure you're making it through the heat, and if you get a win on top of that, even better. But as we saw from Sarah, she was content with just having the 11 points the majority of the heat. Then right towards the end, she saw that there was an opportunity to better. She got her best score literally in the dying seconds. So I feel right now with this low of a tide, peaks are way more defined, but most importantly, you just don't want to get caught out of position, Paul.
Finding yourself your spot in the lineup, finding your wave and executing maneuvers. That's the dream plan. You go in, it's like a blank sheet of paper. It's a blank canvas to go and perform and do your thing. And then maybe you have to make adjustments on the fly as things unfold. So far, so good for surfer from Portugal, Maximo. Had a quick chat with a member of their squad, and they're reasonably happy with the results. They've sent a couple of surfers to repechage. They keep pretty high standards themselves, actually.
Right. They
so,
do.
I mean, no one's been eliminated at this stage, but they were hoping to have maybe fewer surfers in repechage. Right now, their young charge, Erica Maximo, going well. Here goes Alma of Argentina, and working that board over. It's a small looking equipment, and it redirects quickly on the walls here. La Bocana, and she'll flick one off the rail and just stay super light on her feet. Little glassy inside section for her as it cleans up. And she'll keep working this thing over for a finish. Meanwhile, right behind her, Maximo already got the 5 locked in, and it's not resting there. So talking about those tactics, textbook stuff. Get a score, get a decent one, get another wave straight away.
Yeah, and she's done that, and good work for Alma too, getting that score on the board. Going to be her first. And halfway through the heat already, as you were mentioning a few heats ago, 20 minutes sounds like a good amount of time, but once you have this consistency as well, this amount of surfing within a same heat, the one thing that you need to do is just beat 2 other surfers within this heat. So as of right now, both the surfer in red and blue are doing that, and Chiara and Gora, they need to get to work pretty soon, because you get caught inside or out of position, Paul, and next thing you know, there's a couple minutes left on the board.
Yeah, the other thing as well, it sounds obvious, but less time on the clock. Any kind of mistake, you take a wave and fall, and it just feels like all of that time you've waited has been for nothing. If you wait a while and add to your total, put a score on the board, that's one thing. But waiting all that time and then realizing that feels like almost kind of double damage to your sort of overall morale in the heat. We'll pick up in the lineup there in white. That's Goda out of Lithuania, and she hasn't been tempted into a wave as yet. Let's see if we can get her one. 9 minutes and 15 seconds to go as Maximo on the prowl, looking ominous. Score in, it's a 4 for her, decent. Good way to get it back up already, 9.33. No one else has done a whole lot of damage. Number in for Alma, it's reasonable, 3.33 for her. A fair reflection. It was a bit of a smaller wave, maybe slightly lower energy, and that's how we see that score coming.
Yeah, and a bit repetitive with the maneuver selection too, but wasn't really much else that you could have done with that wave. Kind of an in-betweener, not really a set, not really an insider, so had a weird bend in it, but a 3 is something that at the moment is keeping her in second place. So she's got to be stoked on just being able to get a wave on the board. And, you know, I want to reflect on what we're talking about when it comes to doing well in the heat. So much easier to say what we're saying from the booth, right? But we've all surfed a heat. We've all had, you know, success up until a certain point in a contest. But if you ask almost anybody that's been an athlete at a high level worldwide, they've learned so much more from their losses than they have from their victories. And that's a big point of this event too. You're not only taking things that you're learning in terms of your surfing career, all these things could be applied to the rest of your life too, Paul. You're getting social skills, interacting with people from different cultures. You're getting out of your home country too. All these things are very positive for the rest of your life.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, travel the best teacher, as they say. Yes. What a place to travel to, El Salvador. All the riches in terms of waves that we've been talking about, but so much else on offer here too. And the vibe's incredible from a community. So welcoming. We're absolutely delighted to be over here. I mean, Barton has been saying it as well. It's just amazing to be somewhere where you just feel really welcome. Everyone wants the event. Right. Stoked to be part of it. And it just feeds into vibes. And if you're competitive, you can try and turn that into success. Just, you know, bring that happiness towards a little bit of levity and not piling too much pressure on yourself, keeping a smile on your face, even just helps with breathing between your waves.
100%.
Chill. All right, what do we got here? A use of priority from Chiara. Oh, that looked really nice. She had a good down the line drive there. Maybe didn't need that turn. She was kind of already high on the wave and just didn't really have the room for it.
What did you just say a few minutes ago? Now you're sitting, you're kind of overthinking, you get your wave and you don't really convert on it, you fall, and now you're starting to really get into your head and overthink things. So you got to surf a 7-minute heat right now. You got to draw a clean slate, So that page that you brought into the heat, it's still blank. And that's the way you got to work in these last few minutes of the heat, because it's attainable for you to even move up into the lead right now. A 9.33 heat total, you could easily surpass that just in a matter of minutes, Paul.
All right, on the peak here, there's the Argentinian. What she got, won't get onto that. Priority is with the Lithuanian, who'll surrender it. Meanwhile, here goes Capone. Can she make amends right now? Already better than a previous effort. A little swoop down off the rail, throwing up some spray as well. The whitewater grabs hold of her. She controls it. And a couple of flicks to finish. Well done from her, keeping ahead in the game. And the Italian got a 1 previous to that. That will be an improvement. A good chance of jumping up second there.
Yeah, and really smart, too. I mean, immediately after the fall, recognized that that was a scoring opportunity. Only needs a 2.34. I feel like she's going to get it and move up into second place right now. Just under 6 minutes on the clock. And what this does for your levels of confidence, too, Paul, it's huge. You just had a fall. You recover super well afterwards. Now she's going to be in one of the top 2 spots.
She's dealing with some whitewater at the moment. She's going to do a bit of duck diving. By the time she's dipped under a couple of these waves, the panel will give her a number. It's in already, actually, 3.83. So decent. Good enough to put her in second. It's not a big margin. First priority with the Argentinian Alma. And she only needs a 1.51.
I haven't seen Areno Souza on the boardwalk either lately. He's usually a coach for Team Italy, so don't know if he's around. I haven't seen him. Maybe he is. Maybe he's in disguise, or maybe he's just kind of keeping to himself. But huge pickup for the Italian team having him on both the junior and the open squad.
Yeah, having a former world champ on your team. How good is that? You talk about someone that knows how to surf a heat,
yeah.
Heat craft, all of those skills that you need, just maintaining that competitive edge. I mean, what a competitor he was, a brilliant surfer.
Cool dude, too. I mean, you just get to talk to him, the kind of stories that he has. So imagine that kind of information that you're getting from that guy that you can look up to. Sounds like a pretty cool coach.
Paddle from Alma, couldn't get on it. Now she might find herself in position if she can get out to this. This one will just kind of stand up and wait. And if she can spin here, and she won't go that wave.
Oh,
and
go, 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 go.
All right, here goes Goddard. And also can't get in. So a couple of missed opportunities there. Alma decided not to go. She'll have another look. This one might stand up for her, actually. And she'll paddle, and again, won't be able to get on. It'll be a similar story for Goddard on the inside, too. So, again, slight misfires, unable to unlock opportunities. And under 4 minutes now, the scoreboard will remain as it was. We haven't posed a question from our judges with that last set that came through. Status remains the heat leader, the Portuguese surfer, Maximo Capone of Italy. The 3.83 that she just dropped, still in second place. And that requirement, a 1.51, is such a small number for the surfer from Argentina, Corgiolu. And basically stand up, bottom turn, any kind of cutback, any kind of redirection with a little bit of speed, you're well on your way to a high 1.
Right. You should be aware, though, that there's a good chance that Capone does improve, though. Like, that's another thing that as a coach or somebody on the outside, you got to inform your surfers about. You can't only be aware of what's happening to you within the heat, but what's happening to everybody else. Oh.
And a paddle, a concerted paddle, the chin all the way down.
It's a good wave, too.
Yeah, the intensity, she knew it. You saw the grimace from her. It's just that sort of desperation. She realized that was the wave I wanted. That was the score I needed. She might get another shot. She's in a really good position, just kind of central there on this peak and not too far out. Some of these kind of mid-sized ones, possibly one shaping up here, doesn't have priority. That's with the heat leader, who's sitting much deeper. Second priority with our Lithuanian surfer, as yet to open her account. Final 2 minutes and 20 seconds. But it's last priority for Alma, who is chasing a score. And no takers once again here.
It's a good right on it, too.
The right-hander left on that, and no one got in position for it. It will remain our Italian surfer. Will stay in second right now. A little more time ticking away. A couple of mistakes in this one.
Yeah, and that might have been the deciding wave, too. 2 minutes, long period swell. You don't want to get caught inside, and all of a sudden, in fourth priority now for Alma, a 151, it doesn't sound like a huge score, but there are many times where it's harder to get a 2 than it is an 8, because you're looking for a specific wave. On an 8, you already know it has to be a good wave. Here, it's like you really just need to do a turn or two to be able to get that score, so just needs to give herself a chance of a 90 seconds. Not a huge amount of time right here, given the situation she is in priority.
Yeah, a bit of a spread from our surfers. Chiara with third priority, so she does have the advantage over Alma, and she's not kind of exerting that in terms of getting near. It's actually paddling away from her at the moment. And if she realizes that she does have, well, now she's heading a little closer. I think she might be, is she just looking for the wave, or is she actually covering Alma? She'll sit much closer now, and she can afford to just affect the choice. She doesn't want to leave Alma all on her own. And that's much better. She's got a lot closer now, so maybe just suddenly realizing, wait a second, I got third priority, she's in fourth. That means if it's between us two, next wave's mine. And she'll stay real close.
Props to Maximo, too. Got her 2 waves real quick. Has been in the lead the entire heat. And as of right now, she's never trailed. So 40 seconds, Paul. It's a good point, because Kupona doesn't even need to catch a wave. I mean, she's in second. Doesn't have to necessarily improve on the 1. All you need to do is defend that second place.
Look at Alma trying to wriggle away here. She's heading back the other way. Might get a chance if she goes this. Let's see if she can.
Go.
And she will. All right, here we go. Looking for a 1-5-1 off the bottom. She grabs a rail, but there's a snap. That's a 1-5-1, you'd reckon. Wow, nervy moments. Chiara Caponi was right there. If she'd just taken off in the whitewater, that would have been enough to exert the priority, but she didn't. And Alma's asked a question. You've got to say, that's got to be a 1. That's the score.
Yeah, to me, there's no doubt. It's more than enough. I mean, there's a huge difference between a 1.5 in comparison to a 2 or a 3, you know? There it is, Paul.
All right, the numbers in. What a way to do it. She's absolutely delighted. 2.27, the best 2 probably of her life so far. She'll be absolutely delighted with that. Surfer from Argentina, Alma Corgiolo, who struggled to find a wave. She missed a couple of opportunities, but crucially, she didn't lose her head, Mitchell. She just kind of stuck in the game and back to self, and eventually got in that position. And as that wave came through, it doesn't have to be all about 8s and excellent stuff. It's just about getting the numbers, and what a way to do it. Get that right, get your turn done.
To advance, and what a display of heart, too. She never gave up, found the wave literally right at the end. Just an awesome moment, and that's the entire point of coming to these events, that you should have a chance to be able to make it through and make it count. Good for her, very deserving of advancing right here at the end.
The Argentinian squad will be absolutely delighted. She'll make her way carefully over the rocks, and then it'll be great energy from the squad. They're absolutely loving this.
Look at the smile that she has on her face, Paul. Like, so rad.
We saw the anguish. We saw sort of all of the emotions really on her face and missing waves, and you saw how badly she wanted them and how she realized that was the opportunity. But when that one came through, crucially, she was good enough to get it done. So it's Portugal and Argentina that will celebrate this, which has been our last heat of the day. It's been another mammoth day of competition, a really fun one to call. The surf has been an ever-present, really. It's just delivered all day long once again here at the very aptly named Surf City, El Salvador. The massive performances from some of our field, and, you know, we've got some highlights coming up, but just real quick from you, thoughts from overall a big day of competition, just performances and people really putting their hand up, making statements.
Tia Zabrowski's the first one that comes to mind. Really big performances by a couple of men too, but I feel like overall teams, once again, I feel like the US, Hawaii, and Australia, they're looking like the most dominant ones.
The powerhouses being dominant on day 2 of competition. We're going to check out some highlights now of a really, really fun day. And then when we come back from that, we'll hear from the winner of the last heat, surfer out of Portugal, and that'll wrap up another big day as we look at golden skies at Surf City, El Salvador. Let's check out highlights of a big day. That was the day recap from a massive day of competition here. And just all sorts of spray, huge turns going down, some brilliant aggression as well. And like we talked about, it's about the results at this stage, okay? All you got to do is make it through your heat, but there's different ways of doing that. And you can do it with style. And if you can do it with excellent numbers, you can make everyone else, because all the competitors are watching each other. They know some of their rivals are, and they're like, okay, hang on. This person's on. It's been really cool to see it go down.
Yeah, and just watching the highlights again, you asked me who I thought was impressive just by watching that. Hanzo de Rosola comes to mind, Fletcher Kelleher, Will Dean. I will say, though, on the women's side, I feel like Annette Echavarri and Tia Zabrowski had the most dominant performances. Both of them went up into the 9s.
Yeah, and just doing it so well. The aggression, like holding that line on the bottom. We talked about the power of this wave and how hard it is to hit the lip hard, and it feels like the longer you're down there, the more time you kind of got to think about it and just backing themselves. I just love that confidence, that audacity, and sometimes that's what comes with the youth, right? That's what the young people bring.
Yeah, they should, and you know, the more intense the wave gets too, the scarier it looks once you're going up into the lip when that happens too. But it goes to show you the growth and the maturity that we're seeing from a lot of these surfers that are even surfing up a Division 2. I think it's really impressive seeing this in both the U16s and the 18s.
And no major surprises in terms of like the nations that have done well. You touched upon it, like the USA for sure. Australia been doing really well. Portugal in that last heat as well. Some of the European countries doing good, but so far it's names like USA and Australia. They're looking pretty good, dominant.
Yeah, France, Spain, I would say, have gotten most of their surfers through. Hawaii, same thing. I will say, though, every now and then you see one surfer that doesn't necessarily reside within their country they're representing. I think Germany has a lot of those surfers. Israel has a couple of key surfers within their draw, too. And what that can do, they eventually meet up with those top dogs, and they start eliminating some of those surfers. So it's a much more competitive race for the gold medal as a team at the end.
And judges obviously awarding points for what's done on the way, but in terms of like team energy, who have you like the look of just in terms of their vibe? It's been a lot of really good support going down. I love the group interviews.
Right.
His surfers being interviewed in the post heat and the squads coming in. Speaking of interviews, let's go down and hear from the winner of the last heat. The Portuguese surfer is standing by with Rachel Tilley.
Thanks so much, guys. Yeah, the last heat of the day, you got the heat win. Tell me how it felt out there.
Felt very good. I think it's my second win here at ISA, and the last one was here too at El Salvador, and I'm very, very happy. It was a long day watching the others of my team too, and I was like, oh, it's never my heat, it's never ending. And then, but I had like time to watch the sea and the waves and how it was going and how the judge were doing like every score and everything. So I was a little prepared too. And I really like this wave too, and I think I have a good connection with it.
Yeah, well, we have two waves throughout this event here at La Bocana and El Sunzal. What do you think of both of the waves? Which one do you like competing on more?
I like competing more here at La Bocana because it's like the wave I surf, it's Carcavelos in Portugal, and the other wave I don't like it very much because there's not very waves coming during the heat. It's more like it's not consistent.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. That was a great way to end a long day. How are you going to wrap up your night tonight?
I'm going to rest very, very well, and I think it's all. I'm going to talk to my parents too. I think they're watching at Portugal, and my family and friends.
Well, any message you'd like to send to them now?
Yeah. Olá Portugal, obrigada a todos os que estão a ver. Fico muito feliz por terem esperado este tempo todo. Sei que é tarde em Portugal, por isso quem está a ver, muito obrigada, e queria dar um beijinho especial ao meu pai, à minha mãe e ao meu treinador que estão sempre lá para mim, e ao meu irmão também. Um grande beijinho, Bruno. Tchau, tchau.
Thanks so much. That's a wrap on an amazing day. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Rachel Tilley. Rachel doing the hard yards down there, bringing great insights. Loving to see surfers fresh from the water with the taste of victory and the energy from them. It's been really cool to find out more about them as well. And that wraps it up for a huge day. We've had a lot of fun. How do we feel about coming back tomorrow and doing it again? Should we come back?
I feel great. Another 27 heats to go.
7 p.m. start tomorrow morning.
7 a.m.
7 a.m. Eva. Great point. That's one of the reasons why I keep you around, mate. Just in case things like that happen. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow. Thanks for tuning in. See you tomorrow. Hasta mañana.
Everything. A right time to learn. A right time to try. A right time to fall. There's a right time to find your wave. And there's a right place to enjoy your passion like nowhere else.